you fail to connect to stream? Why are you failing the Facebook?
The Facebook. Okay, so you go 1, 2, 3. Okay, so neutral. I have to make sure I remember how this stupid shifter works. I haven't played with it in so fucking long. First,
Go live.
second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, reverse. Okay. Gotta test it, make sure everything's working, because racism. Yeah, I literally called Aunt Crystal. I said, "Where's your wannabe husband?" And she said, "Sleeping." I said, "Go wake him up before I come all the way down there and I roll him out of bed like a cinnamon roll."
Did you say wannabe husband?
Yep.
How is he a wannabe when he literally is her husband? Oh no, he's
Because
not.
he's not.
Not married.
Because he's
Yeah,
not.
okay.
Yeah,
I just figured that out.
yeah.
How about fuck you, okay?
How about you suck my fat cock?
I mean, no. Fuck you. I love this game, man. It's such a masterpiece, I think. I don't care what anyone says about
Miles
him.
Morales?
Spider-Man, Miles Morales, and the normal Spider-Man. They are absolute staples, I think.
Okay. Where the fuck is my comments at?
So this is gonna be the side that's fucked up. Oh,
I
dude,
could
for
pop you
once,
out.
dude, for once, my steering wheel, I don't have to fuck with it a bunch for it to like set. It's just automatically set to where it needs to be, which is nice. But now my pedals are all fuckercated, and I don't like that.
There we go. All right. I think we're live and alive everywhere.
What's up?
I think. Just quick double
Well,
check. Alright, we got Nelly and Nugget in here.
hell yeah. Wait, already? We already got Nelly and Nugget?
Alright, we're good to go there. I got both Facebooks going. Maybe, possibly. Yep.
Oh god, Sean, have you?
And
Oh man, this racing
got
simulator is
YouTube
so hard to
going.
type, but
And
I'm
pop out
not
that
just gonna say it
chat.
out loud. Sean, I'm gonna PV text you on Snap if that's cool.
Alright, let's go.
All right, Sean, just check your Snapchat.
Okay, hold on.
So did you like that
Just
picture that I
messaging.
sent you this morning, Sean? Or last night?
Nope, gross. Nope. No.
Dude, he was even bigger when I went to kill him.
That is a whole lot of no.
Like he was fucking terrifying. So, and hilariously, because I was streaming Pokemon, I went with a Pokemon themed murder spree on him. First I used Toxic. It was super effective, but it wasn't a critical hit. Then I used I don't think this is a move, but Stomp. There we go. I used Stomp. Sky
Sean, I got you.
News.
Yeah.
And then out.
All right, kids. So, what is the topic? Even though I know Matt doesn't fucking know.
Matthew is currently getting everything into place. No, I just closed out of my Facebook stream. Fuck me. Oh, God. Please tell me it's still live. I am live. Tell me I'm live. Nah, fuck me. Um,
Oh, dude, I'm in a Camaro right now. I fuck with that. All right. Jesus. I'm gonna
Oh,
wire.
what a day.
Sean, I don't think you got what I meant by that, but okay.
fuck me.
Why isn't escape working?
Alright, stop you.
Work.
Restart.
Okay, and then. Okay.
Start stream. Go live. Oh, fucking son of a bitch.
Oh God, Sean. Oh, iPhone's autocorrect is so gay. So gay.
Oh yeah, you have iPhone, don't you?
Yeah, and it's
What
dude,
iPhone have you got?
XR.
Oh, isn't that basically just the iPhone 10 in it?
Yeah.
Alright,
I got the
now we can
13.
go live.
I did have the iPhone 11, but I got locked out of my Apple account, my Apple ID, and I had to verify it, and I couldn't because I didn't have access to the I didn't have access to the email address
Don't
that I
need
used to set the
you.
Apple ID with, and Apple wouldn't
Why
do anything about
not?
it. I don't know, I don't have access to the email anymore. I made it like years and years ago, and Apple wouldn't do anything about it. They just took the piss.
Oh Jesus, dude. Shifting with my left arm is so weird.
I love how you're like, oh,
Down.
I want to stream, and then here you are playing video games.
Yeah, because you're getting it set up right now. And I always play video games while streaming, so I don't want to hear it. Like it's a common thing for me to play video games and stream with you guys at the same time. It just gives me something for my body to do while my mind is working.
Alright, I
Okay.
think we are good to go. Alright, I got everything going. Hold on.
Sean, you gotta look at my text, bro. And also, guys, I just want a full disclaimer for anyone in the chat that has Sean on Snapchat. I'm the only reason he made a bit emoji. I did that. I just want everyone to understand I'm the reason Sean made a bit emoji.
It's a gangster bit emoji too.
Sean's big pimpin', okay? Sean is big pimpin'.
Okay,
Are
so,
you live on Twitch?
huh?
Are you
Yes,
live
he
on
is.
Twitch?
I
Okay,
am
I'm
live on
joining in now.
Twitch, I am live on YouTube, and I am live on both of my Facebooks.
Oh, dude, I can't take off because I'm in second. This is gay.
Okay, so what stuff have we missed?
Okay, so
Um,
there's this. Okay, so there is this thing about what is it called? Some college tuition forgiveness or some shit like that.
Student loan forgiveness.
Yes, that I want to talk about that. I want to get more information on it. So
Okay.
I
Well,
would
that
be
can
greatly appreciated.
that can be very first topic then.
Yeah, I saw
Perfect.
something on Fox News as well about you know what we were talking about the other night, where they were going to try and ban the sale of new gas cars by 2030.
In California, yes.
In California, yeah,
Yeah,
fuck them.
yeah. Someone said that he was gonna desperate that he was going to put a stop to that. It was on Fox News. I can't remember who it was.
Yeah, because nobody gives a fuck about who's on Fox News.
I care about who's on Fox News.
Do we even like Fox News?
Yes, I love Fox News. They are fucking comedian gold.
They're comedian gold because you think they're horrible.
No, because they're absolutely hilarious.
Nice.
Why is it so much natural?
There's a headline on Fox News saying "War on Whippets."
Yeah.
Demerara state bans teens
Dude.
from buying whipped cream.
Yeah, see, that's why it's fucking hilarious. Because no matter what, so if any time that like it's a democratic city, which the vast majority of cities are democratically ran, you know, Republicans can only win in the more rural places. Not always, but that's just generally how it is. So every time they have a headline, it's
No
Dim
way,
ran this,
Sean.
and you know, liberal ran this, and it's so fucking hilarious. Um, why are
Bro,
you?
Sean, no way, dude. You're really?
Um,
God.
okay, there we
What the
go.
fuck did I do?
Just check your Snapchat. Jesus. Fucking white people.
Dude, you're literally white. What are you talking
Okay,
about?
so important
Ask
stuff.
Matt. He made me start
Imported
saying that.
stuff. Jesus
That is
Christ.
important. Your effect on what I say is important.
No. So the important stuff, the student loan forgiveness. So anybody who makes less than $125,000 a year gets $10,000 of their student debt wiped off. If you make under 125 grand and you have received a Pell Grant, which if you're making 125 grand, you're not receiving a Pell Grant. Pell Grants are for poor Americans. Um, then you get $20,000 of your debt wiped out.
Nice.
So, what are your questions there, Senior Landon?
I basically wanted to know how it worked. Which is what you just told me. I just wanted to know how it kind of worked so I could give a little bit more info about it because I had some kids at school ask me about it. I've had some adults ask me about it. Um, Mostly because they know I do this. So I just was gonna have you go over it. And I'm trying to get people to come in here and watch, and I think one of them is going to later, but they have to do something right now. But they
Um,
are going to later.
well, I don't know, like, I don't know how, like, so apparently you're supposed to, like, fill out a form, um, and that's how they're going to do it.
Hmm.
Why do people sell cars that need a crap ton of work done to it? Because some people like project cars.
Yeah, dude, project cars are really fun. My dad buys project motorcycles a lot. They're really fun.
I meant to respond to that as well. It's usually because the car goes down in value when it needs a lot of work, and some people just would rather sell it to someone who has the time and money
Right.
to put
Yeah,
into
like
the
my
car
dad.
to bring its value back up. Some people just don't have the time and they can't be bothered. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like my dad had a truck that he really liked. He just didn't have the time or money.
You know, it's like you could spend 10 grand for this car, or you could spend 2 grand for this busted ass car, which is exactly the same. Put 5 grand worth of parts and effort into it, and now you have a car that's, you know, that you basically paid 7 grand for. Uh, that would be the same as the
That's
car that you paid 10 grand for. The only difference is you had to put in a little work.
on it, and honestly, I prefer project cars just because whatever work does need done to it, at least then you know that they didn't half-ass it. At least that means that you did it. so that you know what's done to it, you know how it works, you know, you know what was done to it. You're not skeptical about it, and you never have to worry about it going out unless you do it half-assed, in which you're the guy that nobody likes.
So, do you have a problem with the student loan forgiveness, Landon?
No, I have no problem with that. I actually like it. The student loan forgiveness, I think, is I forget how you explained it to me 100%, but it isn't it basically just after a certain going to school for a certain amount of time, you get student loan, some of your student loan knocked off. I'm sorry, I know
Um,
you just said it, but like
well, that's what happens when you play video games and not listen to me.
I was listening to you. I even paused my video
Um,
game.
I don't know, like I don't know exactly how all that works.
Oh shit.
It might be so like if you go to your very first like if you're in your very first year of school and you already have a student loan of, $27,000 because you just completed your
Right.
first year. Um I don't know if you would be able to get that 10 grand taken off of that what you will currently own. I don't know if it's only for people who have like already finished or you know what I mean. That I'm not
Right.
100% sure on. Like I haven't
Yeah,
really
I get
I really
okay.
haven't gotten into those details because it's not really something that uh I guess to lack of a better phrase, it's not something that I actually care about.
Well, yeah, because one, you never went to college. Two,
Right.
you're not in college, so you know it doesn't really affect you 100%. I was just asking because I figured if anyone knew anything about it, even in the slightest, it would probably be you. So,
That's fair
but
enough.
yeah, that's but yeah, that's fine. I want to know a little bit more about it just so that I didn't have to worry about getting false information from some random person, you know?
Yep. So like I said, the easiest way you can think of it is if you make under 125 grand, 250 for couples, um, you get 10 grand wiped off your student loan debt. If you
All right,
are if you received a
and is
Pell
that your
Grant,
job coming out of college, or is that just ever?
what do you mean?
Or does it so like if you're making
I think
a
it's like
hundred or
your
200
current I
grand,
think it's what you currently make.
and it doesn't have to be right out of college, it can be just whenever, as long as you're making over 100 grand, you can apply, or is it straight out
Again,
of college? Do you know?
I don't know exactly what the things are. It might have been, any time within the last like 2 calendar years or something, to prevent people from like quote unquote quitting their job to get this and then going back to work.
That'd be quite smart.
Okay.
That'd be great smart.
It
I,
would be,
I'm
but it definitely would be cheating the system.
oh well,
Yeah, and
I mean,
we know rich people are
so they
fucking
should.
amazing at that.
right. I wouldn't have 100% of a problem. Oh shit, went off the side of the
So
road,
so
and
wait,
we're in the air. That's not good.
what if you're earning under 100K a year? What then?
You get ten thousand
Yeah,
dollars
like
wiped off.
yeah,
So
you
anything
have to
under
be making less
100K.
than 100,000.
125.
Well, that's easy, dude. You know how easy it is to make 120,000, 25,000 a year? Rarely, if ever, have any. I mean, there's jobs that do it, but it's hard to find a job that you make over $125,000 a year coming straight out of college after 2 years. Most of the time, the only people that, and this is just from what I've heard, most of the time, if you're doing something that's more than 125 grand a year, you're either top of your class or you came straight out of college and went straight into that job and it's been like 10 years and you finally got promoted up to top.
Well, honestly, making 125K a year isn't that hard, depending on what you get into.
Right, but most people don't get into jobs like that.
True.
Dude, I know I know a guy who makes $27 an hour union as a plumber.
He makes what?
27 an hour union as a plumber. And he's 20. He's 20 2
Good.
years out of high school, and he makes 27 an hour union, and my dad only makes like 22. And he's probably he's 28 years younger or no, he's 18 years younger than my dad. And he makes $27 an hour
I,
union.
j-
I'm
I just
sitting
want to
here
reply
thinking,
to
what the hell does he
Yeah, I
do?
was just getting ready to read it.
I just want to I just want to reply to Chanel in a minute. Yeah, but Chanel, Levi won't have to be paying that back until he's earning over a certain amount a year. I think it's 24 grand a year. I think it is. He won't have to pay it back
Holy shit.
unless he's earning over that. He won't have to pay it back.
Okay, this is going to sound like I am a complete dick, which I am, so it's okay. Um, but 19K in student loans, and it's only going to take him 8 years to pay it off, is not that bad. Uh,
Yeah.
Especially
I'm
when
sorry, but it's not. Oh
like
shit.
like there's people that's like in their 50s and 60s that are still paying off their student loan. And the kids today that are getting student loans, just like if everything stays exactly the way it is, there's a possibility they die with a student loan. Oh no, no, I'm like
He's
it's fucking
comparing it to what they
horrible,
pay out in the
but I'm
States.
just like here in the state, 19K is
Isn't
nothing.
shit in the States. Yeah,
19
isn't shit. And it's
19K is
not
like
taking away
one
from the
year.
fact that 19K, I mean, like 19K, it's not taking away from the fact that that's still quite a bit of money, because that is still quite a bit of money. Like if I had to
Right.
pull 19 grand, like if Matt or me had to pull 19 grand out of our asses, of course we couldn't do that. But 19K a year isn't very unheard of over here.
No, she just said it was for college. It was a $19,000 loan. So that's for all
That's
of.
it. So you
So that's
only
for
pay
all of it.
19 grand.
Yeah,
She means
that's
Is that for?
she means university, by the way. 'Cause you don't pay for college over here.
um.
Okay, so that's all. So Sean, you kind of talked to me about university when we had our talk, you know.
Yeah.
So dude, Sean, remember how much I told you college was over here?
That's a little
Remember
bit
how
over
much?
It's
twenty-two
true.
thousand U.S. dollars.
Excuse me.
Sean,
Hold on, is
remember
that
how
a
much I
pound
told
or a
you?
euro? I can never figure out those
Oh,
two fucking symbols.
That's the pound,
Okay, yeah.
I think.
That's a little over $22,000.
Sean, remember how much I told you it was here for?
I can't remember. How much did you say? Sorry.
It was Matt, what's the average amount for you to pay in college tuition over here?
Yeah, I
I
don't
think
know.
it was, dude, it's 80 grand. It's 80 grand.
Oh,
I
fuck
think
me.
it's, dude, it's 80 grand. An average college tuition per semester is like 20,000,
No, it's in
twenty
total,
thousand.
Matt. It's in
It's in
total. It's not
total.
per
Okay,
year.
yeah.
Yeah.
So if it was per year,
20,000
then you
per
would
semester.
be we would call you American.
But if that's in total, you lucky bastards.
Right?
You lucky bastards.
Like don't get me
My
wrong,
dad's
it's still
saying,
horrible. It's still expensive. But
Matt, do you think you can just not tell people stuff for like until I get a house? You know, just don't talk to my family like you already don't do.
you think you're going to get a house?
I think we're gonna buy Grandma Paulins. We
Oh,
already are.
cool.
Yeah, can you just not talk to my family about that until it already happens? Like you already do, just not talk to anybody.
Yeah, I am definitely going to
Like you
talk
already
to
do.
everybody.
Yes, of
I'm
course,
sending out
because Matt.
messages right now this second to everybody.
Oh God. Oh no, my dad's gonna hurt me.
He's the first one that
Yes.
I messaged. I've already sent
Chanel's
them.
Chanel's brother's paying back £200 a month to hit that 19K deadline in 8
You
years.
lucky
Okay,
£200 a
so
bastard.
month.
so
I wish he was
here's
$200 a
another
month.
question about it. Is there interest on that loan?
So I just searched that. And the answer I got is the interest rate changes every September because that's when um term
That makes
starts.
sense.
As
That's when
student loans
terms
are
start.
repaid over a long period, things usually even themselves out from September 22. The government has capped the interest rate at 6.3% for all students and graduates due to the significant rise in inflation. So it went from 4.5% up to 6.3, and they're capping it at 6.3. They won't let it go higher.
Man, you know how much 6.3 is, you
Oh,
crazy bastards? 6.3 is still quite a bit. I mean, we probably pay more here in the States, but
there's a
You
lot
pay,
of variable numbers that it could be. But so the current interest rate for all federal direct undergraduate student loans is 4.99%. Um,
yeah,
other
man,
but
we
it's
need
capped
to
at
loans,
drop that
it's
clutch.
it's capped at 6.3, so it won't go up. Whereas I think the average that I'm looking at is 4.5.
see, and like that shouldn't fucking like uh, even over there. It will. So I think that these loans should be a much smaller percent. Like I'm perfectly fine with them charging a little bit of interest. Like I'm okay with. Um, but like it should be closer to like 1%.
Right.
You know, because if not, then all you're doing is fucking over the people who got the loan.
That's what loans are for. They
What?
make money
It's
off
like you
giving
could
loans.
guess what?
That's how
Yeah, it's
banks
like
do
guess.
it. They make money off you borrowing their money. That's
Right.
literally how they make money.
Yeah, dude, I'm literally taking personal finance, and we're talking about loans right now, dude. That's all the bank does is they take your money that you pay in interest and out of your loan that you're paying, and they use it to make more loans.
Yeah.
It's fucked. I hate banks. I hope
And
every single bank teller dies. Or I'm
what
sorry,
happens when
video games themselves. Video games themselves. I'm sorry.
what
Excuse me.
happens when the banks have no more money
POS.
to loan out? They go bankrupt, which means they have
No, they
to.
borrow from the Federal Reserve.
That's what I was about to
Yeah,
say. So when they're about to go bankrupt, they can borrow from the Federal Reserve.
Right.
I was about to say that.
And up until recently, they was fucking borrowing at under 1% rate.
lucky bastards.
Granted,
I hope
there's
they all fucking video
granted
game
there is a big
themselves.
difference between borrowing, $5 billion, under 1% than it is for me to borrow $5,000. Like I do understand that there is that difference. But the thing is, like when it's all said and done, like they're borrow well now it's I think 2.25%. Um but like before they was borrowing under 1%. Um or at 1%. So they would borrow at 1% and then loan out at, 5, 6, 10, 12, 15%. Like that's a fucking ginormous markup.
Yeah.
I think what it should be is if a bank can prove that the money came from the Federal Reserve, like where they have to pay interest on it. If they can prove that that's where that loan came from, so it would mostly be like I borrowed the money from the Federal Reserve, just the bank was the middleman for me. Um, then I could pay no more than 1% over what they have to pay to the Federal Reserve.
Yeah.
And if they can't prove that, again, this is just for student loans. Uh, and if they can't prove that, then it's capped at 1%. Well, if it's coming from the federal government, then that means it's coming from the Federal Reserve. So it will be capped at the Federal Reserve rate.
That sounds fair to me.
I like.
Oh,
I think that
dude.
that's how it should be. It. I mean, honestly, we should have fucking universal fucking
Basic income.
college anyways. So
Well, I already told my dad I'm not going to college, so
you
fuck
should.
that. You're right, I should, but I could learn a lot more in the years of experience I'll be getting. I'm also taking a coding class, so I can come out of my coding class and
But that doesn't really
um
help.
no, it does. You can get certificates and stuff that'll help me get into like a trade school for IT. So then
Okay,
once
going
I
to a
can
trade
get into a
school is
trade
still
school,
going to school.
no, I still don't want to go, but if it makes me a little bit more money, then I'll do it. But if I don't get into a trade school, then, bang, bang, snap, snap,
Like, so the reason why
bang
I'm
to you,
saying that is, um, you know that I know my shit about computers, right?
right?
I don't have a piece of paper saying that I fucking know anything about computers. So I can't get a job in the industry.
You can, you're just gonna have to work your ass off to
No,
get
I
it.
can't
Like
because I
you,
don't have a piece of paper. Every job requires a bachelor's degree in
I
information
have to get a
technology.
fucking bachelor's.
Yes.
Well, then I
You
guess I'm
might be
not doing
able.
this job.
Do you guys get. Yeah, right. We don't get paid to go to college.
Shit, I wish. You know how fast I would be getting. You know how fast I would try. You know how much harder I would try in school to get offers. Fuck no, we don't get paid to go to college.
That's
I
why I'm
wish I
saying.
got paid to go
That's
to
why I'm
college.
saying. Public colleges should be free. Now we can have
Yeah.
the private universities. Kind of like how you guys do it.
We can have Princeton and all their fancy bullshit.
Right. Well, all this like state schools, so you have like Ohio State University or Kansas University, all of them, they can be classified as the quote unquote private,
Right.
but like when you get down to like Kansas State Filming School of Technology University, like that's a fucking public school. They're free.
Yeah, I believe. Yeah,
Like
I do.
Missouri Valley College should be free.
Yes.
Okay.
Go ahead,
I'd
Sean.
be 100% down. What?
EMA.
Stands for EMA. Stands for Educational Maintenance Allowance. Yeah, it
Yeah,
comes from the
no.
Welsh Assembly government.
Yeah, we most definitely don't do anything like that. Are you
I
kidding me?
wish
Yeah,
That's
so
America would
that
do that.
there is called socialism,
And America
and
doesn't like that very much.
socialism is worse than the N-word.
well, Wales is a socialist country. It's a socialist nationalist country.
Well, like I said,
Oh,
socialism and communism, those two words is worse than the N-word. Which is funny because I can't say the N-word on stream, but I can't say socialism and communism. But they're still worse. Ask any American.
oh yeah. Like
It's
if he said the N word right now, I'd be like, good for you, bud. But if he said communism, I would kill him on the spot.
Well,
yeah.
no, I
Or
think you'd be
unalive
okay
him on
saying
the
the N.
spot.
I think you'd be okay saying the N word
Mm-mm.
because I hear people saying the N word all the time, all
Oh
the
yeah,
time.
On
dude. Yeah,
Twitch?
I could say oh yeah, I could
Yeah,
say the N word right
It,
now and
no, it
we'd be
goes
fine.
against terms of service.
No,
dude,
dude, they
I
don't
know people
care,
that
dude.
do
It
it all the
happens.
time.
Dude,
Dude, it's not.
Hassan got banned for saying the word cracker.
Yeah, because he's a bigger person on Twitch. Yeah, of course he got
Okay,
banned for
well,
saying
no, no, no,
cracker.
no. So you're saying that if he can get
No, I'm
banned
not
for
saying it's
calling a
okay.
person
I'm
a
not saying it's
cracker,
okay. No, I'm not saying it's okay. I'm just saying we can if we want to, and he should be able to as well. He should be able to say whatever the hell he wants. If he wants to call a dude an N-word, I mean, that's a little bit different story. I don't think anybody should be able to say it, but I mean, I've said it, so I can't really talk shit. But if he wants to call some dude a cracker, then call some dude a cracker. He probably is.
oh well,
Well,
yeah.
that's a derogatory term towards white people, no, though.
Oh, I
So
don't
how is
give a
that more
fuck.
okay?
My buddy calls me a cracker, and I call him, and you know, you know what I mean, all the time. And we do it, we don't do it in school
Because it
because, of
wasn't
course,
used
that's
as a
inappropriate.
term for oppression.
Yeah. They're like, oh, well, we don't care if it's oppressive. We don't care if it's derogatory. It didn't oppress white people for thousands of years, so fuck you guys. Which, I mean, I don't disagree with them, but like, come on now. If it's not okay for us to do it, why is it okay for black people? If they don't want it done to them, don't do it to us. Throwing that out
It's
there.
not okay for anyone to be using that word. I don't think anyone should use it. I don't believe in it taking the word back and using it. Like, just don't use it. Just get it out of society. You know what I mean? Just get rid of it.
Oh, shit. Sorry, I went from first to second, and I went to go to third. It didn't shift right. I hit first and
Oh,
killed the
Lord.
car and hit a tree. Dude, it wasn't good. The whole thing just boom. Wasn't good. God damn it, I did it again.
One man
Four.
response to people who say they want to make America great again.
It was Hassan, wasn't it? He responded.
You are more powerful than you think.
What does he mean
So
by
these
that?
people,
Dude, I can't find first and second. Why is
these
first
people
and
don't
second?
look like MAGA people. For first off,
What do you mean?
so they like.
Oh God, here we go.
America.
Bruh. Come on
Yeah,
now,
that's
bruh.
exactly what it is. You're talking about a power of stories before. Make America Great Again seems like such an effective political slogan because it's a story wrapped in it that implies that this country was once great when white Americans dominated and that people like Donald Trump are going to restore it to greatness. What kind of counter story can these who have a different version of America tell that address the fears of some white Americans? See, that's exactly what I've been saying.
I think we're on an ad.
We are not yet.
Guys, have you seen the size comparison between the Titanic and like modern day cruise ships?
Yeah.
Fucking
Is it
ridiculous.
The
like, are the cruise ships bigger?
the Titanic is like
Dude, yeah.
the fucking dinghies hanging off the side of the cruise ship.
The cruise, the Titanic is the balls of the cruise ship.
No, the dinghy, the boats that you would get on if it started sinking.
Oh,
Jesus
damn.
Christ.
Dude, why do we take those into like holes and shit then, dude? Like, come on now. Like, you know the little sinkhole tornado thingies in the middle of the ocean?
Yeah.
So we be taking cruise boats into there like they're nothing, bro.
Yeah.
We be
Because they're
taking cruise boats into
massive.
there. Yeah, we also want people to die, right? That's what we want. Oh, dude, why did I go from so frustrated with myself right now because I'm doing left-handed shifting. I can't figure out where every gear is. Piss me off.
Oh, man, there is no current news. So um
Oh, you fucking racist.
the
What's up?
second part of the affidavit or the third part of the affidavit was released. I was wanting to get into that.
What's the Alpha Deva?
For the Trump Mar-a-Lago raid.
Hey, guy, Matt, you know that you said that you're really into space?
That I'm what? Really
You know
into
that you're
space?
really into
Yes.
astronomy?
Yes.
So Chanel informed me earlier that there's a rocket going to the moon later on, and there's a live stream of it.
Artemis 1, yes.
We have to watch that live stream. You know that, don't you?
Oh, I'm
That has to
perfectly fine
happen.
with that.
That's big. And
What
my
time?
son's watching it with Chanel. It's in like
Uh,
5 minutes.
Nice. Let's do it.
Absolutely. Do you think I'd be able to see it as like a star where I am, like moving?
I don't know.
I fucking hope so.
Dude, I hope
Shine my
your
laser
boys
pen.
gets to see
Sh-
it, dude.
Shine my green laser pen at it. Make the pilot crash. No, I'm joking. I'm joking.
Oh, no,
Throw your
Matt,
cell
he's
phone
threatening
at
to
it.
kill people. Selfies.
No, throw your cell phone at it because if your phone's not in airplane mode, then it'd cause it to crash.
Jesus.
Is it
Do
on
you guys really
YouTube?
believe that's a thing?
No.
No.
Maybe I would say maybe a little bit. Um,
I don't. I never put my phone on airplane mode. I just buy the Wi-Fi.
Yeah, I don't think I don't think it interferes. I'm thinking in this day and age, like really, like playing instruments are gonna get interrupted by my phone signal in this day and age. I just thinking, nah, surely not. You know what I mean? Like maybe
I
like 20
can.
years ago, maybe, but not now. Surely to God.
hey,
I would hope they'd have a failsafe for that already.
Artemis
Yeah,
1.
same.
Come out of the corner, accelerate, drop 1, 2, drop, take off. Oh shit!
Um,
Lost traction. Too much power.
okay, so this
I think
says
they
that
try.
it's not supposed to launch for another 12 hours.
Oh,
It's wrong.
do you think maybe the stream
The
is set
stream,
for in 5 minutes?
I think the stream has went live, but it's under a notify me. Um, uh,
Oh fuck! I hit a tree. Sean, your car is an automatic, right?
No. Would I fuck driving automatic?
uh,
You drive a manual,
Yeah.
like stick shift, like you go vroom,
go for
clutch in,
launch
shift, let
is
out, go.
Liftoff is set for 8:33 a.m. EDT. Is that Eastern time?
daylight, Eastern Daylight Time.
Okay,
Okay, so
so
it's
when
8
is
a.m.
So
that?
that would be
12
EDT.
like
hours
New
from?
York
That's
time,
12 hours from now.
which is about 12 hours from now.
Well, Chanel, bring the kids back in. No rockets tonight.
EDT 12:33. So GMT. What's GMT? Is that global?
I believe
I can't be
so.
global.
I mean, Sean's got a rocket for it, but
No, is it Greenwich something time? I'm sure it's Greenwich something time. Hold on.
Greenwich Mean Time, which is the plus minus 0, which is located. Is that your guys' time?
I
Yes.
shoved it in fourth. Why is
The
Yes.
it?
Royal Greenwich Observatory in England.
Um, so they're saying
So it's
12:33.
12:30. Yeah, it's 12:30 tomorrow afternoon, Chanel. Just after midday.
Wait, am I gonna be in? Wait, am I gonna be in school yet?
At 8:30 in the morning, probably.
Oh fuck, dude, that means it's my first hour. Wait, no. Yeah, that means it's in my first hour. I won't be able to watch it with you guys.
Sick
Um,
day.
do we want to? Do you want to
Dude,
pull a
if
stream
I
for
have it,
tomorrow
I could always.
at that time, Sean, for the launch?
What you wanna?
That means you stay up all night.
I
I
could.
mean, we could do if you
Or
I'll
do you
do it with
just
you
or do you
guys.
if you
just want to
want.
like cover it after like I don't really want to cover it after it happens. I really want to watch it
No,
live.
let's cover it live. Let's cover it live. Absolutely.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Well, then I guess I'm pulling an all-nighter. Fuck yeah, let's go,
Dude, you're going to
boys.
be in school. You ain't going to be able to join.
I'll stay in. I'll stay in the whole morning until I get to first hour, and I'll still stay in during first hour. I don't care.
Tell him you're ill. You can't go. But you can't go to school because you're not feeling well.
Yeah, I'm super
You know what
excited
my
to
dad,
see it too because it's fucking massive.
dude. You know what my dad's gonna tell me? I don't care. Go to school.
Um what do you
My
have?
dad doesn't
What
give a
what
shit
what
if you're
class do you
ill.
have first?
PE.
Oh fuck.
Right?
I
Right?
always hated PE first period. That was the worst thing
Yeah,
that you could ever do.
I'll give you that. I think I personally think that it should be a law to have an hour of PE every day. in school. I do, but not in the fucking morning. No way.
I mean, I understand it because if
Absolutely
you have
not.
so many students, you got to have different
No, dude.
periods. So I understand that, but
Like here, let me check my schedule real quick. I can
No,
check and
I
see where
don't
I'm
think
at
I don't think
8:30.
that should be a thing. I really don't think it should be a thing. I think the whole school, right? The whole school, just after lunch, the hour, like an hour and a half after lunch or 2 hours should just be PE based every day, and the whole school does it at once. Just
yeah, I'm
hire
always
a big team of coaches.
yeah, no, I'm always watching SpaceX take off because I find it so fucking
8:30.
fascinating, especially that they could fucking land rockets and they can do it so consistently. Oh, it's absolutely beautiful.
Okay, I have a question for everyone, right? You two and anyone in the stream as well that wants to answer this, right? And you're not going to be made fun of if you think this, right? It's okay. Do you think that they actually did go to the moon?
Yes.
Conspiracy that they never went there. Do you think they did?
Yes.
Dude, I really am gonna have PE. I wish I had English then. I bet I could convince my dude. I wish
Uh,
I could have.
I
I
think
wish I
they
had
label it as
English.
misogynist.
Dude, I wish I had English, bro. I bet I could
Type it
convince
again,
my English
and I'll
teacher
tell
to
you what
let
it
me
says.
watch it. I bet I could convince my English teacher to throw it up on the freaking screen.
What, my stream? Yes. Have your
Yeah.
English teacher put my stream up on screen. Hell yes.
Absolutely. Say we're
I'll
covering the
do it.
launch.
I'll
It's
do it. No,
educational,
dude, I
and kids
can't.
need
No,
to.
dude, I can't. So listen,
You can.
when I'm,
You could
I
just tell her
can't.
that is
No, no,
one
no, no, no,
small
no,
step
because
for man.
I have advanced PE during that time, bro. I
Oh,
can't.
now it's
I don't
okay
know
for
what
you to
to.
do it, so because I approved you.
It's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
I don't
Or
know
is
what you
that,
want me to do, man.
or is it one giant leap for man, a small? I can't remember how the quote
One
goes.
small step for
I'm not gonna
man,
lie.
or one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
Here, let me check my schedule.
I know this because America #1.
Dude, I know
We're
damn good
number
and
one.
well. Dude, I know damn good and well I'm still gonna be in that freaking stupid
Like honestly, I wish we would give.
Earth hour
I
question
wish
mark.
we would give so much more money to fucking NASA.
Dude, I'm in there until 8:45. How long do you think the launch is gonna be?
That one I will deny Nell because we don't use that word.
What is it? Somebody just send it to me.
It's a lesbian slur.
No, not that word. The one that I blocked.
Starts with an F.
No, it starts with an R. That
Oh,
I don't
that
okay.
I
I
have
don't
told you that I have told you many times not to say.
I don't remember what it is if you just type it to me so I know what we're talking about. Um so what time do you think it's actually gonna take off instead of just like when the live stream starts?
Uh, that I don't know.
Because
Probably.
I get out of there at 8:45. I bet I
I
could still watch it in the second
I
hour.
think their launch is set for 2 hours after it starts.
So it starts at 8:30, and then
Or hold on.
8:30, 9:30, 9:30, 10:30. I'll be in third hour.
Oh,
Dude,
fucking
third hour is coding.
give me fucking
Dude,
NASA.
dude, 10:30 is coding. My teacher lets me keep my phone.
Okay, so it
Fucking
says
thank
liftoff is
God.
currently scheduled for 8:33. So they plan really? Like the word is ableist. Okay, so you're in the UK, so things are a little bit different over there. Here in the United States, it is a banned word.
TOS
So
is very different.
yes, uh, the current liftoff
Sean,
time is
do you know what we're
8:33.
talking about?
So what time do you want to start stream, Sean?
Start streams. You might as well
We
just
could do it
stay
like
on.
we could do it like 10 minutes. No, dude, I can't stay on all that time. You're mad. I mean, we can do it
Gonna leave me
like
out
10 minutes
here?
before they're due to take off if you want.
I would like to jump in a little bit earlier than that.
Well, yeah, 10, 20 minutes, half an hour, whichever one you
Uh,
want.
I was thinking of like 8 a.m. Which would be noon your time.
Dude, I
Eight,
literally start
11, 12, 1, 2. That'd be 2 p.m. for me, 2 p.m. Monday. Yeah, I got nothing on. We're good.
I
We're
thought
good
you
to go
said you
there.
were GMT.
We're at GMT. It's 6 hours ahead.
Yeah, launch is 12:33
8:30.
GMT.
Well, then it can't be 8:33 for you then.
No, it'd be 7:33 for me.
Oh, it'll be at
W-
7:30 is when the launch is?
Yes.
Okay, well then that will
Oh, well
still
then I
be
can
when,
join, guys. I'll be fine. It's 7:30. My class doesn't even start until 7:55.
that'll still be 1 p.m. for me.
Yeah, like,
Still not
dude, that means I
12:33.
can join, bro. I'll join on the bus and we can start streaming. We can start streaming around what? You want to start streaming around 7 then, our time, Matt? Because I know you wanted to get in like around 30,
Yeah.
30 minutes before. So about 7? Okay, that's fine. I can do that.
Yeah,
I'll just go.
I'm not someone who wakes up early ever. I just can't do it. I'm not a morning person.
Dude, you literally be texting me at 1 p.m. your
So,
time and be like, it's too
okay, hold
early.
on.
Like, bro, it's 1
If
p.m. You're at the afternoon.
if you
Don't
are
care.
6 hours ahead of me, correct? So
What time is it for you
it's
now?
almost midnight.
5:30, 38. And it's 11:38 now, so yes.
Okay, so you're plus
We're +6, aren't we? No, we're not plus.
Y'all got me mad confused, bro. I swear.
I'm so fucking confused.
Yeah,
It
I
says 10:30 GMT for us. No, no, that's from. Okay, from. Liftoff is set for 8:33 a.m. EDT, which
right,
is
which is 4
12:32
hours.
GMT.
This says it's 4 hours behind UTC, which is the
I'm
Coordinated
so
Universal
confused.
Time, which I think is also GMT.
We can't be GMT then.
Are you also UTC?
I've not got a clue, man. I really haven't got a clue.
Sean, oh my god, you guys are so fucking. You guys just don't
I
know
don't
how to
know.
do things.
So we'll start at 7 a.m. here, which would make it 1 p.m. there.
Yes, that's no
Okay.
problem.
BST. Oh, Wales is GMT +1.
Um.
Wales is GMT +1.
Okay, so I think that there's just a typo on that GMT then. Because if GMT is +1, then that means UTC is ±0.
I don't know. I just looked it up because you guys were taking too long.
BST, big slutty titties.
BST, big slutty ticket.
Yeah,
We like those.
of course we do.
Mm.
Smoking weed is now more popular than smoking tobacco. Hell yeah.
Well, yeah, of course it is. It's way better.
Alright, anything on AP? The
Sean,
launch.
how is your basic chair working for you?
Dude, suck your mum. Okay, I like my chair. It's really comfortable, and I'm enjoying it.
You want to know why you enjoy your chair?
Oh yeah, I was going to find
Do you? Do you want to know?
um
Sean, it's because your chair is the most basic sought after chair ever because every single YouTuber has had it at one point in their lives.
Landon, who's sitting on this chair, me or you?
You. And
Right,
that's
so I
because
will
you're
worry
basic.
about it. I'll worry about it, and you'll shut your mouth.
Okay.
You won't talk to me that way because
So the
I
alpha
am not
David
your
that got
fucking
released.
child.
Joking, bro. I'm only joking. Sorry, Matt. Go on.
Uh
Landon's being silly bitty.
so the judge He asked for the DOJ to release a redacted affidavit. Well, submit a redacted affidavit to him to basically approve it for release. So what the DOJ did is they went in with their big black marker and they marked out a bunch of stuff to prevent any issues, like um, names of witnesses, which way the investigation's going, like important information that like could benefit the other party, which is perfectly fine, but it still gave a little bit of information to release. So the very first
No,
or
no,
the
it's
very
pretty
first thing that
clear.
they submitted, um, the judge approved. Um, and the reasoning behind what they did redact is um, uh,
It feels the same as yours, Chanel. It feels literally the exact same as yours. Spacious, leans back. It's great.
No, bruh. No, bruh. Stop. Stop
so
giving
according
people
to the
false hope.
affidavit, uh, there's also probable cause to believe that evidence of obstruction will be found.
What is
Uh,
that?
what obstruction?
Oh, evidence of obstruction.
Yeah.
So, like, problems or
I'm really
like,
confused now. Then I don't know what you're on about.
yeah, I
Yeah,
don't know
me
what you're
neither.
on about either.
I know what Matt's on about. I'm just responding to the chat. I know what Matt's saying.
I have zero clue, bro. Like, Matt, what do you mean, bro? Like, obstruction of, like, what would they have obstructed? What are you trying to say?
To prevent something from happening. So in this case, it would be, Donald Trump tried to
What are you
prevent
doing?
them from going on with the investigation.
Who,
No,
is
I
that your
didn't.
nephew or your niece?
How did that work out for you? Fucking strap on. Get out.
Okay,
The
so
fucking,
according to the affidavit, the 15
yeah,
boxes
fucking strap on.
included. Are we done?
No, dude.
I'm sorry.
You
My niece
fucking
was stood up.
funny.
So
No, you
my
were
family have
fine.
got this. My family have got this stupid tendency to stand outside the window and like make sudden loud noises because they know I don't like it and they scare the shit out of me. And I could see my niece um doing it and she failed to scare me.
Dude.
What are you laughing at?
What you said. You said piss off your strap on, and it was just funny for no reason.
Oh, bro, they all fucking do it. They literally just line up outside the fucking window waiting to scare me. Honest to God, absolute pre-op. Just fuck off, like.
Man, y'all need to like smoke a joint before we come on stream so we can stay focused.
Bro,
Focus,
I'm
bro. I
sorry.
just
I
get
am focused. It's hard to stay focused when you got so like when
I
you're
know.
there. Look, I'm there looking at your screen, and I can see my reflection in my window at the corner of my eye. And every now and again, I move my hand without realizing it. And I can see movement. And this time I looked over, I could just see my niece's face looking at me.
I'd kick her ass. I'd throw
Oh, don't.
her.
Okay,
I
so
swear to God, I'm gonna put a mouse trap at the bottom because I know she goes out there barefoot. Go on,
uh
Matt.
so the 15 boxes that they got um contained 184 specific documents marked classified. 67 of which were marked confidential, which is like the lowest form of um classification. 92 were marked secret, and then 25 documents were marked top secret.
Nobody gives a fuck about top secret documents,
Yeah, that's
including.
extremely important.
Yeah, Matt.
Based upon this investigation, I do not believe that any spaces within the premises have been authorized for storage of classified information, at least since the end of POTUS, former president. Okay, presidential mission uh, on January 20, 2021. an agent wrote in the affidavit. So the agent who helped write the affidavit said that there was nowhere on the fucking premises where classified information should be stored.
I just noticed what Chanel said. I don't sit on your lap. What are you on about?
No, she's talking about your lap.
No, she says my lap is in her lap. Said I had the best chair. Ow.
No, bro, he does not. Do not make him feel
Of the
like he
32
does.
pages of the affidavit, 21 pages were almost totally or significantly blacked out.
I
Now,
absolutely don't. I absolutely do not. This is a lie.
I
Your
believe
life
that
is a lie. What is
Sean
he? What is she saying?
enjoys being pegged.
Oh
I,
yeah,
d-
he likes it
I, d-
rough. He
I do
likes it
not.
rough,
I am not.
man.
I do not get pegged. I can assure you right now.
Oh no, dude,
I
I
do.
think you take it nice and tight.
Dude, you fucking get pegged. That ginger comb over been making you look like a fucking right queer. Shut up.
Really? Because I'm not the one getting all defensive here. I'm just saying.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. You wouldn't be saying yeah, yeah if I wasn't fucking right.
I would be. Because there's no use arguing you, because you just keep going and going no matter how wrong you are.
Yeah,
Oh,
because
he
I know
prefers
I'm
the
right. I
pink
don't.
one.
I do prefer the pink one. It vibrates.
Exactly. You
It
ginger
makes me
lolly fuck.
when I use the pink one, it's smaller, so it makes me feel less intimidated about my own insecurities. No, I'm joking.
We're finna get a Karen in here that's gonna make you guys so fucking. Oh
All
my
right,
god.
let's piss everybody off and go to CNN.
Let's piss everybody off and go to CNN.
Um,
Jesus. So, Sean, how does it feel to take fat pink cock in the ass?
Well, you should know, bro. You and your boyfriend do it on the regs.
Really? Really? Because I wasn't getting all defensive when my little comb over got offended, but your little comb over got offended and it cried to his bitch boy girlfriend all the way fucking home like the three little pigs.
I didn't get offended at all. I just don't get pegged.
I don't believe you. I think
Listen,
Chanel
I don't get
shoves it in
pegged in
your
the showers
ass.
after PE like you.
I don't even get to take a shower after pee, you asshole.
So you just sit there smelling all day.
Yep, yep, you don't get to take a shower
Why?
because they don't make the showers work anymore. They don't worry about it.
okay, so
Well,
back to the
in this country they
news.
do. Sorry, go on.
Jesus Christ. Talk about getting derailed.
No, fuck you, Matt. This is important. This is what's wrong with the school system.
There's a lot wrong with the school system.
Exactly. And every time I try and bring up what's wrong with the school system, we somehow get off topic and talk about something else.
Because that's not what we're talking about, dude. It can wait.
To when? Because I've tried to bring it up multiple times.
Because you try to bring it up like right in the middle of something.
Okay, I want to bring it up after this conversation
Okay, that's perfectly fine. Like,
because I think it's important.
I do too. There's nothing that's going to change it because people keep fucking voting Republicans in.
Yeah, probably.
Well, just to give you
I
an idea, so like 50 years ago or something like that, um 80% of basically tuition cost um was um was subsidized by the US government. Today, that's closer to 35%.
I don't.
Granted, this is just college. Uh, Basically, what it means is so like so the government is just handing these schools money, which helps lower your cost. So you're not even technically paying like quote unquote full price for the college that you go to. You're paying a subsidized price. Okay? Back before the 70s or before the 80s, uh, 80% of that cost was subsidized by the government. So basically, you would only be paying 20% of the cost for school. Today, it's only 35%, which is the reason why the cost is just so outlandish.
Because gay.
But anyways, we'll get to that in just a second.
Matt just moves on.
So new details about how the DOJ got involved in the document in the document fiasco in the first place. The FBI affidavit really reveals new insight into how the investigation began. It started after a criminal referral from the National Archives, which was sent to the Justice Department on February 9th. The archives told the Justice Department that the boxes recovered in January contained newspapers, magazines, printed news articles, photos, miscellaneous printouts, notes, presidential correspondence, personal posts, presidential records, and a lot of classified records. The archives official said there was significant concern over the fact that highly classified records were intermixed with other records and weren't properly identified. After receiving this information, the DOJ and the FBI launched a criminal investigation into the matter, leading to the subpoena for June for the classified materials and the search for Mar-a-Lago the month after. We're in ad.
I'm choosing race car parts.
And you're not even listening to what I'm saying.
No, I'm listening. It sounds like somebody is jerking off. So I'm listening to what you're saying. You're talking about Mar-a-Lago and what they're finding and how majority of it needs to be locked up, but it isn't.
Yeah, no,
Again,
that's
that's not
not
one.
even close to what I just
Not.
said.
Yes, it was.
No.
Maybe.
See, the thing is, like, you're listening to what I'm saying, but you're not hearing what I'm saying because your focus is somewhere else.
Okay.
I know you're not listening, Faith, because you're a Donald Trump lover.
No way. Is she really?
Well, dude, she's from Michigan.
Oh God. Really?
And
Come
Michigan
on
and
now.
Michigan is only good for two things: being at love and loving Donald Trump.
What was the first one?
Being at love,
Being a glove?
being at love.
Huh? Gay?
I'm so confused. I'm
Uh,
really confused right now. What do you mean being a glove?
I'll show you.
Are you gonna take a picture of a condom right now?
No,
And that was used as what?
tell me this is not a glove. Oh, this is a better picture. Ignore the top bit.
Oh,
Ignore the top bit. Tell me that's not a
okay.
glove or a mitten or whatever you guys
Yeah, okay,
might
I
call
get
it.
it.
Who would support him? Honestly, there's a lot of people. There's a lot of people who support him.
X.
People support Daddy Trump just like they support Daddy Tate.
And
Cause
honestly,
Daddy Tate is fucking
and
dumbass.
honestly, I feel like that a lot of the people that do support him just completely ignore anything that is ever said except for the words that come out of like his mouth. Which I mean, like that's exactly what he's done. I mean, for how long did he call you know, all other news sources fake news?
He did it to a reporter, didn't he? He refused to talk to a reporter because they were fake news. I can't remember where that was from. You suck out. I can't remember what reporter, who the report was representing.
Probably CNN. Because that's
Maybe.
one of the ones
Oh,
that he
well, just
hates
blame
most.
that.
That's why I said I was going to pull up CNN for people who hate him, so that way I can get people hate him.
Well, fuck Trump, right? Sean would bend over ass backwards for Tate. Absolutely. Daddy Tate. Absolutely.
Okay, so continuing
I
on.
would let him use the pink
Uh,
dodo on me any day.
oh my God, Landon, why don't you pull up this page and you read the information out loud for us?
Which page is it?
I'll link it to you.
Do it. No balls.
Brandon can't read.
No balls. Do it. I didn't see it's not sending, Matt. There's no chat. Hold on, let me
Brandon,
move
you
my
ain't gonna read
racing
this.
simulator just
You
real
ain't got it in
fast.
you.
We're
You shut
currently on
your whole
the
mouth.
redactions keep obstruction evidence secret for now.
Okay. Hold on. Let me click, bitch. Hold on. I just shut down my game. It's being way too slow. Jesus, dude, my freaking. Oh God, work, please. Give me just 5 seconds. Okay, there we go. Okay,
He's just
Yeah.
reading over his ABCs.
where are we at?
Redactions keep obstruction evidence secret for now.
Okay. You said redactions. Okay, hold on. Then my dog's gonna fucking bark, of course. I swear to God, I will put you outside, you dumb son of a bitch.
I need to. Yeah, while he's reading, I'll take care of that.
So, one underreacted subhead in the affidavit cues up the probable cause caused by the FBI has to believe that there were documents containing classified defense information and presidential records at Mar-a-Lago. Most of the section that follows is redacted, and the unredacted subhead aligns with two of the criminal statutes that the affidavit cited at the beginning. With the third potential crime, obstruction, that was cited by the warrant materials does not have a corresponding unredacted subhead in the affidavit. The FBI would have to provide the court its explanation on why I believe there was a likely evidence of that crime at Mar-a-Lago. So the absence of any unredacted details about that evidence signals that they're part of that the why is there two that's back to back?
Oh,
That
true. Yeah, I just saw that. Good spot.
that part of department that part of the department they're supposed so they messed up that and they need to put part of the department. So that part of the department is particularly sensitive about that aspect, or if its investigation is being made public.
No, I
And
would
that's
say
on
that that's
CNN.
correct. So the absence of any
Yeah,
unredacted details about that evidence signals that that part of the department is particularly sensitive about the aspects of the investigation being made public.
right. But do you also agree with my grammar statement that CNN needs to learn how to fucking proofread?
No, you read it incorrectly. Like
No, there's no
no
comma
no
there or
no.
anything.
Here, let me I'll read it the way that it's supposed to be. Like maybe a comma in there, but a comma still doesn't work. So the
Yeah,
absent
I
so
still
the
think there should be a comma.
there should be a pause there for sure. So the
Yeah,
absence of
like
any
comma.
unredacted details about that evidence signals that that part of the department is particularly sensitive. So what they're
Yeah,
saying
like I
is they
understood. No,
say
I understood what they were saying. I just don't know why they didn't put like maybe a comma there or something because it
because
just doesn't look
because you
right.
don't put a comma there.
I don't know. Sean said my grammar check was right, so I'm gonna
I
go
didn't
with
say
grammar.
that at all.
No, you said nice catch. You tell me nice catch just to tell me
Well,
nice catch? No, you
well,
told me nice
no,
catch
like
because you
at
thought what I said was
first,
right.
because he was looking at it at first view that it was and that does sound wrong. But when
Because it
you
is.
no, when you read it correctly, it's not because so the part that says that part of the department or that part of department, um, that's like one little part of the phrase. The previous that refers to something else, a different that.
Oh, okay.
So the reason why I wanted you to read is so that way I knew you was paying attention. I know I'm
I
an
was still
asshole.
playing my game. I was still playing my game. Because I'm just that good. Asshole.
Alphabet Soup shows high sensitivity of docs Trump took from the White House. The affidavit used a handful of acronyms when describing the sensitivity of the documents that were recovered from Mar-a-Lago earlier in the year. This alphabet soup is probably confusing to most Americans, but national security experts have said it reveals the horrifying scope of the security breach. Some of the classified documents that Trump brought with him from the White House to Mar-a-Lago. Mar-a-Lago is um, one of Trump's residences in Florida that sits on a golf course. Um, Contain markings for HCS, FISA, ORCON, and blah 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 blah. According to the
It's because
FBI office.
Trump gay ASF.
HSC indicates the material is about human sources or spies that often work with the CIA. FISA related to court order surveillance, collecting foreign intelligence, including wiretaps. ORCON means the document is so sensitive that its originator must approve any request to share it. Holy shit.
What?
Orcron, ORCON. If it has that moniker on it, that means the document is so sensitive that its originator must approve any request to share it.
So if the
Uh,
originator dies, you are fucked.
no, they probably have steps uh, to be able to like deal with something like that. Um, NOFORN, no foreign, means the material can't be shared with with any foreign entities, even allies, without permission. SI is short for special intelligence, relates to signals intercepts, which are typically handled by the NSA. These phrases confirm what many feared, that the documents that may have been illegally mishandled at Mar-a-Lago contain some of America's most sensitive secrets. And like I completely agree. And like, but what's going to happen? Absolutely nothing.
Well, yeah, because Daddy Trump.
Yeah, nothing's going to happen because we fucking we
Because
can't
Daddy Trump.
prosecute fucking rich people here.
Because Daddy Trump.
No, because the fucking rich are treated different.
Exactly, because Daddy Trump. Because he's Daddy Trump and he can do what the fuck he wants when the fuck he wants because he's Daddy Trump and everybody thinks he's fucking great when he's not.
DOJ keeping details about personal involvement close to the chest. The department said in its legal brief
Yeah.
justifying the memos that the FBI personnel who have already been identified as individuals in the investigation have received threats of violence from members of
Good,
public.
good,
You-
good.
You're saying good?
Are they bad people or good people?
If you would fucking listen, dude. Jesus
No,
Christ.
no, it's because I don't understand like the words. They're too big.
The department said in its legal brief justifying the memos that the FBI personnel who have
Oh,
already
okay.
been identified as involved in the investigation have received threats of violence from members of the public.
There's no
Wait.
big words in there. You're just not listening.
Exactly.
Stop talking out your ass.
So
So like,
isn't the
dude,
FBI the people that are
if you
trying?
care about
Wait,
this stream, hold on. If you care about this stream, if you want to
oh
commit to
God,
this
the
stream,
fucking
then
guilt
commit to
trips
this
here,
fucking
people.
stream.
The guilt trips.
No, because this is exactly my fucking point. Okay, like I understand that like just sitting here staring at a screen or whatever is extremely boring. And you can even do other things, but have it focus around the goddamn stream. You sitting there playing video games has absolutely nothing to do with the stream, and if anything it's making the stream worse. Okay, you
Okay.
keep wanting to talk this shit about how like you were a co-founder and how you helped get it started. Well, you're the one that's pulling it down right now.
Okay, but don't we like the? Wait. So if the FBI are the ones investigating it, why would they get the death threats from the public? They're the ones investigating what went wrong.
Because people don't like that Trump was ever investigated.
Right.
Okay, well
We
then
Because
love
that makes
Trump.
sense. Well, then yeah, that would make sense. I mean, not everyone's giving them death threats, just the people who like Trump, because
which
the
is a
FBI is
fuck ton
investigating
of
Trump.
people.
Well, yeah, I know that. I never said it wasn't. I don't disagree. That's a fuck ton of people for no reason whatsoever. But yeah,
But like, do you understand what I'm saying, bub? Like, I'm not trying to be a dick, but like, I am being a dick.
lies, lies. You dick piece of shit.
No, I'm really not trying to be a dick. I'm just speaking from fucking what's going on.
Okay.
You know, like when it's just me and Sean, we don't have this problem. And like
That's
when he
because
has
Sean is your
questions,
little bitch. He
no, he's
just sits
fucking
there.
not because no,
What'd you
no,
fucking say?
no. It's because he's older and he understands what the fuck is going on. And like if he has any
Screwing, you little bitch.
and if he has any questions, then he asks me because he's paying attention. He just may not know something
Mm,
because, you
mm,
know, he's from a socialist communist country.
mm, mm.
You know, but I guarantee if Sean was sitting in front of a computer doing this stream, he would ask a lot less questions and just look things up himself.
That is probably what I try to do that now, but sometimes when I know that it's
Right.
probably gonna be a long ass Google search, I just think, fuck it, I'm just asking. If it sounds stupid, it is what it is.
Right, and like that's what I do because when I read stuff like that, it's a lot harder for me to comprehend when I read it myself. That's why I ask.
No,
Right, and
you don't.
that's perfectly fine. And you know, like if you have any questions about what is being said, then that's fine. Ask them. Okay? But like at least ask a question that you was paying attention to.
Okay, I'll start doing that.
You know, and
Sorry.
like I said, if you want to do other things, that's perfectly fine. But like you want to have a discussion about how the schooling system has failed. Well, why don't you pull up information on that while you're waiting for that topic to begin instead of playing video games? Do you see what I mean? Like you can be productive in the stream still without having to just play video games. And that would make the conversation around that topic so much better. Or is it just my job to get all that information?
Well, usually you get the information. You're usually the information guy. You know all the good sites, so you don't really like just click on whatever you think is good. So usually, but when I do it, I just click on whatever I think sounds good, and sometimes it's not good. So I usually let you handle that kind of thing.
Okay, but then you don't learn anything. If you do it, then you learn. Like, how do you think I learned how to do it? You think I just magically was like, oh, this is a good site and this one's not? No, it takes trial and error. It takes clicking on sites and not clicking on sites. And you can get there too.
Okay. I've got 2 sites. I'm bringing up more. We need at least 5. You fat ass. 80 pieces?
Wow, that is a fat ass move.
Dude,
Oh,
80.
it's popcorn chicken. It's not the big
Maybe
chicken.
like
It's
another
No,
minute.
so
But yeah,
you
they're
fat
pretty.
ass.
that's not fast.
Okay.
Listen, you scrawny bitch. If I want to eat fucking that, I will. Allow yourself.
And you know what else you are?
All right, back to topic.
Fat ass.
Back to topic. Right?
Go on, go on, Matt.
The FBI told the judge that minor but important redactions to the affidavit were needed to protect the safety of law enforcement personnel.
Okay. I'm still confused.
About what?
Okay. So the fuck. I was looking up something, so I wasn't paying attention. God damn it. I was looking up something. I was doing research. I have like
That's
4
fine.
websites. Okay.
See, if
So
I know
you
that you're
said
doing something, I don't get as upset. But if it's because you're playing a video game, then I get more upset.
which paragraph are we on so I can kind of just skim over it? We're over
The
DOJ, right?
second one. DOJ
Trump.
keeps
Okay.
detail, and
The
then
department is
I'm
delivered
currently on the
discharge
second.
memos, PFPI personal identified as threats of violence for members of the public. Okay, we went over that. Reflection over need to protect the safety of law enforcement personnel. Agreed.
Oh,
The rest of it I really don't care about. So the FBI did say that there was trained counterintelligence and FBI investigations agents. But like nothing else really matters out of everything that's said here. Basically, it's just saying that we were trying to keep the FBI information out of the affidavit in order to protect them.
All right. Okay. That makes sense because they're already getting death threats, so why would you want to put more information out there for them to get hurt worse?
exactly.
What's a video game? A video game
Oh,
or
Jesus, it's a video game.
video game. It's just a video game with me being an
Is it video?
idiot.
Who asked that? Melly?
Faith. No,
Oh,
Faith
Faith.
in on
Okay.
Facebook.
Yeah, video games are important. We like video games.
We love video games. Trump's team
They are
claims that
life.
Trump's team claims that he could unilaterally declassify docs that were surfaced for the judge. When seeking the warrant, the FBI made the judge aware that Trump's team had claimed that Trump had absolute authority to declassify documents. The affidavit
Damn.
cited and included as an attachment a letter Trump attorney Evan, I'm not even going to try to pronounce that last name, sent to the Justice Department in May. After the extensive, after the existence of the investigation surfaced publicly, asserting that Trump had such authority as the affidavit noted, the letter instructed the DOJ to provide the letter to any court considering motions related to the investigation. The affidavit also referred to a Breitbart report. Of course, it fucking is going to talk about Breitbart. You know, you can't get in there without Breitbart. Quoting Kash Patel, a former Trump national security aide who was named one of Trump's designees to handle issues with the presidential records in June, as stating that Trump had declassified the materials retrieved by the National Archives in January. The rest of the section of the affidavit, however, is classified, so it's not clear why federal investigators cited Patel's comments. Since the FBI search, Trump has pointed to January 19, 2021 memo in which he declassified documents related to the FBI's Russia investigation. There's no evidence, however, that those materials were what the FBI was looking for when they searched Mar-a-Lago. So if he declassified them, why don't we have it? Thank you, honey.
Yeah, true.
You know, I'm just saying. I'm just saying. DOJ hoped to keep documents secret. It's important to remember the process that led to Friday's blockbuster unto blah blah. Shortly after Mar-a-Lago search, news outlets including CNN urged the judge to unseal the entire court records to provide unprecedented transparency into the unprecedented. Oh my God! Fucking stop using that goddamn word, CNN. That word should become illegal for all news outlets because nothing's
What
fucking
is it?
unprecedented anymore.
Oh, okay.
That word should fucking just be illegal.
Matt's just getting frustrated because he's getting tongue tied.
No, because the word has no meaning anymore. Like breaking news. Breaking news has no more meaning anymore. Like CNN, quite literally everything was breaking news during COVID. Breaking news. My nephew took a shit today. Breaking news.
I
He
sure as fuck
didn't wipe his
did.
ass good enough. Breaking news.
Sure
Like
as
that's
fuck
just
did.
fucking like that's how CNN ran things and it was just absolutely fucking mind destroying. Um The Justice Department argued in court last week against releasing the affidavit, but its lawyers were unable to convince the court. That makes sense. Um, Instead, the prosecutors were told to prepare a version for the public with limited redactions, which contained a surprisingly robust amount of information. So, what's next? What comes next in the Justice Department's investigation is not clear. The filings released Friday, however, said that so far it has involved a significant number of civilian witnesses. I want to know how many people have fucking turned on Trump because that's what this is. I want to know how many people fucking threw Donald Trump under the fucking bus. When the FBI sought approval for the warrant, it told the court it planned to search the 45 office at Mar-a-Lago as well as all storage room and all other rooms or areas within the premises used or available to be used by Trump and his staff in which boxes or documents could be stored, including all structures or buildings on the estate. Basically, it said I wanted to fucking search the whole goddamn place. Trump waited 2 weeks to respond to the search in court and did so this week in a lawsuit now before a different judge. Yeah, so fucking Trump went to a different judge in a different district uh, that he appointed. This is a judge that he appointed to say that he wanted a special master and to stop the investigation until more things are done. Meaning, like, the FBI or the DOJ or nobody can even look at what was inside those boxes until all these things came to process. That
Right.
judge said, "Why the fuck are you coming to me, dude?" And she's like, um, yeah, Uh, give me a reason why, and I will. But no. Uh, but the lawsuit lacks several of the legal elements to be expected of such a request. U.S. District Allen Cannon, the Trump-appointed judge, or Aileen Cannon, the Trump-approved judge who was assigned to the case, ordered Trump to file additional submissions to clarify what he is asking her to do and why she has the authority to do it. The deadline for the filing is midnight on Friday, which I think he missed, if I remember correctly.
Well, looks like he's getting what he fucking deserves.
He's like honestly, he's really in deep shit.
I mean, like, isn't he? Is he just like the most controversial president the U.S. has ever had?
Ever? I don't know about ever. But I would definitely say he's up there.
Guys, I did what I need to do. I have one, two, not three, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sites for the school thing. 5 of them. 5 of them. You know how hard it was to find 5 sites that weren't the same site?
Yes, Donald Trump.
Dude, you look up Donald Trump and it's the same. You can look up Donald Trump 3 different ways and it's still the same 15 fucking sites. It is. I had to do it for a class report.
But also, I don't think anything's going to happen with Donald Trump. Like, I
No.
really don't. Like, even if so, even if even if it comes out that the documents that he had was launch sites for all of our nuclear bombs, and he gave that information to Saudi Arabia, and Saudi Arabia paid him for it. Like, let's just say that's what happens. Okay,
Can I tell how many people
in this hypothetical, he still won't get in any trouble.
Ooh, can I tell them my conspiracy theory?
No, because an ad's starting soon. Um, Now it might be possible.
Inspector Gadget.
I remember that.
I know that's going to really fucking fuck with their mind.
Do you guys remember my conspiracy theory?
No.
We're on an ad right now, so I'll say it. Basically it was that the Saudi Arabian people who paid to have the people go onto the golf thing also paid Donald Trump. The reason they paid Donald Trump so much money is because on top of using his golf course, they also bought the codes or whatever from him. That's why
Probably.
it was so much more.
It's not the rum's a possibility.
That's why I'm calling it a conspiracy. Because, like, I'm sure it's true, but at the same time, I don't want to just be like, oh, this has to be true. Because, you know, it's so. If the fucking
Oh yeah,
ad
absolutely.
Wait, hold on.
Trump
Are we back
actually
from
had a
ad?
backbone.
No.
Mine says that the ad is over. So what does your screen say?
10 seconds.
Fuck me.
Fucking hell, you're king.
What vision and ambition did he have?
What do you
Kill the gays.
No. Like, I'm having a serious conversation. Like, no joking. I want to know exactly what this serious fucking ambition that he had was.
to make sure we kept our guns?
Again, no joking. I want this serious.
And I was. That's what a lot of people
No,
were
he didn't give two
saying.
shits about that. Because all he did when he was in office is he built a little bit of fence on the southern border and he passed a fucking tax break for the billionaires. That's all he did when he was in office. So I want to know what this vision was. Are you talking about Make America Great Again? Because I've already talked about that. That vision...
Sean, I tagged you in something. Go look at it.
Dude, he was riding the fucking Obama wave. He was not focused on the economy. If he was focused on the economy, he would have took COVID more serious. He would have done more to help.
I know he didn't like abortion, did he? Like he was well against abortion.
Honestly, I don't know the answer to that.
I'm sure he was against abortion.
Like, all he did was ride the Obama wave for 2 years, and then COVID kicked his ass.
People still think he did good during COVID.
Oh, I know they do. But that's because all they listen to is fucking Fox News.
I bet this guy does listen to Fox News.
No, we're not going to attack people.
Well, no, I wasn't attacking him. I just was saying he probably does. Sean, are you
Because,
gonna
like,
look at my
you
thing I tagged
know,
you in?
you do know
Wait a
that
minute, bro.
roughly the first, I don't know, year and a half, 2 years of a president's term is um, is basically the rollover from the prior administration. Especially when somebody has 8 years. So when you have an 8-year president before you, then the first year or two is just going to be the leftover wave or, shit show from whatever happened prior to that.
Right.
So that means the first year or 2 years of Oh
Yeah,
no,
Gene,
that's
I saw exactly the same thing. Excuse me. I had a Huawei P30, and when the App Store got taken off the Huawei, it became the most useless phone on the market. But I believe the Huawei with Google Play was the best phone on the market at the time, and I will say it was better than iPhone. I loved Huawei. It was insane. The battery was incredible. And the layout was obviously normal Android. It was sturdy. It was fast. Loved Huawei.
It had like an iPhone speed, but an Android battery type thing.
Right.
Like Android sturdiness with iPhone speed.
and
That's a
Chinese
good
and
phone.
Chinese fucking
Fucked it up for him.
spying software. Um, so yeah, from the outside, yeah, it did look like Trump did really well. Especially if you just take, well, at least his like first two and a
Well,
half
no, and
years.
first of all, another thing I wanted to. Sorry for cutting you off.
Yeah,
Don't say sorry. Don't say sorry
yeah,
because like
you don't need to
you won.
apologize.
One, that was your opinion, and that's what we're here for, is to hear everybody's opinion, and regardless of whether they were right or wrong, hear them out and I don't want to say tell them why they're wrong, but address to them maybe a better way to look at it. So don't apologize for something like that. You know? Sorry for cutting you off.
Oh no,
Continue.
you're fine. Um, but yeah, like from the outside, where are you from, by the way, if you don't mind me asking? But like from the outside, then yeah, it did look like that Trump did fairly well. Um, GDP went up. Um, just all the important metrics went up. Um, when it came to Trump, which is good. You up is good. Um, but you also have to look at some of the other metrics that are important. Division across the country uh, also went up.
I'll figure out where that's at.
Yeah, I was just getting ready to do the same. Division across the country also went up.
It's a country in East Africa. He lives in Africa. Well,
They live in Africa. We can't assume.
Well, may
Oh,
live
it's
in
an
Africa.
island
Oh, dude, it's beautiful too.
just outside Madagascar. Cool.
Dude, it looks beautiful.
It does. So
Oh God, dude, that's a beautiful picture too. I love that. Oh, dude,
but
did you
like
see they
the
have like a
division, hey,
Clearwater
psst,
ravine type thing, bro? It's so
the
cool.
division of the country went up. Oh, he was the main reason
Oh,
because of what he stood for. Like his whole "Make America Great Again." Basically, he wanted to take America back to the 1950s. in the 1960s when America was a much better country. We just got out of war. Well, in some aspects, we just got out of World War II. Um, people were going to school and getting educated. Wages were going up. Um, that's when the quote unquote American dream was happening for a lot of people. Okay. But the problem is, like, Donald Trump wants all of the 1950s and 60s, including the racism. Oh, I'm sure that the media has, screwed some of that stuff up. Like I'm sure that they have, but it's just like that's just what like Donald Trump wanted. I mean, like so does it like so the groups that support him, the KKK, white nationalist, um, white supremacist, American Nazis. Do you think that those groups supporting him means that he's that great of a person? Or do you think that they're supporting him because that at least some part of him agrees with their ideologies? Because that's where they're going to lean towards. Now, he may not agree with all their ideologies. He may not agree with everything that they have to say, but I would say that there's at least something in that direction that is pulling those people into him.
Oh,
Matt, can you pull up on stream some photos of the island that this guy lives on? Because apparently it looks really good, and I don't want to go on my phone because I get distracted from the stream. But just as a little, yeah. Oh wow.
oh yeah, dude. That's what he's talking about is the underwater waterfall thing. That's what it looks like. It is so freaking cool.
That does look badass.
Oh yeah, it's really, really. Oh man, it really does look badass.
So, hmm.
You're running an R7 5800X or an RX 5600X?
Oh, I'm sure of it. What are you talking about, Landon?
Your specs.
Running an RX 5700 and uh,
It's an RX 5800, right?
I would say
I'm not
probably
supposed to
not
pay
because you
attention.
you guys aren't as large as we are. So we have more people to be divisive. And thank you for the follow. Um,
Because it
and
says
I but I
R7 50.
yeah.
Oh, continue.
Yeah, it's a
Typo, I'm assuming. Because it's supposed to
it's
say RX, I'm sure.
no Ryzen 7 5800X. So
Oh,
an
an R7.
R7.
Ryzen 7. I see. I thought you meant like RX, like.
No, that's my
s- s-
GPU. RX 5700. Um,
s-
I don't see, and also it depends on where you go. Like honestly, a lot of the division is really just from the two ends. Um, well, basically is from the middle left against the far right end, because the far right end is becoming fascist, and we are just completely against that. We don't think fascism should be a thing. That's all.
Bullshit. Oh, that's badass. It's gonna give me a headache, but
Okay. So, the left. So I'll give you a general.
that's pride and joy.
I'll give you a general background of both. The left
That's pride and joy.
um, is more about um, everybody helping everybody. It's more about everybody having the rights to do whatever they want with their body. Um, it involves caring with others. It involves the belief that, well, so now we're going to get like super far left, but like, some things are just a human right, like healthcare, education, housing. We believe everybody should have that. On the right, they're conservatives. They believe in, you know, you work hard for what you have and nothing else matters, and you keep everything that you have. Fuck helping anybody else. Um, they believe in lower taxes. Um,
For the billionaires, of course.
no, they want lower taxes for everybody except for the poor. They want the poor to pay more taxes because they don't feel like the poor pays enough taxes because some of them don't
Mm.
pay taxes at all.
Hmm. I
Um,
wonder why. Maybe because we have to pay so fucking much.
they tend to be more nationalist, thinking of America and only in America. So that means if you're an immigrant that comes to America, uh, basically you're a bad person. Um,
just don't.
that's a lot of what the right is here in America. Now I know it's going to be different in different in different countries, but that's what it is here in America. The right is you are your own self person, you take care of yourself. The left is everybody needs to work together to have a good functioning society.
Well, how is so Gene? I just want to ask about what you just said. So you said that you keep your individual wealth, but at the same time you have free healthcare, transport, and education. What pays for that?
Oh God.
So it sounds to me that you guys are kind of similar to like the UK or um,
Oh, you
any of the
lucky
Scandinavian
bastard.
countries.
Lucky
So it comes out
bastard.
of taxpayers' money. Then. Oh yeah, fair enough. That's okay. That's the same as the UK,
Okay,
right?
so
Like our. Oh, go on.
an American would say that you guys are a socialist country. Would you classify yourself as a socialist country?
If he says no, I will hurt someone. Oh, I'm sorry. I will video game
Oh, okay.
someone. Video game.
So the left, that's what we want. Exactly what you guys have. The right thinks that you are absolutely evil and disgusting human beings for even thinking stuff like that. Like why should I pay for your health care? That's horrible. If you can't afford health care, then you deserve to die. That's how the right think. for the most part. I wouldn't say everybody, but I would say just as a general bubble, that's how the right is. Even countries that are superpowers are just like that. I mean, is the UK a superpower anymore?
Um, well, I don't know. I think maybe because of well, we've got some bargaining power because obviously we have the Commonwealth. I think when we were part of the EU, we absolutely were a powerhouse. But I think we've shrunk in size since Brexit. I'm not gonna lie. Like the thing is, there are Brexit. There are people that supported Brexit, right? And even now, they still say that Brexit was a great thing. And I'm there like, dude, really? Like, you still think that was a fucking good idea? Just because some of them got houses in between the Brexit crisis.
Like,
So, do you think what you guys do is a bad thing? Do you think the healthcare and education and free transportation and all that, do you think that that's a bad thing?
Wait, the UK doesn't have free transportation.
Oh, you guys don't have free transport?
No.
Yeah, but you have subsidized transport.
What do you mean by that?
Well, like Shell was saying, like if you guys go to college, you guys get $30 a month. That's supposed to help pay for your transportation.
Well,
Oh,
yeah,
okay,
because you gotta pay like, I think it's like £5 for a return, for instance, on a train.
right.
So you still got to pay for your train, but yeah, some places will, when you're a student, some places will help you with your, they'll help you with your travel in going to that place. But that obviously that's not just for your travel though.
I bet you are really grateful for it. Like I would be too. And like that's what we want in this country. Like we are the richest country in the world.
Mhm.
Like by a long shot, we are the richest country in the world. And you know, well, let's just what is your GDP?
and we just cannot seem to get it the fuck together.
Your guys' GDP is $11 billion. Okay?
Fuck, I wish.
The US GDP is $21 trillion. And you guys can have universal health care with only a GDP of $11 billion, but we can't with $21 trillion. Now I know that there's a population difference between us. Um, so let's go per capita. Our per capita GDP is $63,000. Yeah, I see that your GDP has gone down. But even at the 14 billion that it was at in 2018, 2019. Okay? Uh, what's your GDP per capita? Your GDP per capita is $8,600. Our GDP per capita is what, like 7 times that amount? Yeah, I'm sure that that took a big hit. But like technically in the United States, on average, each person makes 7 times the amount of money that you guys do there when it comes to the GDP. But yet, we can't have universal health care. We can't have free transportation or subsidized transportation. We can't have free education.
What's the what is the standard of healthcare over in your country? Is it like, would you say it was a decent standard of care, or would you say it's a poor standard of care?
Um, So it looks like it just says that they need to spend more money on it.
Yeah, I can understand if healthcare numbers would have gone down because of COVID. I think everybody's
Right.
did. I literally the whole world did. So just take COVID out of that because everyone was absolutely beating the shit out of when it comes to COVID in the healthcare uh, system, obviously. But I meant like in your day to day. So I think like the UK's is great. You know, I think the majority of people would say the same thing. And what about like the parties that like go up against each other for government? Like, does East Africa have its own government? Does your island have its own government, or do you come under the African government or the South African government if they're separate identities? And also, are you an English-speaking nation?
Yes.
Oh, they are.
Yes.
That's our
Their
fault.
official language is English. Hinduism
We're
is
in
the major religion, followed by Christianity at 32%.
we're independent. I wasn't. I wasn't. Well, I don't know if you're independent or not. That's what I'm asking. Look, I know nothing about your country. I didn't even know this place existed until just now.
Yeah.
I've never known this place. Like my 5-year-old son probably does know.
I'm an Indian-looking, French-speaking African. Good God.
Jesus
If you were
Christ.
if you were in America, you would get 3 kinds of hate thrown at you.
Right.
On fucking
from the
God.
from
Four, no,
the
no, no. Four, you socialist. Four.
Oh yeah, 4. So from the right, they would hate you for being Indian. Everybody will hate you for being French speaking because Americans just hate the French. Um,
Just
Yeah,
fuck you guys.
I'm British, and we conquered everyone.
yeah,
No,
We're
fuck
number one.
you.
and then they shit the bed and lost everything.
Yeah, that's true. We were number one, but we were number one. We were number one, and then we started standing up for everyone else and got absolutely pummeled like dickheads.
Bunch of bitches.
But no, like that's the way that it should have been.
We beat you now.
Well, I mean, I don't know about the whole
Beat
colonization.
me
I
to
guess it depends
shit.
on like, was it like a peaceful colonization or was it like uh, an oppressive colonization? Because like, if it was a peaceful colonization, I would say that that's fine. Like if they were just trying to make your lives better, then that's good. But if they went there and was oppressive and just try to take everything, then fuck the Brits.
Fuck you.
Fuck them British pieces of fuck.
And fuck skinny ginger Americans with comb overs.
Dude, you know that you're talking
They,
about very, very few Americans, right?
I'm talking about London specifically.
Americans are fat
Population
asses.
London.
I don't give a fuck. Pussy bang.
Oh, so then like the British just like took people there and like created a new home. Okay, that's cool.
Are you part of the Commonwealth then?
No, nobody cares about them.
Dude, shut up.
What?
One for the Commonwealth. We would have won World War II. Shut up. And don't you dare. I don't even want to hear it go, no, it was because of us.
It was.
It wasn't
No,
because
it
of the
wasn't.
Commonwealth.
Listen, the Commonwealth had a massive amount to do with that.
No,
If
it
we
was
had,
because of
if
Russia.
Commonwealth didn't do fucking shit.
you're saying the
Pussy bang.
Commonwealth didn't do a massive part of repelling the Germans in France, no?
Pussy bang. Rar.
Well, yeah, but who won that war, right?
Well,
Obviously not, because he's still talking.
Well, no, I was just
what do you mean? I'm not saying Britain won the war. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that.
no.
I
You
just think
said
the
the
Commonwealth played a
Commonwealth won the
massive
war.
part in it. I didn't say that. I said the Commonwealth played a massive part in it.
Oh no,
because
that I
if
completely
Britain,
agree. No one
if
wins in
Britain
war.
went, well, I never, yeah, no, he's right. But no, I never said the Commonwealth won the war. I
Okay,
said the Commonwealth played a massive part in it. And had Britain gone to France, just British troops, then France and Britain would have been able to stand up to Germany.
well, yeah, but that's like asking, like if the whole entire world went to France and tried to help, there would have been nothing that they could have done. Okay, that's not fair to like put anybody in France. Because like as soon as they
God.
enter into France, then they just like fall over and just give up.
Yeah, the French are bitches.
They are. But no, I was just wondering if like if you knew who won the war.
Russia,
Yes.
I know.
I mean, don't get me
It was the
wrong.
Russians that got in. It was the Russians that got into Berlin, wasn't it?
Yep.
They got there first. Yeah, I know. I know. I just think I
Well,
think the
but
Commonwealth played a massive
not
part in
only
it. That's all.
that. Like, I'm not saying like who ended the war. I'm saying like who's the one who contributed the most to ending the war.
Well, Russia were getting pummeled, and then all of a sudden they just started fucking squeezing the life out of them, and
Well,
just landed
that's
in
because
Corner
Hitler made a
Wakanda.
mistake. It was like, oh, I'm going to invade Russia during the fucking winter.
I know. I know.
He's fucking dumb. Because he is a special kind of special.
Didn't Hitler also have like he had his commanders saying like people are dying, we're running out of resources because all the tanks are getting mudded down, all the vehicles are getting mudded down. We haven't got enough food, we haven't got enough gas supply, and all that sort of stuff. And he still said, "Well, I don't care, just keep going."
What?
Oh yeah. What religion did you say the swastika came from? Wasn't it Hinduism?
Hinduism,
It was a
yes,
Hindu.
yes,
It was a Hindu. Yeah.
yep.
So, do you think if Hindus right now were to start like displaying the swastika, they would be known as scumbags, or do you think society would say, well, they're just taking back their
In America, they would be hated. In America, they would be hated. Like I'm sure that they use it all over or all over the world. Oh, it's illegal too?
Well, that's
That I did not
bullshit.
know.
I'm not sure what would happen if you waved the swastika around in Wales. I'm not gonna lie. I don't
Well,
know how that would go down.
okay,
I can
yeah.
tell you
So
guys
I
right now
understand that
what happens
it's.
when you do it in school.
But here's the thing: if well, and there would be a difference between like a swastika and like the Nazi flag. So like if you were Hindu and you lived in Germany, like you should be allowed to use that, right?
I just feel no matter where you live in the world, you can put the swastika on any sort of sign. And if you put the swastika on any sort of sign, then you're going to be absolutely rinsed by society because the majority, like we know, the majority of people are idiots and they're not going to be educated enough to know that the swastika was obviously a sign of peace from Hinduism. They're not going to know that. They're going to associate it with Hitler.
Right.
The hacking, what's that? Oh, that's the, okay. Yeah, I just switched on. I'm sorry.
But I say that's the
Oh,
original
this is big
word
pimpin'.
for it.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think that if you would put that up, that you would be just fine. Uh, like you might have a couple of people knock at your door, like government officials type people knock at your door, but like I don't think that you would get in any trouble. But fuck, I could be wrong. I have no idea. Yeah, I know. Well, it's not now, but I understand what you're saying.
Do, 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 do.
Well, I still think some people would associate it with a symbol of peace. Okay, that could be read entirely incorrectly.
That's why I'm laughing.
Because like I said, Gene, the majority of society are idiots. They're not exactly educated, and I don't think that makes them bad people or stupid or anything like that. But most people are ignorant to the fact that some signs have different meanings. We know that the swastika obviously
We
is a
know
symbol of
the
peace from
word
Hinduism. We know
originated.
that. Yeah, but most people will associate the swastika with Hitler. I understand that. I get it. I see where you're coming from. But I believe when someone uses a symbol to consistently commit atrocities while using that symbol can start to be conflated with hate. Especially when it was one of the biggest atrocities in history. You know what I mean? Excuse me.
Personally, I'm fine with you put up whatever symbols you want. Um, I would
Gang,
be
gang.
against putting up any symbols of hate because that's not the type of person I am. I don't think you are either. Just to get that clear. Um, but yeah,
Gang,
put up
gang.
whatever symbols you want. If anybody has a problem with it, then tell them to kiss your ass.
What to call it? I don't know what that means. Can someone help? I have no
Aryan?
idea what that means.
Why would somebody want to call themselves Aryans? Because we believe that the Aryans were well. Sorry, let me rephrase this. Let me stop before I get myself in trouble with that one. Because they thought the Aryans were the quote unquote superior race. That was the blonde hair, blue eyes.
They thought. They thought.
Like people been like we've been racist. We as in humans have been racist for like as long as there's been blonde hair,
Not
blue
life.
eyes.
Yep, pretty much. We've always been racist, honestly.
But yeah, we've been racist for as long as we've had.
Put it.
No, and that's why the Aryans thought they were lesser people. Wow, really? Aryans came from fucking Hindu religion? Oh my god. Okay. Um okay, so this is more uh not knowing information. So, in Nazi ideology, uh it was a Caucasian person or a Caucasian race not of Jewish descent. What you were talking about is from Hinduism, which I did not know that that's where it came from. My apologies. This is me being uneducated.
There you go.
Um,
That proves my point. That proves my point about the swastika. See what I mean? That absolutely proves my point.
then how the fuck does Hitler? How does Hitler take two things and say that they mean the exact opposite of what that thing was?
He's just Aladdin, isn't he? He's literally just the German Aladdin. He just does what he wants, and he won't. A dictionary won't tell him what a word means. He'll tell the dictionary what a word means.
What? Right.
But do you see what I'm saying when I said about the swastika? When some people will associate it with recent history and how recent history describes it, especially when it's a massive part of history. Like there we go. Like that literally proves my point with the word that you two are talking about now.
Right, and they are the ones who are called Aryan, right? The Indo-European people who spoke Indo-European language. But God, that was fucking a long time ago.
Roar.
But yeah, like I said, it honestly it really just comes down to lack of knowledge.
Hey Gene, can I ask you, what are your like gas and energy prices and things like that over there? Are they as crazy as we're seeing around the world at the moment, especially in like the UK?
What?
Like, would they be like crazy high or?
Okay, so $1 equals 44 rupees. So keep that in mind.
Okay.
Um, it looks like it's like $6 per gallon. Um, $1.59 per liter.
$1.59 per liter.
Uh huh.
I mean, well, over here it's like
Yeah, that's fine. I'm American, so I do. Again, going back to the whole uneducated thing. Americans are stupid.
we we use liters, and our price at the moment at 1.7. They were at 1.8, so this looks to be not like this is higher than the UK price before COVID, but it's lower than the UK price now. We subsidize a lot of stuff though. What the government subsidize it?
Fucking wished. 5 mil for a fucking Hemi, dude? Jesus.
I don't know what that means, Matt. Can you like dumb it down for me?
Um,
Wow.
they buy black oil from other countries and then bring it home and
Make it
refine it
good
into all
oil.
their petroleum products, like gas and everything else.
Take bad oil, make good oil.
Same thing that we do here in America. Most of our oil, we import in and then refine it down for our needs.
So
Okay.
Matt, basically would dum mode be get bad oil, make good oil.
No, it's take oil, make gasoline, and a million other things.
Okay, so take oil, make gas. Got it.
Pretty much.
Thanks. Appreciate it. I'm playing video games, but it's only because
You're fine.
right now we're not on my right. Right now you're just answering this dude, so I'm just kind of,
Yeah, we're talking with chat.
A Mustang is twice its price here. Oh, really? So if a Mustang was like $20,000, for instance, it would be worth $40,000 in uh where you are. If we were talking in dollars, I know obviously you have different currency, but just for the sake of the conversation.
Man, I'm in the wrong business then. I need to be shipping vehicles over there.
facts.
Yeah, we pay road tax. We pay road tax over here too, which is supposed to go. obviously to the council to like fix potholes and things like that. But then you look around and you have no idea where the fuck that tax is going because there's still potholes galore everywhere.
God, dude, tuning this car is fucking difficult.
Do you drive on the left side or the right side? I love learning about other countries. Yeah. Okay. See, I thought so. We drive in the left as well. I'm sorry that we impose
Fuck
it
you
on
guys,
you.
dude. You guys make a left-hand turn into a left-hand lane. We have to make our right-hand turns into a right-hand lane. Come on now.
So then
Y'all
you're
just,
saying that you guys drive on the wrong side of the road. Got it.
yeah,
No, he's saying you
bro.
do.
Well, you shouldn't drive on the wrong side of the road. That's how accidents happen.
Yeah, the wheel is on the right side for us as well. Okay, so this guy's country seems completely like similar to mine then.
Yeah.
Go it down.
You go fucking lay down.
Fuck you, you dirty prick. I'm talking to my dog.
So this gas and energy business is it's affecting the whole world then.
I was joking. Because we drive on the right side of the road, so if somebody was driving on the left side, it would be the wrong side. It was just a joke. I would believe you guys are probably better drivers than us because we're fucking idiots here in this country.
No, no.
we're
See,
we're
me,
it's in the
nobody in that country could outdrive me. I'll bet money on it.
I could.
You couldn't outdrive me if there was a stick in your ass and you liked it. You couldn't outdrive.
Yeah, I guess I
What?
still could. What's that got to do with anything?
Right?
Dude, you couldn't outdrive me if your life depended on it.
Alright,
There's
bro.
no way. There's no way you just don't know enough about cars in general, let alone your own car, let alone the fact that we all know you're a goody two shoes little fucking good boy, so we all know you don't speed very often, if ever. Like, dude, I've been around fast things my
How
whole
do you
life.
know that about me? How do you know that about me?
Because it's basic observations. I don't have to see somebody to observe them.
Okay. And what observations have you made to assume that I don't speed in my car?
Because
one,
your
you
car
get
can't speed.
exactly.
Hey,
There's
look who's a funny bastard.
No,
How
I
about I
thought,
fucking
hey,
speed through you?
I thought it
How
was
about I
funny.
speed into your house? How about I speed into your house?
That's fine. Okay, but hold on, wait,
so
Landon, do you think that like the only thing that's important when it comes to like racing is like knowledge of cars?
well, no. Let me finish what I was gonna say because I was gonna dim down like everything that you really kind of sort of need to know.
What is that
So
in miles an hour? What's 180 km in miles an hour, Gene? Sorry, Landon, I just wanted to respond to chat. Go on, bro.
180 kilometers. I don't know. I don't know kilometers, but it's a roughly like 200 and something miles per hour.
Life is a race. Be the racist.
Oh,
Jesus
oh, dude.
Christ. 180 is 111 miles or almost 112 miles per hour.
Yeah, the limit.
Dude, no wonder
limit.
you're having so many accidents.
Right?
It's
Yeah,
only seven. It's only
100.
70 in the UK.
Yeah, dude, 111 is amazing.
You got,
People
and then
would
you're
love
on
to
a
go.
tiny island, so it probably takes you like 2 minutes to get from side to side. Jesus.
Okay, so Sean, answering your question, I can observe that one, I've seen your car, so I know one, your car doesn't go fast. Two, you only have a four banger, so it can't go very fast as is. Also, it has a little bit more get up and go, but the top speed probably isn't over like 111. My dad's V8 doesn't go over 109, so your car probably tops out at 100 maybe 100, maybe 100. Your car might go over 100, but I wouldn't say so. Second of all, which again, that goes just to knowledge about cars. I know that if a V8 goes 109, then a four banger isn't going to go much faster than 100, let alone 100. It may not even do that. Second of
But
all,
I still don't know how you think you could beat me in a race in the city, because you're never going to top your car out in the city.
you're right. You're never going to top your car out in the city.
Well, and
But
it also depends. Like, are you guys just like driving what you currently have, or is like, are you guys going to have equal vehicles?
oh, we can have equal vehicles, and I'll still beat him.
Oh, shut up, you're fool. No, you won't.
Okay, and
That's all shit.
no, no, no. I want you to realistically tell us how many times you have sped on a street and
That
comfortably
doesn't matter though.
got
That
there.
doesn't
No,
matter.
no, 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 no. But it
My
does.
dad
It does.
raced all his life. No, no, it doesn't. My dad raced all his life. Like my dad was a
Okay,
competitive racer, and I've kicked my dad's
okay.
ass now.
You can kick your dad's ass now. I bet in his prime he would have beat you. He would have left
In his
your ass
prime,
on
I
the
put.
dust.
I know in his prime he beat me, but I honestly think I could push him. He would beat
No,
me.
I
That's
don't
right. He
think you
would.
could.
No, dude. I really think I could. Do you know? I didn't even have this conversation with you. You haven't got a clue.
Yeah, a 10-liter V8 is fucking amazing. You know how much horsepower that thing's pushing? It's got more horsepower
And it
than
will
it does
still lose to a
fucking.
Tesla.
No,
Yeah.
fuck your
Yes.
You
pussy
know
boy.
what?
No, fuck your pussy boy Teslas.
Do you know what? The louder and the bigger the car, the smaller the cock.
Hmm.
I don't care. My car isn't very
Compensating.
fast. My car
Besides,
isn't very fast.
it doesn't matter. I would be able to beat both of you in a race.
No, you
No, you
wouldn't.
wouldn't.
Yes,
No,
I
you
do,
wouldn't.
because I have the
Dude,
important thing on
Bro,
my side.
I'd pick your car up and throw it off the road, you Wally.
I got the important thing on my side, the thing that neither of you have.
good gas
What?
mileage.
Physics.
No, Matt just thinks he knows a lot about cars because he knows a lot about physics.
I don't know
Just
shit
because you
about
know,
cars, but I know physics.
basically what he's trying to say is he knows where he needs to go when he needs to go there so that his car doesn't spin out, roll, or anything like that. That's fine. That's another thing I was gonna say is you need to know. Sean, I've been around fast cars. I've sped. I want to know, could you get in your car and speed 20 miles above the speed limit, 20 mile or 10 miles an hour above the speed limit comfortably, and still keep it in the lines, road safe,
Yes.
everything like that? You could
Yes.
do that.
Yes. Yes. I do it every day that I'm on the M4. The M4 is the motorway, by the way, between
Okay, but
Cardiff
one you
and
just
Bristol.
admitted. I'm just want to throw this out here. You just admitted that you speed 10 miles an hour, which is a $250 fine. But okay. Um, So, good job, man. Good job. Um,
So where's
but
this conversation going? I can keep
I'd
it
still
inside
beat
straight
you.
lines at 100.
I can keep it inside straight lines way above 100.
Okay, cool.
Landon,
I don't understand where this is getting us.
you have like 45 minutes worth of fucking driving experience.
Right?
No, I have,
It's
dude.
literally you're fresh out of diapers, you're wet behind the ears, and you think that you can do me in a race.
I think I can.
You're talking at your
I
ass, bro.
know,
You're talking
dude.
at your ass.
I literally know I can. You come to the,
Dude, you can't,
come
though.
to the U.S. then. Come to
Listen.
the States. I bet I would drive circles around your ass.
No, you wouldn't, though, would you?
Well, you probably
Dude,
would
I
because you don't
literally
know how
kept
to drive, and all you know how to do is go in a circle.
No, you guys don't understand, dude. Y'all don't understand. I've kept a top heavy Dodge Ram 1500 on different wheels than it's supposed to be on, so it swerves. They're on bigger wheels, so the alignment is 100%. I've kept that on the road going 109, keeping up with my dad. I
All
maxed
right,
the
good for
truck
you.
out.
So,
I
good for you. So
maxed
you're
the
not
truck
Stevie.
out.
So you're not Stevie Wonder. Who cares?
Yeah,
You can
and you're
stay in the
saying,
lines, like,
and you're
and
sitting here. No, and you're sitting here telling me you could beat me in a race. I don't believe you. I think your little 80, 90 miles an hour and your little Fiat 250 that's slower than a fucking sports bike, little 600cc, I don't think you could beat me. I don't think you would ever even be able to get up to speed in that little Fiat.
all
I
right
think
then, bro.
your little four banger would blow up. Your little four banger
Okay,
would blow up before 100 miles an hour.
okay, okay. And what about go-karting centers? Because these are the best ways to solve these issues. What about
Go-karts?
go-karting
I would.
centers?
Are we
You
talking
wouldn't get
about
anything in a
racing in
go-kart.
ghost carts?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I would still beat you in a go-kart. I've raced a go-kart more than I've raced a car. I used to race go-karts every weekend with my dad. What do you mean? Yes, I would. I would still drive circles around you in a go-kart.
Nah, you would, bro. Tell you wouldn't.
Dude, yes, I did. I've literally trained with my dad, and he used to be in a league. What do you mean? I would still drive circles around you.
So did mine. So did mine. And he had the
Hey,
chance. He had the chance to drive in Formula 3. What?
he should have.
Well, he didn't because I was born. I ruined
Exactly.
it.
You ruined it. You fucking.
I did. Yeah.
Yeah,
Now
dude.
what?
So now what? We get in a go-kart and we see who's got more balls because when it comes down to that last turn and I'm like, okay, I'm going for this inside turn. It's are you gonna you're gonna take the chance to flip me over, or are you gonna back off because you don't want to flip me? Because if you flip me, it's a disqualification. So are you gonna hit me and get that disqual, or are you
Dude,
going
I'll
to
fucking
back the
jump
fuck
out of
off?
my go kart.
Mm.
I'll jump out of my go kart, punch you in the fucking helmet, knock you off, and drive your go kart to the line.
Oh god, I took a drink of tea and you said that.
Yeah, Gene, our roads are kind of like we have the same. There's a lot of roundabouts, but there's also a lot of speed bumps as well. Just because of the bike races that exist here, so they try to not really let you drive over 50, over 30. And where I live now is going to be a national speed zones that are 20 mile an hour in the cities.
Listen to me, Sean.
So do you guys
I'm forward to the
have
conversation.
do you have anything like what I said there, Sean?
With what? Sorry.
Uh so I said
Tell me, Philippe.
on federal highways, every so far apart, um, by law, we have to have a 1 mile stretch of highway, um, so that way, in case of an emergency, a plane can land. Do you guys have something like that there with your highways too?
I don't know. I don't know if that exists. It might. I just wouldn't know. And yeah, Gene, 20 mile an hour zones in the cities. So when you're driving around in a city, like so where there are lampposts, right? Well, where there are lampposts, they'll all be 20 mile an hour speed zones. Right now it's 30.
Mm, yeah, I don't know, Sean. We need to get in go
How's it
karts and
going?
figure this out, man.
I don't know how to pronounce that. I don't know. That's a tongue twister. Positively, positile. I'm really confused right now.
Positively. I'm just gonna call you Lee. What's up, Lee? How are you doing?
Yeah, what's up, Lee? Let's call it. Yeah, let's call this person Lee.
Are they on? Are they not on Twitch? Are they on like Facebook Live or something?
No, they're on Twitch.
No, don't Twitch.
Oh,
If you stop playing, if
positively,
you stop playing
positively.
Fortnite,
It's positively. Okay.
well, hear what? If I'm ever in Kansas, or whatever you guys are,
Missouri.
Missouri, isn't it? Missouri, sorry. If I'm ever in Missouri, have they got a go karting center where you guys are?
Yep.
Fuck, I don't
They have
know.
a go kart center right next to me.
I'll fucking go for it whenever I'm there. Then.
Okay, and I'm gonna put on my little racing jacket, throw on my helmet, put on some fucking Seven Nations Army, and I'm gonna run circles around your dumb British ass. I'm gonna make you look
Yeah,
like
yeah.
I'm gonna make you look like the white faces that the British have when they saw us dumping tea in the harbor.
Shut up, bro. So Lee, we don't really invite people into the Discord to voice debate unless we can see that you're a respectful person while you're posting your opinions. So whatever it is that you want to debate, you can type it, and obviously we'll respond to you with our voices. And when we can see that you're a respectful person, we'll probably invite you into the debate Discord so you can hear our voices then. Obviously, that goes for everyone that comes in.
Right.
But again, we do have to make sure that you're respectful and things like that. We can't just take your word for it because people can go, "Oh yeah, I'm a good person," and come in and then just start throwing slurs left, right, and center.
So is there? So we currently don't really have anything to talk about. We're just kind of bullshit with Gene here. Um, really don't have a current topic. Except for uh
We were gonna talk about the school system, and they just
Oh
said
yeah,
fuck you.
yeah. We're gonna talk about how shitty the U.S. school system is.
Let me throw on a pair of long
But
pants real quick,
hang on,
which is what I'm doing right now.
I can tell you some of the things that we have discussed on the stream so far, and you can let us know if you have any opinions that a lot of people disagree with you on, and we'll see if there's a
Oh, damn
disagreement on
white
our
people.
side and begin the debate if that's what you want. But some of the things that we've spoken about is trans people. We've spoken about pedophilia. We've spoken about gun laws. Gun laws in the US. It seems to be I wouldn't say so much a hot topic, but is widely discussed, right? And it may
Yeah.
get a bit more heated than usual, I would say. But they tend to be the kind of things that we'll sit and discuss.
Uh,
Andrew Tate.
we've talked about a lot of politics, both left and right. Um, we talk about other
US school
countries.
system.
We talk about a little bit of
Outside
we
the
talk about a
US.
little bit of everything.
Yeah.
Climate change. We've talked about climate change. We've talked about the war in Ukraine. Uh, we have talked about ads that are getting ready to start.
We've talked about
Ads
big sweaty
started.
titties.
Yeah, Gene. I agree with you there. The school system in the States is really bad. The UK is better, like just a bit better, but it's still like pretty garbage in the UK as well.
Mm-hmm.
In my country, the performing students go to public schools because the government's going to support them all the way, pay them to go to unis abroad, stuff like that. What do you mean as like an exchange student? So, if someone from your country goes all the way and they decide to go to a university in England, for instance, let's say they go to Oxford, just for the sake of the conversation, your government would fund their whole
Oh,
tuition
dude, they're
fee.
on ad. They're on ad.
Oh, bollocks.
So what happened to me talking about the school system?
We will. We are. I'm
Yeah, we just want
just.
as many
No,
people to
we
do it as
aren't.
possible.
No, we aren't. You guys are. You specifically, Sean, but you guys are. With zero of the information pulled up.
Wait, Gene, Gene says
What
that they're not on ads.
Ah, uh,
Oh, you're not on ad. It said that you was getting an ad. Okay, cool.
dude, we got an ad in like, well, I'm not on ad anymore, but all
It
right.
just ended, but cool.
Yeah, it just ended, but cool. I mean, fuck it.
Okay, so
Maybe
what
they're
is
sponsoring.
some of your information, Landon? So the reason why I don't need stuff pulled up is because I know a lot about the school system.
Okay. So what is the first thing of information? Why the schools are outdated? The public education system we currently know has been around for more than 150 years.
Where is this
However, this
from?
for fee.org.
Who?
Fee.org.
Will you link it in Discord?
I got you. However, the basic schooling model, fuck off, fuck off, fuck off, X, X, X. I didn't mean to open Rocket League. However, the basic schooling model remains the same. Roughly 20 to 30 kids of the same age are stuffed into a classroom and taught by one teacher.
Yep.
Which, again, I think 20 to 30 kids is one. I think 20 is all right, but we have 48 kids in one of my, we have 48 kids in my geometry class
Good God, for one teacher?
for one teacher.
Good God. See, that's just fucking that's ridiculous. That's too much.
And then, even though the curricula has developed, the essence has stayed the same. Children are still taught in standardized and industrialized ways. As
Mhm.
with anything that comes to it from a centralized control, it is highly inefficient, bureaucratic, and wasteful.
Mhm.
Yes, the overall educational system has changed in many regards. However, the way we are taught has not. A teacher at the front of the shop, at the front, and the children is seated not the way to learn for some students, but the other struggle in this environment. Children learn best in different ways. Some children are best suited to learn through visual stimulation. Others may learn best through hands-on education. The reality is that the current educational system doesn't really accommodate for any learning style, nor does it aim for anything other than high test scores. I completely agree.
Yeah, that's what is important is the high test scores.
Like,
So Lee, who is
like,
it
do
that
you
you're
agree with
asking
that,
that?
Matt, or you just
No, I agree with everything that you just said.
like do you think that them just going for high test scores is good,
Oh
or
God, no.
yeah,
No,
because like
because not everybody is going to test well when it comes to not being treated as an individual in schools, right? This is why I think it's bad.
right,
Because everyone is told to, like you write on this piece of paper, you retain certain bits of information, and it's like, well, it's not always. Some people just don't test well. You know what I
Right.
mean?
I'm horrible at tests.
And
It's like
you
teaching a lamp to
crammed and just because you crammed the night before for that test doesn't mean you're going to retain any of that information.
Right.
right.
All right. You want me to continue on?
Yeah.
Okay. Children rarely are allowed to be children. Play is stifled. Students are crammed into a classroom and taught in a standardized way. Creativity is restricted. They aren't allowed to harness their inquisitive minds. Questioning things is part of an analytic mind and a key to societal development, but this takes a backseat to examination. The very nature of tests relies on memorization, repetition, and regurgitation.
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 Yes.
Tests infrequently harness the analytical mind. They train students to know the answers. However, they don't train them on how to find the answers. Completely agree.
Right.
Completely agree. I
So
had a freshman in my geometry class teach me better than the teacher did. He taught me better. A freshman in geometry class taught a sophomore better than the teacher did.
Oh, guys, it's a good question in chat.
What do you think about single
Single sex
schools?
schools.
so
I
all
went
boy,
to
all girl
an all boys
schools.
school, and it was the best 6 years of my life, to be honest. I don't think it matters to me, honestly. Like, honestly,
I do. I think it really matters.
what? Why?
Why?
I think because I went to school. So, and this isn't. I know that you're going to say this is anecdotal evidence, right? But we're literally talking on our experiences of school.
Yeah, that's
So
fine.
I was in the exact same situation as Gene, right? So when I was in primary school, obviously primary school was mixed. When I went to secondary school, which is high school, so from the age of 11 to, what was it, 10? I went to
10 to
11?
16.
I think I may have been like early 10 or late 10.
10 to 16.
Regardless, right? So I may have been about 11 until about 16, right? So yeah, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I was there for 5 years, right? And that was an all boys school. And the way that it kind of like teaches you, or not so much teaches you, but discourages engagement with girls is kind of pushed onto you, because the school that was close to me, obviously I went to an all boys school, but the school that was close to me just down the road was an all girls school. And it looked like they literally segregated the sexes. They completely segregated them from each other. And I just don't understand why. Like, you're making decisions in your life when you're becoming about, when you're becoming about 15, 16, that are going to inform the person that you're going to be for the rest of your life at that point. That's what they shove down your throat when you're taking these end of year tests, right? The SATs or the exams that we call it, the
I'm gonna
GCSEs.
hate my SATs.
Don't you think boys should be able to be social with girls? How are you supposed to be educated um, on what girls like? How are you supposed to be educated on how to treat girls and blah 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 if you're not around them all day every day? You know what I mean? Like, if we're
You
fighting for
started off
equality,
this
then shouldn't
argument like it was sounding like you thought it was good that they were segregated. And towards the end of the
no?
argument, dude, and towards the end of the argument, it sounds like you're not. So I'm just so confused because, like, Matt, when he started that argument, it sounded like he wanted them to be segregated, right? Like it was sounded like that's what he kind of wanted.
No, they are segregated.
Oh,
That's what I'm
okay.
saying.
Well,
Like
no. Like I don't
they
disagree.
literally
It
are
just sounded
segregated.
like it just what it sounded like. Is that is what you wanted? And I was like,
Oh no,
yo,
no,
whoa.
absolutely not. No, no, it shouldn't because when I was 16, like again, because the school system forces you to do work at home, homework. No one likes it. It's fucking bullshit and it's stupid.
I
And when
fucking
you come
hate
up to your
homework. I hope no one
GCSEs,
does.
when it's coming up to your GCSEs, the last 2 years of your school life is literally school, 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 school. Right? You have no time to build relationships at all. Right? And the only time that you have relationships is with your other boy mates. How are you supposed to know how to treat women later on in life when you're not around any girls
How
ever
are
at
you
all at
supposed
a
to
young
pull
age to learn?
bitches? How are you supposed to pull
Yeah.
bitches in your
How are you
prime?
supposed to
And
pull bitches when you're not around
Oh
bitches?
Jesus!
Because what happens? No, no, no. Because what
And
happens
that's how
when
you turn
young
people gay.
experiment?
That's why we can't have
Yeah.
that in the United States of America.
I just want to clarify, he's joking. That's why he does the southern accent. It's all jokes. Terms of service. Terms of fucking service.
The
All right,
reason I think. Oh, go on. Sorry.
No, I was gonna keep reading, but if you still have one more thing to say, you can just say it. Just
I was just going to answer to Lee because Lee asked in the chat earlier, why do you think the United States school system is bad? And what I want to respond with is because I believe the school system teaches you to be an employee. School doesn't treat you as an individual. You know what I mean? I think school treats you how to be a sheep amongst a herd. I literally think that's exactly what it does.
Yeah, that's exactly what the U.S. school system is teaching you.
Yeah, I agree.
It's teaching you to be obedient. It's teaching you to be um it's teaching you to show up uh to show up on time every time, which is both of these things are supposed to translate into you becoming uh a productive member of society. And I don't feel like that's the right way to teach it.
Right. Because some people test better in different areas.
Right.
Like you're told unless you can pass a written exam in sport, then you're never going to be a sports star. And it's kind of like, well, really? Really? Because that's exactly what I was taught in school. When I said I wanted to teach football to children and I wanted to do it at the biggest academy in my country, my head of year told me that I was deluded. They were his exact words to me. And my mum was sat right next to me. He said that I was deluded because I wasn't passing written tests, right? And the reason I wasn't passing them wasn't lack of knowledge, it was me being lazy, right? But I still don't think the answer to that is telling me that I'm deluded because I want to achieve my dream, but I'm not passing this test, so therefore I won't. And then literally 5 years after leaving school, I'd already done it twice. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I don't think school taught me to do that. I think that was my mum and dad's drilling of behavior into me. It's just if you want to achieve something, you go and achieve it. Like when someone says no, you fucking you make sure that you achieve it. It doesn't matter who tells you no. It doesn't matter who tells you yes. It doesn't matter who stands in your way. You know what I mean? And I don't think school teaches you that. School doesn't teach you that the sky's the limit. School teaches you that this roof is the limit and you can't go higher and you're not going to go higher. So settle for what you can find once you find it. And I just I don't believe that's best for individuals because the best way I can describe it is a school will teach a shark how to survive on land instead of how to survive in its own natural environment, right? And it's the same for people who learn in different ways.
all
Do you
right.
get what I'm saying when I say that, or is that
Yeah, I
if I'm
get the
not explaining that well?
analogy. I get the analogy 100%. I'm gonna keep reading, but I 100% get what you're saying. It's like they're not gonna teach you how to be yourself. They're gonna teach you how to be what they want you to be. And if that's a fish out of water, that's a fish out of water. That is what they're going to teach you how to be. Not
Right.
you, not a shark in water where they're supposed to be, where they should be. You know?
Okay,
Yeah,
so
I get what you're
before
saying.
you start reading again,
Okay.
um what is your personal take on why the school system is bad?
Me
Yeah, because you're currently
personally?
in school, so
Oh yeah, I'm actually glad you asked me because I'm actually in the
because
school
I
system.
care more about your personal opinion than whatever some website says.
I think the school system is bad because of all of the I don't want to say all of the rules because there are rules that we have now that is like they basically made it to where we have to put our phones in a pocket, turned off all class every day until we get into the halls for like lunch or in the halls on our way to class. I'm completely fine with that because there were a lot of kids that were on their phones last year, including me. But that I would just listen to music. So yeah, but it's the and then we have an e-pass, which is e-hall pass. It's basically where you have to get a teacher to accept a pass for you to go to the bathroom during class.
See, I think that that's bullshit.
Like basically they have to accept it, and if you've gone to the bathroom too many times during one of your other classes, like if you went to the bathroom 3 or 4 times that day and you're in like sixth or seventh hour, they're probably going to tell you no. And if it's like, oh, well, I have a weak bladder, then you have to go to the doctor and go get a checkup and get a doctor's note and then give it to the office and they have to process it and then you can do that.
See, like
But
that I don't agree with.
no, I don't either. I think that's dumb. But it's the rules that are I don't I the reason I don't like the school system is one because it's taught completely wrong. Basically what you're told is you sit down the second you get to class. The first thing you do when you get to class, you put anything that gives your mind, um, oh, what's it called? The thing that makes your brain like happy or whatever. Uh, it starts with an E. Oh God, I forget. Whatever. Basically, you're told just drop everything that's fun to you in a bag on the way in. Sit down, shut up. Only speak when spoken to. If you have a question, raise your hand. You're literally taught to just be a factory worker.
Right.
Yeah.
Sit
Yeah,
in straight lines.
you're a cog in the wheel.
Yeah, literally, you literally walk into the classroom, and the first thing you're told to do is sit down, shut up, and wait for your turn to be spoken.
Yep.
And
Like,
half the time you don't even get to speak; you get spoken to.
so when it comes to this bathroom issue, right? Like again, when they're tracking you and they know who's left the class and they know that where they're going, so they can log it. I do think there are good things to this, especially especially in the case of a lockdown, and they need to know where everyone is immediately, right? I can see some benefits there, but I don't think the benefits outweigh the cons, right? Because what if I don't know, just what if you got a bit of a bad belly that day, but you're not ill, and you're constantly going for a shit, right? Like I know it sounds disgusting, but what if your body is just you know what I mean? Like what if it's
Right.
just getting rid of everything and you've gone like 10 times a day? Is your teacher really going to sit there and say you can't go? And I know obviously Lee just said it's called discipline. I just think that's hiding behind. I think that's a word to hide behind, just to get people to do what you want to have a bit of power. And then they say that that's discipline. I don't think it is discipline. I think it's a little bit of a power hungry Karen who has no power anywhere else in their life.
Okay, so
Yes, I do believe.
go
Oh,
ahead,
go on,
sorry.
sorry.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off. Sorry.
Oh, it's okay. I was just finishing on that point anyway. I don't think that kids should believe that they can do anything without permission. I believe you should have permission to go to the bathroom, but I don't think that permission should ever be rejected. You should always have permission,
Oh
right?
yeah,
But
they
I
have
do
they have a little
also
button
believe,
that can say "fuck you." They have a whole
but that's what
button
I'm
on
saying.
there.
That's what I'm saying. They shouldn't do that to you. I do think that kids should like even well, no, because you don't have adults in school. So I do believe that all kids in school should ask to go to the bathroom, but they should never be told no, because that's infringing upon your right to basic hygiene and to relieve yourself,
Right.
which is literally a health concern if you're not going to relieve yourself. That does literally cause health concerns. You know what I mean? Like this is proven science. It does.
Like
So
I could see pushback if like there was something important going on.
Yeah, like I could see if they're like, hey, can you wait 5 minutes? We're running
Right.
a really important thing. You can go in 5 minutes.
Right.
Then I'd be like, fine. But if they're just like, no, then I'm walking the fuck out that class and I'm going
Um,
pee.
so
You'd be lucky if I come back.
do you guys have school IDs?
Yeah, I got mine just recently. I'll send a picture to the chat.
Okay, do they have
They have barcodes on them. They don't have our picture on them because we haven't had picture day. They'll hand out new ones when that happens. Um, they don't have any chips on them or anything for them to track us. No. Where
okay,
the fuck did
honestly,
my
I think
wallet
that they should
go?
have chips. Uh Again, this is personal opinion, but I believe they should have chips and you should be tracked throughout the school.
Okay.
Um
I mean, I don't see.
like it's strictly a safety thing. Because like if you say you're going to the bathroom and then there's a lockdown and the teacher runs to the bathroom and you're not in the bathroom,
Did
then
you just freak
only
out and
Jesus knows
left?
where the fuck you are.
Did Jesus doesn't even know because he's not real.
Well, yeah, true. Well, no, Jesus, I believe Jesus was real.
I don't.
I do.
Hmm.
So you think it's just absolutely impossible that 2,000 years ago there's a dude named Jesus?
No, no, I
No,
don't
I
think
believe he
that's
was real. I just
impossible.
don't. I believe he was real. I just don't believe he did what people say he did.
Lockdowns, like there's a school shooting.
Come on.
Because they happen all the time over here.
Oh,
Because
dude,
we're
my
number
dog.
one and we need our guns.
Dude, my dog looks so cute right now. Hold on.
So lockdown is when there's an imminent threat to a child's life
Right.
during school time. So the school will just completely lock every single door in the building. They'll lock every single door. No one goes anywhere apart from security, which sometimes not even security move around. No,
Yeah.
I'm glad that you can't relate. I think anyone that can relate is in the wrong country. I think that anyone who can relate to that is absolutely being infringed upon.
Oh, I agree.
And the fact that the country allows it is fucking disgusting. Because so when I used to stream 2 years ago, my mod, right? So my mod had a lot of troubles in his life, right? And to give him something good in life, I let him be my mod, right? Because he loved hanging out in the stream. He loved sharing his views and things like that. So I let him be monitor what he would do, right? Just something to be excited about when he got home from school because he just really enjoyed the streams. And we got into a deep conversation about how and he's not the only one I've had this conversation with about how they have their own personal lockdown drills between their friends. So the school would have one about how to, like that sort of put the tables up against the door, everyone move to the back of the room, that sort of thing. But they would also have like plans amongst them and their friends as to what they would do if someone were to get into the room. And I'm just thinking you should never have to plan that.
Right.
You know what I mean? Because you're planning how not to die at 14 years old. Like, how is
I'm
that
just throwing
okay?
this out here.
You know what I mean?
I just want to say something, and I've told my dad this. If there's a school shooter, and them teachers are like, "Get under the table, get under the table." No, bro. If there's a school shooter and it's one of my classmates, one, I probably know them, and if I don't, then this whole plan is irrelevant. If I don't know them, I'm running out that school. They're like hiding in classrooms. Fuck no, I'm breaking a window. I'm dipping. I'm out. Peace. I know that's probably not the smartest plan, but I'm getting myself out of the situation any way possible. I'm leaving the school. I'm leaving the property. Okay.
Yeah, but
Second of
you're
all,
just putting yourself in danger.
and I'm willing to take that risk. That's my life.
Okay, but you're also going to put others in danger.
Well,
Because how do
I
you
guess
know?
breaking the
How do you?
window. I
Well,
guess breaking the window would then leave it open for him to come, or him
right.
or her
Or
to
you
come in
going?
and
Or
yeah.
you going through the door? How do you know that they're not right there at the door?
Oh, if they're right there at the door, that comes as part two. I'm throwing hands. I'm kicking that gun out. I'm punching that gun out their hand, and we are throwing fist on fist. We are
Dude,
throwing hands.
if somebody's going to shoot a school, they're not going to let you get close enough. If they can see you coming at them, they are going to shoot you.
Oh yeah, without a doubt, without a doubt. But I'm talking if I walk straight out that room and he's just right there coming around that corner and it's like 2 feet. I'm sorry, but in that how fast I can get to that 2 feet is not as fast as he can pull that trigger. And if it is, I've already got the gun away from my face because I have at least probably I'd say 2.5, 3 feet of length on my arm. So in the 2 or 3 seconds it's going to take me to get my arm out, he won't be able to pull the trigger by the time my arm is out and my length is pushing his gun away. So he'll shoot the ceiling.
What is corporal punishment, Gene? Sorry, Landon, go on.
So he'll shoot the ceiling. I'll already have his wrist grabbed, and if you grab tight enough, they'll just let go. Because I know this thing where if you roll in just the right place, it will roll their joints really weird, and it will start to hurt, and they will lose feeling, so they just drop it. And at that point, it's a one-on-one fist fight. At that point, I'm punching him in the nose. I'm knocking him the fuck out. Over, done. Grab the gun. Open the chamber. Drop the bullet out. Disarm the gun. Whatever I need to do, because I know how to do that. So I'll open the gun, drop the bullet, drop the mag, set the gun on the ground, put it all where it needs to be, and just walk away. But if he's like roaming the school, then I'm gonna go for one of the three exit points. Or we have so many exit points. You can get out of the school really anywhere, regardless of where the school shooter is at. Like what can happen is if like he's over where the classrooms are. There's 3 doors. So if he's on like one side, you can go out the other side and he won't be able to see you. You can go through the middle and he won't be able to see you. And now if he's in like the circle part, you're screwed. If he's on the like big square in the middle, right before where you go down the 3 hallways, you better pray to God he's a damn bad shot because you can see down pretty much all of those hallways. You're kind of screwed. As long as he's not like on the other side looking into the commons, then you're fine. Now, if you're in the commons, you're screwed. It's a big space with no walls. If he walks in there, he or she walks in there, you're screwed. You're gonna get shot. It's a big empty space with only one escape route, unless you go down the locker hallways, and that would be dumb because you don't have any side entrances or exits. You have one exit at the end, and that's just a dumb decision. But that's my escape plan. Get out of the school as fast as you can, and if you can't, find the most safe room and save as many people as possible.
Or what we can do is,
gun control.
gun
You're
control.
right, but the Republicans are never going to vote for
Yeah, I
that.
know.
So I have to
Like it's so fucking crazy. Okay, I'm 35 years old. So what? I'm 20 years older than you, Landon, give or take.
Give or take, yeah. Maybe 24, but yeah, pretty much.
I'm not 24 years older than you.
What did you say?
35.
How old are you? 35, so you'd be 10 years older than, or no, you'd be 20 years older than me.
Yeah. Okay, so I went to
like
school.
20, 21.
I went to school 20 years. I was in the same grade as you 20 years ago, and we never had shooter drills.
Oh yeah, you have shooter drills in elementary school.
Well, I know, but I'm just saying, like my whole time during school, I never had shooter drills. We had fire and tornado drills.
Oh, we don't even do fire or tornado drills.
And I think once per time that you're in the school. So like when you first get to the school, I think we did an earthquake drill too. So like in elementary school, like it was once every 4 years. When we got to middle school, you did it once for the 2 years you was there. For junior high, it was once for the 2 years that you were there. For high school, it was once for the 4 years that you were there. And it was just so that way you had a general idea of what you were supposed to do if something like that happened.
Right. Yeah, no, we don't do that. We haven't had an earthquake drill at all, ever. I've never had to do an earthquake
You shouldn't
drill.
have to in the middle of the country. I shouldn't have had to in Ohio, but we still did.
Well, I kind of understand you. I kind of understand you doing those things though, because they're natural disasters that just can't happen, right?
Right.
Like they
right.
probably will, but they're natural disasters, right? Whereas I don't think guns are natural disasters.
But yeah, like we have more school shooter things drills than we do any other drill.
that's outrageous.
Oh,
I
dude,
agree.
in the sixth grade, we had a school shooter thing at my old school in Kansas. So this police officer put his own dog down with his own police gun right next to the school. One of the janitors outside heard it. We went under lockdown. Bunch of girls are out here crying. It was like it was the last day, so we were watching a movie, eating snacks like for the whole day. Basically, it started at 8, and we watched like 2 or 3 movies for the entire day. So we're like halfway through this third movie. You know, we're chilling. Boom, sirens alarm. All the girls are in the side crying and shit. I just look over at my buddy. I'm like, we finna get shot. Like it just hits me at sixth grade, like 10, 11, 12 years old. Just hits me, dude. We're gonna die. Like I just looked at him and said, we're gonna die. And he looked at me. He's like, we're probably gonna die.
Well,
So
why
me and
didn't
him
you
are
try to be
looking
Mr. Big Old Badass like he was just talking about?
because I was
Yeah.
12. Because I was 10, 11, bro. I didn't know what the hell was going on. I'd never heard of a school shooter in my life.
Well, no, like, so I agree with what Lee was saying. Um, you know, and I kind of said the same thing. I was like, when you're on the outside, you can talk all big bad game about it, but when push comes to shove, you know, lizard brain takes over. And, lizard brain says, you know, you go fucking cower because you're
No,
scared.
no. See,
Yes.
I don't disagree with what he's saying on the average person, but there are those kids who have been around guns, who've had a gun pointed at them. So it's not
I agree.
like
I
that.
agree with what he's saying. I
Like
think
Well,
he's right.
yes, for normal kids, yeah. Any other kid in my school that's just a normal kid, like if my buddy Maverick had a gun pointed at him, actually I can't use Maverick. Maverick's a fucking G dude. His dad's probably pointed more guns at him than fucking
yeah, but
women.
there's a difference between
So
pointing a gun at a person and pointing a gun at a person with the intent of shooting them.
you think my dad's never pointed you don't think Eli's
No.
ever No, I'm not saying that. You don't think my mom's ever accidentally not know my mom when she got her pistol while we were in the store had bullets in the gun, turned around and used my head as like a target aim with her finger on the trigger. The guy had to yell at her to stop.
Yeah, but it
So
wasn't intent.
no, she would have pulled the trigger. She would have killed me. I'm not saying it's
Okay,
intent, but
you
again,
but the thing is, that wasn't her focus was to shoot you. A school shooter's focus is to shoot you. It's a different
okay, and
situation.
and if their intent is to shoot me, well then they're not gonna get very far. They're either gonna shoot me or they're not. Like shock, yeah, shock's probably going to kick in a little bit, but for someone like me who's been around them, it doesn't phase me as bad. And I mean like it all comes down to if I get shot, I get shot. Like
That's a horrible way to think.
no, and it is, but that's the way I think about it. Like if I am trying to put myself in a safer situation and it does push come to shove, I do come to him. I'm not gonna just be like, oh, I'm gonna get shot and just stand there like a dumbass. I'm gonna try and fight, or I'm gonna try and get out of there as safe as possible. But that all depends on situation. Like I said, if he's coming around the same corner as me and it's like a foot or two of distance, that guy isn't gonna be one expecting me, two expecting me to do anything about it. So
Oh,
so
okay.
that's fight or
Yeah, I think
flight
it's
mode,
yeah,
and
yeah, yeah.
flight is, and I'm probably gonna choose fight in that situation. Now, if he's
Yeah,
down
I
the hall,
understand that.
now if I'm rounding the corner and he's down the hallway, fuck no. Fight or flight mode is gonna tell me you better fly the fuck out of there. You better go
Right, and
because
if you're in
one,
a classroom, that's going to happen. And
no,
like
I'm
you
not gonna
should
fight him in no fucking classroom.
like
I'm not
and
gonna
you should
walk outside
know
and be like, let's go.
and you should
No, no,
know
no, no,
that
no,
like
no.
breaking a window again is putting all of your peers at risk. Because
Right.
because if
And
he's
I
in
mean
the
that again
area,
comes down.
because if he's
No,
in
if
the
he's in
area, he can hear that window just broke. So guess what? There's people there. I can go there.
right. The best part about my school is they have windows that open, but but they have no screens. So what you can do is you can open it silently because they have all the windows. They like WD-40 the windows and everything because the teachers complain about it. So all the windows when you open them are silent, but there's no screens, so people can just climb out. So my plan would be just to open the window and climb out, have my classmates climb out. But again, there's another risk to that if he looks through the window of the door, because my school is fucking dumb and has windows on their doors. Um, Fuck you. So, um, so, so if he sees us and he gets that door open, or he just shoots through the glass, we're probably screwed. But like, if they know where he's at and he's like on the whole other side of the classrooms, and my class is like, yo, we got to get out of here. Me and the boys finna open that window, hop out, get everybody out, and we're finna go to the football field, or we're gonna go run past the parking lot over to the baseball field, because the baseball field is across the whole parking lot. His bullet will not be able to make it to the football field, let alone the baseball field.
You don't know that. If he has an AR-15, they got the range.
Yeah, they got the range. That still means that he has to sit there and aim, which means that gives him time to that makes him slower. Two, he has to be a fucking good shot because he can't just spray it.
Or
One,
he could
because
get lucky, and why can't he spray it?
Because he can spray it all he wants, but if we're hiding from a shooter, I'm not going to put him in the middle of the field. I'm going to go put him behind the concrete fucking slabs they're not even slabs, dude. They're big pieces of concrete all together that are shaped like steps that you can hide under. Like, he will never see us. Like the baseball field, it has a bunch of concrete things, that go up and down like steps, and then their bleachers are on those, bolted into them. So we can go under them on the opposite side facing the stores and stuff. So while all the kids are hiding there, one of them can, one of the kids has their phone on them. You know damn good and well one of those kids took their phones the second they heard school shooter. Call the cops. Don't call your mom, because your mom isn't going to pull up with no fucking police shit. Call the cops.
Oh yeah, because that works so well for Uvalde.
I'd call my dad personally. But that's also because I know my dad has an arsenal and a willpower to do way more than any fucking cop would. Way more than any fucking cop would. My dad would go in there with more fucking
Unless the cops are
lead.
there, then they'll stop him and arrest him. Just like they did in Uvalde.
Yeah, because my dad probably would do more than them stupid ass cops would. Let's be real here. My dad would pull up with an AR-15 and be like, guess what, motherfucker, now it's equal.
Yeah, and the cops will fucking arrest him.
Yeah, I know, because they're pieces of shit. Why the fuck would they do that?
No, I think what he means wrongly say is like, he's kind of using like a broad, he's kind of using like a broad text of like, what kind of punishments should this child get? And I think he's going to like narrow it down with an example of, this kid does something, what should their punishment be? I think that's what it's going to be more like.
So in this situation that Landon's talking about, I just want to touch upon what Landon was saying, right? In the case that I'm sat in a classroom and there's a school shooter outside, right? Anything that you say, Gene, I'll reply to just as soon as I'm going my point of view. Just bear with me.
No, we're not going to bear with you, Sean.
Hey, guys, I just saw a shooting star again.
Dude, I'm telling you, it's a sign.
Holy shit. So, yeah. So in the situation that Landon was talking about, right? So if I'm sat in a classroom, I'm sitting there good and well until that motherfucker comes in the room, right? Like I'm sitting away from that wall, and no bullets getting to me. You know what I mean? I'm being sat behind people. I am like, I'm sorry, I'm being sat behind people, tables. I'm being as safe as I can. Now, if I step around the corner when I'm in the corridor, I step around the corner, and this motherfucker is at grabbing distance. at that point, I'm probably just grabbing his hand with a gun. Like I am just gonna react,
Yeah, I'm just
and
gonna
we're
smack
we're
that
gonna
gun and
fight.
just start throwing. Just start throwing
Yeah, with
hands.
exactly. Well, no, I wouldn't throw hands. I would just make sure that gun's just pointing anywhere other than me. Right? I will wrestle it until I fucking die if I have to, because as long as I can just squeeze it or maybe turn it towards him, I feel safe at that point. And listen, I'm probably gonna die anyway in that interaction. Right? I'm probably gonna die in that interaction anyway. Even if I cower, I'm probably gonna die. The fucker's in there with a gun for a reason. He's not in it because he wants to be arrested. He's in it because he wants to kill. So by the time I turn the corner and he's looked at me up and down, he's probably already decided that I'm gonna die. Right?
Dude, he saw a head
I'm
pop
going
out the
down.
fucking. He saw a head pop be around that
Exactly.
fucking thing. He's got your head on sight. Now, if he's right around that corner and he's within grabbing distance, you screwed,
I'm
homie.
probably
I'm
already
sorry.
dead. I'm probably already dead. But I'm going down fighting. I'm not going down on my fucking knees for anyone. You know what I mean? Absolutely not.
Yeah, like Matt, it was way different back when you were a kid. But for now, for my plan right now, if he's close enough, or if I'm like, all right, I can do this, I'm gonna go track that motherfucker. That motherfucker wants to hunt somebody, he gonna get
Right.
hunted.
And what was different when I was a kid compared to now?
Because kids didn't carry around AR-15s when you were a kid.
I know because it was fucking against the law.
Yeah, now it's not. So now I have to worry about AR-15s.
Okay, so guess what the problem is?
I told you what the fucking
I
problem was. Kids
know.
have AR-15s. Okay, well then quit being like, well, guess what the problem is? I know what the fucking problem is. Why are you asking me what the problem is?
No, I'm just saying
Why?
it in general.
Yeah, we already know what the problem is. We already established that.
I know. I'm saying it for everybody.
I'm just going to respond to you in a chat and
Because
invite a fight.
there's
So,
you can say whatever you
yeah.
want. Like there's more than just like you two that's in chat. You know that, right, Landon?
What do you mean?
Like I have let's see, what's my current number? So I have 6 on Twitch, I have 2 on Facebook. So like there's more than just you that I was saying things for.
Oh, okay. But yeah, like honestly, if it comes down to my fight or flight mode and my fight or flight mode tells me you're gonna fight, my brain has already processed he's close enough. I'm kicking his ass. I'm kicking his ass because he's a teenage kid. Like
Maybe.
they're not very many. Maybe now if he's a grown ass adult, well, I'm calling my dad. I will call my dad before any, and my dad will get there 30 minutes away in Concordia. I'll bet money he gets there before my freaking none of them police officers do. I'll bet money that my dad gets there before a police officer does.
Oh no, they'll be
With
outside
way
instantly.
more. Yeah, and okay, I don't care. I'll tell him come in the fucking back door. I'll bet money he comes with more ammo, more willpower, and way more
Oh my
intent to
god.
get that
Why do
motherfucker
you
down.
think that it works like that? Like is it
Okay,
because
if
you
he's gonna
watch
go shoot my.
movies?
No, it's because I know my dad will run in there and kill that guy instantly, whereas the cops are just gonna
Yes, and
quill
he
with the
will
fucking
get
dick.
arrested.
Okay.
Because the same exact thing happened to Uvalde and they didn't even have guns.
Okay.
So why do you think your dad would be different?
I don't think he would be different. I still don't disagree. I didn't ever disagree that he would get arrested. He probably will. But you don't think they might drop the charges a little bit, just a little bit of the charges if he kills a school
Sorry,
shooter that was aiming at
they wouldn't
kids?
arrest him, they would detain him and prevent him from going inside.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant like he kills them and then they arrest him.
No, no. No, they would keep him from going inside.
Why? If they're gonna sit around with their dicks in their hands, then at least let somebody who's got the fucking balls to do it go in. Come on now.
Because that's what cops do. They don't
Okay.
they're not going to let a fucking civilian put themselves at risk. Like that I do agree
Why?
with.
If they're not gonna let themselves fucking do it, then at least let somebody who's confident enough and got the balls to do it. My dad probably has more training than them police officers do. My dad will probably handle it faster and cleaner than any of them police officers would. And you want to know why? Because for the
Yeah, but
first
they don't
30,
know that.
for the
Right.
first 30 to, I don't care. For the first 30 to 45 minutes, they're gonna sit around with their dicks in their hands waiting for the
Okay.
sergeant
Okay,
back
but
to
how do they know
fucking.
that this isn't the dad of the shooter and he's just bringing him extra weapons?
Okay, because if my dad pulls up, he's probably gonna have me on the phone.
It doesn't fucking matter. He could have Jesus on the phone. That doesn't mean shit.
Jesus isn't real. Well, at least the Jesus that people think he is.
Okay, but my point is, they have no idea who the fuck he is. They have no idea who the fuck his child is, and they don't care. It's the
Okay, and that's what
safest
makes
thing
them
to
bad cops.
do.
No. The
Okay,
safest
okay,
thing to do
okay,
is go
same
in there and
example.
start
Same
fucking
example.
losing it, man.
Okay, same example, but now you're the school shooter and your dad shows up to
And
assist
my
you.
dad shows up to
And the
assist me.
and the cops let him in. Are you should that be okay?
No. Why would
Okay,
it be
so
okay for them to assist me?
because they don't know what he's there for. So that's why they
Okay.
detain him. That part I do agree with.
And I don't. I'm glad we settled this.
But you agree with it on one side, but just not the other.
Yeah, because there's so many external factors. Like
Right,
if
but the
I'm
cops don't know which side is which.
But you don't think that the people inside are gonna find out who the school shooter is when he walks in with a fucking gun? You don't think somebody's gonna recognize his face a little bit? And also, do you really think an adult is stupid enough to come to the school surrounded with cops to give their kid weapons?
It's
One, they're giving their
possible.
kid weapons.
We don't fucking know. But
Well,
that's
yeah,
No,
because
it's never happened.
yeah.
It's never
Well,
happened. It's never
well,
in once has an adult with guns came to a school to give their kid the school shooter more guns. It's never happened. It's never
so
happened. It's
because it's
never
never
going to happen
happened,
because
then it will never happen?
yes, literally, what do you mean? No adult is dumb enough to be like, "Oh, I'm going to go to the school and give my school kid who's a school
Okay,
shooter
so
more guns."
so
No.
therefore so
You know how
therefore no
fucking
man
dumb
has
that
never
sounds?
stepped
Fucking
on
risky
Mars. So
that.
therefore no man will ever step on Mars?
I don't know. Is Mars inhabitable? Is it logical to do so?
No.
It's not logical to step on Mars, to even try and go.
No.
Then probably not.
Just like the
No
moon,
man.
the moon is uninhabitable, not logical to go to, but we fucking did it.
Yeah, for fuck, God knows why. It's,
Th-
you want to know why we went? Because we wanted to be better than Russia. That's why. Dead
I
ass.
that doesn't matter. I'm just saying that just because something has never happened before doesn't mean that thing will never ever happen.
Still highly unlikely.
It is very highly unlikely, but the cops have to think worst case scenario.
Yeah, and if they were thinking worst case scenario, they wouldn't be sitting around having dicks in their fucking hands, would they?
I
They were
that I
thinking worst case
completely
scenario.
that I completely agree with too. But
Like
they
my dad
shouldn't
wouldn't
just
have
let
to
people
do it.
fucking go in to try to stop the shooter because that just gives more people for the shooter to shoot.
Okay, and my dad wouldn't have to come fucking light some kid up if they were doing their fucking jobs and would go in there without holding their dicks in their fucking hands. If they would go in there and handle it, my dad wouldn't even be able to get there in time to do anything. He would already be detained. The school shooter would already either be dead or arrested if the cops actually did something. But if the cops are just sitting around holding their dicks in their hands for fucking 45 minutes, then yeah, my dad's gonna try and go in there and he's gonna try and shoot the guy because the cops have been holding their dicks in their hands for 45 fucking
Well,
minutes.
maybe they
Of
have
his kids
to.
No, that should never be a thing.
That should never be a thing. So they should just kick in the door where the shooter has a gun pointed at 10 students.
And shoot that student or shoot the shooter with the best case scenario of where. Like if they're gonna shoot the shooter's body, but if they're shooting the shooter's body and it goes through his body like fucking drywall and shoots the other kid, then no. But if you can point at his fucking head and hit him in the back of the head and fucking kill him because he's pointing the gun at 10 kids and it saves those 10 kids and it kills him, then yeah, fucking kill him. Shoot him right in the back of the head. Gangsta, I don't care if you put him on his fucking knees first. I don't care.
Right, but that's not what I'm saying. So like the shooter is like he has hostages that are kneeled down
Okay.
in front of him, and he is
Okay.
pointing an AR-15 at them. Are the
Okay.
cops supposed to kick in that door and then just go in and shoot?
If he has hostages, I mean, it's a little bit more than just that, but it's not 45 minutes with your dick in your hand. Might be 10 minutes with dick in your hand to figure out who's where, and who's who.
Well,
But it ain't 45 minutes.
but maybe that 45 minutes prevents any of the kids from getting shot.
Including the shooter?
Yeah, even the shooter.
Give a fuck. Except for I don't care about him.
Okay, I understand that you don't care about him, but my whole point is I'm caring about the other fucking people.
Okay, and if we can just bust down the door and shoot the fucking shooter,
And
then none
you
of
don't
these
think
people.
any of those 10 hostages that they have a gun pointed at is going to fucking die? You think that they're just going to kick in the door and the guy with an AR-15 is going to be like, "Oh, my bad, guys."
No, he's gonna point it at whoever just kicked down the fucking door. You want to know why? Because they just kicked down the fucking door.
Or
They
he
just
might just
look
take
at.
out the kids that are right there because that's what he wants.
Well, that depends. Did they bully him at lunch or not?
No, that does not depend. It doesn't matter. He's there for
I'm
one fucking
joking.
reason, and that's to kill other people. And who's the easier ones to kill? The ones that are kneeled down in front of them, or the ones that may or may not come through a door they just kicked in?
Yeah, fair.
Okay, so that's why you have to take the time and assess things.
I still think 45 minutes with your dick in your hand is still fucking dumb.
Well, and when you say it like that, yes. Okay,
That's what it is.
but if they're trying to negotiate, if they're trying to communicate, if they're trying to talk to them, then that's a completely different story than just standing around with your dick in your hand.
Mm.
Would you agree?
Mm. Probably not.
Probably not. So them trying to negotiate him to come out and surrender and anything like that would be equivalent to fucking police officer Johnny and Joe Bob standing outside, talking about fucking their fantasy football league.
What?
Well, that would be standing around with your dick in your hand.
Right.
Right, so I'm saying them trying to negotiate the hostages out or them trying to negotiate the shooter out, to surrender or whatever, that you're classifying that as also standing around with your dick in your hand.
No, because they're actually acting to try and get the people out of there. I'm
That's
talking
what I
standing
just
around with your
said,
dick in your hand.
dude.
Yeah, that's no. They're talking. You just said they're talking about their fantasy fucking football league. That's standing around holding your dick in your hand.
Yes, and that is a problem. But the thing that I was focused on is they were, focused on trying to get the shooter out or trying to get the hostages out or communication with them, something.
Okay, and they can communicate with them if they're actually doing something. But I'm
Oh
talking
my
if them
god.
police officers are just sitting there. I don't.
Like I asked you that
Yep, yep,
question.
yep.
Like I asked you that question and I asked that do you consider that them standing around with their dick in their hand? And you said yes.
Oh no, if they're trying to communicate with them, yes. But eventually there has to come a time and a place where if he's not negotiating and you're not going anywhere and he's not going anywhere and he's still got the hostages and it's an impasse, just most of the time at that point they have tactical snipers that have a lock on him through the windows and you just fucking kill him. At that point you just tactically, slowly assess on how to enter the building. You enter the building and you kill him. Like honestly, that's what I would do as a first step. I would just call SWAT and they can tactically, safely enter the building where the kid doesn't understand what's going on or not doesn't understand, but doesn't know that they've entered the building. Then that they tactically enter the building and just kill him. But yeah, we can try communicating with him first. But most of the time in these kind of situations, I would say the kid is more than likely not going to be able to get talked down. Majority if it's a teenager, because that teenager has a bunch of hormones running through his veins. He has a bunch of fucking, what's it called? Fuck. Adrenaline. He's got 10 hostages, so it's like the pressure's on. Like that kid is not to be fucking. That kid's probably just as bad as a terrorist. And I stand by that statement. That kid is just as dangerous as a terrorist at that point. And guess what? America doesn't bargain with fucking terrorists. If you're a teenage kid in a school with a
But we
handgun
do.
and you've got 10 hostages, we bargain with terrorists? Really?
Yes, we do it every
Because
fucking day.
Because you know what happens when you bargain with terrorists? Terrorists will be like, oh, we'll kill this one guy and you can have the other 9.
Yes, that
You're
is
going to take that bargain?
exactly what we do in this country.
That's horrible. Why would we not just tactically remove the terrorists and get all 10?
Uh, um,
Of course, the terrorists are a little bit more advanced, so that's not how that works. But,
well, it also depends
if
on
we
what
could
you mean
just,
by definition of terrorist.
I'm not getting into that. I'm just saying,
Like, would you consider Marjorie Taylor Greene a terrorist?
I don't know who the fuck that is.
Would you consider Lauren Boebert a terrorist?
I don't know who that is
Would you
either.
consider Matthew Gates a terrorist?
I don't know who Matthew Gates is, dude.
They're all Republicans, like Trump,
Oh, fucking
like
Jesus.
Trump loving, fucking the insurrection was the greatest thing ever. Fucking Republicans.
I already told you, politics does not. I'm not gonna say that they're terrorists just because of what their political thing is. Now, if they actually do things that is,
So then political
what they
ideology
want,
couldn't equal terrorism?
it can. But just because they, just because their politics, has terrorism built around. I don't know how to word it. You're basically like, oh well, they're Republicans, so
Yeah,
their
what I'm saying,
ideology has to be the terrorist.
for some of them, yes.
Okay, and I think that for
Like,
some of
they are
them,
holding the
if they
American people
do,
hostage.
no, I'm talking literal. I'm talking a literal terrorist. Like you are holding real people hostage in real time with a real gun pointed to their real head, and you're going
They
to blow their
are.
real brains out.
So you don't think the overturning of Roe v. Wade wasn't a terrorist act?
I would say it was an unlawful act. I wouldn't say it was terrorism.
So then what would be the
It
difference between
terrorized people, yes.
So what would be the difference between them forcing a woman to give birth as opposed to, or what would be different between them forcing a woman to hold a fetus inside of her that could kill her as opposed to just killing her?
And that's more on what you believe as, pro choice and pro life. I think that you should have the kid unless it's going to kill you, at which point
No, I'm
it's no
talking about
longer
something
just
that
a
has
stupid decision.
actually happened.
Yeah, they forced somebody to make them have a kid even though it was going to kill them. And I think that's horrible. I think
No,
normal just
they refused to abort a dead fetus that still had a heartbeat that could kill the parent.
Oh, so the fetus is already dead.
But it still has a heartbeat.
I thought if you were dead, you didn't have a heartbeat. Hold on.
I don't know.
Well, if you don't know, then I sure as fuck don't know, and that means that we both don't have good arguments. Because if you don't know, then I don't know. So neither one of these
Dead doesn't always mean no heartbeat. It could be zero brain activity. So your
Right.
brainstem could die and you would be legally dead, even though your heart's beating. That doesn't mean that you're alive.
Okay. If it's legally dead. Oh God, I need a bed. If it's legally dead and within legal rights, it's dead. and it could kill somebody, I would just take that one life instead of taking both. Just like I was talking about with the terrorist. Unless, if we could just tactically go in there and lose no lives rather than try and negotiate with a fucking terrorist of a teenager who has a terrorist mindset, which is kill everyone and maybe even themselves. And maybe we try and negotiate with them, maybe it doesn't work, and then all the people die, including the terrorist. Well, I don't want to say terrorist, the school shooter, which I would consider a terrorist at certain points. I would still go with the same argument. If that child is considered legally, if that fetus is considered legally dead because of brain dead or no heartbeat or anything like that, because like you even get the chance, you can even pull the plug on a grown ass adult who doesn't have a brain waves, or I forget what it's called, brain function basically. Like brain function, if you lose all brain function but you still have a heartbeat, you can still get the plug pulled on you. You can still die. You can still get killed. Well, I wouldn't want to say it's killed, but you can still die. Like somebody can still pull the plug on you.
Right, but we give that option.
Yeah.
We give that choice.
Yeah, and I think that the women should have that choice. Now, if they want to keep the dead fetus, they can keep the dead fetus. If they want to kill the dead fetus, kill the dead fetus. That's up to them.
Okay, but if they are forced to keep that dead fetus, then wouldn't that be the same thing as, just terrorism?
If we are made to keep. Well, what I would call an act of terrorism in this sense would be that kid like keeping hostages. So I guess he's making them stay. So I mean, yes, in a sense, yes, I would say that's kind of sort of like terrorism, but not 100%. If you know what I mean. Like I wouldn't claim it as like 100%. Yeah, that's terrorism. That's a terrorist act, but it definitely has some terroristic factors to it. If you know what I mean. I know that was very chopped up and sketchy, and not all the right words were there, but I'm hoping they kind of piece together in your brain. Like it's not a terrorist act 100%, but there are terroristic features to it that could make it seem like a terrorist act. Yes. I still think if it's going to kill you and it's already dead, or even if it is going to kill you, then just get rid of it, because that's what we do with diseases. And I don't want to call kids diseases, but it's kind of sort of the same thing. Like if it's in your body and it's not outside of your body yet and it's going to kill you, kill it first. It's called survival. Now, if you want to keep it, you can keep it. I don't care. That's up to you. But if you want to kill it and it's going to kill you, you kill it first. That's called survival of the fittest.
So do you think the insurrection was terrorism?
What? One interaction?
The
Insurrection.
Yeah.
Ooh, I didn't hear what you said. One interaction.
The insurrection, the Donald Trump one.
Fucking, what's an insurrection? I don't fucking, that's a big word.
The January 6th riot.
Okay,
Outside the Capitol.
could y'all have just not said the January 6th riot? Was it that
No, it's
hard?
called a fucking insurrection.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's
well, I'm
literally
also
called
in
the
high
insurrection.
school. I'm also in high
Okay.
school.
Okay,
and I
I'm
don't
sorry.
know.
I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry. What about the okay? So the riots that happened outside the Capitol on January 6th, would you class that as a terrorist act?
Yeah, I mean, they did terroristic things. They attacked innocent people. I don't know if they held hostages. They caused a lot of property damages. They were acting out of line. Like that's something I could see the Taliban doing, destroying U.S. property when I hear destroying U.S. property or storming the Capitol, I'd be like, oh, sounds like something Russia would do. Sounds like something that people would have that the Russian would have Russian soldiers do. Like if you just out of context said, "Hey, the capital was just stormed." I wouldn't think, "Oh, Americans." I would think, "Oh shit, we're getting invaded by Russians right now." That's what I'm going to think. And I would call that an act of terrorism. So yes, for our own country to do it to us, terrorism, 100%.
Okay, so then the January 6th people were terrorists.
What?
So the January 6th people were terrorists, is what you're saying.
Yes.
Okay. And who were the January 6th people?
Um, anyone who anyone who oh, what's the word? What's the word?
Loved,
No.
cherished,
No. Anyone who like okay, so anybody that actually stormed the Capitol, anybody who was part of it. So not anybody who saw it on the news and was like, "Oh, that's really cool. I like that." No, I don't give a fuck if you liked it. I don't care about the people who fucking liked it. Fuck them. They didn't do it. If they didn't have
right?
enough balls to do it when it happened,
But if they said that it was the right thing to do, would that put them in the same category?
that would put them in the same ideology because they think it's cool to do. But until they do it, they haven't acted upon that, and that's a part of like how I would say, with child molesters. It's like you can be a pedophile. I don't care. You can think whatever you want to think. But when you act on those urges, it then becomes a problem. And it's just like that with this. If you think the January 6th riot was cool, fucking cool. You probably think it was cool because you're some wannabe fucking hick who thinks that the world is gone and is burning down because you can't keep your guns and gas prices are high because you bought a fucking diesel and inflation, you dumb fuck. So, I mean, I still think that if yeah, they're terrorists. But I don't think people that think it's cool is. I think if you were part of it and you actually did the rioting, um, and the invading, then yes, you are a terrorist because you acted upon the thought of, hey, this is cool, let's go do this. But if you just think, hey, this is cool, let's go do this, and you don't do it,
Well,
then no, you're
but
not a
what do you know?
terrorist.
How do
It's
you know
just
the
the
reason?
ideology.
But how do you know the reason why they didn't do it? Maybe they just didn't do it because they didn't have a plane ticket. They couldn't afford to.
Then they still didn't do it.
That,
And
but
when
that
they
has
did,
nothing. But if they had the chance, they would have, and that's my point.
okay, and okay, so you
Because if you
think,
have that, if you have that ideology,
and do you think a predator, and do you think a pedophile is a child molester if the only reason he didn't get that kid is because their mom pulled up at just the right time? You still think he's a child molester, right? Because that's what you just said to me.
yeah, because it took away his ability to do something.
So he's still a child molester,
Yes, because he was going to act upon that urge.
except for going to and doing so. They're two very different things because you can't prove that he was going to just based off of thinking that he was gonna. Because you
Yes, you
can think that
can. Yeah,
you
you
can't
you
prove it.
can.
You can prove he was gonna molest that child just by like,
Yes, because
oh,
he said he was going to.
I'm sorry,
But his
but I've
plans got
never heard
fucking
one
diverted.
person
But his
say I'm
plans
going
okay. But
to.
my whole point is, I'm just saying that you don't know the reason why the plans got diverted. Okay, so if that pedophile that you're talking about is telling people that he was going to molest this child, but that child was picked up from daycare or what the fuck ever, or from school, would you say that that pedophile is now a child molester? Or would you say he's not because he never acted upon it?
No, I'd still be like, bro, you're a pedophile. What the fuck? I'd still probably
But you
shoot
wouldn't
him the
say
same.
but you wouldn't say that he was a child molester because he never acted upon it, right? Even though he quite literally said that I was going to do it. Or she. I guess they could be either sex.
Yeah, Matt, you misogynist.
But no, seriously. So, like, if somebody said that I was going to do something, but because of you meddling kids and that dog Scooby Doo, I didn't get to do it, then they're not that thing?
No. Like, if I'm a racist, but the reason I didn't say a racist joke is because a black guy pulled up, I'm not a racist.
So, if I was going to video game somebody, I told everybody I was going to go video game this person, and then I was stopped by the police and they arrested me. Are you saying that I'm not a video gamer?
No, you're not, because you didn't do it. At that point, that just makes you a bitch, and now you got arrested, and you probably got arrested
Yes, but
because
the
you were
intent,
talking
but
about
the
it too
intent to
much.
do it was there.
Okay, you don't get charged with murder if you were intending to do it. You get charged with attempted murder with the intent of doing something.
Right. Okay, so all of these people are intentional terrorists, except for the
Okay.
ones that were actually there.
Yeah. I mean,
Okay.
if they liked it, then I mean, yeah.
Right. So getting extremely technical.
Well, no, not if they liked it. Not if they liked it. If they were going to do it, but they didn't because of a certain external factor. If you just like it, if you just like it because you think it was really cool and it was really fun to watch or whatever, that doesn't make you a terrorist. That just makes you a fucking idiot. You're just fucking stupid.
Right, but no, I'm talking about like the people who agreed with it. That was like that was a good thing and we should have done that and I'm glad that we did that. And I wish I could have joined in on that. Like those are the
No, I
people.
still
As the people doing it.
no, I still think I mean, I don't say they're not as bad. I'm just saying they don't need to be labeled as the person who did it because they haven't actually done it yet. Now, if
Okay,
they go out
they're
and storm the
terrorist
fucking
light.
Capitol, what?
They're terrorist light. Terrorist adjacent.
Terrorist light.
Yeah, terrorist light.
That sounds.
They're diet
That sounds like
terrorist.
a. That sounds.
Where they have all the ideology in order
Like,
to perform something, but just because they haven't
Actually,
performed it, then they're
Christian-
not technically a terrorist.
they're vegan
Exactly.
terrorists.
Exactly. The
They're
fucking
veggie
vegan terrorists. Because they're just a bunch of pussies who don't have the balls to go do it.
No, maybe they don't have the money.
Yeah, because they couldn't pay for terrorist light. You know, it's like HU. You just sign on online. you
Right.
know,
No, that's why they
terrorist light.
are terrorist light because they don't have the money to go to get that good stuff. To get that good.
Exactly. Okay, well then they need to get out the
Okay.
fucking gutter.
Those
They
are
need to
the
hurry up.
people who are in Congress who we are negotiating with.
Okay, we're not negotiating with quote unquote terrorists.
But we are.
No,
Like,
if we were debating with Bin Laden on whether he should fucking kill, get in
I
another
think your
plane or
problem
not.
is you just don't understand what a terrorist is.
I think your problem is you just want to call everything that's even remotely a terroristic thing a terrorist. You want to put it all in one group and just slap one big label on it instead of actually defining it as what it is because you don't want to accept the fact
Oh,
that
okay.
not everything has to
Okay.
be one thing.
Do
You
we
just
want
wanna
the
throw it all in one
definition?
big little group. Do we want the definition? I want to go pee and go to bed, but sure, why not?
I think the definition is when you
The
commit violence
unlawful
upon an
use of
individual.
violence and intimidation, especially against civilians in the pursuit of political aims.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say.
That is exactly what terrorism is.
Okay.
So you
I
don't
don't think-
think
I
you
don't
don't think
think
the
Bin
unlawful
Laden
use
used-
of intimidation, saying that you can't have an abortion, would be classified as terrorism? because
I could do that.
that's all for political aim.
Yeah, well, I don't think. No, if it comes to that, then yeah, I mean, it is used for political aim. And technically, even though they're in Congress, they're still the reason that it happened. So they're still the doers that made it to where they can't have abortions. So, yes, the people in Congress who voted for women to not be able to have abortions, yes, they are terrorists because they were the reasons that women aren't able to. They're the people who technically did it.
Okay, so now you're
But the
saying
people
that
who
the
believe
pro
it, but
so
the
now
people who
that you're saying
believe it,
so now you're saying the pro or the anti-abortion people that are that want women to die or have the baby are terrorists in Congress.
if they're voting yes in an influential way, then yes. If they're just at home, sit at their TVs and be like, "Yeah, that's right, you should do that," but they have no influence on whether it actually happens or not because
But
they're
they
just
do
sitting
because
in
they
front of their
vote.
TV.
They voted for that person that is now voting against abortion.
Okay, I'm talking like somebody who's just sitting in front of the TV one day and somebody says that, and then they're like, "Yeah, that's cool, we like that," but they never really do anything about it. They're just sitting in their chair and they say that's good.
Okay, they're
No, they're
terrorist
not a
light.
terrorist. They're terrorist light. Yeah, I'll agree with that. I'll agree with putting them in terrorist light because yeah, they think it, but they don't have any influence. They don't have any influence on whether it happens or not. So basically, they can say, yeah, this is good all the live long day, but if they have no influence on whether it happens or not, then no, they're not a terrorist because they're not the reason it happened. They're just saying that it should.
Okay,
And they
so
can, and you can say that something should happen because believe me, on this fucking stream, every single time we're like, we should ban guns. We should get free healthcare for all, but we don't have any influence on whether it happens at the moment. So
right.
so the rednecks can't call us terrorists
But how would that be
because we're
terrorism?
fucking competitive.
How is helping somebody terrorism?
Because that's their belief. So that's what they
But it doesn't
think.
matter what their
And
belief is. That's not what terrorism is. Like I just read the definition. It's about
because
fear and threats
because the,
and
because because the way they see it, because the way it is so I guess it's not what we're doing, but it's the way it can be interpreted. I would say is we're trying to intimidate them by taking all their guns, so that they have no defense against us, so that we can just overtake them and we won't have to worry about them in the political party anymore. Which is literally what terrorism is just intimidating them, and then by taking their guns, and then we can use it to get a height advantage point on. We can use it to get an advantage point in the political standing, so they can see us as terrorists, but that doesn't make us terrorists for saying that we want it. Now, if we were in Congress and we were like, yes, do that, and our vote mattered,
but
then I
that's
would
not
say,
why
yeah, you
but
can
that's
call
not
us
why we're trying to
terrorists all
take
we
away
want.
guns.
You're right, it's not, but that's the way they
So just
see
because
it,
they
and
have a
that's the way
fucking
we see it.
interpretation, but just because they have an interpretation of something doesn't mean that's fucking legit.
Thank you. I'm so glad you said that. I'm so glad you said that. I'm so happy
It
you
just
said
means that
that.
they're fucking wrong.
Okay, and I'm glad you said that.
Okay.
So when that guy, no, hold on. So when that guy that we were talking about earlier, that little child molester, when you interpreted that he was gonna molest that child,
No,
you
no,
don't.
no.
I
He
mean,
said it. He said it.
he said it out loud. Okay,
Yes,
well
he
that's
said
not
it out
realistic.
loud.
That's not even realistic. No fucking child molester is gonna go around. I'm gonna molest a kid today. That's not how that works.
No, but I'm
I'm
trying
sorry,
to
but that's
use
not
it
how
as
that
an
works, and that's not
no, but I'm
realistic.
trying to use it as an example of what actually happened with the January 6th insurrection.
Okay, and people didn't go around saying I'm gonna fuck, and people don't go around saying I'm gonna go fucking bomb the Capitol. I'm
No, they
sorry,
said that it
but
was a good
nobody
thing.
posted on their
They
side.
said that it was a good thing, that they needed to do it, that they support those people,
Okay,
and that if they were there, they would have joined.
okay,
That would be
and
the
good
same
for them.
thing
They're
as
a
a
bunch of
fucking
fucking
pedophile
dumbasses.
saying that I was going to go molest a child.
Okay, and he didn't.
But the
That's a good
intention was
thing.
there.
The intention can be there all you want, but that doesn't mean that it's gonna happen.
But it would have happened if it wasn't for you young kids and that meddling dog Scooby Doo.
Okay, and maybe next time it does happen, but if we're talking real time right now, it didn't happen because of those meddling kids and that dog Scooby Doo. So it didn't happen. And guess what? They're not going to storm the Capitol because guess what? Everybody got arrested for it, so now they're not going to do it. So
Okay,
now they
okay,
can
so
talk as much shit as they want. It's not going to happen.
okay, Osama
So
bin Laden didn't actually do anything to us, so was he a terrorist?
yes, because he still organized it all.
You have proof of that?
We didn't shoot him just because we fucking thought it was fun.
No, because
Did
we
we?
labeled him a fucking terrorist.
Exactly. We
And
labeled him one of the worst terrorists because he organized 90 fucking 11. And I'm sorry, but you're not going to broadcast that everywhere, especially not the government, if you don't have proof to back it up. Our government sucks, but if they are going to broadcast something that important to the American people, they're going to have proof.
Oh, you mean like proof of weapons of mass destruction in Iraq, and that's why we went there?
that were never found.
Were they never found, or did we just burn them in the big ass burn pile?
No, they
No,
were
they were
never
never
fucking
found.
there.
The only weapons they found were the weapons that they originally sold to the Saudis.
Why the fuck
That
are
the
we selling weapons to the Saudis? Why the fuck do they need weapons?
So that
because
so
they're
they could genocide
underdeveloped.
their people.
Yeah, and they're underdeveloped. They need the weapons that the US can make. And you know why? Because the US has the biggest military in the world.
Yes, I know. Ben, I
Okay, so
know.
back to what I was saying. So then you're saying that these people that are um um like fighting for abortion, they're terrorists.
If their vote matters, then yes.
Yeah, so Mitch McConnell, who is the minority leader in the US Senate.
Okay, and he says yes, we should ban abortions.
Yes.
Yes, he's a
Okay.
terrorist.
Then we
in my eyes, yes.
negotiate with terrorists every day.
Okay.
Which is
And look
exactly what I was
happens.
saying.
Okay, and you can say that all you want, and I can bring on this next argument, but I'm not. I'm gonna just say this, but we're just gonna leave this here for today because I really need to pee and I really need to go to bed. But we can argue with terrorists all we fucking want. Guess what? Majority of the states in the United States right now have banned abortions. So obviously it doesn't fucking work. So maybe we should take that bigger picture that you always talk about, that is the abortion thing, and think about this. We negotiate with terrorists every day in the big picture, right?
Yeah. And in
Okay,
the
and
little
guess what?
picture, they win.
Abortions and exactly. So in the little picture, guess what? In the little picture, which is abortions, in the big picture, abortions getting banned. Guess what? Abortions got banned.
Right, so the
No
terrorists are
longer can be
winning.
abortion. Exactly. So guess what? In the little picture, what we need to do is learn from our mistakes in the big picture and be like, hey, guess what? We negotiate with terrorists all the time and it still doesn't work. So maybe we shouldn't negotiate with terrorists anymore.
But the thing is, the other side doesn't see themselves as terrorists. They see themselves as fucking godlike.
Yeah, and you don't think that kid doesn't see himself as a terrorist? That kid sees himself as a misunderstood person who was bullied all the time.
Exactly.
Okay, then we still okay, and then it's still the same thing. They think they're godlike. He thinks he's misunderstood. They still have different ideologies than what they actually are. So they still need to be treated the exact same way, except for the outcome needs to be different. So we need to treat them a different way. If we're going to negotiate with terrorists and nothing's working, then guess what? We need to take a different approach. And if that's a little bit more of an aggressive approach to get them to understand that, hey, you need to shut it the fuck down, then I will go with that. I will go with the more aggressive decision, which is to shut them the fuck down. And I will choose it every day of the week because we are losing as Americans right now. We are losing in America right now to terrorists who think it's okay to treat women however they want, to do whatever they want, to treat poor people however they want, and they can just write off everything they fucking have as a goddamn tax benefit. So yeah, if we're gonna treat them a little bit more aggressively to tell them that they need to shut it the fuck down, then guess what? I will vote for it every single day of the goddamn week because we need to shut them the fuck down. Just like that school shooter who's got 10 fucking students lined up about to gang shoot them. Yes, we will shut him the fuck down. If that means we put a bullet between his eyes, then I'll fucking do it myself.
Right, but do you risk the
It
10
won't
but
phase
do
me.
you risk the 10 hostages?
Every single day we negotiate with terrorists, which is basically Mitch McConnell, we risk maybe him winning again and getting all the states rather than what he has now. We risk that every day. So yes, I'm willing to take that risk. We risk more every day that we don't do something.
So then
Right
you're saying
now,
every state needs to violently overthrow every state that is Republican
everything
controlled. That is Donald Trump-esque Republican controlled.
that's banning abortions, yes, every single state needs to overthrow any state that is saying that abortions need to be banned. Yes.
See,
Yes.
I disagree with
Overthrow them
because
completely. Overthrow the government. Okay, the government is ass. We need to really what we need to do is just to break it down and rebuild it better. Okay? We need to build back better bill for the entire fucking we need to build back better bill for the entire fucking government.
I agree.
Okay. So you know what we need to do? Overthrow the entire government, make them fucking crumble at our feet, and build it back better where the people actually have a decision on what happens in this goddamn country, and it's not just the rich white people who pay off everybody that they fucking can.
I agree.
Okay. Then I don't. Okay, I'm glad we agree. On that note, I'm hopping off stream. I'm going to bed, taking a piss. Good night.
Well,
He
before
was glad talking to you guys.
go take a leak
What's
and
up?
come back, I want to show you a video that's 2 minutes long.
2 minutes long. Do I have to stay on stream to watch it?
I would like for you to, because I would like to hear your a quick response from you. Like it's not even 9 o'clock yet, dude.
Okay, and I have school and I
Okay.
have to get up. I have to get up at 6. So I'm okay. So I'm at 10 hours right now, or I'm at 9 hours. So
Okay, I'm
gonna
asking
watch
for
2
like
minutes of the.
maybe 10 minutes more of your time.
I still have to fall asleep, which is gonna take an hour in itself.
Well, put your
Fuck
phone
off,
away.
you. No, fuck you. Fucking tell me to put my phone away. That's how I go to sleep. I throw in headphones, listen to some relaxing music. Come on. Also, this dumb dog doesn't know. Like every time I get in bed, the fucking dog, he'll fucking jump on me because he's all excited. Mom, I'm in bed now. No, motherfucker, that's not what the bed's for. Get his ass a trampoline. I swear to God.
Man, I wish people would comment on this page. I've gotten 6 fucking reactions. But I haven't had a single comment. Makes me sad. All right, Sean, what are you guys talking about in chat? I'm sorry.
So what we're talking about is corporal punishment and whether I think it's abusive or not. And I basically think it is abusive.
In schools, yes, I agree.
I think it's schools done at home.
I don't think it is at home.
No, I think at home
I
your parents
guess
should be able to whip your ass. Just
I-
fucking, I don't care.
Yeah. I guess it would go. It would.
I
It would.
don't.
It would all be about the extent of it.
Yeah, now if you're straight up just beating your kids, you're straight up beating your
Right.
kids.
Right.
But like, I don't think that we shouldn't bring back the belt at home. Bring back the belt. If my brother got his ass whipped with the belt, he'd be a completely different person and probably a lot less disrespectful than he is now. Hell, I'd probably be a better kid if we brought back the belt, honestly. I think every kid should get their ass whipped with a belt at least once or twice or maybe even a
No,
couple
they
hundred
they
times in their
shouldn't.
life. They should.
They absolutely shouldn't.
No, I
Sean,
think.
did you ever
I
get
think
your
they.
ass whipped with a belt? You got your ass whipped with a belt, didn't you?
No, I never got hit with a belt.
You never got your ass whipped with a belt. No, I'm not saying hit.
I never
You never got your ass whipped with a belt.
No, I never got the belt.
You've never done it, or you've never had it done to you.
Oh, Landon, I've never had the belt. Take that how you want. I have never had the belt.
Okay.
I've never
You've
done it.
never
I
had
never
the belt.
would. I've never been hit with a belt.
Okay. And you're a pretty decent person, so you're one of the lucky ones. You were still a respectful kid and you didn't get your ass whipped with a belt. But guess what? Cheeky fuckers like me and my dad, who definitely needed to get our ass whipped with a belt, my dad got his ass whipped with a belt when he needed to. Me, on the other hand, I got my ass whipped with a belt, I think, once or twice in my life, and I probably could have used it like 10 or 15 more times. I'd be a lot better of a kid if I got my ass whipped with a belt. And my brother
I don't
would?
think so.
Oh, yeah. Dude, I'm telling you, here in America, you get your ass whipped with a belt. If a parent pulls a belt out, you know shit just got real. You ain't doing whatever you did again. It ain't happening.
Right, but don't you think that's a problem? That shit got real just because you're about to experience physical pain. Don't you think that that's a problem?
So, do you think there should
Okay.
be no punishment for your actions?
I didn't say that, but I don't think it should be a physically abusive punishment. No, I'm right with there being no physical abusive punishment.
But it's not physically abusive. You're not abusing your kid. You're
Bro,
punishing your child.
he's whipping you with a belt. What do you mean?
Yeah,
How is
you're
that
getting
not
your
physical
ass whipped.
abuse?
It's the same as spanking, just with a belt. I'm not
Yeah,
gonna hit
with a
my kid
belt,
so hard
a
every.
leather belt.
Okay, and my hand is probably worse. Imagine you have rings on your hand. Your hand's gonna hurt a lot of fucking worse.
Okay, I don't believe in smacking either.
Or I
Why
would
would I
spank
want to
the
smack?
fuck out of my
Why would
kid.
I? Why would I want to? Why would you want to smack your son around with your hand?
Okay.
Why would you want to do
Okay.
that?
I wouldn't smack him. Smack. You can't just say smack him around because when you say smack around,
Right.
I'm thinking I'm
All
gonna
right,
smack
fine.
him in the
What?
fucking
Okay,
face.
fine.
And
Fine. Why would
honestly,
you want to
as
spank your
much as
child?
why would I want to spank my child? Because
Yeah,
words don't always work, man. Like, let's be real here. My dad
but
can.
they do.
Because, no, they don't. My dad tells me to save my money all the live long fucking day, but do I do it?
That's
No, I just
different.
made my.
That's different.
No, it's
That's
not. No,
different.
it's not.
Yes, it
It's
is.
me telling. No, it's him telling me to make a responsible decision. Well, I told my kid to make a responsible decision and to not get on that table again because he's gonna get hurt. And guess what? He kept getting on the table. I kept telling him to quit. He didn't do it. I've told him multiple times not to. He's gonna get his ass whipped. Okay, and if that's with my hand or a belt, he's gonna get his ass whipped, and he's not gonna do it again because he's gonna realize that hey, this isn't what you need to do. Okay, that's not okay. I've been told, and I don't care if he's old enough to comprehend it or not. I don't give a shit. He's gonna comprehend. If he's not gonna comprehend the words that say "don't do it," he's gonna comprehend when I whip his ass with a belt and tell him not to do it.
Okay, but
Eventually, there has to be something that engraves it into his head that hey, this is not
yes,
something that I
there
need
is.
to do. Because if
Yes,
we
there
didn't
is.
have, no, there's
I
not.
think that's intervening. There is. I think it's intervening early enough when you start noticing behavioral patterns in your child. I think if you really care about your child, you really observe them, like I do with my son. I know if my son's about to do something stupid before he does it because he has behavioral patterns. And I've never laid my hand on my son. And what I do is when I discipline my son is let's say he's in the middle of doing something bad, right? Or well, I don't want to say bad, but let's say wrong, right? Because bad is bad. Yeah. So let's say he's doing something wrong, right? What I do is I'll call him over. I'll call him over to me. I'll give him a hug. I'll tell him I love him. I'll let him know he's safe. I tell him exactly what it is he's doing wrong and why it's wrong and what can happen if he continues to do so. At that point, I don't have to do anything else because he listens to me first time. And the reason he listens to me first time is because I started doing this very early. I started doing this at a very early age. My son's not scared of me at all.
Right. Okay.
He
Okay.
isn't
So we're
scared
talking
of me.
about your example. Okay. So what if he leaves you and then goes back to what he was doing? What is his
But he doesn't.
punishment?
But he doesn't though.
Okay.
No, but
I'm
no.
asking a
What
what
if he does?
if.
What if he does?
Okay,
What
so
if
I
he
would call
does?
him over again. Okay, so I call him over again. I don't want to use the word belligerent, but
Good,
I
because I
don't
don't know what it means.
I don't know if there's a correct term for this, but I would get a bit more
Aggressive.
um
He
assertive.
doesn't want to use
Assertive.
aggressive because
No, no,
whipping
no,
your kid's ass is
no.
aggressive.
I wouldn't use the word aggressive. I would use the word more assertive,
Okay.
right? And we have a naughty step in our house, right? We have a naughty step, and
A
the
what?
reason he's doing a naughty step is
What's?
where they
The
sit
fuck
when they
is
have a
that?
timeout.
Oh. Okay.
It's where they sit when they have a timeout. and it's usually away from anything that he feels comfortability in, right? So, for instance, if he's watching his TV or he's playing his games or playing with his toys, the naughty step will be away from all of these things, right? You take him away from what's making him comfortable or what he's currently doing. That's entertaining him. You take him away from that and you isolate him away from what that issue is, right? And however old he is depends on how long he stays on a naughty step. So when we started the naughty step, he was just 2, because we have a thing over here called terrible twos, and it's
Yeah.
usually when they're about 2 years old is when they start misbehaving and things like that, which is when it's
That was my
critical to intervene, right?
dude. That was the first time I got my ass whipped. Was when I was 2.
Right. Do you see what I'm saying? Like hitting your 2-year-old with a belt, do you think that's okay?
They didn't hit me with a belt, but they spanked me, and they didn't spank me hard. They
Okay,
just spanked me
so
enough to it was like a little like
Okay,
listen, like
okay,
listen.
okay,
It was like
okay, fine.
that. It wasn't nothing hard. It was just something, hey, I don't
Then why
like
do it
this.
then?
Maybe I
Then
shouldn't
why
do it
do it?
again.
Then why do it if it's not hard?
okay,
Why do it?
you put him
Because
in
it's
timeout. What happens next? And after timeout, he goes back to doing exactly what he was doing. What next?
When he goes, okay, so I sit him down on the step and I tell him again. I tell him what he's done wrong and why it's wrong, and then I'll tell him that he'll come off this step, and when he does, if he goes back to doing what he's doing, he's going to sit on the step for longer, right? And while he's on the step, he can't go and play with his toys. He has to stay here, right? It's never gone further than that.
Okay, and if it
Honestly,
does,
it is
he
never
gets
gone
off
further.
he gets off the step and goes back to what he was doing, what
let's
he
just
got
say
punishment
let's
for.
just say
What happens
let's
then?
just say your son does not give a fuck at this point. He just does not care. He's gonna do what he's gonna do, and he doesn't care what the punishment is. How far are you gonna go before you eventually are just like, fuck this,
So
I'm going to whip your ass?
the problem with, well, what if this, what if that, it doesn't fit into these conversations,
It
because
does
I
because it
would
happens all
be,
the fucking
no, it
time.
doesn't.
Maybe
It
not
doesn't.
maybe not over there, but here in America it does.
Oh, dude,
Okay,
here in
well,
America, kids are little assholes, dude. Kids will do whatever they want, and they won't even bat an eye.
Okay, and you can call it bad upbringing. That's perfectly fine. I completely agree. But it still happens.
okay,
Like,
if it's
Matt, do you think you would be as good of a guy? You think you would be as respectful as you are if your parents didn't whip your ass with a
No, I
belt?
wouldn't be.
Like, you would not be as good of a person as you are if your parents didn't whip your ass with a belt
Yeah.
because you decided you wanted to be a bad person.
listen, I'm not saying that the expectation of physical pain when making a mistake doesn't work for the child mind. It probably does. What I'm saying is that you can do other things that are more effective and are less abusive, which
I
leads to
agree
the
with.
slowdown. And apparently, well, I mean, you live in a country that tells you that you don't, and you're being taught wrong. You also live in the same country that says owning a gun is okay, and kids are dying every day because of these same people making these same decisions. You were taught wrong, and you are currently being taught wrong now.
Right. But
It's
my whole
illegal when
point
you're here to hit your child as of March, but
but
they started in Parliament a couple of years ago.
but my whole point is that I don't think spanking should be the very first option, but I also don't think that it
It
should be an
definitely needs to
option
be a
that's not on
fucking
the table.
option.
Okay, the
Definitely
reason
needs to
that
be a
shouldn't be
fucking
any
option.
The reason it shouldn't be any is because I'm proof, right? I'm telling you that I'm proof that it can happen. So when I met Chanel, right, Tristan was already 18 months old, right? He'd never had a prominent male figure in his life, right? Which is where I
I bet
believe
he
the
was a
most
little prick. Yeah, I bet he was
he
a little
was.
prick.
No. He wasn't a little prick. He wasn't a prick at all. He was very adventurous, right? He was very adventurous. He was very,
He liked to
um,
wander off in places he didn't need to go.
yes, that's perfect, right? He was very oblivious to dangers. He was very oblivious to anything right or wrong, right? Because again, that's what I think the male figure instills in children, right? I really do think that is the role of a dad, right? Is to instill protection instincts with their child. It's not the only, but I think it's one of the most important roles that a dad will fill in a child's life, right? So Tristan had none of this, right? Just not none of this. Chanel was great with him, right? Chanel was really good with him. He did obviously have some sort of idea of what was okay and what wasn't okay, but being at that age, they don't quite understand, right? And what I did with Tristan is what I would do when I was coaching, when I would have 30 children at a time at one stage, right? And I had to do the same for all of them, right? You don't have to use
Why
any
can you
sort of
not
physical.
send?
No, you make their asses run. You make them do suicides.
No, we don't. We don't even do that. We don't use the sport either to punish the child. Because again, if you're a prominent figure in a child's life, right, and they can see you in a light where they know that they're safe with you, they know that they are always safe with you, they will naturally respect what you have to say. It depends on the way that you deliver it. So, when you're asking me, was I beat when I was raised, or well, no, not beat. Sorry, was I hit with a belt or was I spanked? Right, I was hit. Yeah, I was hit, and it worked. I'm not saying that these things don't work. Like I haven't said that at all. I'm saying that there are more effective ways, and they're the ways that we should be exploring. Because a child doesn't need to get hit to learn what's right and wrong. And I think any system teaching you that is wrong.
Right, but
Because if I could do it in Britain with 30 children at a time, and then enter a child's life who doesn't know me, right? Doesn't know me, use all the same tactics on his child who's never had a male prominent figure in his life, and then he instantly respects me the exact same way as everybody else does, right? All my nephews respect me. All of my nephews do. All of my nieces do now. Nieces take a little bit more time because
right.
they're more, you know, obviously girls are a little bit more, they're closer to the women, right? It's just how it is. They're more attached to their mums, right? Whereas my nephews, we'll play football, we'll all play fight things like that. Like, do you see what I'm trying to say? It's a bit easier to connect with them on those sorts of levels, right? But like my 14-year-old nephew now, right? He's literally like Landon. He shit talks his way through life. He literally is one of them, and he used to be the type of guy, the type of kid who would throw punches first, ask questions later, and it got to the point where he was bullying people. And I was in hospital with COVID when I found this out, and I rung him, and I was like, "I'm gonna deal with you when I get out of fucking hospital. Like, you ain't getting away with this. You are absolutely not getting away with this." And he was getting to the point where he was squaring up to my mum, he was squaring up to his mum, he was
And I
squaring
didn't
up to
kick
my
his
ill
fucking
dad.
ass.
Right, yeah, but I didn't need to kick his ass. Do you know what I did? I told him, I took his phone off him. Right, I grabbed his arm. I took his phone off him, and I told him he's coming up to live with me for a couple of days. He's coming to live with me for a couple of days, and I'm going to show him the life that he's heading for if he continues what he's doing. And there are gangs where I live in Newport, right? There are literally gangs where I live of people that are just constantly fighting, uh, constantly hanging around prostitutes, dealing drugs. It's literally a scene from GTA,
Yo, I want to
right?
fucking hang out there. Drugs
On
and
Nah, dude,
drugs and
God.
prostitutes? That sounds like a hell of a
no,
time.
no, it's not. It's so dirty. It's disgusting. Like all the clothes they wear are dirty. They're smelly. Like these are bottom of the pile people because the decisions they've made in their lives, right? Oh well, quote unquote bottom of the pile. I shouldn't say that they're bottom of the pile because I don't think they are. But in the general sense, they're like the lowest of the low, right? They're horrible people, right? They are. They carry knives around. They're scary fucking people, right? And I showed him exactly what the life that he'll be living if he continues to act the way that he's doing, because they were all pulling the same shit that he's doing right now, right? Exactly the same, and it showed him that there was a better way to live, because he looks at my life, and I never did the shit that he was doing because I listened to people because I understand that they love me and understood that they wanted me to make better choices so I could have a good life. And here I was with my own car, my own Twitch business. I was earning good money. I had my own home. You know what I mean? I was engaged. I had my own children. I had everything any man in life ever wanted, and I was actually happy. And I was showing him that he could have everything I had. If he starts making different decisions, starts doing things better, and I educated him, you know what I mean? And it worked. It absolutely worked. Like anytime he has a problem now, he comes to me. I'm not saying he's not reactionary. Like, you know, like he is reactionary and he can't always handle his anger as perfect as possible. But as soon as I step into the situation, I'm telling you that situation is calm. As soon as I step in, it's calm. And it's because I have that influence on him. Because he trusts me. Because he feels safe with me. He knows I love him to bits and I die for him. Because he's my godson as well. And he's going to be the godfather to my son, right? So I think if you like you can intervene in a child's life, you can, and you can impose yourself as a prominent figure that they will always feel safe with and they'll always feel loved by. And as long as you do things the right way, you can get a child exactly where you want them to be without raising your hand. You can. And I've done it for years and years and years with
That's because
hundreds of
boys,
children.
and I'm glad you did that. That was great. I feel like I watched a Disney Plus, you know, I feel like I watched a Disney Plus, this happened in real life story. That's what I feel like I just watched. But at the same time, kids here are a little bit different. They act a lot differently. They're raised by not as good parents, you know.
Right, there we go. That's the problem. Not very good parents. That's the problem. At that point, like,
Yeah,
again,
parents who
so
don't do anything.
there you go.
Not parents who give their kid the belt. Parents who don't do anything. Parents who just don't care. Who were raised by
Exactly.
parents who thought the same way as you. Now you have found a good way to make your kids listen to you, and that's great. That's worked for them. But, here kids are a little bit more hard-headed, kids are a little bit more ignorant, and I I will still to this day you think the belt is a good way to whip your kid's ass. If your kid is going to keep doing it, 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 after about the fifth, sixth, or seventh time, I'm whipping that kid's ass with a belt, and he ain't gonna do it again. I'll promise you that.
But the problem with that is, let's
No, the
take
problem with
bullying.
that is I gave him more chances than a woman punching me in the face, and he's lucky he got that.
Well, let's just say, right, let's just say the problem is that your son isn't exactly learning specifically what's wrong, right? You're reacting to this one thing that he's done. So let's say your son walks up and punches another kid, right? And you say, that's bullying, and then you slap your son, and then your son doesn't go and punch another kid in the face. Do you think your son would probably still call other people or call other children names? He probably will, because he wasn't hit for bullying kids. He was hit because he hit another kid. So your child is going to find
I,
other ways,
um,
not deliberately, but they're going to find other ways to continue doing what they were doing without getting hit. And you're going to keep hitting them, telling them that each individual thing is wrong. Whereas if you can educate and say this whole thing that you're doing is wrong, and that way you don't have to hit them every time. You can stop the problem at the root of the problem. And that's where I
yeah,
think educating your child and being a genuine, prominent figure, not just say, well, I'm your dad, so therefore I'm a prominent figure, because that means nothing. You have to be a dad, right? You have to really be a
right.
dad to be a dad or a mother or a mother, right? And I think if you fill that role, if you really fill that role, you can bring your child up exactly the way you want, no matter where you live. It doesn't matter where you live. It doesn't matter if you're in the States. It doesn't matter if you're in the UK. It doesn't matter if you're in Rwanda. It doesn't matter because children will replicate your behavior. They do. Children replicate your behavior. So if they're hitting, you want to ask why they're hitting in the first place. My child doesn't hit. He doesn't see hitting. Now, the usual answer to that is other kids hit, so they think it's okay to hit, right? That's the usual answer that you get. Whereas if you say hitting is wrong, you're not really going to get far. If you say being nasty is wrong and making people feel bad is wrong, they can easily equate that to any bad thing that they do to anyone.
Right,
And
but
they
you grab
stop
them.
making people feel bad, and they stop, it stops like this child making any of the children feel bad in any capacity because they can equate this education that you're giving them to a wide variety of situations that they may find themselves in.
Yeah, but you grab them by the arm and bust their ass. You ask, how'd that feel? Then they have an understanding of the pain that they inflicted on others.
Right.
Also,
And that's the hit, right?
I just asked my girlfriend, hey, if we have kids, can I whip their ass with a belt? You know what she said? Yeah, because she's got her ass whipped with a belt, and I got my ass whipped with a belt. And guess what? It shaped
Right.
our asses up real
Okay.
fucking quick, didn't it?
But that all you're proving to me is that that's a circle of behavior. You think it's okay to
that,
hit a
that has
child with a belt
worked. That has
because
worked. It
you
is
got hit with a belt.
effective.
Okay. And what I'm saying is, I have taught hundreds of children, right, including my own, including children that aren't mine, that are within my family, right, that there's a different way and there's a better way.
Okay.
You break the cycle and you change the behavior. It's illegal in the
And if
UK
it
for a
doesn't work,
reason. It does work
what?
though. It
You
does.
can't spank your kid?
You're not allowed to. Since March, you're not allowed to. You're not allowed to spank your kid at all, and rightly so. Because I understand what you're saying, right? I
Never,
understand what you're saying.
never in America will that ever get passed as a law. In America,
They should go.
if that's the last original law
Um,
standing, if that's the
But it should
last
get passed as a
original
law,
law
though.
standing, bro, that will be the
Do
last
you
original
think?
law. Is you
Do
can
you
whip your
think?
kid's ass.
What's the most left party? What's the leftist party in the US? Would you say socialists?
um,
What party represents socialists? Would you say Green Party? What's the most
uh,
socialist party in the
What is the
US?
most leftist party in America?
so like, I mean, like we have a communist party, in the U.S.
And
Um,
guess what? I'll bet them potato pickers still whip their fucking kids.
but
I'll
none
bet
of,
money on it.
but like none of them are in power.
I
Okay.
think the most leftist party in the US, or any party that is, I don't want to say far left, I would say stand true to their leftist beliefs, would pass that bill.
No, I still think I don't care if you're a communist, Republican. I don't care if you fucking. I don't care if you're the most socialist motherfucker ever. If you think capitalism is the greatest thing to happen to anyone ever, I don't care. Can. I'll bet that potato picking communist is still gonna look at his kid when that kid tells him, "No, I'm not picking potatoes today." He's gonna be like, "You're gonna either pick potatoes or you're gonna get your ass beat, and you're still gonna pick potatoes. But either way, you're picking fucking potatoes today." And guess what? That kid tells him no. He's gonna beat his ass and he's gonna whip his ass. And guess what? That kid's gonna go out there and pick potatoes now because he learned that saying no to your parents is disrespectful and it's not going to happen
No, he
again.
didn't learn that. He didn't learn that. That's not what
Really?
you
Because
told
when
him.
I told my dad
Yeah,
no and he whipped my
what you
ass, guess
told
what?
him.
I learned
No,
no.
no, you didn't. This is where you're wrong. This is where you're being taught wrong. This is absolutely where you're being taught wrong. I'm glad that you said what you said. You didn't learn that what you did was disrespectful. What you learned is if you do something, you get hurt. Or if you don't do something, you get hurt. That is what you learned. That is the behavior that you learned.
So
You
you
didn't
think all that
learn
happens is like we get dragged to the bedroom, get spanked,
You
and then
get a
just move on? Like you don't think
no,
that
I'm
there's
not
any
saying,
conversation going on
no.
there?
No, dude, I didn't say this. I didn't say any of that at all. I'm not saying that your dads will just take you into your room, bend you over, slap fuck out of your ass, and then they leave and say, "Oh well, that's done." No, I'm pretty sure there may be a conversation. But which of those situations do you think a child will learn from most? Getting hit, or the conversation from their parent?
I think if you have a, I'm gonna tell my kid why he's getting his ass whipped. I mean, he'll understand why he's getting his ass whipped.
Okay, so
If my
why
kid's
can't you tell
disrespectful and tells his mom to go fuck herself, you know what's gonna happen? I'm gonna be like, all right, you told your mom to go fuck yourself. That's not okay. I'm going to whip your ass. So now he understands. Hey, if I tell my mom to go
why
fuck herself, I'm gonna get my ass whipped, and
why
I don't like it.
Oh, why have you got to whip their ass though? Why can't you call them over to you, tell them exactly what they've just did, what they've just done wrong, tell them what it is that they've done wrong,
Because
and tell
we've
them
tried that
exactly
10
what
other
they've done.
times. We've tried that
Okay,
10 other times. We've punished them 10 other ways, and none of them
Right, I've
worked.
told them, like I've told my, we're not saying that the first thing we're gonna resort to is just whipping our kids' ass. No, if that were the
I'm not
case,
saying
I'd got my whip. And so guess what? If I've told my kid, don't tell your mom that, don't tell your mom that, don't tell your mom that, and I've already yelled at him, like it's gotten to the point where I've had to raise my voice. No, no, if it's gotten to the point where I've had to raise my voice because it's happened at least 10 or 15 times, then guess what? My voice is tired. My freaking brain hurts,
okay,
okay? And I'm sick and tired of dealing
okay,
with that kid. Okay, and I've tried, and I've tried, and I've tried, and I've tried, and he's not grasping that concept. Guess what? He's going to get his ass whipped with the belt. And I'll bet money that motherfucker never says, go fuck yourself to hit his mother one more
but he
time. I'll
still don't
bet
respect.
money on
He
it.
still don't respect her. He still doesn't respect her, and he also doesn't respect you either. He's
I,
scared of you. Doesn't
okay.
respect you or your mum. He's scared of you.
That's fine.
You
That
want me
means
to
he
tell
didn't
you?
respect me to begin with.
Yeah, he
But
didn't
at least
respect me to
but at
begin
least
with,
now I have
obviously.
some emotion from him.
Probably not. Okay, that's probably true. He probably didn't respect you in the first place. But you think hitting him makes you respect you more?
No,
No,
but
it
No,
at least
doesn't.
now that
that
puts
and
the
that's
fear
not
in
what I'm
him.
trying to gain.
Okay,
And I'm not trying
okay,
to gain and I'm not trying to gain the fact that he respects me. I don't care if he
you're not
respects me.
trying
If
to
he's
gain
not gonna
respect.
okay, I'm not gonna get respect regardless. If I don't do any if I just keep doing what you're doing, then guess what? He may listen to me. But again, if he did it 10 more times, then he didn't respect me in the first place. If he didn't respect me to stop, then he's not going to respect me anyways.
Okay,
So guess
but by
what?
that
I
point,
beat his
by that
ass, and he's
point,
not going to
this
do it
isn't
again.
working. But by that point, if this isn't working, we're 2022 now, right? Like there are behavioral therapists for children that can step in and support you.
Right, and
Oh
with
those
no,
behavior
those cost money.
children.
and those cost money. You know how much a belt costs?
Even
A
through
belt
social,
costs $12 at
e- e-
Walmart. A good
even if
one
social,
too, real sturdy.
even if social services were to recommend it,
Yeah,
Fuck yeah. You know how much it's gonna
dude,
cost
there's
for me
nothing
to have
free in
social
this
services?
country.
Dude,
I
it'll
do
cost me.
forget a lot of the
Dude,
time that like
dude,
I'm speaking from a my country perspective, and
no,
I realize
dude,
everything for me is free. But again, I still think, listen, I still stand to my belief that you should make your child want to respect you rather than fear you.
no, dude, it's gonna cost me money just for the social service worker to come out there and tell me what I'm doing is wrong, and I didn't even want him to
Really?
come out there in the first place. It'll probably,
No,
yeah,
no, that'd be covered. That'd be covered by taxes.
yeah, that'll be covered by taxes I pay later. So technically, yes, but no. So, and then guess what? They're like, oh, well, you should go get a behavior person. Okay, I then have to find one, schedule an appointment, see if my insurance covers anything, which it probably won't because we don't have that in this fucking country.
I did
And
know
then I
that.
pay, and then I pay that therapist in full every week to talk to my kid about what he should and shouldn't be doing. So he's gonna respect them more than he's gonna respect me because they're teaching him not to do it. You think your dog
But
is
don't
gonna
you have
listen to you if there's a reason I don't send there's a reason I haven't sent my dog to somebody else to train him because he's not gonna respect me or listen to me when somebody else is the one teaching him not to do these things. That's who he's gonna be loyal to. That's who he's gonna listen to because he's
okay?
gonna listen to the
I think
person who's
humans are
trained
a
him.
lot smarter than dogs, though. Humans are a lot smarter than dogs.
No, fuck no, they are not. You do
Yes, they
realize,
are.
no, listen to this. Dogs understand what we're saying. We can't understand what they're saying.
No, dogs don't understand what you're saying. They understand tones. They don't understand English.
No, they understand some
Okay,
words. No,
no, they
they
understand
No,
understand
English.
some
no.
words.
Yes, I do.
They understand the tones of the. No, they understand the. Okay, so I could be wrong here. So I'm not gonna. I'm
You
gonna stop
are.
saying no. I shouldn't be
You
saying that.
are.
Okay, hang on. Let me just tell you what
Because
from
I
my
can say
education what I've
sit
been
and
taught.
because I can say sit and lay down in the same tone, but he's gonna sit when I say sit, and he's gonna lay down when I say lay down, without
Yeah,
any
but there are
motions,
different
any
tones to your
movement.
voice. There are different
No,
tones
when
to
I
your
say
voice.
sit,
I've been led to
when I say
believe.
lay down, that's the same tone. That's the same tone. It may be a little bit of a longer thing, but if he can't understand words, then he doesn't. Then if I say a
Okay,
word with the same
okay,
amount of
I'm wrong on this one.
syllables,
Okay, I'm wrong on this one. This is just my education. I dog understand tones, not necessarily
Uh,
individual words.
like yes, they do use tones. I don't disagree with you that they use tones, but they do understand words as well, and
Okay, but still, I think children are a lot smarter than dogs. I'm sorry.
I think they
Come
are
on.
too. But honestly, dogs have more loyalty than kids do nowadays. So I'd trust a dog over a kid.
Well, kids aren't like loyal, are they? They depend on you. Dogs don't necessarily depend on you. They
My
existed way
dog
before
depends
it.
on me. My dog depends on me. If I didn't
Your
feed my
dog,
dog every,
your
yeah, dude.
dog
If
could
I
do
didn't,
that. Your child
my,
couldn't.
no, my dog couldn't live without me. What do you mean? He would
Yes,
have
it
been
could.
put down. Really? Because my dog would have been put down if I wouldn't have
no,
taken
no,
him.
he's talking
And
about like out in
oh,
society.
come on, dude,
Out
will
in
you?
society, no, my dog couldn't. He would attack other dogs and he would get put down. No, he couldn't.
Because that's what dogs do.
No,
They're
it's not.
territorial
Your
animals.
dog
They're
is.
hunters. Yes, they are. How do you think they
Oh,
survived before humans were around?
yeah, they rode in packs. Well, my dog doesn't have a pack,
Right.
so no, he won't. He's gonna
But
find
he would
somebody
have
bigger
had you
than
not been
him.
around. But your dog would have had you not been around.
No, my dog would have been eaten. He's 80 pounds, 2 years old, with no mother. No, he would have been fucking eaten by a pack of wolves by now.
Okay, well, unlucky. Like I don't really want me to say. Like that's
Guess
just
what? That
nature.
kid's unlucky. He should have fucking listened the first time. Wham! Got his ass whipped. Now he
No,
doesn't do it
no,
again.
you can't. No, you can't say that
No,
with a
I
child.
can't say that. I can't say
Right.
that.
A child cannot survive without society. That's a fact. A child cannot survive without
Oh yeah,
society.
I can raise my kid off the grid, and I'll bet he'll be just fine.
Okay, yeah, and you're part of society, dumbass.
I'm not part of society. I don't claim them fucks.
You are part of society. Don't talk shit.
I'm not talking shit. I don't claim them.
Okay, so real quick,
Fucking hate society.
studies have shown that dogs can know up to 215 words and phrases.
Oh,
Um,
oh shit. Kids don't even know that. My dog knows 250 phrases, and he's only 2. My 2-year-old probably wouldn't even understand what the fuck sit meant.
on average, the
Other
pets in the
people.
study could understand 89 words, the same number as an 18-month-old baby.
That's a year and a half, right?
Yes. Now, they tend to be more um, like basic commands or basic words like, you know,
Well, right,
water,
because their brain
park,
isn't as big,
cat,
stuff like
gentle. Well,
that.
yeah, I know. I'm just saying that it's the study did say that, you know,
Okay, so you're saying that because the study says this, that what you're saying is right then, right?
no.
Oh, okay, well, I
I'm
would say
Saying because for
I mean, I'm
generations,
saying that I'm right that dogs know words. That's all I'm saying.
no, I'm
right
using anecdotal
because
evidence.
this study says so, right?
Yes.
And there are many more to back that up. No,
Uh,
I'm just making the distinction as to why you think that this is a thing, because you're being told by these studies that it's a thing, so therefore it's fact, right? Which is okay. I'm not like trying to disprove that evidence or anything. Like I believe this because it says it there. I believe it, which is why I said okay, I stand corrected on this.
I mean, do I think that it's 100% true? No, because I haven't looked into it enough. I would have to see if this was peer reviewed. I would have to see if there's other studies and stuff like that. But would I say just in general that dogs can understand words? Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna
That
send you this because this backs up my point of spanking doesn't work. Uh, where you? It actually tells. Yeah, Discord actually says that you're streaming. There you go.
yeah, and I think that spanking does lead to behavior problems. But that
Okay, so
doesn't.
spanking doesn't work and is wrong.
No, it's saying that spanking leads to behavior problems. It doesn't say that it doesn't. That in the right cases, it's a good thing.
But it leads to behavioral problems, which means your problems get worse. Your child's behavioral problems get worse. You're smacking them or spanking them because they're having behavioral problems. And this study says that as a result of specific spanking leads to behavioral problems.
Right.
How does that
But
not
see,
say that it's
but
wrong?
hold on. But because their information is flawed, and let me explain to you. Yes. Oh, you're. Uh,
Good
um.
night, Landon.
Good night,
Yeah,
bud.
you can. Yeah, absolutely.
Um. So the reason why I say that their information is flawed, and this is just going off of the first sentence and not getting into it, but I'm just going off of what the first sentence here says. Children who have been spanked by their parents by age 5 show an increase in behavior problems at age 6 and age 8 relative to children who were never spanked, according to new findings. So the kids that were never spanked, okay? So the kids that were spanked probably, again, this is just assuming things, probably came from lower income families, which already had a behavior problem kind of built into their lives, because that's uh, just kind of how it is when you're poor. I know it sounds horrible, but that's just kind of how it is. Um, so when you're comparing it to the average kid that's age 8 that wasn't spanked, they're probably going to be from a higher classed family So, of course, they're not going to have the same behavior problems. That's why I'm saying that this might be flawed. Again, there could be
Yeah, but
more
what?
information, and I could be completely wrong, and it could be the spanking that caused the behavior problems, and it could be the spanking that caused the behavior problems throughout the generations of the family. I don't know the answer to that, but I'm just saying, going through the first sentence, their methodology is flawed.
Okay, but the second paragraph down says the switch uses a statistical technique to approximate random assignment indicates that this increase in behavior problems cannot be attributed to various characteristics of the child, the parents, or the home environment. Rather, it seems to be the specific result of spanking. So doesn't that just throw your floor completely out? Because it just told you that they were completely randomly assigned. Uh, the behavioral problems are not specific to the parents or the home environment. We're talking on an average basis here, right? Like
Right.
there are going to be outliers, in which case these situations can have an effect. This is the average. So that already throws your floor out because it's nothing to do with the home environment, rich or poor. But it seems to be the specific result of spanking, which tells me I'm right.
Right, but when they're getting these people, even though they're not like, looking for any kind of parents or home environment or social class and anything like that, they're
No, they're
automatically
not.
they have a higher
That's not what they're
chance.
saying.
I know
That's
that's
not what
not
they're
what they're
saying.
look I know that's what they're not looking for because it's
No,
supposed to be
they're looking at
random.
why behavioral. No, they're looking at why behavioral problems start, and they're saying that it's not really anything to do with the home environment, the parents, or the characteristics of the child. It is the specific result of spanking. And when you compare the two of people who can or who have been spanked rather than those who haven't, the behavioral problems are amongst those who have been. That's what it's saying. So it's not taking things into account. It is taking everything into account, and they're putting it down to a specific behavioral pattern of spanking. That's what this is. That's what the study is telling you. Like I just think the people in the US, right, that are making decisions that it's okay to hit a child with a belt are the
Hold
same
on.
people telling you that it's
Hold on.
okay if you
Hold on. Hold on. Hold on.
sorry,
Jesus Christ.
sorry. I did stop as soon as you said it. I tried. It's just sorry. Is that
Normally
better now?
normally you're really good at stopping, but I feel like that you're like really set at
I'm really
something.
sorry.
So,
And I'm really sorry. Is that
eh,
better
I'm
now? Is
sorry.
that
I'm
okay?
Yes, you're fine. And I'm sorry for getting loud too.
No, it's okay. You needed me to stop. You needed me to stop, and I
Yeah.
was kind of rambling a bit. No, it's okay. It's okay. Um, yeah. So the thing, what I was saying is, the people that are making the decisions that it's okay to hit a child with a belt in the US, is that legal? By the way, spanking a child with a belt, is that
Yes.
legal? Right. Well, so is walking around outside of school with a gun.
Yes.
The same people are making both those
No,
decisions.
no. Most schools are no gun zones, so
Okay. Well, I mean, we think walking around with a gun is wrong anyway. You shouldn't be able to do it.
right.
Um, but again, you know what I mean? Like the people sitting there saying that it's okay to spank children with belts are making all the wrong decisions in the US. And it's people like me and you sit here and say that these people are making wrong decisions and they are wrong for doing it. And we sit here and say, well, there's one thing that they say about spanking children is okay. I think if you really had a hardcore socialist party in the US, hitting children would become illegal. Now, when I think it comes to societal growth, I think the US really lags behind. I think it really lags behind because your government forces that because the Republicans keep getting in, right, and making things happen. That's why I think that happens. But I think eventually, in the next 10 years, if you had a hard socialist party in the US, it would become illegal.
Why can I not fucking view this? Oh my god. So unless I pay for this fucking study, I can't even view the study. So like I can't
Oh, that's
say
dumb.
I can't say one way or another how I feel about it. Like, cause all I can get is the abstract.
Well, I mean, the thing is, I mean, like, my speciality when it comes to coaching is behavior, right? It literally is child behavior. That's where I feel like I'm strongest. And like I've given multiple examples in which what I have said and what I proposed has worked 100% of the time, and there's never been a case where it hasn't. And you also have studies telling you the same thing. You
Oh,
also have our legal system
is
telling you
this
that it's
it or is
illegal
this
here
a different?
because we're a lot more socialist than you. And you're saying you want a socialist party. You're saying you want to be a socialist country, like kind of like we are. And socialism says that hitting kids is illegal and it's wrong.
Okay,
So you're saying you're more into behavioral. Yeah. So Gene, I don't. So I'll give you a little bit of a background on me. I'm a football coach, right? And I wanted to get into teaching children football because like the behavioral school of thought. Um, I'm not a master at it. Like I'm not saying like I'm a specialist at it, but when I'm coaching and I'm dealing with children, I feel like that's where I'm strongest. Is when I'm challenged with a child with behavioral issues. I do feel like that's where I thrive. Yes. Because again, I feel like if you can make whatever you're trying to teach the child relevant to things that they enjoy and they love, you can convince a child of anything. I think it's very, very easy to do that. Because I don't think manipulation is a bad thing either, as long as you're using it for the right reasons and you try to manipulate them into a safer frame of mind. Oh, it's a cognitive. Yeah, no, no, it's understandable. I completely get that. I completely get that. I'm not saying like one is like better than the other or stronger than the other, right? But I'm talking like when children are misbehaving and children are losing their, I don't want to say losing their way, but let me use that for lack of a better phrase that I can come up with right now. But when they're losing their way, I feel like when I'm able to step in and I'm able to help turn their behavior around, I feel like that's my favorite part of the process, and it's probably my most knowledgeable and my most successful part, rather than the actual teachings of the sport. What's the saying? But you swapped spanking by manipulation. Well, no. It's not. It's not because you can easily say that teaching a child to think the same way as you is manipulation. You can easily say that. Whereas people will think that the word manipulation means getting people to just do whatever you want them to do. And I think it has a broader term, a broader meaning than that. But I kind of see how that sounds. It's far less abusive because you can manipulate a child into into behaving better simply by showing them the consequences of their actions. It's not like my parents were making me support a political party. I mean, I didn't ever say that they were. I think a parent's job is to keep you safe through life. And it's a parent's job to teach you what is right and wrong in life. And a parent teaching you that it's okay to hit you with a belt is wrong. That's what I think. My country agrees with me. My justice system agrees with me, regardless of how garbage it actually is. That's another conversation if we want, because it's fucking awful. But I'll take whatever I can get at this point. Like showing basic manners isn't really imposing their will on the child. What it is, it absolutely is. Because I tell my child to have manners because it's respectful to other people. That's my worldview. My worldview is you should always show manners. To show manners to other people is something that I would have taught my children. So it is a worldview. It's a view that manners is the correct behavior. That is a view. Are you having fun reading that, Matt?
Yes. I So what I'm kind of grasping from it from right now is this is a study of prior studies. To
It's the
see like
society. It's the society's view. Yeah, I understand that it's a society's view, but I don't understand how that changes anything because society will decide what's right and wrong. I'm part of society, right? And I can decide what I believe is right and wrong. And I believe hitting a child is wrong. And I believe anyone teaching anyone else that hitting children is right is wrong. Like, I'm not saying don't impose yourself. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not saying don't impose yourself onto your child. I'm not saying don't ever, like, not be intimidating because I think sometimes there are times where you need to do things a little over the line for the greater good. But I don't think that needs to become physically abusive at that point. No, it doesn't. Just making sure I understand. No, it doesn't. What? I don't know what part of what I said you're responding to. I'm sorry. Like, I'm not saying that anyone who hits their child is evil. I'm not saying that. Like, again, I'm not sitting here saying, well, if you spank your child, then you're an evil piece of shit that needs to die now. No, I'm not saying that at all. You know, and I'm pretty sure that there are some people out there who may have spanked their children and their children have grown up more respectful because of that. But I don't think that's the average child. I don't. They're anomalies, right? I was spanked as a child. I grew up with respect and manners. I'm not saying I didn't ever disrespect other people. I'm not saying I grew up perfect. I didn't. I was a little bastard. You know what I mean? But I think in the grand scheme of things, like look, I'll say something that goes completely against what I'm saying, right? So I had a friend who had parents that were very quiet. They weren't very much disciplinary, shall we say, when it came to physicality. They they never hit their son, is what I'm trying to say. They never hit their son. They took the exact approach that I took, right? That I take right now. Maybe not exactly the same, but along those lines, right? And because I grew up on a council estate and I was growing up, um, I sometimes was a disrespectful little shit. The mother of my friend told my mother that she didn't want her child playing with me anymore because I was a bad influence on him, right? I've never been to prison in my life. I've never been convicted of a crime in my life. Um, I gave blood every single month, and I wouldn't have a tattoo because if I had a tattoo, it meant that I wouldn't be able to give blood anymore. I um, I lost my virginity at 18. I never drank. I never smoked. I never did any drugs whatsoever. Instead, I wanted to change the lives of children that were in poverty, right? And he is in and out of prison consistently now. You know what I mean? So you could easily say, well, it worked for you, and what you proposed didn't work for him. You could use that argument, but I think these are like they're not the average outcome, right? That's not the average outcome, I believe. Is it me, or are you like desperately trying to find a link that disproves what I'm saying?
no, I'm just trying to educate myself more.
I know. I'm joking. And like hitting for correction versus hitting because you have aggressive behavior may not cause affect relation, right? Let me read that again. I have no idea what you're saying. And like hitting for correction versus hitting because you have aggressive behavior may not have cause effect relation, right? It may be correlated. Well, some people, okay, so I would say the average parent will only hit their child when they get fed up of telling them. Landon said it just now. He literally said it just now. Like he said, well, I told him, and guess what? I'm getting sick and tired of telling him, so now I'm going to hit him.
Yeah,
Which
it's kind of
is
that
that your
last
answer to?
resort.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So do you see what I'm saying? Like your last resort is physical pain. Like, isn't that a type of aggression? Like corporal punishment and aggressive behavior are correlated. Um, I don't know. I think you have to be careful when you're saying that, right? Because do I believe that your teachers and your parents want to abuse you? No. I think there's a system where they've seen it work here and there because it was the only thing that they knew, and they've seen it work, and therefore they're carrying on the behavior that they're seeing replicated, right? Or that they've seen be replicated.
Right, but if they've seen it work, then
I've
you're
seen it work.
then you're admitting that it works.
I never said that it didn't. I never said that spanking your child doesn't work. I never left my mouth. What I'm saying is there are better ways and more effective ways to get your child to where you want them to be.
Right, until you can't.
Okay, but you always can though. You can if you. I'm telling you, if you impose yourself early enough and you care enough, you can do that.
Okay, but
You
again,
can.
you're talking like you're talking to an American, okay? Where the average American has both of their parents working 40 hours a week.
Okay.
They come home, they
There's,
cook dinner, and then
there's one mistake already. There's one mistake already.
then the day's pretty much fucking over.
Okay. Do you see a problem with that or no?
Yes, most definitely.
Right. So do I think that the answer to this is hitting the child? No. There's a
No,
lot that needs to be changed.
I
No, that's what I'm saying.
agree.
There's a lot that needs to be changed. A child doesn't have to be hit to be taught how to behave. There's a lot that needs to change in the US. A lot. Now, when you look at the UK, there are safety nets for parents. Mums don't have to go to work. Dads don't have to go to work. Neither of you have to go to work if you don't want to. Right? You can just bullshit the system for the rest of your life if you want to. It's the safety net that exists. So parents can be in their kids' lives almost every minute of every day, apart from when they go to school. In which case, your worldview on your child is going to be way more prominent than it is something a day, or a child that has both parents working 8 hours a day, right? Because you're around your children more, you're imposed on them more, you're around them a lot longer when they're young and impressionable. Is what I'm trying to get at, right?
Right, and that's why I was saying, like, with those studies, it's really going to come down to socially economic situations because the richer people tend to be, the less likely chance that you're going to get spanked because they have more time to invest into their children. They have more time to invest into their well-being or invest into teaching
Right.
them right from wrong so that way they don't have to um,
Okay. So
get to that point.
do you think acts of violence upon your children are okay then? Or do you think that you should fight to change the system?
Do I think that it's right? No. And do I think that it's bad? Yes. But do I think that we don't have a choice? No, I don't think that we have a choice. We do the best with what we got.
Okay, but don't you think the child should have a choice not to get hurt and not to expect physical pain when they mess up their behavior, which happens because they can't regulate their behavior all the time? Because sometimes their minds just go like 100 miles an hour because children are idiots. Or do you think there should be a fundamental change upon how parents should be able to be around their children and impose themselves upon their lives? Which one of them seems better to you?
Well, I feel like that you're kind of like going with a broad term of like Ow, son of a bitch. With like spanking a child. Like,
Okay. I am
let's see.
going with a broad term. I don't think you should ever spank a child for any reason. Before or after conversation, it shouldn't exist.
I think it just really depends on the situation. Like
Okay.
that's
Do you mind if I respond? Do you mind if I respond to Gene just real quick?
yeah. Go
Because
ahead.
again, obviously, keeps the engagement going. Do you think eliminating violence and presence, the possibility of violence to a child, is like, no, it's absolutely not right to know about life because when you give a child punishment and you take them away from the things they love, right? In this case, the naughty step or their room or something like that, for instance. But when it goes that far, there's a thing for that exists in the human world right now. It's called prison. So no, you're absolutely not.
Oh, hold on, you
And
cut
violence
out.
can just is
You-
that better?
Yeah.
Okay. What part did you hear up to then? Did I stutter on anything?
No, it was so like you paused for a second and then you continued. It was right after the pause that you cut out.
Okay. Do you want me to repeat what I said?
Yes, please.
Just in case. Okay. So what I said was, I don't think that it's lying to your children about life because when you take your child away from the things that they love as a punishment, right? When you take your children away from what makes them comfortable and what they love and what makes them feel safe, in this case being their toys or their TV or whatever it is that they were doing at the time to, make them socially active, whatever. There's a thing in life for adults that exists right now that does the exact same thing. It's called prison or detention centers, right? They exist. And what you teach your children is when you're bad, this is where you go because you become a danger to people. Whereas when you're good, you can always have whatever it is that you love. And that is true. Even for children that have next to nothing, they always have something that they love and they never want to be without it. And that's not the fear of being around something that they don't love that puts them in that place. It's the fact that they think that they're a danger to people is usually what makes them change their behavior because they don't want to be bad. They don't want to be naughty. Children don't want to be these things. And like I said, when you can make a child feel safe and you can make a child feel loved while you're educating them on what their behavior, on what to do with their behavior is wrong and why it's wrong, you get a more positive outcome. But again, that really depends on how close you are with your child. My son will sit there and watch Pokemon with me. He'll sit there and we'll have fun and we'll name flags from countries until one of us beats the other. Right? We'll do the same with the States and the US. We'll sit and watch astronomy documentaries together. We absolutely love it. We love the same sorts of music. When he sits and plays Fortnite or Pokemon or I don't know anything else, I play with him because our interests are the same, right? So he respects me and he sees me sometimes in this situation as a best friend. So when we're sat there having fun and we're chilling, we're best friends. But when I talk to him, right, when I talk to him, because he knows that he's doing wrong, or I know when he's doing wrong, sorry, and I talk to him, there's a completely different change of tone. There's a very, very different change in tone between me and him. And at that point, I'm not his best friend, right? I'm not his friend. I'm his dad. I'm his parents. And he will listen to exactly what I have to say. He knows that the only reason that happens is because I love him and I want him to do what's right. So he can continue to have nice things and he can continue to have lots of fun and continue to always be happy and safe. You can continue to impose this on your child. They replicate your behavior in wanting to be safe and happy and loving. That's why it's a better outcome than smacking because they will hit their kids will hit their kids, and it's just a circle that keeps going until you get a line of abused children. Studies agree with me, scientific studies agree with me, behavioral studies agree with me, socialist parties agree with me, socialist legal systems agree with me. I I don't know what else to. Yeah, I think it's because of the child's idea of the worst that can happen. What you mean when you're talking about jail or prison? Because that is a realistic thing that can happen to them if they continue to do this sort of behavior when they're an adult. Because you don't get told off by mummy and daddy anymore. You get told off by the police. It's a very different situation at that point, and you never want to get them there. No, like what you just said. I hope I've changed both your minds on this. I hope I've changed both your hearts. And I understand that you probably come from did hit you, and it probably convinced you that you're now more respectful because of that, and maybe that's true. But would you have rather have been nurtured in a safe, loving manner rather than getting hurt and arriving at the same place? Which one of those upbringings would you have rathered?
Oh, dude,
Realistically,
I was like full on abused. So,
right? And do you think that that's okay?
oh God, no. No,
Right, absolutely
I
not.
don't
You
mean
would.
like I honestly believe that a couple of the spankings that I got were justified. Like I deserved.
I'm not saying okay. Again, I'm not trying to say that when you spank your child that you don't love them. I'm not saying that. Right. I think my message is coming across. I think you're hearing my message differently than to how I'm saying it. I'm not saying that if you spank your child, you don't love them. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is you're trying to get them to a certain part of their life or a certain part of their thinking, right? What I'm saying is there's a better way to get them to the same place.
Right, and
The science agrees with me.
I'm saying that I needed my ass spanked because there is nothing else that would have gotten me to that place.
And I'm saying, but you don't know that.
In a few situations. Yeah, because I know
I
what I
don't.
was as a kid.
Yeah, but I don't think that you know that though. I really don't. I think the only reason that you're saying that you were spanked and that was the only thing that would have worked is because you were spanked and it worked. How do you know that had you really not been spoken to properly, right, in a situation where you'd never been hit before?
Because there was
Do
other
you think you
punishments
would? Do
that
you think?
were put
Okay,
in.
if I was your dad, right? Let's just have this. Let's do a what if here. If I was your dad and brought you up the same way as I did with my son, do you think you'd still be as respectful as you are now? If I brought you up, me specifically, doing what I do?
Yes. Well,
Yeah. Do you
actually,
see what
hold
I'm
on, wait.
saying?
I honestly don't know the answer to that because
Well,
I feel like well, so this is going to just be like completely anecdotal, but I feel like I'm more respectful now because of what has happened to me in my past.
you probably are. Again, I'm not saying that if you get spanked that you don't, I don't know, learn a lesson, for lack of a better phrase. I'm not saying that that doesn't happen. You know what I mean? I've never said this at no stage. It probably does work. There are situations in which when you spank a child, they're probably too afraid to make a mistake again. But I'm saying if you could teach them to not want to make the mistake because they know it's wrong, rather than not make the mistake because they think they're going to get hurt, which one of those outcomes do you think is better?
Again, it goes by case basis because, like I said,
No, it doesn't. It doesn't.
there's a couple of the spankings that I believe that I deserve because no other
But that's
punishment was
but
working.
that's not the question I'm asking. That's not the question I'm asking. I'm saying, right, if you could get your child to the exact same place that
Yes, then
you're
you
at
don't need to
right
spank
now,
them.
there we go. That's what I'm saying. And I'm saying that
But I'm
these
saying that
systems
that
do
doesn't
exist.
work. I'm saying that sometimes that just doesn't work.
Okay, well, I think for the majority of cases, it does work.
Yes, and I completely agree, but I'm saying all cases. Like there is I do believe that there's a few cases where you need to spank your child
Okay,
and that it's
I I
justified.
I, di- I disagree. I disagree with that. Okay, I agree, and I hope I'll never. Oh, hang on a minute. Here we go. Oh, okay. Yes, I agree, and hope I'll never have to spank. But I will not completely ignore the option. Now I know that you want to ignore it, and the reason you want to ignore it is because it was done to you. But why don't you want to spank? Why don't you want to? Oh, I have a question. Do you think that the way someone who was raised your way and someone who was raised the way I would would react the same way if they got like slapped by someone when they grow up. Do you mean slapped by a family member or someone in the street? Because me and you were kind of raised the same, except I didn't have the ruler. It's the only thing that was different between me and you. In which case, again, the cane was made illegal in schools for a reason because it was abusive.
I actually looked that up, and there's still 38 states in the United States that allow corporal punishment in school.
Because it was painful to spank a child. My parents could legit cry after hitting me. Why would they cry? They didn't like seeing you in pain, so they maybe had a bit of sense that it was wrong. Because you don't want to see your child in pain, and putting your child in pain is wrong. No, by your way, I meant the way you raise your child. Oh, right, okay. So being slapped by who? Do you mean a random person, or do you mean by me, as in the parents, because they feel bad? Why do they feel bad? Because they think it's wrong, right? Like this is where we're going. You're gonna tell me that eventually you're gonna tell me if I keep asking you why, you're eventually gonna land on because they don't want to see it. They don't think it's right. That's what you're gonna land on, and it's not. No parent wants to do that to their child. Sometimes you feel like you have to because it's a last resort, which I'm not saying in some cases doesn't work. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying there is always a better option to get your child to the same place, right? There is always that. Now, I
Yeah,
understand
but
that might
sometimes
not
you don't
always
have
be the
access
case in
to
the
that
US.
option.
Okay, I was literally about to confront that then. I was literally about to confront that then. So in the UK and most socialist countries, especially Scandinavia, right, or places with higher level of children rights, like uh, they think it's right, but it's unfair. How is it unfair? Why is it unfair? So places that don't have these um, I forgot the word. I really forget the word. I don't want to say facilities, systems. It's just systems. Countries that have these systems in place, like the US. US has some of the best systems. They do. Whether you want to say they don't, they do. Right
As
now, I
long as you
understand
can
not
afford
everyone has
them.
access to them. Yeah, yeah. So yeah, again, I just add that. Now I know some people can't afford them. Right.
Hmm.
Which okay, I'm understanding that right now you feel like banking is the only option. Right. But
No,
again,
it's
do
the
you
last
think
option.
it is not? Well, yeah, I said best then, didn't I?
Yeah.
Yeah, I said best. I meant to say that. I said best. They think it's the last option. They think it's literally like the only other thing they can do.
Hmm.
But I don't think that is proof that it works, right? Or proof that it should happen. I think that's proof that America needs to change and the states needs to change, just like we do on a lot of other situations. In which case we say these people should change and the US should change too. Whereas what I'm hearing is, well, the US maybe should change, but maybe the parents shouldn't have to. Do you think if okay, so if healthcare was completely available, let me ask you this then, Matt. So if healthcare and these systems were completely accessible to everyday parents, and it wasn't a burden, just obviously the normal burden of having to make an appointment and getting up and taking a child to the appointment, blah blah blah. If you had all these options available to you, do you think at that point they should still be able to spank their children,
I would say in like extremely rare circumstances.
even with
Yes.
even with the science that is backed
Yes.
to change your child's behavior for the better and to
Yes.
get them
But
to
see,
where
here's
you
the thing.
want them to be?
But here's the thing. I'm going from like right now, in some cases, you should spank them to, now that we have all these, all this help and all this stuff, to only in extremely rare circumstances.
But what would that extremely rare circumstance be?
I don't know the answer to that. I honestly don't know the answer to that.
Right, so don't you think it's just the safer and better option to just say, well, don't smack kids because you have science that is proven to
God, I hate
fix
when you
your
say slap
issue.
kids because it makes it sound like I'm slapping them across the face.
Okay, spank. Okay, we'll just say spank. I don't say spank because we don't say spank in the UK, and when you're saying spank, you're thinking something else, which is a bit weird. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I-
No, like I know what you're saying, but my American brain is kind of conflating what you're saying uh, into the
yeah,
American
the same
term.
with
You know what I mean?
it's the same with me when you're saying spanking.
Right.
You know what I mean? The way the UK society takes it, which is slapping a girl's ass or slapping a boy's ass. You know what I mean? In a
Right.
sexual manner. In which case, I'd be like, oh, I don't know if I want to say that.
Yeah, that
I know
definitely
what
should
spanking
not be an
means,
okay
obviously.
thing for children.
No, exactly, exactly. Let me just respond to Gene real quick because obviously it keeps the engagement. No, they think it's right, but it's unfair. Well, again, I don't understand how they can think it's right and unfair at the same time. Like, unfair basically means that it's not really right. Um, yeah, if they're slapped by a
You're
stranger
breaking
and
up.
in another situation, is that better?
Yes.
And yeah, if they're slapped by a stranger and in another situation they're slapped by an authority, like a boss or the police. So I teach my children. I teach my children now. Well, not my children because one of them is 2. Doesn't matter what I teach him, he's not gonna listen to me. Um, he's not gonna learn right now. He can learn certain things, but nothing to this kind of extent. But my 5-year-old, I teach him. So I'll give you an example of in school, right? I'll give you an example of in school. So I tell him if someone hits you or if someone makes you feel uncomfortable or unsafe, you go and tell a teacher, right? You go and tell a teacher. If they do it again, you tell the teacher for a second time, okay? Because that way you've told the teacher twice. First time, you can say, well, if the teacher hasn't had a word with them yet, and the child's done it straight away after, and then you tell the teacher again, and that teacher's been told within like twice within 2 minutes, that teacher has to act there and then, right? And if this child hits you again, you stay away from them. You stay away from them as much as you can. As soon as they come near you, you go, you move away, right? You move away. You tell me after school, then I go in and deal with it. Now, when they're older, when he's getting older and he can understand certain scenarios may be different, and sometimes you may have to hit back to protect yourself from actual physical harm. That's a different that's a different lesson, right? Because I would never tell my child to just go and throw a punch. Absolutely not. The only time I would tell my child to defend himself is if he's being hurt and the hurt won't stop. That's the only time that you can defend yourself and you can fight back. Or if they're in immediate danger, for instance. So, for instance, let's say my 14-year-old son is, I don't know, confronted by a bully, and he knows he's going to get hit. Like he knows he's going to get hit. I wouldn't, I wouldn't discipline my son for throwing the first punch and knocking that motherfucker out. If the like again, if a teacher was disciplining him, I would say just take the discipline. Just take the discipline. Let them say what they want. Don't listen to a word they say. Take the discipline. You know what I mean? Come home and tell me. Then I'll go and deal with it. Which I would deal with it. I would be visiting someone's dad, should we say? And it would be a nice confrontation. You know what I mean? But I don't think the police are just going to go and slap my child. I don't think they're bosses either. So I don't think that's something I have to prepare my child for.
And I think if a
So I don't think
cop's
it's
and
not.
if I think if a cop slaps somebody, they should get the shit beat out of them, and you shouldn't get in any trouble for it. Just
I
saying.
agree.
Just saying.
I agree. For self defense, I agree. I don't think a child who has never experienced physical pain has not completed their education. Yes, but I meant their reception to the physical abuse would be more surprised than it happened and more likely to be traumatized. Um, so I don't know what the studies is on that. I see where you're trying to go. If they've never experienced physical pain, what happens if someone on the street just hits them? How do they take it? Well, your body usually responds with a fight or flight, right? Like I think we would go amiss for saying that, and it is very much the same with children. But with children, it's very much probably fight back because they're young, they just react. Whereas then when you get older and you start to think about things a little bit quicker and a little bit better, should we say? I think most disciplined children would walk away. You know, I mean, they'd walk away. If someone hit them on the street, they'd walk away. because their body would probably register a flight response rather than a fight because they're not taught to fight. But again, when they get older, you can change the lessons because their ability to retain and understand information gets better. So you can teach them in some situations it's okay to hit and it is okay to fight back. You know what I mean? And plus, the thing is, I don't think they are going to be shocked when they get hit because kids play sports. You get hit in sports all the time. I don't think there's a single kid in the world that's never got hit. A single kid in the world has got hit at some stage. Whether that's by another child, whether that's during a sports event, kids get hurt. When they're with their siblings, they bump heads, they get hurt. You know what I mean? I don't think the I don't think the feeling of getting punched is any different to getting headbutted. Really, like to a child, I don't think there's something different between punch and headbutt. It may hurt a little bit more. Being hit is being hit in a child's mind, right? Cosby the shit out of criminals here all the time. That's kind of why I'm glad I got hit with a ruler instead of a button. Do you think they were hitting you? Oh, there you go. See, got hit with a ruler instead of a baton. So do you think they were hitting you to tell you that there's a lot worse out there that could be going on? So learn your lesson now rather than later. What if you could have had that lesson without being hit by a ruler? Would you rather have taken that? I'm actually like really shocked that I've had to defend this point for so long. This isn't even a hot take. Like
Yeah,
I
but
thought
dude,
this
you're in a
would be
different
a.
you're in a different country.
I know, I know. I'm not saying like I'm shocked as in I think you're stupid. I'm
No,
shocked as
I
in I
know.
thought this would be the natural thinking of people. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like I'm shocked by people thinking it's okay to like tell women not to abort a baby when she was raped. Like that's fucking mad. How can you do that? And there are people that think that that's okay to do. That's crazy. Oh yeah, they also made it clear in words. That's why they were doing it. I just feel there are different punishments rather than hitting you with a ruler that would be just as effective. You know, I've used anecdotal evidence. I've used scientific evidence to back myself too. I don't want to say that I've used social evidence because I don't think that's a thing.
D Hart.
But the justice system, social services in the UK, which is a more socialist country than the US, agrees with me. You know what I mean? But I've used as many types of evidence as I can possibly use to show you that there's a better way to get your children to where you want them to be. No, my mind is split on this because of my generation. I'm right in the middle of methods, you know. No, listen, again, I get that, right? And the reason that you're split between both methods is because you've your ass was whooped as a kid and now you're more respectful, right? And you're associating the fact that you're more respectful because you got your ass whooped. And I'm telling you that I don't think it was just the ass whoopings that made you a more respectful person. I believe that you felt safe as a child with your parents. I believe you may not have always listened to them, but I believe you heard their message from time to time. I don't always think that you heard it when you got hit, but you certainly did hear it when you got hit. In fact, no, I'm going to go back on that. I don't think you did hear it when you got hit. I don't think it was the ass whooping at all. I'm going to go as far as to say this. I don't think it was the ass whooping at all. I really don't. Not in the same manner, anyway. Because you said earlier, well, you were afraid to get hurt, but you would still do it. That's not teaching you a different behavior, is it? It's teaching you to be afraid that when you teach you to be afraid when you do make that behavior mistake. Teach you to be afraid rather than teach you that it's wrong. Oh, I did hear them. I can still hear them if I force myself to. Okay. Oh, there we go then. So you hear the messages, right? But you're telling me that you heard the messages, you were hit, but you continued to do what you were doing. But you were afraid when you were getting hit. All that does is prove my point. That literally proves my point. That maybe it was the messages that taught you in life what was right and what was wrong, not being hit. All you're doing is proving my point there. You told me earlier that you did continue. Like, I'm not saying that when you hit someone and then you got hit, you would like go right back to hitting someone. But I'm pretty sure earlier on you told me that you said something along those lines. I'm sure you did, because I responded to it almost immediately. Because I don't understand a parent that says to a child, well, hitting is wrong, and then they hit their child because they did wrong for hitting. Like, how ass backwards is that? You know? Like, your child goes and hits another child, and you say that's wrong, you shouldn't be hitting, and then they spank their child. You're giving your child two different messages at that point. That it's wrong to hit, that's why they're getting hit themselves, but now they're being hit for hitting, but hitting's wrong. I think that's ass backwards. And listen, Matt, Gene, if you're being taught right now that hitting children is right, like spanking children is right with a belt or your hand, and you're being taught that that's right, I'm telling you that you're being taught wrong.
I'm not being taught that it's right.
But you are because
No, I'm saying that that's our last option
yeah, but that's not what you
because
were
we
saying
have no
earlier.
other options.
But you were saying earlier that no, you are being taught that it's right because you said that you probably deserved an ass whooping.
No, I most definitely did
You,
deserve the ass whooping.
okay, that's teaching you that an ass whooping was correct.
And that,
And I'm telling
and
you
for
that that's wrong.
that exact thing, yes.
Regardless if it's for that exact thing or not an exact thing, you're being taught that you being spanked was correct. And I'm telling you that that's wrong.
I, that's fine if that's the way you feel, but like I don't feel that way.
Okay, that's cool. I don't know. They just didn't know better, I guess. Well, maybe people should know better. Yeah, maybe people should absolutely know better. I don't think the child should be a victim of a shitty country, and a child shouldn't be the victim of shitty parenting, of being hit. I think it's shitty parenting. I'm going to throw it out there, and I'm going to stand by that. I think if you hit your child, you're a shit parent. Sorry, I've explicitly said that I'm taught it's not right many times. Okay, no, that's cool. That's cool. If you're not taught that's right, then it's okay. Don't call countries shitty. Hey, if those countries don't have things in place for their societies to bring up to necessarily survive comfortably, I would pretty sure. I'm okay saying that. I think that's a shitty country, like the States, for instance. I think the States is a piece of shit country.
I agree.
So I will call them shitty because again, look, you have people can't go and get healthcare in the States because the people that represent the states are basically saying, well, I'm rich, so I can afford it, and you're not rich, so therefore you shouldn't get healthcare and you should just die. Unlucky. That to me is shit. You know, I think the UK invaded everybody and their mother. I think that's shit.
I think they need to be banned off TikTok or off Twitch, eh, or Twitter and TikTok. Fuck them.
Who?
Lives of TikTok.
I don't even know who they are.
Well, do you care if I change subjects? Because I got a couple stories I want to talk about.
No, of course not. Absolutely. Um, if you wanna move on, let's move on. Absolutely, not a problem.
So here's the headline from Fox News. Uh, uh, Washington Post blames libs of TikTok for exposing hospital providing erroneous information on child hysterectomies. Apparently, they were locked out of Twitter yesterday, so that's good. The Washington Post claimed that the libs of TikTok Twitter account published erroneous information that falsely suggested Washington, D.C.'s Children's National Hospital performed hysterectomies in a Friday report, despite the hospital previously claiming otherwise on its website. Staff writer Peter Jamieson reported that Children's National Hospital faced scrutiny and threats after libs of TikTok publicized allegations that the former hospital performed affirming surgeries on minors based on uh, recordings with employees. Hysterectomy is where you take out the innards of a woman, her ovaries, her uterus, stuff like that.
Yeah, it's basically a surgical like removal of the uterus.
Mm-hmm.
There could be many reasons as to why one would get a hysterectomy.
Right.
Like
Uh,
one of the ovaries could be like infected. You could have one of the tubes could have been popped or clogged. There's lots of reasons, man. There's
yeah.
loads.
Children's National Hospital has been inundated with threatening emails and phone calls after an influential White Ring Twitter account published a recording that falsely suggested the hospital is performing hysterectomy on transgender children. A hospital spokeswoman said the torrent of harassment was accompanied by social media posts suggesting that children were bombed children's the hospital be bombed and its doctors placed in a wood chipper. Jesus Christ! See, like this is the problem with hate. Like they take it way too far.
Yeah,
He noted
that's
that
definitely conveying a specific message, isn't it?
right. He noted that Children's has not disputed the authenticity of the recordings. Instead, they claim that the employees provided inaccurate information. So apparently, this is a an archived photo of what the website used to say. Uh, and basically, they're saying, for children and teens from 20 to 21, or from 0 to 21, these are what they have available. Um, so I guess I could kind of see where the issue would be.
Yeah.
But like, uh, so like down here it
Didn't
says gender forming
didn't Gene
hysterectomies. So what?
didn't Gene join the Discord? Like I thought they wanted to join the Discord at one stage.
Yeah, he did, and then just like he kind of stopped.
Oh.
It's in
Well,
chat.
damn.
Let's see here. So apparently they before Thursday, the hospital's website stated the gender forming hysterectomies was available to patients between the ages of 0 and 21. An error that has been corrected. Okay, so like stopped like trying to get in the chat because you joined and then you never mentioned joining voice chat.
I think that's what they wanted to do from the beginning.
Well,
Gene, do you mind if I ask what your pronouns are? I just want to make sure that I'm
right,
addressing you correctly. That's all.
because like Jean is a unisex name. I've known both men and women with the name Jean. So
I've never known a male to be called Gene.
really,
Ever in my life. No,
not
I've never.
not spelled Jean, but like I have an uncle named Gene and a cousin named Gene. Okay, you're a
No
dude.
worries. I just wanted to make sure that we were addressing you properly. That's all. Because we're good. We're good folk. We're good folk over here.
If you do want to join the chat, just go to the general voice chat, and I will pull you over. I have it locked, so that way just not anybody can get in. Um,
Right.
it's to prevent unwelcomed people getting into voice chat. But if you want to join, just
Yeah.
join the regular voice chat, and I'll pull you right over.
Can we just talk about the fact that we just had a big discussion, and I think that went swimmingly.
Yeah.
Like I
Oh, okay.
think, like you see, it's conversations like this that I think change the world.
I agree.
Like we had completely opposing viewpoints there, right? Completely opposing viewpoints, and I honestly think that in a couple of weeks, maybe not in a couple of weeks, couple of days, I think maybe you may turn around and say that I was right, and you fully agree with me.
No, I still think busting a kid's ass is okay
Okay,
in
fuck you.
in the right circumstances.
You couldn't just let me have that now, even though I absolutely argued that in a masterclass.
Well,
Even though if that was a debate, I would have won.
just like I'm against capital punishment. But do I think some people need to fry? Yes.
Fair enough. Is this person voice chat? I just want to make sure that what time is it for you guys? For Eugene, by the way.
He should be a couple hours ahead of you.
Dude, it's fucking 4:30 over here. Like,
So I would say it's probably like 6:30 there.
oh damn.
Um,
It's
so
not even voice chat yet.
audio provided by the Lives of TikTok founder featured two hospital workers being asked via the phone if a 16-year-old could receive a quote unquote gender affirming hysterectomy. So like I don't feel like there's enough information there. Um, both said yes, and one worker replied that she had seen younger kids than 16 have hysterectomies. So like,
See, hang on. That could be correct, right? That could be very correct, but
right,
very misinterpreted, right? Because
exactly,
she may have seen 16-year-olds have hysterectomies, but what they don't tell you is this person had an inflamed, let's say they had, I don't know, cancer in the uterus, for instance, and they needed
right.
to have a hysterectomy to save their lives. But that's being represented in, oh, they want to change their gender. Oh, that's okay. I've seen 16-year-olds have all their stuff taken out, and they're using that to back their argument that this shouldn't
Well,
happen.
okay, so in the also in this example, since there's not a lot of information given, maybe both or maybe uh the person, so the girl in this case, or I guess it would be boy that they were trying to be. But anyways, the 16-year-old in this case, their parents and the doctor all agreed to it. So I don't see what the fucking problem is. Like it's not like
What for?
it's
For
not.
gender affirming?
Yes.
I don't know. At 16 years old, I don't know about that one.
In the United States, at the age of 16, you can go to court to fight for your, basically fight for your independence. So you
I
can,
don't think
so that way
16
you
years
can
old
live out
wants
on your own.
independence.
Do what?
I don't think that 16-year-old is a decent enough age to decide whether you want a hysterectomy or not, based on the gender that you're identifying with. I think that's a bit too early. But I don't know because I don't know what the process is to this. But I understand that this 16-year-old probably would have sat with therapists at this point,
Right.
and probably would have already gone through puberty blockers, right?
Hmm.
I don't know about that one. I
I
don't
just
know.
I
Granted,
just
I
don't
do
think
stand for
there's
individual
enough
liberty.
information there.
Yeah, like I do stand for individual liberty, but just hearing off the bat, 16-year-old wants to be a man, so therefore has a hysterectomy. I'm thinking is a bit drastic.
Right.
Like that's a bit of a whoa.
Okay,
Hang on a
so
minute, slow
so
down.
looking at it from do you think that it shouldn't happen ever at all?
I almost said no, but I want to say no in the sense that I don't think that that shouldn't happen. I think they should be able to, but just at an age that isn't 16 while they're still in school.
Right. So you think at the age of 16 it should never happen? Even though they've talked to doctors and therapists and psychologists and their parents and
I don't know.
people
I
in
don't know. I
school
really
and
don't. I really don't know. I really, really don't know. I would say uh, hormone
um
blockers equals chemical castration.
no.
No, because hormone blockers are completely reversible. And when people stop the puberty blockers, their body changes right back to exactly how it was had they gone through the natural process of their chosen puberty.
Correct.
Scientifically backed. Get it up. Scientifically backed before we go
And
there.
chemical castration is absolutely disgusting.
Right.
One of the most brilliant minds ever to existed got chemically castrated. Alan Turing. Look it up.
So my understanding
Thank
of
you.
puberty
Thank you. You
blockers
hold on. Hold on.
is
Hold on. Go ahead.
is that better?
Yeah, you're good. Yeah, I'm
Okay.
sure
So
transition regret happens. I'm sure that it
right.
does. You know, just
But
like I'm sure
if
people
someone is
regret voting for Obama. I'm sure people regret voting for
yeah.
Trump. People regret voting for regret is nothing.
So the studies show that when let's say a 12-year-old boy wants to go on puberty blockers and stops the male puberty because they want to become a woman, and then let's say that they change their mind at 16, all they have to do is stop changing, is stop taking the puberty blockers, and they will go through a natural male puberty, and they will that's it. It's that easy to stop. It's literally that easy. They just stop. The bone density and the muscle mass that they would have lost just comes right back because now they're getting the levels of testosterone that they need.
No, they are
Hormone blockers are
not.
the same as no. I agree, they're not at all. Chemical castration is an irreversible thing, right? Hormone blockers are very, very easy reversible by not taking them anymore. That's easy.
Like
Like
it
if
almost
you
feels
take
like you don't
puberty
know
block,
what they are, what hormone blockers
yeah,
or chemical castration is.
yeah. With hormone blockers, again, let's say a 12-year-old boy wants to go through a female puberty and doesn't want to go for male puberty, so they use puberty blockers right up until the age of like 21. If they say, no, actually, I want to be a boy and I want to go through the male puberty, then all they have to do is stop taking the hormone blockers and they will go through a
Oh
male puberty.
fuck.
I don't think I have. What's the matter?
I blocked something that um I didn't get to read all of what it said, but it did have the term pedophile in it, so
So whoever just said that,
yeah,
do you want to
whoever sent
post
the
that back
message that
in?
I blocked, I honestly did not mean to block it. I always read them before I say yes or no. Okay.
Yeah, I don't think I have the courage to voice out my opinion of this. So, Gene, I would encourage you to give your opinion because an opinion is an opinion, and you're entitled to one, and it's okay if you disagree with us on this. Like, we're not going to rinse you for it, and uh, we're not going to vilify you for disagreeing with us because I don't believe in that sort of thing. I don't. I believe conversation and dialogue is important when it comes to these things. That's why we talk about them. But if you have a different opinion, my guy, it's okay. Like, don't ever be afraid to voice your opinion.
Right.
The reason for Lupron given to
Um,
kids is the same drug used to castrate
but the thing is,
children.
that's not the only drug. Like, for example, that drug is used to help reduce the condition of like prostate cancer too. Like, that's not the only thing that the drug does. Okay, and it's not like
And
if you just take
it's
it once, then you're now chemically castrated. Or
and
even
it's
if you
very
take it for a
rarely
while,
used.
right? Sorry, go ahead.
I was just saying it's very rarely used for sex offenders too. Very rarely.
Right.
It is used, but
At least in the
very
U.S.
rarely. And I'm pretty sure this would be a massive, well, I wasn't massive, but a much higher dose of this sort of thing at one time, rather than a puberty blocker for a 15-year-old. Because you can overdose on painkillers and kill yourself. Do you say don't ever take painkillers for a little bit of pain? No, you just take a tiny dose, right? And if you want that pain to come back, you stop taking the painkillers. Am I wrong? Like, or am I correct in saying that?
No, you're right.
I don't know. I was asking that. I'm literally shaking. When I was 5, I wanted to be a pirate. My parents didn't let me chop off my leg for a wooden peg. I mean, okay, and good for them, because you would be causing yourself a physical harm by chopping off your leg and walking around on a wooden plank for the rest of your life.
Right, and you was just wanting to be like whatever character that you've seen. That has nothing to do with how you feel on the inside.
Even
Okay,
though
and
I
like
know you
and
could
like
argue
and
with
like
that different way.
5-year-olds aren't getting puberty blockers.
Right.
Like that makes
Like
no
everybody.
sense.
Chopping off a penis or a breast is the same thing.
Right, and they're
But
not
again, that
and
doesn't
5-year-olds
happen.
aren't chopping off their fucking penises.
Right. And then that, yeah, 5-year-olds aren't also chopping off their breasts because 5-year-olds don't have breasts. If they did, I think you'd be a bit weird for that. Well, I mean, no, well, no. Well, men call them pecs. Personally, I don't think gender reassignment is good at all. I
There's a
think it's quite messed. I
5-year-old
think
in
it's quite messed up
Canada
actually.
on. Okay, and what is the reason for them being on it?
Yeah, I think it's quite messed up actually. In the same way, I think having cosmetic surgery is messed up. I'll not go to an adult and tell them not to do it though. That's literally none of my business. But a child, hell no. Well, okay. So the thing is, right? Children are not allowed to uh, have surgical reassignment, as far as I'm aware. Children are not allowed to make that decision for themselves, right? Um, hold on, let me just read the comments in the thing a minute. And both of his parents, two gay men. Ah, here we go. Well, parents gay. He must be gay. In Canada, children are allowed to, I believe. Yeah, I don't think. No, okay. So I think if children want to like grow up as a girl and wear dresses and things like that, they can. I don't think they're allowed to surgically start reassigning their gender.
Right.
Like, I don't think anyone under the age of 16 is able to start surgically transitioning to the preferred gender that they want. And may I add that right up until that point that they make that decision at 16, if they want to, they have sat with a therapist for years and years and years. They are put on puberty blockers, excuse me, which are safe and reversible by just not taking them to give them the chance to live their life as their preferred gender. And if they still want to do it when becoming 16, they can then start the surgery. I know that they can go through surgery without any parent ever being aware of it, but they can't though, because you're not allowed to perform operations or surgery on any child under 16 without the parents' consent. So they can't. And if there are doctors out there doing it, they need to lose their fucking license and be sued like fuck by the parents, regardless if it's in favor for the kid or not. Unless it was a life-saving surgery, for instance. But again, I think that would be complex. You'd have to have like, you know, and we will look back at this time. We will look back at this time in horror. Well, why will we? Why are we going to look back in horror? Because the only thing I'm looking back in horror is letting people like you believe what you want without being able to back anything up.
Yeah,
Um,
I'm still waiting for some sort of source saying that there's a 5-year-old with two
I'm
gay
going to do it right now.
parents
I'm going to Google it right
taking
now.
that. I did, and there was nothing.
Is there a 5-year-old in Canada on Lupron because, oh no, it wouldn't be because, with two gay parents. With two gay parents.
Oh, sorry, he was 6.
Oh, fuck. I'm pretty sure he said he was 5, didn't he?
He might be 6 now. That's fine. It like it's not like he went from like 5 to like 16.
I can't find anything with this.
Like it is approved to use for ages 2 and up.
Again, these would be
Through
controlled
the
doses, though, right?
right. This is through this is through what the FDA is saying.
Right, okay. I want to respond to Gene here because obviously I was in the middle of reading what this guy was saying, and I don't want to ignore him. In Canada, children are allowed to believe no, well, we've established true. I know they can go through surgery without any parent. No, that's not true either. But again, I'm not from a country where I even have time to question my identity as an I'm born in. No, okay. So look, if you think that people shouldn't do it for whatever reason, you're okay to believe that within yourself. Like you're allowed your opinion, and if you think that transgender is weird and it shouldn't happen, then you're okay to have that view. I don't think you're wrong to have that view. I don't think it makes you disgusting or evil or any of those things. The problem is when you start forcing your belief on other people, right? That's where the LGBT has a problem. It's not that you think these things, it's that you start to inform their lives based on what you think is right and wrong, right? You start to infringe upon their individual liberty, which
Right.
they have the
It's
right to at that point.
it's the whole it's the whole I don't care, I don't want to learn, therefore I get to make the decision. That's really the problem.
Yeah,
When
which
when
Gene
it's
will not
set up
doing.
that way, that's when I feel like that there's a problem.
Yeah, and I hate when other people impose this on me because I never do. I know, which is listen, that's a respectful manner. I don't think that's disrespectful at all. You can have the view that you have. That's not a
Hmm.
problem. You know what I mean? That is completely okay. It's when you force your opinion onto someone else, which giving it isn't forcing it upon someone else because this channel is specifically to get opinions of people. So you're not forcing your view onto anyone else. So you're not doing anything wrong here. I still think you're a decent, respectful guy, even though you disagree that with the transgender issue. I still think you're a decent, respectful guy. Now, if you came in here saying, "Well, transgenders are disgusting and blah blah blah," because I just don't like them, in which case you're an asshole. But that's not what you're doing.
Right.
You're being nice and respectful. In which case, again, I encourage you to give your views when you have an opinion on something. You know what I mean? It's more than good. Whereas um, I think that's a better way of voicing your opinion rather than doing what the other chatter did. I'm literally shaking, coming in here spouting shit that I don't think this person has any clue about, but not giving any sort of scientific evidence to back himself up at all, and claiming that it's wrong. Like if he came in here and said that he thinks it's wrong because it's just not something that he agrees with or blah blah. But then again, you know what I mean? Okay, fine, you can do that. You can have that opinion. Then don't come in here saying like, well, uh, puberty blockers is chemical castration when it absolutely isn't.
Right. Like that's I mean, and that's not even what the drug is used for. That's like saying Viagra is an erection medicine. No, it's to help with high blood pressure. Is it one of the side effects an erection? Yes. But it's not an erection medicine. It's a blood pressure medicine. I really want to see this source. I'm very, very curious to read about it.
Well, I've already got a source from Medical News Today that refutes what I'm literally shaking was saying. So I'm ready to drop that when they're ready.
Well, like I like personally, I feel like that they were just going, transphobia, homophobia, all in one swift move.
Maybe.
And I mean, like, even if there is a 5-year-old in Canada that's taking them, who cares? Is it your child?
Well, I
Does
mean,
it
I don't think
affect
it's.
you?
I don't think. I. So I don't know. Like, I'm not a master on puberty blockers. Like, I know the standard amount that people should know to have an opinion on them.
Hmm.
But like, I don't know if a 5-year-old should be taking puberty blockers. Like, what reason could there be for a 5-year-old to take puberty blockers?
I don't know, but I'm not a doctor,
Well,
so
yeah, that's what
or
I'm saying.
or a
That's why I'm not gonna
biologist.
say. That's why I'm here saying, well, I don't know about that because I could sit here and say no, children should be taking puberty blockers. That's fucking disgusting. No way a 5-year-old should be doing that. But there may be a study out there that says, well, puberty blockers actually reduce the risk of fucking heart disease in 5-year-olds. I don't know what exists out there to support 5-year-olds taking puberty blockers, right? I don't know. So I'm not going to be an asshole and then just come in and make a claim and then run away when I'm challenged on it.
Right. Well,
It's been buried by the MSM. What's the MSM?
oh, nope, they're not in chat anymore.
Yeah, I run off like a little bitch. That's what I thought. Off you go.
MSM is mainstream media.
Oh, of course it was buried. What? Why would mainstream media bury that? Isn't mainstream media all about like exposing the trans issue? So
Right.
wouldn't they absolutely plaster that all over whatever media source they're using?
Oh yeah, Fox News would have buried that. That would have been a
No, no
fucking
way. That would
headline
have been
for a fucking week.
everywhere, right?
That would have been top headline for a week. Because they would have got to take so many shots. They got to the homophobia shot that they got to take, the transphobia shot that they got to take, the fucking socialist shot that they got to take because it's Canada and they're socialist. Like they would have fucking loved that and they would have been all over it. Which hilariously kind of rolls over into my next article that I was wanting to get into. uh,
Okay.
so for some reason, Fox News is like pushing Bernie Sanders. Like, hey, good guy, look at this. Look what this good guy said.
Wait, really? I didn't think Fox News would ever push Bernie Sanders. Is he
I
not completely
know.
against right wingers? What the
Yeah.
hell?
So, like, cause I kind of half-ass read this while we was doing stuff, um, and I expected just to like for them to like just take him out of context, because like he's saying that, like basically he's criticizing the debt forgiveness thing. And the reason why he's criticizing the debt forgiveness thing is because he's like, fuck the debt forgiveness, just school should be free in general. You know what I
Okay,
mean?
I'm just starting to research because, respectfully, I really do not care about the community, and I don't think whether I care should matter to them. And I found that in written law, there is no age minimum for gender reassignment surgery. They give the control to the institutions that carry it out. Please not correct me. Please do correct me, of course. Well, I don't think it would be gender reassignment surgery specifically. I think it would be surgery specifically, like in Canada. I'm not
See,
sure in Canada.
yeah, I was ready to say I can't argue too much in Canada, but like, like there's still going to have to be a group of people that say yes to that. Like, a 13-year-old isn't going to be able to walk into the Canadian hospital and be like, cut out my ovaries, and they'd be like, all right, like that's not going to happen. Like, there's going to have to be psychologists involved, psychiatrists involved, doctors, the parents. Like, there's going to have to be a lot of people involved into something like that happening.
A lot of the time as well, I just want to add social services are also involved with this too.
Right.
And this child is closely monitored, very closely monitored over a long period of time. And I just want to ask you, Gene, when you say respectfully, I really do not care about the community, what community? Are you talking about the trans community or the community of this stream?
I think he's talking about the trans community.
All right, well, I'll wait. I'll wait for the specific answer on that.
Right. That's how I took it.
That's how I'm taking it too. But I mean, some people come in here and say things, and I don't think
Right.
they really know what they mean sometimes. So as long as I get a specific answer, like it is probably going to be the trans community, in which case hang on, no, they will not do it to someone under 18, but it's not enforced by law. Maybe that's what the people point at. Trans community, of course. So why don't you care about the trans community? Because trans people have been noted throughout of like even like tribal societies, like through all of like human history. Like it's not as if this is a new thing.
It just seems new because like they're
More people are doing it.
well because they're A, there's more people on the planet, and B, because they
We have
they feel
TV now,
safe enough to be able to speak up, or at
and we
least
have TV
slightly
now, which
safe enough.
represents these people.
Right.
No, but no, they will not do it to someone under 18. But it's not enforced by law. Maybe that's what the people point at. Well, why won't they do it to someone under 18 then? If it's not the law, there's going to be an age in Canada. I can confidently say this without knowing Canada or knowing anything about their politics system. But I can almost guarantee that if a child is to have surgery, their parents are going to have to sign off on that surgery.
Right.
Like, I'm pretty sure even in life-saving surgeries, they still have to sign.
I think it depends on the nature of the emergency. Um, like for example, if just random kid gets wheeled into the hospital, I don't think they're going to let the kid sit there, and die waiting for the parents to come and be like, yeah, save my child.
No, but it wouldn't be. It wouldn't be the. See, I don't want to talk out my ass here. I'm
They
just
they
thinking
would they
what I
would get
think
them to
may
a
happen.
stable they would get them to a stable point, and then go to the
Oh
parents and
yeah,
be
yeah,
like,
yeah,
hey, this is what needs to be done. Like, we need to take further action. They're currently stable, but we need to take further action, but we need the permission
yeah.
to take that action. I think it would be more like
And
that.
yeah, and in which case, if the parents deny this action to be taken upon a child and their life to be saved,
They should be
the
arrested.
hospital can. No, so the hospital will call social services at that point, won't they?
Yes.
They'll either call social services or appeal straight to the court, and a judge will sign that and say, well, I'm having this child have this operation to save his life, whether you like it or not. And then I'm pretty sure that social services are involved in that family from that point on, because clearly the best interest of the child aren't being looked out for.
All right. To Bernie
I, I,
Sanders. Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I think when people come in and usually try to argue against whether trans people should exist or not, they try so desperately to make out that it's an evil growing in the world and everyone who accepts it is an evil piece of shit.
Mm-hmm.
And they come in with just baseless arguments, such baseless arguments all the time.
Well, that's
You
because
know, and
it's because
they can never back it up.
it's because they're informed, but they're informed incorrectly.
Right.
I mean, like, it was the same thing with homosexuality in the 70s and 80s. I mean, fuck, you still have that problem today, but like that's how it was, in the 70s, 80s.
I don't know, and I do know about the travel transgenderism, and I'm sorry, but I don't care. I mean that I won't be an activist or like I won't march with them or whatever, you know. I wish them all the best, but I don't care whether they succeed or not. I of course won't get in their way either. Okay, but the fact that you won't get in their way and you wish them the best means that you do care.
Right. Even
It
if it's the
literally
slightest
means,
amount of caring.
yeah, like you care to some degree, which is even if you don't care about them, like, it's okay if you don't.
Right.
But I just don't believe that you don't care about them. I believe that you don't care about them enough to go to matches, which is okay. I've
Right.
never gone to a transgender match in my life. I've
Neither
never
have
gone to
I.
Mardi Gras. You know what I mean? I've never fucking worn anything rainbow. I've never gone to any pride, nothing like that. Absolutely not. I'm not an activist. Listen, I'm far from an activist. I don't believe that you should be forced to use people's preferred pronouns. Right? Like I'm probably on your side with that one, right? But um these people should be allowed to exist, and you think that they should be allowed to exist, which means that you have some degree of care about them. See, the problem is, Gene. The problem is when people have these opinions, when people have opinions, and then you challenge their opinion, and you get them to ask themselves about their own opinions. Most of the time, they start to lean to the left. Right? When people challenge their own beliefs, they start to lean to the left. That's not for all the best. It was more like whatever you do, you. Well,
Oh no,
again,
that's how I took it.
yeah, it's
Because
like again,
that's
it's
how
like
I feel
yeah,
about a lot of
whatever.
things.
Yeah, you know what I mean. It does show some degree of care. It's like, well, I mean, you do you. I don't care. Whatever. Like, you do you. You still feel that they have the right to be what they are. You just don't care enough to stand for the right.
Right. But like
You just
people who
you're
just
embodied
came
by it, which is
in,
okay.
but like people who just came in and was spouting his homophobic, transphobic nonsense, I'm literally shaking. They don't think that these people should exist. And that's not the type of people we want.
And the thing is, the mistake a lot of people make when they stand against the trans community is let's say this off the bat: females cannot become
We
males.
might be an ad.
Okay,
So that last part may not have been.
that's okay. It was the guy's name. It was the person's name which we were talking to above. We're just referencing who it was who said certain statements.
I love how you're trying to talk to him like he can hear you.
I fucking had, didn't we? Fuck's sake. I forgot. I literally forgot instantly. Fuck's sake. I think it's turned into a way more constructive street. And why am I getting the Trojan bears? Um, um, so you don't reproduce stupid people like I'm literally shaking, maybe? Think this is a sign?
Okay, the
Yeah,
ad's
okay.
over.
Okay. Okay.
That
If
is
it's
that
still
is
fucking got a lot
absolutely.
of
Hold
people
on,
in
wait, wait,
here.
wait, 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 wait. I just want to say that is absolutely hilarious that we've been talking about like sex and sexuality for the last like half hour or whatever, and the ad that you get is a Trojan condoms ad. I just have to say that that's absolutely hilarious.
That is really ironic. That is very, very.
I
But
it's just one of the funniest things ever.
I think the trap people fall into a lot when they talk about the transgender community and whether they should accept it or not is they believe that transgender people are trying to go from female to male or from male to female, which doesn't happen, and that's not what they're wanting because that's impossible. Like that will not happen, and as far as I'm aware, has never happened through all of human history, apart from at the point where you're developing inside the mother, because everyone starts as a female and then your X chromosome kicks in, or is it the Y? Wait,
Fuck, I
it's
don't
the X,
remember.
isn't it? It's the X. I think it's the X.
Yeah.
It's one of the chromosomes. It's one of
So
the.
XX is
Yeah.
female, XY is male.
There you go. So it's the Y. It's the Y chromosome. There we
Yes.
go. So it'd be the Y chromosome. Yeah. So everybody is a female inside the mother. Every single person ever born on the planet ever has always started their development as a female. That's a fact. It's only until the Y chromosome kicks in as to when you start to develop male parts of the body, right? Um, I will explain the literally shaking thing now. So throughout all of human history, females have never become males and males have never become females. That's not what the transgender community is asking for. Is they believe within themselves that they were born into the wrong body and they want to live the life in which they feel most comfortable in. And if that doesn't hinder your life in any way, then why stand against it? The only reason I stand against it is because you have no power in life anywhere and you feel that you have some sort of power in life to infringe upon these people because it's seen as quote unquote weird. And that's the only reason that you give the opinion I personally believe. That's just what I think. Because normal people just don't give a shit, you know? And literally shaking, this was the person's handle who was saying that puberty blockers was chemical castration up in the chat about 15 minutes ago, which is referencing who the person was making the points that we're talking about.
Right. Welcome back, Faith.
Faith missed a big discussion.
Well, it's almost midnight where she is.
Gene, what time is it for you? Do you mind me asking? I think this has been a very constructive stream, to be honest. I thought this has been like one of the most informative streams that we've done. The engagement's been right up.
Yeah, it's. I'm really glad that I switched over to talk shows and podcast. I feel like
There we
that's
go.
made this more successful.
Yeah, I personally believe that self acceptance of what you are born as is very important in the way towards self actualization. I
Right,
mean,
but
they have accepted how they are. They just don't. They just believe that they're in the wrong body, and there are services in the world in which they can live a life in which they feel more comfortable to. Why wouldn't you want to explore that?
right. So like I'll give you an example. I don't know how accurate this is, so don't take it as like this is exactly how it is. Oh, you're in Canada? Oh, okay. I thought you said you was in like West Africa on that island. Or did you say that that's where you were born? Because I may have gotten that wrong. So anyways, so like you were born a guy. You were born with XY chromosome, you were born a male. Okay? But say there was some sort of chemical change in your brain, or there was something with your brain. Actually, hold on, wait, stop that. Okay, so you were born a guy. Okay, say something happened to you, like you got into a wreck. Uh, oh, okay, cool. Say you got into a wreck, and they were able to take your brain out of your head and put it into another body. I know this is science fiction and it's not possible, but just pretend that it is. So they take your brain and they put it into a female body because that's the only one that they had lying around. Would you then feel like a female, or would you still think that you were a man? Because I feel like that's kind of how the trans community is, they yeah, Sean's usually kind of hard to hear because he uses his earpods and it doesn't always pick up very well. So I feel like that's
I'm
the
using
way.
my headset right now. It's plugged right into my phone.
Oh, well, Faith said that you're a little muffled.
That might just be like how deep my voice is. to be
Uh,
honest, and I speak
mer.
really fast. I don't know.
Well, I think I should turn you up a little bit because you're not extremely loud. So maybe that might help.
Okay.
Um, so like me personally, according to my book, I guess so. Because like my point is like the people who are trans, it's almost like that they have the opposite brain installed into their head. And they want their body to resemble what their brain feels. Right, I'm right. I'm not saying that you do or you don't accept it. I'm just asking, do you think you would still feel like that you were a man?
And I don't think that you would just accept your life as a woman. Like,
Especially
it would,
especially if you have the ability to turn yourself into a man. Or I guess turn yourself back into a man in this example.
yeah, because living your life as a woman, you would now obviously, like, are you going to be lesbian or are you going to change your interest to guys? Like, you know what I mean?
Right, and no, I that I completely understand. It's really hard to think something that to like you and I seems completely out of the realm of like possible. But like I said, I feel like that's how trans people feel. Is just like they were born and they had a different gender brain put into their body, and now they're having to grow up, with a man brain looking at a female body or with the female brain looking at a male body, and I know it's going to sound wrong, but as a guy, us men, getting put into a female body, we're like, oh cool, but like think of how a woman would feel every time she looked down and all she saw was a penis. Like I don't think that would be the happiest thing. You'd hate to be in a woman's body. Okay, that's how trans people feel. They hate being in the body of something that they're not. Like you said,
Everyone
you
is
would hate
serious
to be
about
inside of a
appearance. Like,
woman's
bro,
body. So like these trans people, they hate being inside the body of a man when they feel like a woman, or being inside the body of a woman when they feel like a man.
if you'd hate to be in a woman's body, then I'm guessing that you're a virgin. Whoa, sex joke.
Uh, honestly, what's hideous about a penis? Nothing. Penises are beautiful.
No, they're
I'm
not.
going.
No, they're not. No, they
Um,
are not.
so I'm going to say that it's a religion thing, that Gene is talking about, and that's why he's leaning in that direction. Uh,
Probably.
that at least I could be wrong, but that's what I would think.
I don't think that you would be outlandish to assume that.
Right.
When you say what's hideous about a penis, everything.
Nothing. Penises are beautiful.
No, dude, they're not.
Oh, mine is.
Why would you think? No, it isn't.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is. Don't make me show it to you.
No, you are never showing it to me. Don't you ever dare. I will go get Lupron and chemically castrate you. That thing will never work again.
Then that
I
means
don't
I'm gonna have
appreciate
to
the
move
hate
in with
towards.
those two gay guys up in Canada.
I don't appreciate the hate towards being a man. What hate?
What hate?
Who hates being a man? I think I know where this person is about to go with this, and I'm gonna be inclined to agree if it does go this way.
Never check
But
my
we'll see.
Snapchat.
No one hates being a man. Then what do you mean? I don't appreciate the hate towards being a man.
Some people do hate being a man, just like some people hate being a woman.
Other people shame me for being one. Oh, I knew it was going this way. Yeah, I agree. Nah, this person's right. This does happen. People hate men just because men. They do.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, I'm with you here, Gene. I don't like it either. I think it's disgusting behavior. I really, really do. Even men are doing it. I think it's fucking awful. I think it's disgusting. I think without men, this world would never survive. And the same with women. I don't think, you know what I mean? I think both genders have really, really not been able to survive without each other. You know? Like, it's necessary to be a man. Like, it is necessary. Because women are going to go out and build buildings. You know what I mean? They're not going to go out and build cars. They're not going to go out and be rich CEOs. It's not going to happen. They make different life choices. It's
No,
not going
they
to happen.
are.
They're not going to do these things. No, I don't think they are, dude. I'm talking on the average spectrum here. On the average spectrum, it's not going to happen.
If they
It's not.
had to, they would.
Well, equal. Well, I don't know. I still don't think that they would. I think people have lost the idea of what being masculine means. Yes, I agree with you, but I think that has. I think the idea of being masculine has been slightly changed by males at the top of the 1% of Western society. Right? Like, that's what I feel women believe masculinity is all about. Or not women, I shouldn't say women, but that's what people believe that masculinity is all about. And it's the traits of the scumbag 1% of men at the top of the very top of power. Being masculine isn't about being a douchebag. No, again, for the average case, I agree with you. I think men are unfairly shamed for just being men. And I think that this is absolutely disgusting. And I think that men need to fight back and stand up and be strong. And need to fight back against third wave feminism and get rid of it. Men need to stand up and be strong. And if that means putting women back down, then put them back down to their level, not below men. Because it is, for the most part, women that I see doing this. But it doesn't help, though, that women rise up against men because of Eastern society of men, right? Like, if you look at religion, like, men are above women in almost every religion. Islam, Christianity, women are second-class citizens to men, and that's not okay. You know, I don't think that's okay, and that's why women are rising up, because these ideals were literally ideals throughout all of human history at one stage, right? It's only in the last, what, like, when would you say women became equal to men, Matt?
They're not.
Oh, here we go. This is going to be another conversation itself.
Uh,
I'd say that it happened within the last 30 to 20 years.
when did they become more equal? In the last like 20, 30 years.
I think they're fully equal to men. Personally, I think. I don't think there's anything a man can do that a woman can't. They can even have a willy if they want to. They can have a penis now if they want to. My idea of being masculine is to be disciplined, respectful, and confident in who they are. I can one day wake up and wear a dress, not because I don't think I'm a man, but because I'm confident that I am. Not my trousers that define that. But listen, if you want to go around and wear a dress, Gene, whatever floats your boat, my guy. I mean, yeah, I agree. I think the traits of a good man, confidence, leadership, protective instincts, um, and respect.
And
And
being a top
yeah,
G.
yeah, I agree. Being a top G. This person absolutely knows who Andrew Tate is, doesn't he? He fucking knows. Come on, he knows.
I would bet that he hates Andrew Tate.
Surely not. Gene, do you know who Andrew Tate is? And if so, what do you think of him? Because I think he is absolutely the last example of a
Oh
man
my
trying to speak
god.
up against modern society. Oh my god, I love Andrew Tate. Yes. Okay, here we go.
God damn it, now I got
My guy.
two of you.
My guy. I love Tate. So I did a complete U-turn on Andrew Tate a couple of days ago because Daz put a video up about him, and it was the video of Andrew Tate abusing this woman, and this woman has come out multiple times now saying that this was literally just a sex play and he's not bad at all. And there are other women coming out about Tate saying that he was never disrespectful and he was always protective, he was always really respectful to them. Like Andrew Tate does do shitty little things here and there. Like yes, that's not up for debate. He has. But I think overall, I think when it comes to should men learn from him, my answer to that is yes.
I don't.
I think
I
even with
I think
misogynistic views,
I think overall he's too negative.
I don't think so. I think he's teaching men to be strong, and he's doing it for men and women. I think he's such an intelligent guy. He says random bullshit to get attention, and says real advice for those who need it. Yeah, fully agree. Fully agree. Fully agree.
Yeah,
Like I think the
but
most
that
misogynistic thing that he's
but
ever
that
said.
random bullshit that he says, a lot of people are taking as advice, as real advice too. And I would say that there's more people taking that random bullshit as real advice than the good messages that he's trying to push through. That's why I said as a whole, I think
I
he's
don't
more
know.
negative.
I don't know about that because every single person that I've ever spoken to about Andrew Tate has always said the same phrase. Always said the same phrase. I don't agree with everything he says, but there's some things I really agree with.
Right, and
He'll
I
always say
won't
that
disagree
line.
with that either. And
Right.
I
And one
despise
thing I
him.
think, yeah, no, I know you do. So I think for the most part, people don't take that stupid, random bullshit that he says as advice. I think they just know that he says it to say it.
I
But I
think
think the
they
real advice
do
that he
because
gives,
there's videos of people basically repeating what he says.
well, like what? What's outlandish that you disagree with? Something that he said that is outlandish that you disagree with?
Uh,
Because there's only one that I can think of that women are really in an uproar about, and that's when he says, every time a woman sleeps with another man, her value goes down because no man wants a woman who's been run through. I agree with that.
well, he
I totally
basically
agree with that.
like the way he comes off is women are second class citizens.
Well, he doesn't though, does he?
I
Like
said
he
the way
doesn't
he
say
comes
that.
off. No, no, no. But that doesn't mean anything. Like you could
But he always
like
goes
if
on
I would
about protecting women and providing for them and being a higher value man to protect them. He frequently goes on about this.
right, but if she doesn't do her job because it's her job to do these things, then you throw it to the curb.
Well, is that really wrong?
Yes.
So if you're a man out there providing, like you're providing, like you're breaking your back, you're killing yourself to provide, and your woman doesn't really do anything for you, you think that that's just okay? I mean, it isn't.
But the way that he's making it seem is like if she's not in the kitchen, if she's not a fucking housewife, then throw her to the curb. Like
Oh no, she
what if
doesn't
she's
have to
out
be a
working too?
housewife.
What if she's out working too? Okay, but
She
this
doesn't
is
have to be a housewife.
I
He
know,
doesn't
but
say
this is the
that.
feeling that I get from him when he
Yeah, but then
talks.
okay, but then I feel that you're being ignorant because he outright says if you want to be a housewife, be the best housewife. If you're gonna go be a nail technician, be the best nail technician. You know what I mean? That's what he says. He basically says whatever you're gonna do, you make sure that you be the best at it. But if you are a housewife, you're a stay-at-home housewife, and your man is out there providing for you, then like if he wants dinner, do fucking dinner. That's not wrong to say. I'm sorry, I don't understand why you think that's wrong to say. I think that's brilliant to say. That's amazing because he's out there providing, right? He's out there doing everything that he can to provide a living for his family or his woman that he's trying desperately to protect and provide for and to fund their lifestyle. If he wants dinner, she should do fucking dinner.
Yeah, and again, he's also
I
talking
don't.
from like a multi millionaire point of view.
But even if it's not a multi-millionaire point of view, what if it's a guy on minimum wage? If it's a guy on minimum wage and he has a woman that stays home and does nothing, Well, I
But
don't want to say
women
does
don't do
nothing. I shouldn't say
that.
does nothing.
Like, but
No,
women just don't do
I changed.
that.
But I believe that's where women are actually happiest on the average basis. I believe that's what women want to do. They want kids, they want a family, they want to be a stay at home and to look after the kids. I do believe that this is a thing. I do believe this is where women are most happiest. I
Right,
think
but
women want that.
if she's also not fulfilling his needs, then you throw her to the curb. Even if she's being a great mother and taking good care of the house and all that
Yeah,
stuff, if she's not taking care of
yeah.
his needs when he says, then you throw her to the
Okay, and
curb.
if he's providing for her but not fulfilling her needs, she would leave him too. And she'd be a strong, independent woman if she did that.
Okay, but to me that feels like he's saying that rape is okay.
No, he's not saying that rape is okay. He's no. I don't know how you're picking that up. That he's
Because
saying rape is okay.
because if his needs aren't taken care of when he says, then you throw her to the curb.
Dude, I don't think that he goes up to his girlfriend and says, "I want sex," and if she says no, then he gets rid of her. That doesn't happen. I'm sorry, but you'd have women all over the place speaking up about that sort of shit, and you don't have that. In this day and age, you would have
Okay,
women
but who's gonna
get
fucking
bad in
say
the
no to
internet.
Andrew Tate?
I mean, they're
Like,
not his
if I'm a
girlfriends
woman,
anymore.
I'm not gonna fucking say no. He's worth fucking tens of millions of dollars.
So they're only having sex with him for his money, in which case they're basically extorting him. Isn't that just low key prostitution?
Well,
They're just
he's not.
using this man for his money.
Yeah, it's not like he's having sex with them to build a family.
Okay, but what if he is?
But he's not, because he
Like
clearly
because
says it all the time that he's just wanting to fuck.
well, no, he's outright said many times that he wants a family. He thinks relationships are beautiful, and he does want kids. He has said this. We can sit and say that his relationships don't last. That's okay to say. But you also don't have a single woman that is no longer in a relationship with him coming out speaking bad about him. Why not? If they're not loyal to him anymore because they're not on his payroll, they're not in a relationship with him, they don't have anyone near him, why would they not speak up if he was that bad?
Because they got paid off. You don't think that happens?
Really?
I'm just
Really?
saying, you don't think that happens?
Well, yeah, but why is that your answer to it? Is they were paid off?
Because it fucking happens with rich people. Fucking Donald Trump
Okay,
paid
but
off a porn star that he was fucking while his wife was giving birth.
okay, so this happens. I'm not arguing that it doesn't happen. Why does that have to happen with Andrew Tate? Why can't he just? Why can't women just find nothing wrong with him?
Because that's just what rich people do.
That's not a good enough answer for me. That's just because what rich people do. There are
Okay,
many rich people
okay.
out there
See,
that
here's the
don't do
thing.
this.
Here's the thing. You're trying to get like proof for something that's unprovable.
Right, that's what I'm saying, right? So,
Right. So, okay,
no, I think it would be
can you
provable.
prove that these women are legit and they haven't been paid off?
I think it is very, very okay to assume that they haven't been paid off because they got no loyalty to the guy. They've got absolutely no reason to hide anything from this guy other than the so-called payoff, which I feel is just a cheap way to get out of saying, well, maybe he's not that bad because he says things you disagree with.
Absolutely nothing. Andrew Tate is disgusting. He has nothing to do with the topic. Well, we kind of did start talking about him, but general topic, he means nothing. Uh,
I think he means everything.
no,
I, I, I
and
think
I'm glad
the
he's
bigger
banned off
headpiece is
everything, and I think they need to ban every fucking instance of his videos online.
why isn't that again? Do you
Nope,
believe
I
in
am
freedom of
completely
speech?
fine with it. I am completely fine with censoring fucking shitty people
Do you believe in freedom of speech?
to an extent.
What do you mean to an extent? If it's to an extent, then it's not freedom. You either believe in it or you don't. If you believe in freedom of speech,
Okay, in the
then
United
you have to
States we
believe in
have no.
everything.
Okay, then if that's the case, in the United States we have no freedoms. In the UK, you have no freedoms.
But you do in the US, though, don't you?
No,
I thought you do.
no.
It's your First Amendment right, isn't it? Freedom of speech.
There's still exceptions.
Like what?
Like I can't walk into a crowded theater and yell fire. The Second Amendment. I'm not allowed to own a fucking. I can't own a usable Sherman tank or an AK-47. So if you're going to say
Well,
that, like, if a law isn't, completely, you can do whatever you want, then you don't have freedoms, then we don't have freedoms anywhere in the world.
but I believe freedom of speech does give you that right to say whatever you want. Now, you can say you can take out of context and say you can't run into a theater and yell fire, because at that point you're putting people in physical danger because people would be storming out of there. At which point, I don't think that's a freedom of speech issue. I think that's you being stupid, putting people in harm's way. I think Andrew Tate saying what he's saying isn't putting people in harm's way.
So you don't think
Because
no
I don't
video
believe.
that Andrew Tate has ever put out has put anybody in harm's way?
Well, no. Well, no, I don't think it has.
So
I don't
all of
think
his
I don't
Hustler
think it has.
University scam videos, they're perfectly fine. Nobody was harmed in the making of those videos. Nobody lost all their money, all their life savings, was disowned by their
Do you mean
family.
when? Do you mean when he's specifically promoting his Hustlers University?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, at that point, I think people probably got hurt because of their own actions.
The actions that he told to sign up for.
Well, they didn't
The
have to.
actions he said that you should do. If not, you're not a top G. If not, you're not a real masculine man.
He doesn't say. I don't. I haven't heard him say that. If you don't join Hustlers University, you're not a real man. I haven't heard him say that. What he says is, if you want to be a top G, if you want to be a, I don't like this saying, like, if you want to be a top G, it's a bit cringy for me. But what he's basically saying is, if you want to be a top G, then you have to add value to your life. You have to add value to your life, and that's what he tries to teach. I think he's very intelligent doing what he's doing for himself. I think he's very, very clever. He's very intelligent. What he's done has worked. I think his message to men is great. I really think it's great. And I just think him being cancelled is just wrong. I think it's a wrong
Okay,
injustice.
do you think Donald Trump getting banned from all social media platforms was good?
Dude, he literally almost got people killed. Yes.
Oh, and you don't think that
He
didn't
literally
happen with
almost got.
Andrew Tate?
No, I don't think he almost got people killed. Absolutely not.
So
No.
then nobody that signed up for HU lost their life savings.
Dude,
None
they
of the people
literally
that were
did.
duped from his porn site lost their entire life savings.
We both know where this conversation is going to go. We both know where this conversation is going to go. And I'm going to say people people performed these own actions on their own will. They didn't have to do this. They did it. They're the fucking idiots for this. Right? I'm
Right, but
sorry
when
to
you
burn the
have an
idiots first.
influencer, you have influence.
Okay, then every salesman is disgusting.
I agree.
Every salesman is disgusting.
If what they're selling is disgusting, then yes.
Well, let's it's just your opinion on whether you think Hustlers University is disgusting or not. You can have that opinion. That's okay. Like, it's okay to have that opinion. I'm alright with that. And I just don't.
Did like
I think his
fucking
message to men
10%
is
make a
great.
shit ton of money off of Hustlers U? Probably. Did 20%? Maybe. Did the other 80% fucking lose everything? Probably.
Maybe. Maybe it was only 10% that lost everything.
Oh,
you think
90% were successful and 10% were failures?
No, I don't know. No, I don't know. I don't know the facts. I don't know the figures.
Okay, even
I'm
if
not
it was
saying that it's
50-50,
either way.
even if it was 50-50, would you call that good?
I think you literally have a chance, which is what he says. You have a chance, which is true.
But
But
that's not what he says.
Gambling.
That's not what he makes it seem like.
He does. He literally says, if you join Hustlers University, you can become rich.
You can become rich.
You can. This is true.
Not
you can.
Not that you could possibly, that you might, that maybe it would happen, but you can.
Yeah, because you can.
Right. But you know what? Do you know what he never says though? That you could lose your whole entire life savings. That you can lose absolutely everything by listening to me. Why does he not say
But
that?
don't they have a disclaimer in the Discord server when you join?
Oh
That's
my
what they do.
fucking god, goddamn terms of services.
No, not terms of service. Not terms of service. It's like so terms of service like really fucking long and crazy. And I know no one reads through them, but he has like a when you join a Discord community and sometimes you got like a list of rules that's not
Okay,
really that
okay,
long to
yes,
read through. It's
but you
actually pretty
don't get
chill.
that information until after you pay. So you are already out of money. Because he told you you can get rich. So you are already
Yeah,
out
you
of
can.
money.
You can, but you also can't. I understand that he's not saying that you can't, but I mean, shouldn't you realistically be thinking that you can't when you know that you
Oh
can?
my god. Now we're talking about common sense about the fucking American people. Really. The I need to walk around with an AR-15 for protection,
It's not just
American people common sense.
it's not just American people though. This is like a worldwide society. Whoa, voice break. A worldwide society of people. It's not just Americans.
Right, but I would say the vast majority of the people on HU are fucking American. The vast majority.
I don't know if it's I don't know if it's safe to say that. I don't know what the statistics are for that. But people are stupid and they want to be stupid. They're stupid. I'm
Okay,
sorry, but people are stupid, Matt. They're stupid.
but the influencer needs to be held accountable. And guess what? He is now being held accountable.
He's not being held accountable
He
for Hustle
is.
University.
No,
No,
just
he's
for his
not.
actions in general.
No, dude, he's not. What you need to understand is he's not being held accountable for his Hustlers University.
No, I'm just saying
I'm
his
telling
actions in
you,
general.
no one cares about that. No one
I
cares
know.
about that, right? When they cancel him, no one cares about that. What they cancel him for is how outspoken he is within his views when it comes to how men should add value to their lives and how men should be.
No,
And how
that's
they
not
should
why
just
he's getting
conform.
canceled.
Bro, yes, it very much is.
You think he's getting
Yes, it is.
canceled because he's like, guys, you need to be better guys. You think that's the
Yes.
reason he's getting canceled?
Yes, absolutely it is. Absolutely it is.
Wow.
Dude, come on. Come off it. Have a day off. It absolutely is.
Like, honestly,
Looking...
in what terms of service on any platform he has been banned for, does it say that you can't say that men should just be better men?
Okay, but he doesn't quite say it like that, though, does he? He doesn't just say, "I'll be better."
Oh!
He doesn't just quite say it like. No, okay, I see what you're gonna try and do, and you're gonna try and have a gotcha moment. I'm not gonna allow you to. You're not gonna have a gotcha moment on me here. He's not saying just be better men and let's all just be better. Let's all just be better men and let's all sit under rainbows and have a shit in the woods and drive a Prius. Is he saying that? No, he isn't. He's outspoken in the way that he says things because he's not afraid. He's not afraid to say what he wants, right? But what I'm saying is, him saying what he wants isn't always as bad as people make out. Like, for instance, one of the things that he's been banned for is misogyny, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's misogyny. This is why they say that he is a danger to men. Because one of the things he said is every time a woman has sex with a man, with a different man, her value goes down. Because no man wants a woman who has been run through. I'm sorry, but if you ask the majority of men if they think that this is true, the majority of them are going to say yes. They may lie to you and say no, but I think deep down, they don't want a woman who's had a lot of sex with a lot of men. Because they don't want something everyone else has had.
Why? But why do they feel that way? Why do they feel that way?
Because they're easy to get at that point. They're easy
No.
to get. So where's the value?
No, it's from fucking millennia of fucking misogyny.
I don't think it's... No, I don't. I don't think it is. Especially not in this day and age. It's not. Because
Yeah.
My dad didn't teach me that. My grand didn't teach me that.
Misogyny just, like, it was a thing. Like, women just got the right to vote within the last 100 years. Okay. So would you say before the Women's Right to Vote Act thingy, that misogyny was still a thing?
Probably.
Okay, so then you're saying that all of a sudden, whenever they passed that, misogyny just whoosh disappeared.
No, I'm not saying that misogyny doesn't exist in today's day and age. But I don't think men sitting and saying that they don't want a woman that everyone else has had is misogyny. You can sit and cry about it and say, well, that's rude to say to women. That's a bit mean to say to women. All you want. Oh, well. Sorry, but No one cares.
No,
Like,
I
I'm
feel like
sorry.
that's slut shaming.
Okay, well, you can call it slut shaming. I say I see a woman losing her value every time she has sex with another man. I fully agree with what Andrew Tate says. You can say
So
that's
the
slut shaming.
so
You can
then
hide
if
behind whatever phrases that you want
so then if
between
you
your
would have
L's.
got with
What I'm
Nell,
saying, that's okay.
so if you would have got with Nell and then you found out that she slept with 20 guys, you wouldn't have wanted her anymore?
I would have known that before I'd gotten with her, and if she slept with 20 guys, probably not.
See, that's just fucking asinining.
What? No, it's not, because what drew me to Chanel is how classy Chanel was.
Oh, so
Like,
a
her
classy person
Instagram.
can't have sex? Sex is only for disgusting, dirty people?
No, I'm not saying that as only for discussing people, but the way that Chanel carried herself was literally all about, like, I really fully believed that I couldn't get her. I fully believed that I could not get her, right? Like, her body count was low. Her pictures never showed any skin, anything like that. She would never give me outlandish opinions. She was
Right.
very
And they
simple.
tend and those people tend to be the biggest freaks.
Okay, she is a freak. When we say freak, we mean like bedroom freak, right?
Yeah. She's a
Okay,
lady
well,
in
yeah,
the
she is.
street, but a freak in the bed.
Yeah, a lady
Ludacris
in the streets.
literally sang a song about that.
Okay, yeah, a lady in the streets.
Right.
Like, you can't be a freak in the sheets and the streets. Absolutely not. Why would I want to marry that everyone else has had? No.
Okay. So a lady in the street, but a freak in the bed. Like, what if Nell's exactly the same person, but she had sex with 20 people, 30 people, whatever. I mean, I
More
don't
men
know
have
her
had her.
exact I don't know her exact age, but I'm going to assume
More men have
somewhere
had
around
her.
yours. So
More men have
25.
had her. More
So
men have had her, so therefore she's not just a lady in the streets anymore.
okay, what number does she go from being a lady to a fucking tramp in the streets?
Well, I don't want to say tramp.
Well, whatever word you want to use.
um, I think they start to lose their value. Well, I don't know if it's after a certain number. I think you just um. See, because the thing is, right, if I say as soon as it gets around about double digits, you're going to say, oh, so if she's 9, you get with her, but then if she's a 10, then you won't. Making that one number difference. In which case does it? I can't answer that. I don't know. But I just feel that what Andrew Tate is saying, it no one wants a girl that every other guy can have. You want to end up with
But
someone
but how
who,
do you know that every other guy did have her? Maybe she was just extremely selective. Maybe she only slept with the best of the best men.
well, she still slept with a lot of men, so it can't be that difficult.
But it but okay, so I'm going to assume that she's 25, okay? And that she's been sexually active for 7 years. Okay? That
Okay,
means she started becoming sexually active when she was 18.
okay.
Okay? Uh 7 times 12 is 84 months. Okay? So that means so she slept with 20 people. That means she slept with one different person every 4 months.
How?
That's a
No, I'm joking.
hoe.
I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm joking.
I know,
No,
but I'm
no,
trying to get you
that's
to
not a hoe.
understand why like this number is just complete and utter nonsense.
I'm just saying that every time a woman sleeps with a man, her value drops because no one wants a man that a woman has been run through. No man wants a woman that every other guy can have. Well, at least I don't.
Oh no, he definitely wouldn't go for a porn star, Faith. He is definitely
Absolutely not.
not going for a porn
I
star.
would never be in a relationship with a porn star, and I would never be with a woman who did OnlyFans. Absolutely not.
See, like I just
Not a
see
chance.
that goes back to my welcome back, Gene. That goes back to my whole thing about fucking like sex is disgusting and like we need to get over that. Like it's fucking
Sex isn't disgusting.
2022. Like we can fucking be
Sex isn't
grown-ups.
disgusting.
sex isn't disgusting?
No.
Except for the girl that you're dating likes to have sex for a job.
Yes. At that point, absolutely fucking not.
Still Andrew
She has
Tate
me to
and
have.
how he's
She has me to
misogynist.
have sex with. Like, why does she
No, she
gotta
has
do it
you
for a
to make
job?
love to. She has people at her job that she needs to fuck to get paid. There's a
Well, why does she need to
difference.
be fucked to get paid?
Because that's her fucking job. She chose to be a
Okay,
porn star.
okay, but that's what I'm saying. Why that line of work?
Why is that a line of work? Because it
No, why
is.
that line of work?
Why
Why
that
did
line
she
of work?
choose it?
Why that line of work? Because maybe she just really enjoys sex. Maybe she has a banging body. Maybe she got into it and she made a shit ton of money.
Okay, okay, that's fine. If she enjoys sex with other men, then she can continue having sex with other men, but it won't be with me. You can wrap that up in whatever pretty paper you want and call me whatever names you want. Misogynist, disgusting, slut shaming, blah blah blah. I couldn't care less. I don't like it, and therefore I will not be a part of that. And I have the right to have that opinion, and I have the right to base my relationships off whatever I please.
You do, and
I
I
have that
completely
fundamental right.
and I
Okay,
I
and
completely
that
agree.
and
You
that doesn't
do.
make and that doesn't make me wrong in any connotation that you can give to me. Because at the end of the day, I'm choosing a person that I'm going to be sat opposite in 80 years' time, or when I'm 80, sorry, when I'm 80 years old. And if I don't want that person to perfectly fit what I want, then I don't have to have them. And you can call me whatever names you want for it. I don't care what you say. You know what I mean? When I mean you, I mean like in a broad general
Right,
society
right.
that would have something to say about it. I don't mean you
I
specifically.
know.
You know, it's a preference. It's a preference.
Right, and that's fine to have preferences. There's nothing wrong with that.
So Gene, so we're talking about women losing their value. The more men that they sleep with, and you just said that sex is intimate. So could you be in a relationship with a prostitute, or could you be in a relationship with a porn star? I have to go soon. I'm getting really tired.
Oh.
No, they're a current prostitute or a current porn star. Like while you're dating them, they will be a prostitute or a porn star or an OnlyFans star. A key that can unlock any lock is an amazing key. A lock that can be unlocked by any key is a really shit lock.
Right, and why is her being a porn star meaning that her lock is easily unlocked?
Because she gets lots of keys to unlock it. It's a shit lock.
No, no, she's getting paid for it. One,
Oh, so you can pay to enter it then. Okay. It's not a great lock then, it's a conditional lock. It's got a shit lock.
I just like I'm completely on the other side. I think it's perfectly fine.
That's okay. You could be on the other side. That's not a problem. Yeah, it's completely understandable if you're on the other side. It is what it is. I just, the woman stood in a white dress that I'm about to commit the rest of my life to. No, there are many reasons for that. I guess OnlyFans would bug me, and I'll try to talk her out of it. I guess. And for porn time prostitute, there is no way I'd even consider a relationship. Thank you. Men, there we go. I think if you asked the majority of men, and they gave you a real answer and they weren't afraid to say it, would say something round about the same as what you
Right, and
said.
that's
Because women that
and
have,
that's because of misogyny.
you call it misogyny, we call it preference.
It's because of
If a
so many
woman,
years of this beaten into your head that women need to be pure.
that wasn't beaten into my head. That was never beaten into my head.
It wasn't. So you never watched
No,
any TV. So you never watched any TV that said like anything of that nature.
not that I remember. No. Like, if a woman was to say to me, um, that she didn't want to be with me because I'd slept with too many people, would you say that that was disgusting on her behalf, or would you think that she's okay to do that?
I would say that's disgusting on her behalf.
Okay, I think that would be okay on her behalf personally. It's a preference. I think there's nothing wrong with your preference.
I mean, I think it also would come down to context. I mean, was you doing it in a safe way, like you were a porn star, where you have to get tested all the time, and even sometimes just using condoms? You know, where you were safe, or were you just a fucking cum dumpster for the local bar? You know, those are two
Okay,
different.
and
Those
what
are
if
two
it's
different
what?
people. It's two completely
Okay,
different
and what?
worlds.
Okay, and if I was just a cunt dumpster then for the local bar, is that okay? If she says no to me because I'm that,
It makes more sense.
that's slut shaming.
No, it's not. I never said yes. I said it made more sense. There would have to be a bigger
But it,
discussion around it. Are you going to go and get an
but
STD
is that
check?
okay?
Are you going to
So
go and get
even
an
if like,
STD check?
well, even if I do get an STD check and it comes back unclean, what then? And she still says no.
Then yes, I would feel like that's slut shaming.
I don't think it is slut shaming. I just think like people, I just don't think men want to commit their life to women that have had a lot of sex, and that's okay. Like I don't think you need to wrap it up in pretty paper and say that's misogyny and label it. It's okay. You know what I mean? And bro, I spent my whole teenagehood in an all boys school, and I've seen girls from all girls school acting exactly the same way as us. Actually, my view of women was that they were exactly the same as men, except for the body parts, and that opinion that they were the same has provided me to be more wrong. I don't know. I think women are encouraged to be a certain way that a lot of men, and I'd say the majority of men, don't like, and it's hurting women in the
Because
name of freedom.
because that's what society has said.
And society also says that men should protect women.
Yes, and society also says that
Do you
fucking
believe
women
that
should
one
be
though?
size 0.
Yeah, but
So,
women think that, not men.
no,
Women hold
society
that
think
standard.
that.
No, women think that. Women hold the
W-
beauty standard. Let's not get that mixed up. Women absolutely hold the beauty standard.
Women think that
I'm
because that's
telling
what
you.
men have fucking beat into their goddamn heads.
No, I'm sorry. I don't think it. I don't think it. No, that's
No.
wrong.
So you're saying all the Victoria's Secret catalogs and all the clothing catalogs that show fucking size
Who's in
0
those?
women, you know, modeling all the clothes, that meant absolutely nothing. That wasn't a group of men beating, you know, the beauty standards into the brain of women.
Bear with me.
Or the fact that like in high school, you know, if you get laid and you tell your buddies, they all fucking high five you and tell you how amazing you are, but the woman, she gets slut shamed for, you know, being a slut, for having sex.
Uh, no. I think going out there and calling someone like disgusting for having loads of sex is wrong. I think going out there and harassing someone because of their life choices is wrong. But I believe if you don't want to be with them because of their count, I don't think that's misogyny. I think that's okay. And the same if a woman was to turn around and not want to be with me because of how many women I've slept with. Okay, like, all right, cool. There's a lot of shit. Like, yeah, I'm gonna feel a bit gay because I wanted that, but all right, it is what it is. Like, I'm not gonna force my views, onto someone else and say that they should accept this. No, you know what I mean? It's okay. It's preference. They want to be with someone who's been with less women. That's okay. They're within their right to want that, and that doesn't make them any. It doesn't make them a label. It doesn't make them an ist anything or an ism. or a phobia of anything.
But I feel like
There's
it does
nothing.
because they're viewing those other people of, I only want a girl that slept with 10 guys or less. So any girl that has slept with more than 10 guys are disgusting.
That doesn't think it makes them disgusting. They just won't take them as serious. I don't think they sit there and think that they're disgusting because they'll probably still sleep with that woman who slept with over 10 men. They
Right,
just
but
won't
but
commit their life to her.
but why not?
But I've just told you because no one wants to commit to a woman that every other man can have.
But not every other man does have her. You do.
Yes, but they have had her. They have had her.
So her
Which means
sleeping
what's
with
the fuck
20
is special
people,
about
so with her sleeping with 20 people in several years means that anybody could have her. See, again,
more
this
people
this
could
goes
have her?
back.
More people could have her. More people could
Okay.
have her rather than if she slept with like 8 or 9.
Okay, and what if you were number 20 and the other 19 people were all millionaires?
If what? Sorry, if I was number 20 and the other 19 were all millionaires.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Would that
she's
make
going for
any
someone like
difference?
me.
Because she had
Yeah,
fucking
see, the thing
amazing
was,
taste
no,
and
no,
was only going
no,
after
no, no,
rich
no,
people?
no, no, because she wasn't always going after rich people. Because she came to me, and I attracted her, and she wanted me just like she wanted the millionaires. But now I'm on the bottom end of the scale. So she's not just attracted to rich people, is she?
Yeah, but that's all that she ever had.
But doesn't mean that's all she was attracted to.
But that's all she ever had sex with. So it doesn't matter what she was attracted to. She only had sex with classy individuals.
Okay, but she's not like just attracted to them now.
No, and even if she had sex with 100 people before, it doesn't matter who she had sex with because she's now attracted to you and she wants you.
Okay, and then when she can't have me, I guarantee she'll have someone on the same scale.
Okay, that doesn't matter if she slept with one person or 100 persons. It's going to happen the same exact way.
I just think
If you're
if
not if
a
you're the
man,
if you're the second person to ever have sex with her and then you two break up, eventually there's going to be a third.
okay,
So then it doesn't matter.
well, it wouldn't matter to me after that point because I'm not dealing with them no more. I don't care what they do. I'm not going to be number fucking 50 for a woman. Absolutely not. No.
Right, and I agree with you, Gene. Like, you should get tested. If everything's fine, then you know, it also depends on how she takes care of herself. She's been with a bunch of guys, but she just doesn't take care of herself. That's completely different than, like, for example, like a porn star, for example. I guarantee if you slept with a porn star, it would be some of the best you've ever received. Even though they've been, quote unquote, as you say, wrung out, I guarantee it would be some of the best you've ever had because they know how to take care of their body because they know their body is their product. So they keep their body fit. They keep their body in shape. They do exercises in order to strengthen up their vagina so that way it's not all loosey goosey. And women who tend to have more sex understand this information. So why would you want to get with somebody that has never really had sex and doesn't know what the fuck they're doing instead of somebody that's experienced?
Because for the most part, they still know what they're doing, even if they're not a porn star.
But I guarantee somebody who slept with 10 people know way more about sex than somebody who slept with one.
Because I mean, I guess part of me wants to say sex is intimate. You know what I mean? I think that when you find someone, like when you're just having sex, or you're actually like being really intimate with someone is completely different. I don't think the quality of sex really bothers you all that much at this stage.
Well, I
It's
feel like there's different levels of sex though. I feel like that you have
well,
fucking and then you have like love making.
okay. And do you think that the quality? Okay, so with what you're saying, that there's different levels of sexes and there's just fucking and then love making. When it comes to love making, do you think the quality of sex matters all that much?
Hold on, say that again.
So when it comes to lovemaking, as you say, do you think the quality of sex is upheld between the men and women as much as it would be if you were just fucking?
What do you mean by that? The quality of
So the quality
sex?
of sex, like just I don't know how good your dick game is. Like I think
No.
it would be more important if you were just fucking rather.
No, so the difference between the two is emotions, feelings, the
Yeah.
connection.
So okay, so there's less focus on the quality of the sex then.
Yeah, you're both there to fucking get off. Who
Okay.
cares? Well, for fucking, you're both there to get off. That's all that matters. You both want to come. You will both want to get those endorphins released in your brains. You both want to reduce stress a little bit. That's all that it's fucking there for.
Yeah.
Or to get a paycheck, if that's what you do.
Yeah. Sluts. Sluts. I'm joking before anyone kicks off. I just think men can do what they want. And men can have their preferences, and there's nothing wrong with that.
I agree, but
And
I can also think that it's disgusting that men think that way.
well, I mean, hopefully Andrew Tate comes back and he makes people agree with what he's saying more. Personally, I just think that.
No, I don't think that's wrong or that's weird. Like everybody has different attractions to women for different things.
Am I the weird one who dates any woman who could do taxes and can manage life better over any woman, even if they're more physically attractive? Yeah, I think, yeah. No, sorry, I don't think you're weird. No. I think that's completely fine.
Yeah, because now, like, you are valuing intelligence more attractive than you are the physical attractiveness, and I don't think that's weird at all. Like, I'm kind of the same way. The prettier the brain, the prettier the chick. To an extent, there's some really ugly smart women, and there's some very pretty dumb women. So they are on both sides.
Yeah. There's some really pretty, smart women as well, though.
Yes,
And some really ugly, dumb fuckers, too.
yes. There's a lot of
And
those in
same with,
America.
and there's the same with men, too. I kind of wish Andrew Tate didn't have to say what he's saying. Yeah, same. I wish people just knew it, too. And I think for the most part, people do just know this, but we have this third wave feminism in which any decision a man makes based upon a woman is misogynistic and disgusting these days. And Andrew Tate is literally like the last line of people that is willing to stand up and say, listen, you do what the fuck you want. Don't listen to what the new standard of feminism is trying to say to you, which I think is an important message to men because I think the recent standard of feminism is simply man hating. I
Well,
really do believe
it's
that.
because men won't change.
Fair?
They're still egotistical, judgmental fucking pricks.
What, and women aren't?
Not like men.
No, that's crazy. You can't say that they're not judgmental just as much as men because yes, they are.
Not nearly like men.
I think they very much are exactly like men.
Okay, so I will at least say vocally, not like men.
Okay, I would even say even vocally like men.
Because vocally, men are saying that I'm not going to sleep with anything less than an 8. When they know damn well they'll sleep with a fucking 4 if they're that down bad. They don't want
Okay,
to,
and
and they're not going to brag about it, but they will.
and women will vocally say that they just want a man that can take care of them. When realistically, what they mean by a man that can take care of them, they mean a man who can provide financially, which is judgmental as fuck.
Well, yeah, because nobody wants a fucking homeless guy. What's so bad about the like? Oh Lord, you're saying that women are judgmental because they're like, I don't want a homeless man, but men aren't judgmental because they're like, I don't want to sleep with anything less than a fucking supermodel.
I
Like,
don't think men say that they want to sleep with anything less than a supermodel. That doesn't exist. And I do think judging a man based on his wealth is a judgment. It's a judgment,
To
no
an
matter how
extent,
much money that person
yes.
has. It's judgment.
Yes, but also you're not going to go date a fucking homeless woman.
No, of course I'm not. I'm okay with the judgment.
Right, so there's nothing wrong with saying that, like, I want a dude with a job.
Okay.
Like, it would be
Okay.
different if they was like, oh, I will
Hold
only
on.
date a
Hold on.
doctor, or I will only
Fine.
date a fucking lawyer, or a fucking rocket scientist, or whatever. Like, then yes, I could understand that. But, like, they're just like, I just want you
Okay,
to
but
fucking go to work from 9 to 5.
okay, dude. And when they do go to work for 9 to 5, right, and they can't afford the women based on their sort of salary, women are still put off by that. I can't wait for you
When?
to say that doesn't exist now.
Dude, I could
Please
pull up
don't.
so many pictures of some fucking dudes that are pulling chicks way out of their fucking range. And it's not because they have money. It's because they have
Yeah.
respect.
It doesn't mean that it doesn't happen.
Well, yeah, and I'm sure that it does happen that there's fucking women that's like, psh. Like, as a matter of fact, on the Fresh and Fit podcast, there was a woman that's like, psh, I won't even suck his dick if he doesn't make 150K a year. It's like, yeah, of course those women exist. But you know what I say
Okay.
to them? Fuck her.
I think they're okay to do that. I mean, it is what it is. It's their preference.
Yes, and
I'm not
she's
saying
also
if you don't have.
disgusting for it.
I don't think she's disgusting for it. Who gives a shit? She's not going to affect my life. I couldn't care.
No, because she's putting all these other things ahead of fucking what is actually important.
Okay, but dude, that's her choice though. She can do that, and it's okay that she does that.
Right, and
It
I can
doesn't
still call
affect
her
your life.
disgusting.
But it doesn't affect your life though.
I know it doesn't. But I can still call
Okay,
her
so
disgusting and say that she was a nasty human being.
I just think that's really judgmental to say, and I just think
That's
that's rude
that's
to its
fine.
core.
She shouldn't be such a judgmental fucking bitch.
Okay, fair enough.
I
I
don't
disagree.
understand. I don't understand why people are just they're so judgmental about others. Like, even though I was just being judgmental, but like that was being judgmental about a person after knowing information about that person in order to judge them. But like people are just being judgmental on people for fucking asinine reasons. You know, like, oh, that woman's a slut because she has slept with more than 15 or 30 or 50 people, whatever number you want to come up with. Like that's just that shouldn't be a thing. Like, in what medical journal, in what book, in what science book does it say that, you know, when women sleep with this many people, they cross this threshold and now they become nasty, disgusting humans? That's the part of fucking being judgmental that I just don't understand, that I absolutely hate.
I'm just in the bathroom a sec. I'll reply to you now. I am listening to what you're saying.
Right, I know that they have the right to be judgmental, but I'm saying that they shouldn't. Because it's disgusting. And, like, that's how you get racism. That's how you get sexism. That's how you get all the isms, because of fucking you go with a judgmental mentality. I mean, that's why we had racism for so many years and why we still have it today. Because the white people, the white man, thinks that they are better than every other race just because their skin is white. That's being judgmental. That's not backed by any science. That's not backed by any information except for just bullshit in their brain. And that's being judgmental, and people shouldn't be judgmental like that because it's disgusting. I mean, honestly, if you want to say anything, then fucking maybe Asian people are better than everybody else because they tend to be smarter. Like, on an average, I'm pretty sure Asia, uh, the Asian people, Oriental people, I don't know what to call them. I hate this. God damn it. People that live in like Korea and China and Japan and stuff like that. They tend to have higher IQs than we do over here, than white people do.
I think it's really funny, right? It made me chuckle how you went Asian people, Oriental people. Fuck, I don't know what to say. I guess.
Well, I mean, if you want to get technical, Russia is fucking Asia too. So that would include Russia when I say Asian people. So
Dude, Europe is basically just like a subcontinent of Asia. It's
right,
Eurasia, isn't it? So I
right.
get it.
Yeah, they are. At least when it comes to the United States, they are. I don't know about in general, but when it comes to the United States, people from Asian descent, again, like the China, Korea's, and stuff like that, um, they are far smarter than Americans. Right, just like smart Americans, they're able to fucking migrate to other countries that are much better than this one. But my point is, like, being judgmental on a group because of information that is asinine is wrong. You know, like me being judgmental that Asian people are smarter because here we have, Asian people that are far smarter than than the average American. Uh, like that's being judgmental off of information that is asinine because it's just taking the information that I have here as my context. But also I know that in like China they are very into, you know, beating education into their children's heads. Right, but I'm not saying like having the right or not. I'm saying that we need to change the perspective of what people are thinking or how people are thinking. Right. And again, that's again why I say that they're smarter because like y'all take education so seriously. And here in America, we're like, Psh, I got my gun. I don't need no education. But like I feel like that it's okay to be judgmental if you have information to back up your judgments. Because like that woman that slept with 20 guys, you know, she could be the greatest woman on earth. She could be the nicest. She's going to become the greatest mother. She's going to be the best wife. It's a match made in heaven. But you would never even look at her because she slept with 20 dudes.
Okay, but that homeless guy could be the most amazing man with an opportunity. He could be the most amazing father. He could be the most amazing husband or the most amazing boyfriend that you've ever experienced in your life, and you won't even look at him because he's homeless.
Right, because of his current condition. She doesn't have a current condition. She's still going to work every day.
She
She's
does, of
still
course,
paying
sleeping
all
with
of.
all the men.
Oh, oh, God, I didn't know fucking sex and homelessness were equal. I didn't know those were like the same. I didn't know homelessness and, having sex with a couple people was equal. My
They're
bad.
a preference, and that's okay.
Yeah, but the preference is just asinine. And that's what I'm trying to get my point through to. Like we shouldn't have that thought. And yes, that homeless guy might be the greatest ever, But the thing is, the homeless person, he already knows that people are going to be looking at him for relationship material because nothing that is currently going on in his world says that he's relationship material. He's living in a cardboard box. He's eating out of the dumpster. What screams relationship material? Nothing. Okay, but this woman who is, she gets her hair taken care of every 2 weeks. She goes to work every day. She's educated, blah, 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 yada, yada, yada. She's saying everything like I am a good person, that I can be a good mother and blah, blah, blah. I've thrown myself out there as like I can do good things. But you're just like, psh, you've had 20 different dicks in you. Fuck you. Like I don't see how those are like how you could even compare those to being exactly the same, or even in the neighborhood of being the same.
Okay, so I don't think these things are the same, but I think further down the line you go, eventually you're going to hit a roadblock and just say that it's a preference, and there's nothing wrong with preference.
How long did you and Nell date before you guys got together?
So what do you mean, like dates before we got together? We got together like we didn't start dating and then get together. We kind of like we're kind of like friends. Nothing really happened, and then we met up one day and we were just like, yeah, do you know what? I kind of like you. Let's give this a go. And then that was it.
Okay. So then it wasn't like a so there was like you guys were friends beforehand. Okay.
Yes, she actually apparently she rejected me for another guy before I started talking to her, which I don't remember. I don't think that's. I don't even think that's even true. But she says it is. But I don't believe that's true at all.
Okay, so say you're dating a random woman. Okay. Uh, we will
What's
name.
hang on. What screams intimate relationship material with someone who has had sex with multiple men because she liked to? Yes, Gene.
But that's information that's not known. So I'm asking, when you're dating somebody, when you're dating somebody, okay, so say the first date goes absolutely amazing. You start growing feelings for him. You're like, this person's absolutely amazing. She's smart.
Okay.
She's kind. She's respectful. Just everything that I'm looking for in a woman. Okay, you go on the second date, the third date, and they go great. Okay, and you and like in your small lizard brain, in the small lizard part of your brain, you're like, this is wifey material. I know this. Like, this is who I would want to take home to meet mom and dad because, like, she's working hard, she's taking care of herself, she wants to have kids and a family and blah 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 blah. Uh, and then on the fourth date, that's when intimacy starts to arrive.
I can assure you right now, I would never take a prostitute home to meet my mum. Not in a million fucking years. I'd be embarrassed. Like I would be fucking outright embarrassed
Okay, that's fine. I'm
to
not
take
talking
a
about a
prostitute home
prostitute.
to meet the
I'm not
family.
talking about a prostitute.
Okay.
Okay, so this woman that you're kind of falling in love with, like again in the lizard part of your brain, um, date four. That's when intimacy starts coming about. Okay, that's when you guys start talking about the stuff. And she mentions how many partners she's been with. If if she says the incorrect number, is that going to trump everything else that come before it?
I think it probably would.
But I don't understand how it could.
I'm just
Like,
leaving my house. Give me 2 seconds.
would you still be able to hear me?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Go on. What do you
So
want?
I just don't understand how, dates 1 through 3, she's sitting at this, wife material, bringing her home. Again, this is the lizard part of your brain. I'm not saying that all the emotions are there and everything. It's just the lizard part of your brain, the what if part of your brain, like, looking into the future. Because at least me, I'm sure we all do it. At least I hope everybody does something like that. Like where you could see the potential in a partner. I just don't understand how that can just be pushed off a ledge if she says the wrong number.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, but I mean, it's just an argument where no matter what I say to you, we're just going to end up in a back and forth. So I don't even think, even if I tried my best, I could make you understand, which isn't really the point of this. I have a preference, and that's that. I've explained it. You can either accept it or not accept it, and I don't know what else to say. You
Well,
know,
like I could understand the preference of not wanting to date, a porn star or, or a prostitute. I hate using that, but like, or somebody who does OnlyFans. Like that I can understand because like you're like that's sharing like some sort of intimacy with others. That I can get. That I can get behind. I can understand that one. Uh but like I just don't understand how again that number can change the way that you view that woman that on the first 3 dates you were just like, wow. I just don't know how you can go from, oh, I've slept with 5 men, okay, cool, taking her home to mom and dad. I slept with 10 men. I slept with 20. Ah, fuck you, bitch, you're get out of here, you're nasty. I just don't understand how that can happen.
because I don't know, people just don't want. Some men just don't want women that have had a lot of sex with other men. It's, I don't understand how, like, what you're not getting about that.
Do you
I really don't. Like,
No, I
you
do
don't
get
get
that. I
it.
do get that, and that's what I'm trying to explain to you. It's because it's been fucking beat into your brain with that. Because
Think that
you,
has been being to my.
it,
No,
be,
I don't. I don't think. Okay, so if I get with a girl, I've been with all my friends,
hold on, you're kind
right?
of hard to
If
hear,
I
so slow down just a little bit.
there you go. Is that better?
No, you're still really hard to hear. Like, am I on speaker?
Uh, yes, in my car.
Okay. So it's a little hard to hear you. That's why I was asking you to go a little slower.
Okay,
But I
I'm
can
gonna.
hear you.
Uh, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I could hear you the whole time. I just wanted you to go a little slower because you were further away, so some things were a little muffled.
Okay, that's all right. I'm just driving home. That's all. So I'm having to raise my voice because my phone is on my car seat.
Yeah.
So if I start dating a girl, right? If I start dating a girl and then I'm falling in love with her and I want to be with her and things like that, and then I find out that she's been with all my friends and that puts me off, is that still wrong?
Well, no, because she's been with all your friends. That's different.
Okay. Now if a girl gets with me, right? If a girl gets with me and her numbers are high and is round about the same sort of people like me that she's sleeping with, in which case she's attracted to me at this point, so my friends have a chance, then I probably don't want to be with a girl who my friends would have a chance with.
But she's not. But that doesn't make sense. What if she's only slept with 10 people? That means or 5 people. That means your friends still have a chance because she has slept with 5 other people just like you. So therefore, there's other people, that she slept that she's just like you that she would be comfortable with being with.
But I think the chances are a lot more slim because she's difficult to get. She's hard to get. She's difficult to get, right? Like she's really difficult to get. That's why the numbers aren't high. So there's much less chance
Not
of,
necessarily.
of her.
It may have
Well,
absolutely nothing to do with difficulty to
I
get.
believe, I believe it is. I think the more difficult a woman is to get, and the lower the numbers are, the more value she has. Because the less men can get her, which means you're getting something that
next to no one else can get.
No, it's just
You
less
know?
people would. It's probably just less people are interested in them, or or she
Well, not
just
because
or she just doesn't care that much about sex. Like that
I'm
doesn't.
sorry, no. It's not about the fact that people aren't interested, right? Because you could be a woman who is a 2 out of 10, and you will still get the same attention, right? You will still get attention from men, right?
Right.
Because most men are invisible to women these days, right? Unless they're making a lot of money, they're invisible to women these days. If you're the average man working in a fucking McDonald's, slaving away in a 9 to 5, you're invisible to most women. Okay? You're not getting the first message. You're not getting a DM of a woman. Right?
Right. And
You're
if you're an
in
average
a
woman
DM.
working at McDonald's, it's the same exact thing, except for you're not getting it
No,
because every other man has already tried to come in.
no, you're very much wrong on that. Women are born with value already. Women, because they're women, or girls because they're girls, inherently are born with value. Boys aren't. Boys have to earn their value in their wage. Boys have to earn their value in their ambition in life. This is where men compete with other men for women. Because this is what women look for in men.
So you don't think women compete with other women?
Not for the most part, no. I think if a woman wants a man, it's very simple for her to get that man. It's very, very simple to get and keep that man in the majority of cases. Absolutely.
I completely disagree with that. Like 100% I disagree with that.
Okay, most men agree with me. I can almost guarantee most men agree with me on this.
Now get a
Women
man.
are in,
Now get that man. I can say yes, I would agree. But keep, no, because getting a
no,
man and keeping a man is two completely different things.
I think even keep it. I think men are very embarrassingly simplistic. I really do. I think men are embarrassingly simplistic, and I believe that it is very, very easy to land. It's very easy. Just the same as I think it's easy to keep a woman. It is easy to keep a woman because when women are in love, they're the most loyal people like on the planet, right? They
Right.
are. Once you're in love, they're the most loyal people on your team. Can we agree to that?
Yeah.
Right. So
I would say on
a
average.
bad, yeah, well, yeah, on an average basis. Well, whenever
But
we
yeah.
talk about this, we do on an average basis, of course.
Right. Right.
Obviously, we're not speaking for everybody. Um, but yeah, on the average basis, I believe it is so much easier for a man to get a woman being an average woman than it is for a man to get a woman being an average man. Absolutely. It's so much easier for the woman. So, so much
Well,
easier for the
yeah.
woman.
So yes, I agree with that. But the reason why is because fucking every man has thrown themselves at that woman.
Well, regardless of what the
So
problem
unless
is,
so unless you stand out above those men, then like you're in the same exact pool as all the other men.
and how do you think men can stand out to those women?
A lot of different ways.
I think their value as a man by having ambition, by having a better wage than those men. This is
No, maybe by treating her with more respect. Maybe with caring about her more.
No,
No?
I clicked the wrong one. Then I meant to put it on speaker. No, I don't think that works for most I don't think that works for most women.
On the
I think
outside,
nice
on the
guys.
outside, no, it doesn't. But once you get on the inside of that, then yes, it does work
They may
better.
they may tell you that. They may tell you that just to seem just to make themselves feel better about the choices that they make in rejecting good men. But how many women will not bother with the nice guy and then they will go for the asshole and then sit there and say, well, where's all the good men at when they realize their time's running out?
Because those quote unquote good men aren't good men. They might
But the
think that
problem is they know they're not good men.
they might think that they are. They're fucking like they're called incels.
Okay, I'm just going into my house, so just bear with me a second. I'll talk now, okay?
Okay. It's just a general stereotype. That's all it is. Like on average, that's just the way it is. Wow, I cannot believe Twitch was not going to allow MFers. Jesus Christ, Twitch, calm down.
Oh. Okay, I'm back.
Welcome
I'm
back.
just going to bed. Oh.
I cannot believe Twitch would not allow the term MFers.
Really?
Yeah.
Fuck, you know. Oh, Christ. Just getting comfortable. Okay. What were we saying?
I don't remember exactly.
Oh, fuck, that helps.
Like I said, I just think it's wrong to be judgmental on people for just bad reasons.
That's cool. And what you think is bad is completely subjective to you. It doesn't necessarily mean you're right.
But like I said, like I feel like that the sex thing has been beaten into your head since an early age or a young age. You may not
But it
realize
hasn't.
it. It really has though.
No,
TV,
dude, why is there
TV,
gotta be a deeper meaning?
magazines, movies.
Why is there gotta be a deeper meaning?
Because
Like,
it,
can't I just think that women having sex with multiple different men is just a little gross? Can't
but
I just think that without there having to be a deeper meaning?
why is it gross though? Because she enjoyed the because she enjoyed sex, because she enjoyed the release of stress and the mental, chemicals that got released during sex. Like she can't enjoy that?
She could do what she wants. I'm not saying that she can't.
Right, but if she does it too many times, then she's just a disgusting human being.
No, I don't think it makes you a disgusting human being. I never said that.
Like I'm paraphrasing, and I know that's not exactly what you said. Like
No, I know it's not
I'm using
exactly
it
what
as
I
like an
said.
analogy.
It's make well, yeah, but that analogy is making me paint women in a bad picture, and that
Because I feel
I'm
like
here
you
saying
are
that
painting women in a bad picture.
okay, but what you feel doesn't matter at this point. What you feel doesn't matter. I don't care what you feel, right? And it's the same thing with Andrew Tate. It's the exact same thing. You're going, well, I feel this. Well, I feel that. Well, I feel this, and
Well,
none of
because
that
it's
means
not like I can be
everything.
like society says this, because society still fucking agrees with you, because society at large is fucking misogynist.
Okay, well, you call it misogynist. I call it men doing what the fuck they want, and men wanting what they want, and they're being absolutely criminalized for it,
So
and they're
like,
just being called
so would you
many labels.
so if Sasha Grey came up to you to hook up with you, would you say no?
Who? Sorry,
Sasha Grey.
I don't know who that is.
Ugh. I'll send you a picture of her. She actually streams on Twitch now. I love Sasha Grey. I just don't know what your preference of women are, like looks wise.
If she got like black hair, black brown hair,
Yes.
I'd hook up there. Well, actually, hang on. No, actually, no, I wouldn't. No, she looks a bit demonic. No, I
Oh my
wouldn't. I'm not
god.
attracted.
Dude, you need to
What?
fix that. I can't send this picture to you. It's her in a bikini. And fucking Discord bot came up and said, "Whoa, you said that you blocked messages that are mostly that deemed explicit. Are we friends? I wonder if that's why it's."
I mean, she looks a bit demonic for me anyway, so no, I wouldn't.
Well, that was that picture that got sent. All right, let's try this one. See if this one will send.
Nah, that looks worse. Nah,
Okay,
not
so
for me,
you're not
man.
into her.
No. Just use Mia Khalifa, like the most famous like porn star in the world.
No, because I was trying to catch you in a not knowing who a person was.
Is that a trans guy?
Who,
A
Sasha
trans
Grey?
woman?
No, she's a porn star.
Okay.
But like I was trying to get you to see without knowing information that like yes I would get with that person, and then you're like oh they're a porn star and you're like ugh. Like that's what I was trying. That's what I was trying to get to. Like I don't understand how you can go from yes I would be with that person to ugh.
The fuck is that noise?
Because like she's not a porn star anymore. So it's not like she's still having sex for money. So like you wouldn't have to worry about that. And I guarantee she would be one of the best lays you ever had.
If you ask me if I'd hook up, like with a porn star, yeah, I would hook up with a porn star.
No, I'm talking about getting with. Like I bet she would
Okay, then
even be
no.
amazing to date. I've watched her Twitch stream. She's fucking absolutely amazing. She has a great sense of humor. She's very kind and polite.
She's also got a really big count of dick, and no thank you.
But I don't understand why that's such a bad thing.
Okay, dude, you don't have to understand, okay?
But that's what I try to
right?
do.
And
I
it's
try to
my...
understand everything. I want to understand
Okay,
everything.
but I've told you everything that I can, and you're failing to understand. I just feel that you're being ignorant at this point.
Because it just
Like,
doesn't
you
make
can't-
sense.
Okay, but it makes sense to me, and it makes sense to other men. That doesn't make us an ism or a phobia of anything. It doesn't make us anything like that. It's just a preference. We understand it, and it doesn't have to have a deeper meaning of, well, we must have been indoctrinated with a deep lying misogynistic society, and that's why we think these things today. Because no, that's not true.
But it is. So
I
would you say the female body standard wasn't taught to us over the years?
I don't know if that's fair to say. I'm not 100%.
Again, I'm
I do
going for
think
general
women
society.
I do think women own a lot of the beauty standard, especially in today's society. I think the beauty standard is completely set by women.
So it's set by the women, not the guys taking the pictures of the women, or the guys who are putting the magazines out with the women. Just
I
the
think
women
it's
themselves.
I do think the standard of beauty right now across the society, by the way, like, and I don't want to say that I don't want to count models in this. Even though I do think it's slightly fair to say because these people are literally like built for perfection, or what people would say is perfection at this point. I want to talk about just your everyday man and woman. I think the beauty standard there is held by women. I don't really think men actually give a shit that much, as much as they say they do.
They do, but they don't.
Dude, what? Okay, so when they have good-looking girlfriends and they cheat on their girlfriend, I guarantee that that girl is easier to have sex with, and she's probably not as attractive. That tells me that men don't go for what's better; they go for what's easier. That means men don't really hold the standard on beauty, because they will throw away a good-looking girl to have sex with an uglier girl. They don't care. Men
Right,
just
but
don't
why?
care that much.
But why did he have sex with that uglier girl? Is it because the prettier girl wasn't giving him none?
I don't know, for whatever reason. Maybe it was just because he just wanted sex with more than one person, and he went and had sex with the uglier girl.
That usually doesn't happen.
No, it very much does. I think every woman will absolutely tell you that's been cheated on. I think any woman that you go and ask will tell you that if they were to actually look at themselves deep inside and say to themselves, were they better looking than the girl they got cheated on with? They would probably say that they were.
Yeah, but
Because
that's not what I
I know
said
that this
though.
is.
I
What
asked
did you
what was the
say?
reason why they cheated.
I don't know. I don't
That's
really think
that's
there
the
needs to be an
most
outright
that
reason.
is the most important thing.
I don't think it is. I don't think so. I really don't think it
It's
matters sometimes.
it's not. So
No,
if
because
so if a
I've
woman
known,
doesn't have
I've no,
sex
because
with him
I've
for
known.
3 months and he goes fucks another chick, that had absolutely nothing to do with him having sex with another person.
No, I'm saying in that case it may have something to do with it, but I think if we look at the broad spectrum of cheating, I
That's
don't think
how
it
it
matters that
goes.
much because. Sorry,
That's how it goes.
I don't think that is how it goes though, because if you want to look at it from, if you just want to look at it as in men are cheating on women. Oh, sorry, I'm yawning. Oh, excuse me. If you want to say men are cheating on women, I don't really think the reason is all that important because there are men that I know that have been in relationships with women and they are getting some, and the woman is being absolutely great to them. The woman's doing nothing wrong. They've just gone and cheated just because they want more sex, just because they want another girl.
Then I would say that
And that girl,
that's pretty rare. Basically,
I don't think
they're
it is
not
pretty
getting.
rare.
So most cheating occurs because they're not receiving something.
Okay,
Be it something sexual, be it something intimate, be it something as small as fucking commitment or whatever. There's something missing. Like happy couples who are having great lives, good sex life, everything, they don't cheat.
and what about when they do?
Then they're the outside of the norm. It's rare
Okay,
case.
okay, we won't count that then because that doesn't account for.
Because there's probably another underlining thing there, like they just have commitment issues, or mommy and daddy issues, or who fucking knows. I don't know. Or maybe just girlfriend's really bad in bed. So if girlfriend's really bad in bed, even though they're having sex a lot, if it's not pleasing for the man, then maybe he's looking for something that's more pleasing, even though he is getting sex at home. Like there could be a billion different things. That's why I'm putting them
Okay,
as like the outliers.
okay. So I still don't know where we're going with this.
I don't know either.
I think we were talking about women holding the standard of beauty, especially in today's society. I think
Right. So
that holds it true.
he was talking about women holding the standard and how men will fuck anything because that's just how men are. And yes, they will.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
that I completely agree with. Um, but I don't think that it's women that hold the beauty standard. I think it's men have shoved the beauty standard into everybody's face. Now women feel like that they have to live up to that.
I don't think women do feel like they have to live up to that because if you go and ask a woman why is she wearing makeup, she'll sit and say because I feel better about myself. I do it for me. They're not doing it for men. I
Right,
do it
but
for
why
me.
she? But why
Makes me
does?
feel better.
But why does she feel better? Is it because everybody else sees her as looking more
Okay, and I've
attractive?
asked this. I've asked this. No. I've asked this. I've literally asked this, right, to a plethora of women. And the usual response that I get is, well, because it covers up my spots, or it covers up my acne, or it covers up my freckles, or it covers up things, it covers up scars on my face. That's literally the answers that I
Right,
get.
because society says that I'm prettier without those things. Because society
I
has
don't think it does.
had.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, that's a. Like, do you really think that they're fucking trying to cover up freckles because,
Not today's age, no. Not in today's day and age, no. Not in the last, I say not in the last 10 years, no.
Yeah, and I would say the amount of makeup women have been using in the last. Uh, yes, society as people. And I would say in the last 10 years, the amount of makeup women have been using has dropped off a fucking cliff.
I don't know.
For the most
I think
part.
it's gone right up. I think the number of women putting on makeup has risen. I think the amount of makeup they put on at one time has risen, and the amount of men that actually give a shit is completely dropped off.
The reason why I think it's dropping is because I feel like most men don't care about makeup.
Most men don't care about looks.
I
They
know.
don't give a shit.
I know.
Okay.
Well,
Well,
no,
how
they
about
do,
the
but
men?
they
What's the
do.
beauty
They
standard then?
do a little bit. Okay, and the reason
Okay,
why,
it's fair to say a little bit. It's fair to say a little bit.
right? Because like you don't want to fucking, go over to your buddy's house with your new date and she fucking look like a dog.
No, so of course they got some care to looks.
Right. But how much cooler would you be if you fucking walked in with a supermodel? You know? Because society
Yeah.
says she is way hotter than this average Joe girl that you found, which is a much better person, and I just, I, she's just better in every single way, except for she's not size 0.
Okay. But what if I'm with an average girl who is actually just better looking than a supermodel? Because not all supermodels are good looking.
Well,
They just have
beauty
small
beauty is
frames.
subjective.
Right. That's fine. That's understandable.
Okay, but if we're just talking about like face cuteness, then that's subjective. But what if
I think it's all subjective.
okay, but
It's
what if
all
she's size
subjective.
what if
Body
she's size
size.
20? What if she's size 20 compared to that size 0 model?
Okay, if a guy wants to find that attractive, he can. All the power to him. Cool.
Right,
If
but
he doesn't,
society doesn't
all the
find
power
that
to him.
attractive.
But some people do, though.
Yeah, but
Some people
again,
don't
you're
like
talking about the
bigger women. There
outliers.
is
You're talking about the
literally,
outside.
dude. Yeah, but there is literally like a porn star section for bigger women.
I
Because
know.
men do love big women on the slide.
I know.
They just don't
Do
say it, but they
you
love
need
big women.
proof? Do you need proof of my fucking them blowing this out of proportion? Watch fucking Ben Shapiro talk about the latest issue of Sports Illustrated. They had a plus size model on Sports Illustrated, which I thought was absolutely amazing, and she looked absolutely great. A little bit too big for my blood. I personally do not like women that big, but she looked absolutely amazing. And fucking Ben Shapiro blew a fucking gasket about it
Why was she on Sports Illustrated?
because they were wanting to be more inclusive.
But it's only meant to be for people within sport because it's Sports Illustrated.
The swimsuit edition.
I've never read Sports Illustrated, so I'm really confused as to what you're talking about.
The swimsuit edition of Sports Illustrated doesn't have anything to do with sports. It's like softcore porn.
Okay, but then maybe it shouldn't be in there because it's Sports Illustrated.
Why?
The title is Sports.
So then the random Victoria secret model that they have, she's sporty.
No, I don't think any soft porn should be in Sports Illustrated. It's literally a sports magazine.
Okay, but
Why
it's
is there
the
soft porn in
it's
there?
because it's the fucking swimsuit edition.
Okay, I just don't understand why that would be a thing. That's all. That's what I'm saying. I don't agree with the fat woman being in
Dude,
there.
it's
I
been
don't
a
agree
thing
with
for
the
like
skinny
40
woman being in there.
years.
Okay, I've never read Sports Illustrated. I don't know what you're saying. You know what I mean? Like you can say that it's been in there for 40 years or 100 years. I don't know. Like I don't know what you're going to say to that. I've never read the thing.
Okay, you don't have to, but my point is, so Sports Illustrated, it has always been, just sexy women in bikinis. Think of Victoria's Secret models.
Okay, and what did he blow up? What did he say?
Because fat chicks
They
shouldn't
weren't
be in
attractive?
that. That's basically
Yeah,
what he said, is fat chicks should not be in fucking Sports Illustrated bikinis.
okay. Isn't he entitled to that opinion if he doesn't think that they're good looking?
No, that's just being disgusting.
See, I feel like every time a woman is insulted for anything, the person insulting them is just absolutely disgusting. But women can do what they want. That's how I feel with you sometimes. I think that's wrong.
No, because Sports Illustrated decided to put somebody who, like, she was attractive. She is visually attractive.
Dude,
Again,
to you she's physically attractive.
may I
To him,
finish?
he might find it disgusting just because she's big, which is okay. It's a preference.
Okay,
He's
again,
not wrong.
she is attractive. She is not my type because I don't like women that are that big.
She's attractive to you. It's in the eye of the beholder.
No, she was attractive to the general populace.
Okay, but that doesn't mean that she's attractive to him. Just because you find someone attractive doesn't mean I have to.
So because he doesn't find her attractive, that gives him the right to be able to bash the fuck out of her?
Maybe not in public, but he's okay to think it.
Well, yeah, that's okay, but we're talking about Ben Shapiro here.
I mean, he runs. Well, I don't know at that point because I do feel freedom of speech and all that. But then, if he just sat there and started going off at someone, at which point, really, like, is it worth that? I don't know. Probably not.
Because like his whole talking point was like, "Oh, Sports Illustrated swimsuit is now woke and absolutely disgusting, and they allow fat people in it, and it's horrible, and it's going down the drain." Ben Shapiro is the guy who raps debates. He is the guy who talks very, very fast. That is a tiny human being.
Ben Shapiro is a political speaker for the right wing parties.
I just don't understand why it's okay for Ben to bash, you know, Sports Illustrated trying to open up and be like, look, bigger women can be sexy too. It may not be your thing, that's perfectly fine. But bigger women can be sexy too. You don't have to have a fucking size zero fucking model girlfriend to be happy, to
I
think
agree.
somebody is attractive. And like Ben Shapiro's like, no, that's fucking disgusting. She has to be a fucking size zero in order for me to find her attractive. And that's just I feel like that's just absolutely disgusting.
Well, if you can link me to the video of what Ben Shapiro says, and I'll watch it when I wake up, and I'll let you know what I think of it.
I will tell you, it's not as good as the video that you linked. A Ben
I
Shapiro.
linked a video.
A Ben Shapiro.
Oh, okay, okay.
I don't think I could
It's
ever. I don't think I could ever link a video as good as that one. Okay.
dude,
I
it's
could link you the
comedy
best
gold,
video on the planet, and it still wouldn't be as good as that video.
right? You think you're better than me, Paul?
um,
And then proceeds to get fucked up on the ball.
I think it was. Yep, here it is.
How big is? How long is this?
It is 6.5 minutes.
Yeah, I'll watch that in the morning. I'll let you know what I think of it. I'm falling asleep. I'm gonna have to go, man. How long have you been streaming for now?
I think neighborhood of 8 hours.
For
I want to
fucking
send you. I want to send you the picture of her, and I want to know what your opinion is.
okay.
You can kind of see her in the thumbnail, but I'm trying to find like the full page picture of her.
I'll let you know if I smash or not.
Uh, oh fucking Jesus! Oh, nope, that's just her. I just want the picture of the. Thank you. Why does it fucking keep bringing up a web page? Uh,
I found her.
you found her? Okay.
Yeah, I don't think she's that big at all.
Well, I mean, so when you start comparing her to other swimsuit models, yes, she is big. Um, but she's very, very pretty, isn't she? Like in her
I
face, she
smash.
is very attractive.
I think she's pretty. Yeah, I smash.
What video? I don't know if I'll be able to link this. Oh no, I closed out of my chat. No, I'll be right back. I promise. I promise. Don't go anywhere. Okay. um. Yay! It lets me put videos. That one. Um. What's his name? Jordan Peterson also fucking blew a gasket about it. You know, they're talking about the woke mob and how they're destroying society and fucking all that shit. But yeah, I just think that like people just need to, you know, reevaluate like the important things when it comes. Oh God, we've almost been streaming for 8 hours. I just think that they need just to reevaluate the important things when it comes to women, and I don't believe size, um, and how many partners she's been with. Um, oh, I can't stand Jordan Peterson. Oh my lord.
I love
Oh
Jordan Peterson.
God, I can't stand Jordan Peterson.
Nah,
He
I'm joking.
isn't.
I don't know what to think on him. I don't know if he knows what he's talking about. I don't know if he doesn't. I don't know.
So early Jordan Peterson, I feel like was really good, because he stuck to what he knew, uh, which was philosophy. I think that's what he is. He's a philosophy. He has a PhD in philosophy, right? Or not philosophy, but psychology. Um, so I feel like when he stays in the psychology realm, he's decent. Um, but he doesn't even come close to the psychology realm anymore. Uh, but yeah, but yeah, like I said, I think that we need to look, you know, evaluate women. Yeah, like he definitely I won't debate his psych stuff. Like I would say the vast majority of it is fairly legit. Um, but his other takes, no. Uh, but yeah, I feel like that we just need to reevaluate women so that way we're just not so judgmental, because like I think that we look at it through the lens of what society has bashed into us.
See, I'm not gonna
And
lie, right? But I think it's crazy that you stand so firm on thinking about how we treat women, but you don't stand. But you also stand firm on not reevaluating the way that we treat children when it comes to spanking. I just I think that's nuts.
but I did say I would reevaluate it.
But you
I
said
did say
no, you didn't. You said
I did say that I would change my way of looking if things were different. I said that there would still be some instances where I think a spanking is correct,
okay, in which
but
case
it's
you're not
going to be
changing your
but it's
stance
going to
then.
be very very rare. But I think that the vast majority of the problems would be able to be solved with counseling and or whatever other
Okay,
stuff.
okay, and I literally showed you a study that said that that's not true. and that spanking is wrong and doesn't work,
Right, in most of
and you're
those
say that you
studies,
think it
I
does.
looked into those studies, and most of those studies talk about spanking like twice or more a week. That's a lot of spanking. I'm talking like,
Yeah, that would happen though when they've got behavioural issues, because when they've got behavioural issues, they will continue to behave that way, which would result in more spanking, and it starts from the first spank.
no,
Like,
that's not what the studies say. The studies don't say,
the
no,
study
the
doesn't have
studies
to
don't
say that for you to
say,
work that out.
the studies don't say that, it's all downhill after the first spank. It's saying just the more spanking that occurs, the worse things become.
Okay, resulting in absolutely no spanks, then nothing. Like, I'm not going to say anything bad happens, but it doesn't get worse due to no spanking.
Right, but if we could have spanked Ben Shapiro and he would have been a
That
little
would
less,
not have
and
changed how he is now.
that's true. That's true. That's true.
That would not have changed how he is now. And Ben Shapiro is okay to have his views too. He's okay to have them.
Right, but if he would have got spanked once and became a more decent human being, then like that wouldn't be a downside. Now, if he was abused
No,
or spanked multiple
again,
times a week,
I just find it
and
mad how you can have the opinion that we need to reevaluate how we treat women, but you're still gonna say like there will be instances in where a spanking to a child is okay. I
yes, and you know what? I couldn't give you an answer to what instance I was even talking about, so I don't know what the answer to that is. That's why I said that it was still there. Like, there's still the possibility. Like, do I think that I should have the possibility of a gun so that way if somebody breaks into my house? Yeah, but I don't think that that's going to happen. I can't give you an example of it happening.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, I just don't understand how someone who like
Because
stands
if you
for
try everything and none of those things work, then you have to try the next thing. So if you try everything that is, I guess you can call like quote unquote non-violent, and none of that works, then you need to try
the
another
answer is
step.
the answer then is to not go violent though to a child.
Then what do you
It's
do
never
you
the
do?
answer.
Then what do you do? You've seen therapists, you've seen psychologists, you've tried fucking everything known to
They would
humankind.
work though, but they would work at that point. They would.
Okay, but
I don't
and
think.
I understand that, and I completely agree. But I'm asking, what if it doesn't? That's where I'm using
But
my
that what if
extremely
doesn't fit
rare.
into
He
the
might need a
that
spanking,
what if doesn't fit into the conversation.
but that what
Because I
if
say, okay,
covers
fine,
my
fine, fine,
extremely
okay,
rare of a
fine, fine,
spanking.
fine, okay, fine. Let me ask you this then, right? Let me ask you this. What if we completely redefine the way we treat women, and women, every single woman on the planet becomes a man hater that goes out punching men in the face? See how it's a
What?
stupid what if?
No,
Because it's
no,
probably
no,
just
no,
nothing
dude.
that's
That's a
gonna
completely
happen.
different thing. That's a completely different thing.
But of course, it's a different thing because now you want to support your point with women. And what I'm saying is, what ifs don't fit into these conversations. I
No, I'm
don't think
saying
they're fair to
no.
rely on.
I'm taking this cover. I said that in extremely rare situations that I could not even name to you, that I couldn't even name
Okay,
to you,
so if
mind
you
you.
can't name them to me, why are you saying that that there is a circumstance in which
Because I
it is
don't know if a
okay to spank
situation
a
would come
child?
up. I don't want to say no, I never would, and then that one specific situation comes up where it would call for it, or that it would be needed, or that would be the next step, and I'd be like,
So you
oh,
think violence?
I can't take
Okay,
that next step
okay,
because I said no, I
okay.
wouldn't.
So you think violence upon a child is acceptable, but only in an extreme circumstance that you don't believe that you'll ever be in, and can never name specifically for that reason. But just in case, let's keep violence upon a child legal.
When you put it
That's what
like
you're
that,
saying.
that sounds horrible. But
But that is what you're saying, though, bro.
in the case
That's what
of
you're saying.
spankings, yes.
But that is what you're saying. The way that I just put it is exactly what you're saying.
No, I'm saying
It
punishment.
it is,
No, the way
but
you're
it's
making it sound
violence.
is no, but the way
It's
you're making it
violence.
sound, but the way you're making it sound like is abuse.
It is. It's violence. It
It's
is literally
it's
violent.
a punishment.
It's still violent. You can punish without hitting.
Okay, so again, what if you get through everything and you can't, and nothing has worked? Like, what do you do then?
Okay. Violence, defining violence, behavior involving physical force intended to hurt, damage, or kill someone or something. You are intending to hurt your child
No, you are
because you want them to
not.
respond out of fear.
No, no, no.
Yes, you
You are
do.
intending
You
to
want to
teach
hurt
them
your
something.
child because you
You are
want them to
intending to
respond
get
to
them to
you out of
learn.
fear.
No, you
You
are
are hit, you
not.
do. You do. Of course. Then what's the point of hitting?
You're not hitting, you're spanking.
Oh, it's the same thing. What's the
No,
point of
no, no.
spanking
Here in
them?
the United States, that's completely different. You go to prison for hitting a child.
Okay, spanking your child. What? Why do you spank your child?
For
What effect does that have
punishment,
on the
as
child?
a
Like, what does that
punishment.
do from the child?
It punishes them. It
Okay,
lets
but
them
what's the
know that what
punishment?
they did was wrong.
But what's the punishment?
A spanking.
Yeah, but how is it the punishment?
Because that's what was justified.
No,
Because nothing else
I think you know the
worked.
question that I'm asking. The question I'm asking is, how is that thought of as a punishment? What response does the child give? What part of this whole spanking does the child respond to? Is it just the action of being spanked, or is it the pain that comes with it that they respond to?
It's everything.
No, it's not. It's the pain.
But that's not why
You
you're not doing it to inflict pain, because if you're doing it just to inflict pain,
you are doing
and
it to inflict
if you're
pain,
just doing it to inflict pain, then you're doing it for abuse. There's a
dude.
difference.
You are doing it to inflict pain because you want them to respond in fear of consequence. That's literally the reason for spanking.
Okay,
How are
then
you
taking
not
away their
understanding
fucking
this?
Game Boy would be the same thing. Because now they're in fear of losing their Game Boy again.
Okay, so you want them to respond out of fear, right?
No!
So
That's not
what's
what
the point of
spanking is
spanking
about.
then?
Spanking is not about fear.
Okay, I'm really confused. I do not understand this. How is a child going to react when you spank them if it's not out of fear? What positive way can they respond to you to being spanked if it's not fear of consequence of expecting pain when they make the same mistake or behave the certain way again? Because that is the only reason to spank a child.
It's the it it's the thought of a punishment. It's
Okay, so
knowing
why
that
does
you
that
would get
punishment have to be a
punished.
spank? Why
Because
does
that's
that
the only
punishment
thing that
have to be a spank?
worked. Because that's the only thing that worked.
Okay, do you know why it worked? Because it hurt them.
Because that's the only option that we fucking have.
Okay, but that's not the child's fault that that's the only option you have.
No, it's not.
And the response to that isn't well, that's the only choice, so that's what we're gonna do. No, be an activist. Go and fucking fight against this shit and make it illegal.
Okay, then how do we punish our children then? Like, we don't have fucking social health care, so that way we can get the other fucking shit that we need.
Well, I just think you should be a better parent from the start. And if you're not a better parent from the start, that's your fault, not the child's.
Oh, yeah, I should be a better parent by not working,
Yeah.
45 hours a week and the mother working 40 hours a week in order to fucking make sure we have ends meet.
Maybe. Oh,
Like, dude, there's a
okay,
much
I
larger
understand.
systemic problem than just, like, spanking a child.
Dude, of course there are more systemic problems. I'm not saying that spanking a child is the only problem here. But what I'm saying is this is something that you could stop doing tomorrow. This is literally something you could stop doing tomorrow if you took it upon yourself. Not you specifically, again,
I know.
just talking in general. Excuse me. This is a decision that every single parent in the US could take upon themselves to do tomorrow. And that's a decision that I think they should take. Because
No, they don't. They don't have that ability.
they do have that ability.
So what, are they supposed to take time off work in order to sit down and
Okay,
talk with their
so
children?
those children getting spanked right now, do you think they're getting spanked twice a week or maybe more?
Probably not
Or
even
is that-
that.
Really?
Yeah, I would say on average a kid getting spanked is probably like a couple times a month thing. Like, dude, I was physically abused by my father, and I only got spanked probably, I think, maybe 8 times in my whole entire life.
Right, okay, but that's you though. Like
Okay, but I'm
that's
just
you.
saying.
This is the case
Okay,
of the
but
case.
I was
But I would say
abused.
that-
I was abused by my father, and I only got spanked like 8 times.
Okay, and when you say that you again, you don't have to answer this if you don't want to. But when you say abused, do you mean like you were kicked, punched, physically
Yes.
abused more than a spanking? Okay, that's
Yes.
probably why you received a low amount of spanking because you were getting hit in other ways.
But the abuse didn't teach me anything.
Right, that's what.
Except for that my father
Oh,
was a
you
fucking asshole. But the
accidentally
spankings taught
agreed
me
with me.
something.
I think
There's a
you just accidentally
difference.
agreed with me.
No, there's a difference between a spanking and abuse.
I don't think there is. I think spanking is abuse.
And a lot
I
of
think
other people
spanking.
and a lot of other
I think
people think
spank.
that too.
Sorry,
A lot of people think that too.
what? That spanking is abuse?
Yes,
Okay.
but I disagree with them. To an extent, I think that you can go too far with spanking where it turns into
I find it
abuse.
crazy. I just find it crazy how you're sticking so hard to spanking your child is okay.
Have you ever seen American Children?
Dude, yes, I've seen American Children. I've seen some of the brattiest little bastards I've ever seen. But I don't think responding by acts of physical violence is the way to discipline them.
Okay, so then what are you supposed to do against kids like that? Spend hours talking with them about how they need to do things right?
I think you can attempt these things, yes. I'm
Okay,
not
where
saying
the fuck
everyone's
do you
going to.
have that time when you're working all the time to make sure they have food in their belly?
Okay, right. I'm just going to put this out as a blanket statement to you, right? I don't have all the answers for you.
I
What I'm
know.
saying is behavioral specialists do have these answers, and they're telling me that I'm right. So that's all I think I need to
I
say.
agree. And where do I have the time or the money to take them to a behavior specialist? See, that's my point.
I get
We
that.
can
I
we're
get
only
that.
working
I
with the
get that.
things that we have. Okay? Our time is short, our money is low, and we don't have fucking help.
Okay, I
So
get
our
that.
only suggestion or our only option, if all the other things that we tried does not work, like taking away the electronic devices, grounding them to their room, punish them some other way, making them do chores, whatever you want to call it. If all of that stuff doesn't work, then we have to go to the next fucking logical step, which is the only step that we have available, which is spanking.
Right, which is an act of physical violence, which isn't okay.
If that's the way you want to look at it, then fine. It's an act of physical
It's not the way
violence.
that I want to look at it.
But
It's
the
the
thing
way it
is,
is.
we have no other choice.
Okay, but dude, right. Language is very important, right? Would we say that society completely defines language,
Yes.
and language absolutely defines what words mean?
Yes.
Okay, then the side of language is on the side of me right now.
Okay, then
Because
sometimes you have
the
to be
act of
physically fucking
spanking a
violent with these
child
little
is an act
fucking
of violence.
cocksuckers that don't listen and won't fucking respond to any other kind of punishment. Like, what are
was
we
that, sorry?
supposed to do? What are we supposed to do? If I've went through every single thing that I possibly could, what am I supposed to do if it still doesn't work? Just let them fucking run all over me now?
So what would social services do if you were to call them for support?
Probably take my kids away from me.
What, just because they're misbehaving?
Because I can't control them. Because I'm an unfit parent. I don't have the time to spend with my kid to make them good members of society.
So social services would take your children off you because you can't control them, because you refuse to act violently upon them.
Well, I don't know about the whole because I wouldn't act violently upon them, but because I wouldn't punish
Well, because you
them,
wouldn't spank them.
because I
Because you
wouldn't
wouldn't
punish
spank
them,
them.
because I wouldn't punish them to make them, make them listen, basically. But it would be because they are unruly. But yes, they would.
But when you say that you're on the side of language and you're on the side that society decides language, and you're on the side of like language defines what words mean, then you can't say, well, you don't know about acting upon violence, because the fact is you just agree to all of that.
Yeah,
So you
but
do
it's the
agree
way
with
that
it.
you said it. Like, is the
Though.
person on the
But
phone
I'm
going to be
right.
like, well,
I'm
Mr.
right. And
Smith, did you try
okay, I'm
abusing your
right.
child to see if they would listen to you?
Okay, dude, what I'm saying is right, though. It is absolutely right. And what I'm trying to get through to you, right? What I'm trying to get through to you is this. Do I think a child should be hit? No. You think that there are extreme circumstances in which maybe that is okay? I think that is. I think that's disgusting thinking. I really think that is wrong thinking. And part of me is glad that you're not like you don't you're not in charge of another like child's life if you think that that's okay. right? And it would be the same for anyone else that think that this is okay. I wouldn't want them to be having their own children, because I don't believe that any child should have a physical act forced upon them because it's a parent's last resort. Right? I'm sorry, but I don't. Now, I don't have all the answers for you, right? But science is on my side, language is on my side, society is on my side with this,
Okay, and
right?
again,
Now,
going
I
back to what I
understand.
said, what if nothing works? What do you do then?
Okay, but like I said to you, I don't have all the answers, which is why I'm asking you about what your social
Right, right.
services system does, because I'm not.
And my point is, parents, we can't use that as an answer. So we have to go to the next step.
Okay, and what I'm trying to figure out is what that next step would be by asking you about your social services care. What is it that they do? That's all I'm trying to educate myself on, to see if I can come up with an answer for you to appease the argument.
Well, I can't tell you for 100% because I've never been involved with them. So I can't tell you 100%, but like they would probably try to take your kids for fucking being unruly because
Okay,
you're an unfit parent.
so they would. Okay, so they would say that you're an unfit parent because you can't control them, and the reason you can't control them, right, that they would put down is because you won't spank them, right?
I don't know what they would put down.
I don't think it's okay. I don't think that it's that confusing or that difficult to assume that realistically they would be thinking that you can't control them, and you would know, or you would think to yourself that's because you won't spank them. Let's say a
No,
parent
no, you
actively
wouldn't say
refuses
something
to.
like that. You would say
No,
you
you wouldn't say that to them, obviously.
no, you would say that, all forms of punishment that I've tried just haven't worked. And then what they would probably say is, well, here, won't you go check out this therapist person or what the fuck ever. But the thing is, I don't have the time or the money to pay for this whatever fucking therapist person.
Okay, and
General
if you don't
General
have the money,
American.
what would they say to that?
Nothing.
What they would just say, oh well, okay, sorry, out of luck then.
Yeah. Get them under control or we'll come take them.
What about kids with behavioral problems when it comes to like doctors and stuff like that?
What do you mean?
So when children have behavioral problems, let's say like things like ADHD and stuff, if you get them diagnosed, can sorry, yawned. Can you claim like disability for them and then get their medical bills like paid for if they need like medication to be able to behave themselves?
Not like ADD or ADHD or anything like that.
So what do they do for kids with ADHD? Do they just leave them to deal with it?
Yeah. Hope the parents have fucking insurance to buy them medication.
Well, this is what I'm saying, dude. I think the answer is, I think the answer would be, and I know this isn't an answer for right now. This is an answer for over the years. Get off your asses, get outside Congress or get outside the White House or whatever the fuck you want to do, and fucking riot for change, and don't stop until it happens. If you really want
I
change,
completely
make it
agree.
happen.
I completely agree. But I'm talking about the average American for right now. Do we just let this child fucking steamroll us for the next 5 years?
I don't think you let them steamroll you, but I do think that you power your way through. Yes.
So you just keep
I think that is
so
a
you
better
just keep
option
in
than
the
you. I think that is a better option than you hitting them or spanking them. Sorry.
Okay, so in this example, say I spank the child one time and I never have to spank them again. Would you call that successful?
I would say that it worked.
Like I said, tried everything, nothing worked, but I spanked them the one time and now they go on to be a good member of society instead of being disrespectful to mom and dad or whatever it was. Would you say that that was successful?
Yeah, I'd say it was successful. I've never argued that it wasn't.
Okay, then that's what we do because that's one of the options that we have as our choice.
Okay, and what I'm saying is that shouldn't be an option to you.
But you just said
You
that
should
the
find a
option
way.
but you just said that the option works. So why wouldn't you
It
why
did
wouldn't you
work.
do
Yeah,
something that works?
okay, it did work, but it's still acting up. It's still, dude. You literally like you're using violence against a kid. I don't know how that's not registering with you. I really don't understand.
Well, I mean, it
how,
also
what you're
depends
not
on the
understanding.
age. Like a 5-year-old, no. You know, like
Okay,
no,
so
not a
what age?
five-year-old.
What age do you start spanking?
I don't know, 10, 11? Like 10 through 15, 10 through 14?
Okay, and what if they start having these behavioral problems since the age of 3?
Then there's some other underlying issue and you need to get some doctor help with that. That's completely different.
What if you can't get that doctor help because you can't afford medical help?
Then you have to figure something else out or even give up the child. But abuse is not
Okay,
the answer.
okay, I
Because
agree.
now you're
And
talking
neither
about abuse.
spanking.
Because now you're talking
Neither
about
is
abuse.
spanking. Okay, I'm gonna give you the exact same options then when it comes to spanking. Find another way, or maybe consider giving them up.
Okay, but I'm not talking about abuse. I'm talking about a spanking to deal with one specific problem, not an ongoing
Spanking is
problem.
abuse. I think spanking is abuse.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure all the medical journals say that too.
Okay.
But that still doesn't stop the fact that that's our fucking options.
Well, it's not your only option. You can give the kid up.
No, but it's our last option to keep our children.
Okay, and maybe they would be better with you. They're horrible. Listen, I would never want to be in this position, right? Like, let me just make this clear. I would never want to be in this position, and I would help every family on my own voluntarily that I absolutely could to stop this happening to them. I would, right? But sometimes you got to make difficult decisions. But I think if you can make the difficult decision to impose violence upon your child, then you can make the same difficult decision to give them up.
No, that's completely different.
I don't think it is. I think if you're prepared to use violence upon your child, then you should be prepared to let them go.
Again, so what I'm
It's
talking
violence,
about
man.
is just like one or two spankings like in their lifetime. Or just
Yes,
a
because
couple in
it's
their lifetime.
violence. Yes,
Right, so
because
that
it's
doesn't mean that you
violence.
should fucking just completely do without the children.
Dude, okay, fine. You should never deal without children. You should still never spank them. You should never spank them unless you're willing to give them up. Because, again, it's violence. It's violence. It is. You can't argue your way out of this one. It absolutely is.
Okay, then it's
You can't say-
violence. I don't care. Because
Okay,
that's
I
all
do care. I
all
do
the
care.
options that's all the options that we have.
It's not the only option you have. You can give them up.
Okay, like
If you can't,
I
if you
feel
can't
like
control
I
them,
feel
then
like you're
give them
looking
up.
at us from a much higher standpoint and then judging us on like the little that we actually have.
Listen. I'm just saying that it's never okay to use violence upon a child. That's my blanket statement. This is the only time I'll probably blanket statement and do it comfortably. You should never use physical violence or physical harm upon a child. You should never do that. If you do that, your child should be taken from you. Sorry, but that's how it is. Your child should be taken from you.
Right, and I agree that if you just flat abuse them, then yes. But if you're spanking them as a punishment for something that they did, that nothing else, no other punishment worked for, then I think that is perfectly fine.
I don't. I still think it's abuse. You should never use violence upon your child under any circumstance. The child didn't ask for you not being able to put up with their bullshit.
Like here, I'll give you an example of when I think somebody should be spanked. Okay? You've punished your child 3 times for swinging a baseball bat in the house. And you've told them what is possible if they swing that baseball bat in the house. About something getting broke or somebody getting hurt. Okay?
All right.
The 4th time they do it and they destroy your TV.
That's your own fault.
Huh?
That's your fault.
That's my fault?
You've told the child 4 times to stop swinging a bat. You're telling me after the 2nd time you haven't taken that bat off the child?
Well, no, because he's a baseball player. He needs that bat. Why the fuck would I take it away from him?
You're going to let him swing it in the house?
No, but my point is none of the punishments work. So then I should just take it from him?
Yes.
Okay, so
If
I
he's
take the
swinging a baseball,
okay, so I take the
Go on.
baseball bat. He starts swinging something else that's in the shape of a baseball bat, and he breaks the TV.
You take it. You take every time that you think that they're going to be doing something stupid, or like as soon as they start swinging it around,
Oh my
you get in it, you
god.
take it off them. You take everything off them. You consistently keep doing this.
Or you can bust their ass to teach them a lesson that if you didn't listen for the first fucking 3 times, and now the 4th time you've destroyed a fucking expensive electronic in the house because you refused to listen, now you got a punishment, and now you'll
They
listen
won't
in the
break the
future.
electronic. They won't break the electronic if you get up off your ass and stop them. That may take all day. It may take all day. I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry that I get 24/7 with my fucking child. I forgot that I don't have to
No, you might
work.
not. You might not, but there will always be someone around the child, right?
Oh, I'm sorry that somebody has 24/7 vision on the child.
Well, you probably realistically should. Not
Right. So
exactly
then
24/7.
if
Not that
somebody's home
stressed.
alone, no going to the bathroom, no going to get a drink, no go fixing meals for that child if they're hungry, because you have to keep an eye on them.
No,
See
at
what I
which
mean by
point,
how
no,
fucking
at
just
which
crazy
point you
that
can,
sounds?
no, because at which point you can still take steps to make sure that you can see your child. Now, even when you go to the bathroom, right, you can have the door open, things like that. Now, I know these things, look, I'm not saying that these things are great options for you. I'm not saying
How
that,
many living rooms
right?
can you see from the bathroom?
No, dude, I think most kids want to follow you to the bathroom anyway,
No,
to be
not
perfectly
not in
honest,
the age
especially
that
young
I'm talking
children.
about. Not like 10 or 11 years old. They're not.
Okay, if they're at 10 or 11 years old and you have to respond with physical violence instead of being able to talk to them, then I think that you have a problem with yourself. Because 10 or 11 is old enough to start understanding that things are really wrong, and if you can't instill that in your child, then there's something wrong with you as a parent.
Or maybe that's the only way that they can learn.
What,
Maybe
through physical violence?
maybe the other punishments just didn't work, so he had to learn that way. So maybe that also teaches him, oh, maybe I should listen this other way.
No, I think if you're going to use physical violence as a last resort, then you should be willing to give them up. Because I think if you use violence at all with a child in any instance, they should be taken from you.
Well,
I don't care how naughty they are. Sorry, but
that's how we look. That's how we look at different sides, because like we don't even look at it as violence. We look at it as
Okay, well,
punishment.
okay, then that's understandable. I get that, but
Because like I said, there's a difference between abusing a child, being violent towards a child, and then spanking a child. Those are 3 completely different scenarios. Like if I would call child services and say that I spanked my child, nothing would happen. If I called child services and say that I abused my child, they would come and take that child immediately.
I hear about the state is fucked up.
Okay, spanking
The state's so fucked, but that doesn't
Oh,
mean
that
kids
I
have to be
completely
spanked.
agree with. And it would be nice for us to be able to make it so that way we don't have to, spank our children. Like that would be absolutely amazing. Like I think we would be just a much better society in general. But the problem is we're not there, so we have to do with what we have to deal with what we currently have. I mean,
Okay.
it was the same thing in the
Sorry,
UK.
sir.
Like you guys were okay with spanking in the past, but you guys put everything else in order, and then you outlawed spanking. It's not like you outlawed
I've
spanking
never
and
been
then put
okay with
everything else
spanking.
in.
Even when it was legal, I wasn't okay with spanking.
Okay, but my point is that it was still an option. Now it's not an option anymore. But the thing is, they also opened up a bunch of other options. Okay, my point is, when there's 2 options, one is giving your child away, and the other one is spanking them in hopes that fucking, they learn their lesson and they do better and they become better members of society. You're going with that second option because you're not just going to give your child away. And I don't know anybody who would be like, yeah, I'm cool giving my child away.
No one's okay with giving their child away up. Well, I mean, plenty of people are. But I mean, obviously, in this scenario, in which case they love their child, then no one's okay with giving their child away, obviously.
Right. So now they're being punished. So now they're
I feel like
being
this conversation
punished.
is just going in
Hold
circles.
on.
I don't know what else
Hold
to
on.
say. Oh, sorry.
No, it's fine. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just feel like this conversation is just completely going in circles, and I don't know what else to say.
Well, the main problem is we view spanking as different. You look at it as abuse and violence. I look at it as a punishment. Because that's how I was raised. That's how I was taught. Do I think it's right? Do I think that you should spank a child for just any fucking reason? No. But I do believe that it should be one of the options, even if it's the last option. Just like I believe in reform when it comes to prisons. If somebody goes to prison for murdering somebody, they should be reformed and let back out. If they murder somebody else, we should go to the next the next step. And eventually, if it gets to a step where it's just like, okay, this person doesn't need to be out in society, or we need to kill them, then we put them down, or, just keep them from going into society. I believe it's the same exact thing.
Yeah, I don't quite know what else to say on it, to be honest. I don't want to say that's fair enough, because I don't think it is fair enough. I think children are abused in the States at the hands of
There is a lot of children
people
abused in the
saying,
States.
yeah, but I think they're abused by being spanked. I know that we're going to disagree on this, but I think a lot of kids in the US are being abused through spanking, with parents using the excuse, well, there was nothing else that I could do.
Right, and those
Maybe that's
people
true, but
and
it's
those
just
people
not
are
right.
bad. Okay, and I'm not
Sorry.
saying those people are bad. Okay, and I'm not trying to justify what they are doing, but I'm just saying that if you are to the last option, you're going to do that last option, even if it's a spanking. Well, I mean,
wouldn't.
there's other options, but those are far more fucking draconic. But I'm talking like general options.
Right. No, I know what you're saying.
Spanking shouldn't be the first option. It never should be the first option. Uh, even if that child, the first time you told them not to be swinging a baseball bat in the house, they broke the TV. I don't think it should be a spanking.
No, I understand, but like, I
And
don't
I
know.
and I think the people that would
I
spank
just
that
think they're
kid,
so desperate to just like refuse to just just agree with me on this, and I
but I
don't
do
know
agree
how.
with you on it. I agree with like 99% of what you're saying. But what I'm saying is that we just don't have that here. We don't have those
I understand that.
options.
No, I understand that. I understand that, right? I understand what you're saying. But what I'm saying is, I don't think there is a 99% agreement on this, as opposed to a 1% agreement or disagreement and vice versa. I think you either believe in it or you don't, and you very much believe in it, which is, like, I know that, we don't have to talk about levels as to when or last resort or anything like that. The fact is, you either believe in it or you don't. And my part of the conversation was to maybe change your mind and say that it isn't okay and shouldn't be a thing. Now, when you say that it is a thing because of this, I can understand that, but that doesn't make it okay. And what I'm trying to get out of you is for you to say that's not okay, and I wish it wasn't okay. You know what I
But
mean?
but
Like
I
that's
can't
what I
because that's the way
agree
I
with.
was raised. Okay, and that's the way society has put me. Again,
Okay,
I
but the
don't
way that
think
you
I
were
don't think
raised was
anybody
wrong.
should ever spank a child. But I'm just saying that I think it still should be there as a last resort, even if everything else, even if we get
Right. So,
everything else.
okay. So in some capacity, you believe in it.
Yes.
Okay, so you believe in it then. That's what I'm saying, and I fundamentally disagree with that. And I think if that's what you've been taught growing up, then the people who taught you were wrong.
Right. I also believe that maybe Hitler had a few things that he said that was good. Does that mean that I like Hitler? I also
No,
think
I
there's a
didn't say
few
that you
things.
enjoy
Th-
abusing kids. That wasn't what I was saying. What I was saying is you believe that spanking should be a punishment. Like you do believe that, right? And you
a
outright
last
saying that you
resort
do believe
punishment,
that.
yes.
Okay,
Just like
and I
fucking capital punishment, the death penalty. That should be a last resort punishment. I don't believe in the death penalty, but I still think it should be an option there.
Okay. But I don't think the death penalty is anything like spanking a child, to be honest. I think you lose your human rights when you take a human life. Personally, in cold blood. In self-defense, no. In cold blood, like, yeah, if you take a life, you lose yours.
But if you look back at most of the people that's had their lives destroyed by somebody who's killed somebody, they forgive the person. So if like these families are petitioning courts to let a murderer out of jail because they forgive him and they think that he has been rehabilitated, you don't think the court should listen to that? They're like, hey, my sister was the person that was killed by that person. My daughter was the person that was killed by that person. You should let them out of jail after 25 years because I think they're, not the same person.
But even if they're not the same person, they still took a life, so their life should go.
But see, I don't agree with that. I agree with rehabilitation. Which is why I believe in all of the other punishments should come first before a spanking.
Okay. I still don't think you should ever do that to a child. Again, we're just going in circles at this point. I don't know. This conversation isn't going to get any more constructive. I just think it's mad how you're willing to die on the hill of let's change how we view women, but you're completely refusing to back down that spanking children is wrong.
Because I'm at least willing to move that back.
But what do you mean by move it back?
Like,
last resort?
Yeah.
I just don't think it should be any resort. But
I've given you an example where you said that was a good thing.
No,
maybe not the whole quote unquote abuse thing was good, but that.
No, I didn't say it was a good thing. I said it worked.
Okay, but if it works, it's a good thing. When you don't have time or money or effort to fucking be putting into some sort of punishment, if it works, then it's a good thing.
Make time, you're a parent.
You don't have. Oh my God! You got to remember again. This is America. You don't have time for that.
If you cannot fund a human life, you do not make a human life. I'm sorry, but if you're not in a stable position enough to where you can give a child what it needs, you don't have a child.
Then no American in the middle class or lower should ever have a child.
If they can't afford it, no.
Okay, that's called eugenics.
Bring it up.
That's a Nazi ideology.
Like spanking it until it fucking becomes compliant with you?
No, you're talking about abuse now. See, that's my point. You're not understanding a fucking single punishment from abuse.
Dude, I am understanding it, and I'm saying that I don't think punishment is. I think it's too stupid a word. I think it's too stupid a word. Like, it's literally violence. I'm sorry, but like, you're not understanding that it is violence.
I do understand. It is violent. It is violent. It's fine.
Okay, and you should never do that to a child. I can't understand what you're not understanding about that. I don't get it. I don't. It's becoming completely like irrelevant at this point. Like, we're going around in circles. I just don't understand how you're willing to die on the hill of let's change how we see women having sex. But spanking a child is last resort. No. Even though we've established that's violence, no, leave that there. I don't know what to say. I really don't know what to say.
Yes, because I was raised on that. That is like part of my like ideology. Okay, eventually that could change if I have other options. But the thing is, I'm looking at it from where I'm at right now. Even if those other options are there, I'm like, well, I still need this spanking just in case.
You were also raised in a misogynistic
I wasn't. I wasn't because I never looked at that stuff.
But don't you still think that it may have been drilled into you through the media, just like you said to me?
No, because I didn't intake that stuff. I was more focused on video games and sports.
Okay, do you think sports has ever been misogynistic?
Oh yeah, most definitely.
Okay, so do you think then that through sport you may have learned that misogyny was a thing?
Yeah, but that's completely different. That's not even close to the same thing. That wasn't me being taught that, only the cheerleaders are hot. Because like
No.
that's what's getting beat into you through the magazines and everything. It's just like these are the hot people. Everybody else is not as hot as them.
Okay, but don't you think that's the exact message that you're getting when it comes to cheerleaders? Is the cheerleaders are there to look sexy? Well, the talent is on the pitch.
No,
When cheerleading does take talent, you don't think that was indoctrinated into you when you were young?
no, because that's not the way I looked at it.
Oh, it doesn't matter if that's the way you looked at it. That
And I'm
doesn't mean
telling
that's
you,
not the
we
way that you
had
were
we
being
had
taught.
fat and ugly cheerleaders. So I don't see how that could be a thing.
Okay, but these women were still paraded around as sex objects. Like they were there to appease men, pervy men. That was it. That was the only reason cheerleaders were around. Like this is very much established, right?
Probably.
Right. Okay. Are you telling me that you didn't pick up on that at all in the 80s or the 70s?
No, because I wasn't alive in the 70s and 80s.
When were you born?
86?
Ah, right. Okay. Oh, well, I'd say early 90s as well.
No, it would have been like the late 90s, early
Yeah, like I'd
2000s.
say. Oh, I don't know if I go as far as to say late 90s. Well, I don't know.
Well, I was
don't
10
know.
years old in 1996.
No, I know. But I'm not I'm trying to figure out like as to a time as to when women were like looked at more for their talent rather than their body. I'd say around about I don't know. Because if I up this now to early 2000s, it looks like I'm just trying to desperately back up my point, and that's not what I'm trying to do.
No, and you could be correct. I honestly don't know the answer to that. But I'm just saying that the cheerleaders at my school, they came in all shapes and sizes and attractiveness. Now, did that go for every single school in the area? I don't know because it's not like it was something that I like really paid attention to because I was more focused on the game. But like I knew all of our
I just think
cheerleaders.
I just think if you were taught from a young age that spanking is okay, then you were definitely taught to be misogynistic as well. Like I don't understand how you can be taught that one of them is okay and you weren't taught about the other at all ever.
Because
I think that's very
women were never
outlandish
talked
to
about in
say.
my house.
Okay, but don't you think they weren't in society? Like you're telling me that men weren't better at some things at women that they wouldn't stand for right now? Like you don't think that you were taught those lessons back then at an age where you were impressionable in your early teens, should we say? You're
Yeah,
saying that shit didn't
I was
exist?
taught that men are better at some things than women.
Yeah, but I mean like the specific things that women would stand for now.
I would still argue that men are better at some things than women, even if they're one to argue that they're better or they're equal or
No, but
whatever.
I'm talking in specific areas in which women wouldn't stand for right now. So I'm saying like let's just say driving. Because I know that it was believed for a long time that men were just better drivers than women.
Yeah, it's still believed.
Okay, and what I'm saying is you don't believe in that, right? You were taught that from a young age, right? And you don't believe that now, and you're on the side of women being able to have the rights that they want, or being treated that the way that they see as equal, right?
Right?
And you're willing to die on that hill, and you're not doing the same for children. I don't understand that.
No, because that's where our options lie.
Okay, all right then. Oh, I need to go to sleep. I'm going around in circles, just making my eyes heavy. I just really don't know what else to say on it, and yeah, I don't know what else to say on it, man. I got nothing else to give.
Okay. Are we still doing the launch tomorrow?
Yeah, we
Or
could do.
I
Yeah,
guess technically today.
yeah, we could do. I'll
Uh,
set my alarm.
so what, like 5.5 hours from now?
Yeah, this should be okay.
Okay.
Alright
I'm
then.
gonna message Landon and give him a reminder. Uh,
Alright, no
I hope he
worries.
joins too. Sorry for keeping you so long.
No, it's okay. I really enjoyed the conversation. I just really wish you would. Part of me really wishes that you were just willing to back down I really do, but I just
Well,
think the
in
two.
all honesty, like if that stuff did come to fruition, if we did, like get universal health care where we could have that stuff, then it's very possible that that would just fall off. But like I said, from my point of view right now, like from my American brain, from what what I've been raised with and all that other stuff, it still has to be an option on there, even if all this other stuff is there, because I don't know what this other stuff is. Like, does that make sense? Like honestly, more education is what would push it off the edge and let it fall away. The only problem is I don't have that education of, what these other things could or would do.
Yeah, no, I understand that. Like, I understand that when it comes down to options, you may see as last resorts as a desperate attempt. Like I do have an understanding to that, even though I disagree with it. But I mean, when you've got a scientific study telling you that spanking doesn't work, and it's spanking specifically that leads um, to ongoing behavioral problems, and I don't think that the average parent is only spanking once a month. I think it is happening probably 2 to 3 times a week because of the problems that they're having with their child because they're repeatedly spanking because it's consistently happening, which is leading to more behavioral problems. I don't think that's too hard to put together,
Right, and I
especially in low
agree.
income families.
Right.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. So I'm saying, like, in the majority of cases, this study completely holds up and it holds ground, and it's not just me saying that. It's, you know what I mean. I don't know what else evidence to just to give to just say that it shouldn't happen. I don't
Right,
know.
but the thing is, like, it's not the spankings that's the problem. It's the all the other systemic problems that are the problem that leads into the ability to spank. If that makes any sense.
They're all a problem. They're all a problem. I don't think any
Right.
problem is bigger than the other, but they're all a problem. So
Right, but
okay,
all of
suppose
these problems lead into that spanking because, like, again, if they had more
okay,
money, if they had more time, if they had more resources, then they wouldn't spank as much.
okay. So let me ask you this, right? Let's say that tomorrow I would pass a bill in the US, right? I'd pass a bill in the US that everyone will get universal basic income, healthcare will be free, but also spanking will now be made illegal.
I
Do you
think,
think that I've just made spanking illegal?
yeah.
Or do you think that I should leave spanking be legal, but also offer you these other options that you can now explore, which you couldn't previously? Or do you think now that you do have these options,
Hold on.
spanking should
Okay.
become illegal?
Um, I think honestly the best way to do it is to do it as a phase out type thing. I know that sounds horrible. Um, um, sorry, I was just reading what Gene was saying. I think that it should be a phase out thing. Because I think that if you do it like instantly, then like the parents who haven't had the ability to take those extra steps, but are still like, spanking as a punishment, then like they go to jail. And I just don't think that's fair. So that's why I think it should be a phasing out process.
Okay, but why should it be a phase now process when
Because I just gave an example.
you're being told that behavioral therapy is like it's far more effective than spanking because spanking isn't effective at this point, and now this is an option to you that you can do starting from tomorrow. If you're still spanking a week from now,
Yeah, but
you
the
know what I
thing is,
mean. Like,
okay,
there's
so
no excuse to have them.
a week from now, that's a phasing out thing. Okay, but on August 29th, if you pass that bill and I spank my child on August 29th, I go to jail.
Oh no. So the day it passes, they should give you a day as to when like this goes into this goes into effect, right? But
Right.
I don't think that it should be like long after. I think it should literally be like a couple of days after.
Well, that's why I'm saying a phasing out process. That gives people the time, it gives people the education, it gives people the resources that they need in order to get to the point where they can help each other. or help one another or help themselves or whatever, however you want to describe that.
Yeah, I'm okay with that, but I think
So
it would
like
be like a couple of
if you
days.
would sign that and say August 29th, 2023 spanking will become illegal, then I think that would be perfectly fine. Because that gives a year of people being able to get all the resources they need, they have all the time that they need, and all the education that they can get in order to make things better.
Okay, and what if I said August 29th I pass a bill, and from September the 1st it'll be illegal to spank your child, but from August the 1st you will also be on a UBI, and you will also have free healthcare from that point.
I think a lot of people would go to jail. A lot of people would go to jail
Okay.
because I just don't think it's enough time. I don't think it's enough time to basically re-educate the populace.
Okay, I really don't mean to be rude when I say this, but like I'm falling asleep. I'm really struggling to stay awake.
That's fine.
It's like, what time is it?
I was getting
Oh,
ready. I
dude,
was getting ready to say 8:53, but that's how long we've been streaming.
it's 7:45 here. I've had no sleep, man. Christ, I need to get some sleep.
Yeah, go to bed.
No worries, I'll speak to you soon. Okay?
All right, I might just stream until the launch.
You're mad.
I might. I don't know.
All right. Good night, guys.
All right, see you, bub.
See you soon.
Yeah, that's exactly how I feel. A lot of kids would uh, just lose family members overnight, and that's why I said I think it needs to be a little bit longer and it needs to be a phase out period. Um, so, what are you going to school for? What's your major? If you got, do you guys call it a major? And if you want to come join a voice chat, I can pull you in. Like I said, just join general voice, and I'll pull you into the debate. If you want, you don't have to. It's your option. Can I ask a question without sounding rude? If I would I be able to understand you? I'm really, really, really bad at understanding people with accents. Okay. So people with like, there's one person that we had in here, Lorlo, Lularo. Um, he is from Italian descent, and good God, I think I only understood every third word he said. Um, I think mostly it was because voice chat just kind of compresses things. Plus they were, probably just using the microphone on their phone, which isn't the greatest thing ever either. Um, but yeah, it's just I hate not being able to understand people. It makes me feel bad. Oh, well, here in America, you'll get bullied more for having a French-ish accent. So if you ever come to America, bring that Indian accent back. Oh, go suck a dick at your viewer shop. How about that? Fucking ban. Uh, but no, I'm joking. I'm joking. It's a running gag here in America of uh oh um move to the debate. Hey, what's up?
Hello?
Oh my fucking god, two of them in a row? Why don't you go suck a dick too? Fucking spammers. Sorry. dealing with spammers in chat.
Confused like which sound is from the stream and which sound is from the
Do what? Like, do you still have sound from my stream?
yeah, the stream was still on. Okay. Well, I heard my own voice. It was kind of weird. Mm.
By the way, you're very understandable, so that's fine.
Oh yeah, and I never said I wasn't.
Oh no, I know. I was just letting you know that I feel like that you're very understandable and I can understand what you're saying.
Yeah, and like stay and it's kind of weird the way like North American schools work. It's not very linear.
It's not very what? The last word cut
Linear,
out.
linear, Linear.
Oh, lenient. Okay. Um,
Linear.
what do you mean by lenient? Like, if you screw up, then you're pretty screwed?
I mean, like I applied for the university, and I told them what I wanted to do, and then they gave me like admission, right? But then they told me that I have to do other stuff so that I can do the major that I want to do.
Yeah, so that's
But why didn't they tell me like in the first place that I need to have this so that I get in the university in the first place?
kind of what turned me away from going to college. Because like I was wanting to go for information technology, and they was like, "Oh,
Yeah.
great, come for information technology. You still have to take an English course and a psychology or a social studies course, and all these other courses
Yeah, yeah.
that have absolutely nothing to do with uh, IT, public
Mhm.
speaking. Like, why do I need public speaking for IT courses?
I'm not like it's not like I'm not willing to do the courses because I want to learn, right? But
Right.
like the major I want to do is competitive entry. So like if I knew beforehand that there would be like 2 times the competition because there's competition to get in the university and then competition to do the major again, I mean it might affect like my choice, right?
Yeah.
And it is that, but it is what it is, right?
Do what?
It is what it is.
Oh, definitely need to turn you up more.
Oh, you can't hear me?
You're kind of low.
Okay.
I keep having to
No.
adjust things.
Well, it's 4 a.m. now. I don't want to wake my
Yeah,
roommates.
that's understandable.
Yeah, and yeah, but I'm planning to do computer science. That's no surprise. Indian guy doing computer science.
Wow, what are the odds?
well, well,
Sheesh.
I'm doing computer science because I know I'm getting a job with it. That's all.
Yeah,
But
I know. I was joking. I was joking.
like, I want to continue my studies afterwards to do like environmental science.
Nice.
Yeah, I think that's a good way to go.
Um, so most of the stuff that we talk about here, honestly,
Yeah.
kind of revolves around politics. Be it like actual politics or social politics, which like the conversation that we kind of had about spanking the kids, like I would classify as social politics. Also,
Yeah,
like
it's also an ethics issue and like
right,
human nature
right. Um, I mean, there's other categories, but like
because like I didn't say like when we were discussing, but like one can say that humans are kind of violent in their nature, like intrinsically violent
hmm
to some degree. I mean, it depends, right? But maybe we are.
oh, we are. I mean,
Yeah,
we're still cavemen when it comes down to it. We're just cavemen in
yeah.
high-rise
We
buildings.
haven't changed at all.
Yeah, that's one thing. Like, do you know when people say like it's 2022, how can this happen? But like 2022 is just it's just a number. There's nothing that really prevents someone from doing what Hitler did again. There's nothing
Well,
that prevents someone from doing like what Genghis Khan has done.
yeah, but I think like
It's
the
it's
whole
not it's not it,
argument.
it's not because it's 2022 that no one's gonna do anything.
Well, yeah, but I think the whole argument with oh, it's 2022, so therefore insert thing here, it's because we just like we have all the information we could ever possibly want at our fingertips, or just about every bit of information um, at our fingertips, and like people are still holding on to these barbaric ancient practices that just hurt people.
Hmm. Yeah, what do you mean hurt?
Like physically hurt people.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Uh, or emotionally hurt, or something of that nature, oppresses other people. Like I don't want to get into religion and everything, but like Islam, for
No,
example.
no.
I was talking to
I
somebody.
mean, I'm comfortable if you want to talk about it, but
That is another thing that we do talk about is religion.
okay.
So I was talking to somebody
Um,
about Islam, and they were talking
yeah.
about how that if you perform the act of homosexuality, then you should be put to death.
Yeah, yeah.
And like I just like I don't understand how you can have that mindset in 2022. You know what I mean? Like I understand the power religion has, but like I
Yeah, and
just
still, like, it's not because it's 2022 that they should change. I mean, I'm not taking their side, but like I'm just saying, just because it's 2022 doesn't mean that they should change their religion, right?
Well, no, and I'm not saying that they need to change their religion because, like, I'm perfectly fine with some aspects of religion, of all
Yeah,
religions.
yeah.
It's just the bad things that I'm against.
Well, then we have to argue about what's good and what's bad.
Uh, Killing a
I
person
mean,
because they were gay.
for this, that's obvious, but there are other stuff that can be arguable, like polygamy. Some religions don't disapprove it, but
uh,
some religions do.
right,
And like, you can actually have a debate about like if it's good or it's bad. No,
but that also doesn't like hurt a person. I mean, I guess it would
well,
hurt the
it can
partner
hurt.
that you're with.
I mean, if someone says that you can't have four wives, it's disgusting. And what would the four wives think about it?
Well, I think the four wives should be happy. It's like, because now they don't have to share, you know, their husband with three other women.
What if that's what the woman believed too?
See, this goes into like um one of my hatreds of religion is the indoctrination part. Um, like is that something that they like true?
Um,
Because like I believe in polygamy. I'm perfectly fine
yeah,
with that. Like whatever anybody wants to do, they can do. If they want to go and if both groups or both people in the relationship are perfectly fine with both people going to look for others in the relationship, then you do whatever you want to do. I don't care.
yeah, me too. I think it's kind of inappropriate to poke my nose into it.
Right. But like
It's
I
just decency.
but like if it's like a religious thing, then it's like, well, are they actually okay with it, or were they like indoctrinated with reading a
Like,
book saying that that's the godly thing to
where's
do or whatever?
where's the line between indoctrination and like just agreeing and believing it?
um
Just because she's a woman, she cannot trust
no,
or believe or
no,
something like that.
I
I'm not
believe,
putting words in your mouth. Like,
yeah, I know. No, I believe indoctrination is like where basically you're forced into learning this information. again, like I know I'm taking stabs at religion, but like if
I mean, you can.
so I'll use Christianity for example. So the reason why I think it's indoctrination is because it tells children at a young age that if they don't believe this book, that they'll
Yeah.
go to hell. And then if they question anything
Oh.
in the book, then they'll go to hell. So it's indoctrinating them with an eternity of pain and suffering if they question anything that the book or the people that are reading the book say. That I feel like is
Mm.
indoctrination.
I wasn't like quite aware of that, you know. But yeah, I'd see this as I'm sorry, I see this as indoctrination too.
And so because you have that first piece of indoctrination,
Mm.
like all the other pieces kind of fall under the umbrella of indoctrination. Where women are second class citizens or women should be the homemaker, while the man goes out and does the work, or that owning a slave is an okay thing. There's a lot of really bad things in the Bible, uh, the Christian Bible, that like people tried to argue for, and it's pretty bad.
Um, do you think that they are actually bad stuff, or are the people interpreting it as something bad? And like they have their idea, and they're using the Bible to like make their idea valid.
Um, so I would say a good a good amount of the stuff that's in the Bible. Actually, I would say a little bit of the Bible is just flat out bad things. Like for example,
Um, like
if
bad for this for like current modern society, or like it was bad even back then.
so back then is different than it is today.
Yeah,
Uh,
exactly. That's why.
okay, but the thing is, if you're reading it and you're like, yes, that should still be a good thing, which is how a lot of the Christian people read it, then I would say that it doesn't matter if it was a good thing back then or not. If it's bad today, then it should be bad, and the people that read the Bible should be like, hey, that's bad. But if they say
Mm.
that according to the Bible, they'll go and burn in hell.
Yeah, I see where you're going. Yeah. But like when you're saying Christian, like I'm not very like quite knowledgeable in this, but I do know that like they are not just like Christians, right? There are different schools of thoughts in it.
Hmm.
Like they are how similar are they?
With what?
Like like how each school of thought, like where do they all converge?
You mean like Christianity, Catholicism, Pentecostal, all that stuff?
Yeah, like are they very different, or are they just like
No, no. I would say that they're similar enough where if you, so some are a little bit more into the book than others. Um,
hmm,
so when you start getting to like Pentecostals and evangelicals, they're like everything that is said in the book is the absolute truth. The Earth is 6,000 years old. There was a great flood. Noah built a big ship and put two of every creatures on the planet on it. Like they 100% believe all that stuff. And then you have like the Catholics and Christians that are a little more laxed and not so believing in what the Bible says.
oh, okay, I see. I mean, I want to know more about it because it's a large population of people, right?
Too large.
Too large. I mean, one of their motives is to grow, right? So
Right.
can't be too large.
Oh, it's definitely too low. See, so I'm an atheist. I don't believe in the
Oh
existence.
wow, I didn't know.
Yeah, surprise! Surprise! The guy who's bashed every religion that he's talked about so far is an atheist. No, I don't believe that there's been proof for God. You know,
Mm, I don't think they have to be.
you don't have what?
I mean, don't have to prove it
Well, then why would I
because
believe in it? Why would I worship something that hasn't been proven? And even if it has been proven, why should I still worship it?
Yeah, I mean, that's why I want to know more about other religions, right? Because even if you don't believe in God, right? Religions, like only one, like a small percentage of it is about God usually, right? The rest is about how you should be in society, and then
Right,
they use God to enforce it, right?
right. And I think that
So
oh, go ahead.
I don't know. You can continue.
And I think that's the problem when they try to use God to justify something. I think that's a problem because like why are why are you using this one God to justify this one thing? What about, the Jewish people who believe in a different God, or the Hindus that believe in a different God, or the Islams that believe in a different God, or the atheists that don't believe in any God? Why are they having to be put under the same, my God said so, therefore this is the law scrutiny?
But I mean, if that's like the way people take it, like in my country, we are very diverse.
Hmm.
We have lots of religions in my country and lots of races, and we always we always tell each other that in the end we are all praying to the same God, just differently, and that's how we build unity in the country despite the diversity in it.
Oh God, we're not even close to anything like that here.
Oh yeah, I know. Like
If it's not
we,
Jesus, then you're a horrible person.
yeah, well, in my country, like we encourage each other to celebrate each other's festivals.
Well, so like if
We
you like the original founding fathers, like that's what they wanted. They wanted the diversity of all religions here, where everybody can get along and do their own thing, and but still love each other. And I feel like that Christianity has taken a hold of this country and turned it into a very, very bad place.
mm, maybe it has. I don't
But
know.
but I think a couple religions probably would have done that too. Like Islam, I think would have turned the United States into a bad place.
I I think that the United States is a very young country, and like using religion as a basis for their laws and the way the society is constructed would have been wrong using any religion.
Oh, I
because
completely agree.
because it's a very modern country. Like the United States can be like the definition of modern society, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, that's why.
I mean, like on the world scale, we're like teenagers,
Yeah,
you know.
and like I don't know because my religion is like 5,000 years old. I don't know.
What is your
Mm.
religion, if you don't mind me asking?
I'm I'm a Hindu, Vedic
Okay,
Hindu.
okay. I thought that you were because of the way that you was talking earlier. Um, so I don't know a lot about Hinduism.
Yeah.
Uh,
I mean, I do know a lot of I do know that people don't know a lot because sometimes I get curious and I Google it and then I get like the most wrongest definitions of it, and I'm like, that's what they tell others.
so
I
does
mean,
uh do you guys have like a spectrum like we do with Christianity with Hindus? Like how you have like Catholics and Christians and
um,
Pentecostals and Baptists. Like, do you guys
um,
kind of have the same thing with?
yeah. So like fundamentally, like there's Vedic Hinduism, which is about the four Vedas, which were like it's like four batches. Like there are four books, but they were not books because the people didn't. They were transferred orally, right? And these things, these like books, they 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 are the basis of the religion. But like fundamentally, it was not even a religion. It was like guidelines on how to live, and like there is no like initiation ceremony. There is no like how to say that. You don't need like a how do you say that? In
The
French, it's a
baptism.
parrain. A parrain. Yeah, there's no baptism. There's no like godfather,
Okay.
godmother. There's no representative. There's no prophet. But then, as time goes on, then yes, there has been like branches of it, if that makes sense.
Hold on, I'm using the bathroom.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, you're fine. I just didn't think, me taking a leak would be good for a sound on stream.
Very well. I don't think so either.
So, like, yeah, I know nothing about Hinduism at all.
I mean, like, I remember like we were talking about Nazis, right? And
Yeah.
you didn't know that the term Aryan was from Hinduism.
Yeah, yeah. Like, I knew the swastika was a Hindu thing, um, but I didn't know Aryan was.
Yeah, and like to be quite fair, like there is some like the Aryans of that time, they did think of themselves as better than like the tribals, the more tribal people.
So I wonder if that's where they got it from then.
Yeah, I mean it's not like they were actively like supremacy or whatever, but they did have like a word that they had the word Aryan, right? It classifies people who follow those those um how to say that those manners of living. And then you have Aryans who are people who did not follow those those um those practices, and that's all. But some people can interpret it as like they separated themselves, but it's kind of like saying people who drive on the left and people who drive on the right, right?
Well, people who drive on the right are far superior.
Yeah, that's a good example, right? So just because you have named a certain practice, some like people who practice something, you have given them a name, doesn't mean that.
Right. I know. I was just joking, by the way.
No, yeah, I know. But yeah, studying like religion and stuff is kind of interesting, especially when you're not biased, right? You don't if you like dissociate yourself from it and then just look at it.
So, like, I do think that there is some good aspects of religion, but I really feel like that the bad outweighs all those goods.
Maybe I mean
At least
yes,
to the
from
couple religions that I know
by
about.
by by the bad you mean extremism.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, of course.
And like I said,
I
this
think
this only comes from the couple I know, and like I said, I know nothing about Hinduism. So like,
yeah,
the Hindu religion, it might be, you know, the best thing ever, and I honestly just don't know. But I'm
no,
just going
I
from
don't think so.
I'm just going from
It's
like Christianity and the Bible and the little bit that I know about the Quran and Islam.
there are some things that I wanted to ask a Christian. Like there is like the Trinity, right? What's the Trinity?
Uh,
It's like
uh,
God in three forms, right?
I don't know.
Yep. Okay. I just I just googled it right very quick.
I know one of them is the Holy Ghost.
Holy Spirit, right? Yeah, the Father, the Son, and the Holy
Yeah.
Spirit. And I think that's interesting because like even in Hinduism we have like this Trinity, which like it separates the three functions of what God is supposed to like to have to do or have done, right? So it's like creation, conservation, and destruction. And I wanted to know if like those three, the Son, the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit, also describe the same thing.
Uh,
Because
I
then that'd be quite interesting.
I honestly don't know. I would say maybe. I do know Christianity has stolen a lot of their
Stolen,
stuff from other religions.
stolen, or like I don't know, built upon.
You know, like Christmas, for example.
Oh,
Christmas,
those stuff. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So like,
Christmas was a pagan holiday.
yes. So yeah, they have like used the pagan traditions
Hmm.
as a way to like, so they wanted to like get rid of them.
Yep.
Yeah, yeah, I know that, and that's kind of sad because when you want to know like how Europe, the whole of Europe was before that, it's really hard to get to know because it has been tampered with.
Yep.
Yeah, that's sad. Where are we going with this?
I don't know. Well, so what I was going to ask you is,
Yeah,
may I ask your political alignment, or at least where you
I don't,
think you might be
I
politically?
don't know
Do you even care
because
about
like
politics?
maybe not. I don't know because in my country it's kind of rude to be a kid and then talk about politics. You have to be an
Are you a
adult,
kid?
and like I'm just 19 right now.
Oh, you're an
So
adult.
yeah, but I can't like have a political view right now because I just turned 19 and it's barely like I've been 18 for like just 1 year and I've been moving a lot, so like I don't know about like my current political view. I do have opinions, but I don't I don't see like one party that has all of my opinions.
Right, and I
Right?
agree with that.
And that's why we need to have like multiple parties, right?
Oh yeah.
How is the United States? I think it's a two-party system, right?
Yes.
But like in the how do you call that?
Uh,
Assembly.
it's kind of a
Do we
two-party system.
do you have both parties in the assembly?
Yes.
Oh, okay, that's good then. So you have an opposition.
No, they kind of both play for the same team. So in the United States, so if you would like draw out a line, um, uh, right in the middle you'd have centrist, and that's roughly where the Democratic Party is. Uh, they're like right in the middle, and then to the far right of them is where you have the Republican Party. So I don't feel like everybody has equal representation because like the people to the left of center,
Oh,
uh,
I see now.
they
Okay.
don't get a lot of representation. We do have a couple congressmen and women and a couple House members that are left of center, but nothing too hardcore.
Mm. And like that's another thing. Like I was still having like a kind of debate with someone else, and when I was talking about my opinions, they asked me like, "Are you a Marxist for by the way? Because you sound like one." And like
Are
I'm
you
like,
what?
what? A Marxist?
What's that?
Karl Marx. He's like
Oh,
the founder.
Marx. Okay, okay. I'm sorry. I thought you said
The
Mox. Sorry.
Oh yeah, I said no. Okay, then whatever. But and I was like, why do you give names to your opinions? If you give names to your opinions, then you get attached to them,
Well,
right?
yeah,
And
but that's what we do here in America.
like you give names to everything, and then people like they just adopt it without even knowing what it's about, and then they're like kind of protecting it but it's just an opinion. It has to change. It has to adapt, right?
Oh yeah, for sure. And like we're totally 100% guilty of that here in America.
Like
Um,
in my country, we don't give names to stuff. We just like, I mean, from what I was talking about, we kind of are socialists, right? But like, it's during the elections all parties, like 100% of them are socialist because we only vote socialist parties. But then once they get in power, they are completely capitalist. They are completely, yeah, capitalist. So it's just semantics, really.
Yeah. Yeah, but we derive hate from putting labels on others. Like, for example, here in America, if you're a socialist, then you're just a horrible human being.
I mean, I guess if you look at like aggressive socialism, I guess that's where they get this opinion from.
Well, so first, they go with ignorance. So they're like, oh, well, the Nazis, they called themselves socialist. And it's like, yeah, no, they weren't.
Yeah, yeah, they kind of were like the system was, but the government was horrible. But that it's not the system that made the government horrible. Like it's the government was already horrible.
Right. And then the next thing that they go to is like Venezuela, which is a socialist country. But like
Mhm.
it, and then they go with Russia because Russia is also a socialist country. But like they keep missing the
Russia,
yeah,
like right now.
they keep missing the big picture of what they are talking about is all these countries are basically ran by dictators slash authoritarians.
Yeah,
Um,
of course, because if you have to trust the government to like a pretty high level to have a socialist or communist country. You have to trust the
well,
government and give it kind of a lot of power.
so what we want here in America, like our quote unquote socialism, is basically what you have in your country. So like Americans, they would look at what you have and they would call you a
But
socialist.
but Americans don't like paying taxes.
Well,
So
yeah.
how would they do that?
Well,
I mean,
that's because they're dumb and they don't understand like what it's actually for.
like I'm perfectly glad to pay my taxes, right? That's the problem. Like people say you have to pay your taxes. You're like, yes, I'm perfectly willing to.
Well,
Yeah.
again, it's because they don't look at things the correct way. Like, for example, they don't look at the healthcare premium that they have to pay every month for health insurance. They don't look at that as a tax.
Mm.
Which, I mean, essentially, that is exactly what it is. It's a tax. It's money that you are forced to pay in order to get a
Yes,
service.
but then they don't have to trust the government on it,
Right.
and I guess
And
that's
like
kind of the thing.
and I understand, not trusting the U.S. government. The U.S. government really sucks. Um,
Mm.
but like,
I mean,
but the,
if you're like putting it on a go like an international level, come on, they have been much worse governments.
oh yeah, for sure. Um, but like just,
Yeah, but I understand.
but yeah, it's just I don't know.
I mean,
I know everybody would be much better off, and they might be angry about it for a little while, but once they see the benefits, then I think they would be perfectly fine with it.
I mean, you have to look at what they might be letting go if they switched, right? So, what do you think that switching to socialism would like? What do you have to sacrifice from how America currently is?
What they call freedom.
Well, it is freedom, right? But maybe what people don't understand is that freedom doesn't really, it's not like an objectively good thing, because if you think about it, if you want to be 100% free, you can just go back to living in an uncivilized way, right?
Right,
Because to become civilized, you have had to forego some level of freedom to like come to live together and accept other people, right?
right.
So if you want to be completely free, you can just go back to being living on your own or doing your own stuff like primal. But yeah,
Yeah, I completely agree. I don't know. Like I don't think like so what it is a lot of people hear all the rhetoric from the outside, mainly it tends to be the right. So like the Republican Party, sources like Fox News, they're always talking about how evil socialism is, and how if we get
Oh,
and if how we get universal health care, then then we'll have you'll never be able to see another doctor again, which is just a flat out lie.
no, that's communism, I think. I mean, in socialism, we still have private sector. If you don't trust the government, you can still go and spend your money on a private clinic if you want to. But the thing is that you don't have to, right? You don't have to worry if you don't have the money for your treatment and like healthcare.
See, I personally think that we should have a three-tiered system. I think we should have a little bit of communism, a little bit of socialism, and a little bit of capitalism.
Hmm. And I'm not sure like how different communism and socialism is. Yeah, I just thought that it was like a lower degree of communism,
Uh,
like a less intense communism.
the easiest way to describe it is communism is um, by the government
What?
for the people. Uh, Socialism is by the people for the people, and then capitalism is by the capital class for the capital class, or by the people for the capital class.
I see. And what, like, I don't know much. Like, what I know is like the textbook. Like, communism is the government owns all the companies, all the businesses, and everyone is like a how do you call it? A government official. In French, you call it a fonctionnaire.
Right, but then
So
the government is responsible for
where the
providing
government
the
is responsible
needs.
for everything,
Right.
right?
So
And
that's why I
maybe
said we need a little bit of all of them.
and like that makes kind of sense, like um, theoretically, right? Because you vote for your government because you trust the government.
Hmm.
So technically, you can trust the government to these responsibilities, right?
Yep.
But if you want so much freedom, why do you have a government,
Well,
right?
I think that we have to have a government like strictly for defense.
Okay. I just want to know, right? Because what don't you want? It's like if you want your government to take their noses out of so much, like what do you want them to do, right?
Right. But
Because
I'm all for the government. I'm perfectly I like
no, obviously,
I think yeah, I know.
I'm not an anarchist or anything. I just like the question was that what do you want your government to do?
Take care of its people. Like that's the ultimate
Exactly, right?
answer is the government should be there to take care of its people.
Yeah, exactly. Not to get rich.
Right.
Yeah, because that's what almost every like I think that the one problem that all the countries have is corruption.
Oh yeah.
And
Well, and we've made it legal
I'm
here.
from Africa. I'm from Africa, so I do know a lot of like how corruption goes.
Oh, we've made it legal here. Um
For you?
oh yeah, it was called Citizens United. Um Basically corporations or any individual person, they can give as much money to a political campaign as they want for any reason as long as it goes to a super PAC. Uh and basically a super PAC is just something that's ran by a quote unquote independent party for whatever thing.
Oh, Viva capitalism, I guess. Uh, we do have this, but we the go like there are laws that restrict, and you have to declare it to like anti-corruption. We have an anti-corruption like body and stuff, which the anti-corruption body is owned by the government. So
Like
there
here,
are some.
I'll give you an example of something that just happened. There was a guy who sold the news or the publication that put the information out. I think they were able to piece together like who the person was that did it. But like there's no like official record of this is actually the person who did it. But somebody gave 1.6 billion dollars to a Republican super PAC That's it. Just some random person gave $1.6 billion in cash to a political party.
I mean, that's not. I mean, I guess that's corruption, but like, let me give you an example, like how corruption is done in Africa, right? So I hope you know that like Africa gets a lot of money from other countries,
Yes.
and they have. I don't remember how much money it was, but it was like a huge amount of money for like AIDS or Ebola or something.
Yeah.
And the moment the money arrived, it just disappeared. And like nobody even questioned like where has it gone? What happened to it? It's just like millions of donations to help something so important as like Ebola, and it just went away.
Yeah, I know stuff like that happens over there. And I know our corruption is a little bit different. But the thing is,
like,
so that 1.6 billion, that's going to be used to run political ads, that's going to be used to help pay workers for boots on the ground, to knock on doors, to help promote the ideology of the right. So
okay,
I mean,
well, that I guess I don't know how to call that, but I would call it like a collective corruption. But like the corruption that we have there is like one single individual, right? Is just stealing money from
right.
everyone and just disappearing.
Yeah, no, I don't think that we really have anything like that,
No,
thankfully.
okay.
Uh,
Yeah,
but I do like that term, collective corruption. I do like that. That was a good word or a good
thank you.
phrase.
And like I'm kind of like some like you have a country one country I like to look at is like France because I actually understand what's going on there, right? And and like they're also again they're also strict. Not strict, but how can I say this? Like they don't hesitate to like attack their own government
hmm
at all. Like in my country, if like an ex prime minister, like we have the prime minister as like the most powerful person, not the president. So if we have an ex prime minister, and we won't try to bring him down, right? Whereas the French once, I think that they imprisoned their last prime minister because of corruption. Like it went from president to jail. Mm. Is my mic working?
Yeah. No, I was just listening to what
Okay.
you're saying. I thought you was gonna say more. Yeah, I don't know because
I'm sorry. Do I have like a problem with my intonation where I sound like I'm continuing to say something but I'm not?
say that again. I'm sorry.
Do I have like a problem with my tones where I sound like I'm going to say something else but actually I'm not?
No, I was just expecting more
Oh,
information.
okay.
That's all.
Oh. Oh, okay, so yeah, I like I said, I think a little slowly, so that's why I used to type so that I can like get a big batch to say.
But yeah, I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about. I haven't looked into it. I don't know any information on it.
Yeah, I mean they did like cut the heads off their kings and queens, right? So it
Yes.
gives can give a kind of indication how they are about their leaders.
Yes.
And I think it should be the case everywhere, right? The society should not tolerate misbehavior from people who have the responsibility to take care of them.
Oh, that I completely agree with.
Like you
Uh,
should not tolerate it at all.
like especially
But
being an American with what's going on right now with Donald Trump.
oh, Donald Trump is like he's a weird guy.
Uh, to some, he's a messiah.
I wouldn't go that far. I mean,
Like I said, to some, he is a
it's rare.
messiah, and it's terrifying.
It's it's rare to have someone who wants to become president because they want to become president, or rather than they want to become rich or they want to gain power or something. Because I do think that like Donald Trump is already rich and powerful, even if he wasn't like a president, right?
Right. Well, he just wants to become president because he can.
Yeah, and like okay, and like from an outsider's point of view, I have seen like he has done good stuff to the economy
Not
because
really.
that's not really.
Not really, no.
Like, is it just statistical like growth? Just like GDP has gone up, um, what has gone down? And unemployment has gone down.
Yeah.
Uh,
So he was. So I said earlier, basically he rode the wave that started under Obama. So when Obama took office, everything went to shit, and then everything started getting better over time. And things were
mhm.
going good when Obama was leaving office. So, things continued to do good for Trump. And honestly, if like COVID never hit, it probably would have finished doing good. Um,
But
but like,
I don't know that because like I from like from again from an outsider's perspective, it seemed like the moment Donald Trump got into office, he passed a lot of laws. Like he has started doing stuff the moment he came to office. So like, how can he be riding the Obama wave?
he really honestly didn't do much.
Really?
Yeah.
I like I thought I thought the same about Obama. Like again, outsider's perspective, but like I just knew Obama got elected, and then I don't. Like he was quiet, I guess, internationally speaking.
Man, we were all so excited about Obama.
Yeah,
For
I
the
know.
for the first time, we thought that we were getting, at least somebody that was like semi-socialist.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and we didn't even get anything close to that, and it
Okay,
was
okay. I can say something that like I said that during elections in my country, everyone is a socialist, but the moment, like just after the elections, the moment the party has is in power now, they become capitalist, and that's not like it's not that's not because they want to be capitalist, right? It's because the way the world is. If you want to get off your debt, if you want to progress, you have to be capitalist.
right.
Like
And I
socialism is cool, right? I'm so grateful for all the stuff that my country has given me. But if you look at like the debt that it has given us, it's humongous. And to pay back those debts, we have to be capitalist. We have to have a free market. We need to have like a portion of our economy to be capitalist.
right, and that's perfectly fine. But like I like you guys should still like what you're doing. You should still take care of your people.
Yeah, of course. Like that's why we told the British to like get away, and we wanted to become independent.
And like the the capitalist class, they should be paying more in order to ensure that the population is taken care of.
Oh, yeah, that's one thing. We don't have progressive tax. Everyone pays the same rate of tax here. And like we tried to make progressive tax, but then the richer part of the population threatened to close down businesses and stuff. So we couldn't do it.
I mean, I guess it would depend on like how far you were trying to go with it.
No, they just didn't want to pay more than anyone else.
Well, yeah, but they make so much more than everybody else, so it's only
No,
fair
yeah,
that they
like
pay more
like
than everybody
rich
else.
rich Mauritians are like unimaginably rich. You don't even understand like how from such a small country they have accumulated so much wealth. Because to bring stuff, like to ship stuff here and like to pay the taxes and stuff, they have to pay like 3 times more, 2 times more than people from other countries who can afford those stuff.
Right.
So yeah, I don't know, man.
See, and also I'm
Mm,
thinking from like American brain where it's like,
yeah.
you know, uh big oil companies, they made, like all of them combined like $100 billion in profit. And it's like, you
Hmm.
guys don't need to make $100 billion in profit. Unless we're talking about
I don't know.
if we're
I don't
talking about
know.
like a hundred different oil companies, then yes. But we're talking like five, four.
Hmm. I mean, I don't know, right? They have their profit margin, and it would be dumb to not take money, right? They can't just say like, okay, we have reached the amount of profit, now we won't take money from you. That's not how businesses work, right?
Right, but but if they're not willing to, I guess, lower their prices, then they should subsidize the American people some other way.
Like who should, the government or the business?
The business.
Oh, okay. Maybe I can disagree with that because
Like
a
here, I'll give
business
you.
a business is like someone like wait, is it a private business or public, like public company or private company?
They're traded on the stock market, so I would say public.
Oh, okay. Oh,
So like here,
well then
I'll
I
give you
guess
an example. Last year, Walmart.
yeah.
Sorry, I had a cough. Last year,
Hmm.
Walmart, they made, I think it was like $13 billion in profit.
Yeah, or like American, some companies, like not only American, but like some companies have like the profits are bigger than some countries' whole
Right?
like
As a matter of fact,
budget.
Walmart made more money in profit than your guys' GDP.
Yeah,
um,
it's hilarious.
but so Walmart has, I think, like 295,000 employees. I think like 300,000 employees. But like
Yeah.
if you did the math, if they would have paid every single employee that they have a $5,000 bonus at the end of the year, or just
Yeah.
$5,000 more in total on their wages,
Hmm.
whatever.
Uh,
They
wait. The profits that you just told me, are they after tax or just
yes,
gross profit?
yeah, this is their
Like the
net profit.
net profit.
This is
Oh,
how much cash they have in their pocket after everything was taken care of. Okay. If they would have
okay.
if they would have paid all their employees an extra $5,000, they still would have made $2 billion in profit.
Yeah.
So, and the reason why I'm saying that, so there's a lot of lower income people
Yeah.
who get government subsidies like food stamps, housing vouchers, utility vouchers, stuff like that, uh, and work at Walmart because they don't make enough money. So basically, it's almost like the government is subsidizing Walmart, but they're
Hmm.
still able to make all these profits.
I mean, I'm more surprised that the government isn't doing more. Because I mean, like from my view, like you can't you can't tell a company what to do with their money, especially like their whole role is just to make profits. They're like profit machines, right?
Right.
So you can't just tell them like don't don't make so much money or like don't do what you're doing. But the government can, right? And
I I think they
eventually the government, like the more profits these companies do, the more money the government gets from taxes. So where is the tax money going?
well, it's not the more profits they make, it's the more money they make. It doesn't matter how much profit they make.
But the profit is like how much money they make minus how much money they spend. So you have to look at the profit, right? Because they have to repay what they have invested.
Right, but what I'm talking about, so I'm talking more like a net profit.
Yeah, so like
I think they should put a
net
cap on
net.
net profits.
But how will they define the cup?
That I honestly don't know. I really haven't dug into it
Yeah,
too far, so I
yeah,
can't give
it's kind of complicated.
I can't give like a
But
definitive thing.
but yeah,
Um,
I understand. I understand. Like you can't have people who are struggling every day in a country that's considered to be
Right.
first world country and like like the best in the world, and then you still have people who are struggling to meet their ends day by day, and then you have other businesses who are like doing unimaginable amounts of profits. Like they make like an amount of money that you can't even like think in your mind.
Yeah, like the oil companies, for example. I mean, that's a perfect
Yeah,
example.
yeah, I understand.
There's people who can't fill up their gas tank, but yet these oil companies, they are, raking in tens of billions of dollars in profit. Like,
Yeah, but then
where's
again,
there's that
money,
should
money,
never happen.
money isn't like the solution, right? Money buys the solution. So if you have to find a solution first before spending the money. You just investing. That's the problem. Right? People say that the government has invested this amount of money on this problem, but if you don't have a solution, this money is going nowhere.
Right. Well, and that's one of the problems is we always get these like half-ass solutions because we have to be able to appease both sides. And in order to appease both sides, in order to get a solution passed, we have to make like serious uh what's the word I'm looking for? Um Shit, I can't think of the word that I'm looking for. Basically where we have to like give up things. Um
Hmm.
God damn it, I know the word. I've said it a billion times before.
Right. Can
Concessions.
you repeat?
Concessions. Uh so in
Oh, okay, yeah,
so in order to get anything good done, we have to give up concessions uh,
yeah.
in order to get something passed, and that's like really where things get bad. Yeah, it's about to. I might stream until like 8, 9 a.m. So it might be a 15, 16 hour stream because the space launch Artemis 1, it's going to
Oh
be
yeah.
it's going to be launched in like
Oh yeah.
5 hours, and I
Oh
really
cool.
want to stream that.
I mean, like you can, if you want.
Do what? Sorry, I was talking to chat.
Yeah, yeah. I just found out.
You're probably like, what the fuck is he saying? No.
But
uh,
yeah, you just reminded me about this launch.
I absolutely love space. I love the idea of us going back to the moon. I think it's absolutely great, and I think we should have done it a long, long time ago. But hey, better late than never.
Like just going to the moon or doing something there.
Oh, doing something there. Honestly, we should be giving NASA so much more money than what we give them.
Like just giving them or they giving them and telling them what to do with it.
Um, Basically, we just give them money. Like they tell us what they're going to use money for, and then we just give it to
Oh yeah,
them.
okay.
Um,
Yeah.
but like honestly, I think that budget should be way bigger because I think it's like 15 billion a year, 20 billion a year.
I mean, I don't know, you have the leg room. You have the leg room for such investment. Like, I
Oh
don't know.
shit, yeah, $25 billion a year. Um,
Hmm. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how much it costs to send stuff to space.
well, but like it's not just sending stuff to space.
Yeah.
It's all the things that has happened because of uh,
Mm-hmm.
the space program. I mean, there's a lot of things that were invented, excuse me, that were invented for the space program that are now used in
Mm-hmm.
everyday society.
Yeah.
Just one of the things that I know sounds absolutely horrid, but like Velcro. Velcro was invented like by NASA or with the help of NASA, and now all of society gets to
Mm-hmm.
benefit from it. I know
Hmm.
Velcro isn't like the greatest thing ever, but
Yeah,
that's
true.
just. But
Like,
it is
do
absolutely
you like
amazing.
do you like shoes with laces or shoes with velcros?
I wear slides,
Oh, okay. But like if you had to choose,
laces.
really?
Yeah,
But they get entangled every time.
Yeah.
I don't
Um,
know.
but no,
But yeah, I understand. Like
I think we should be
they
giving them a
like
lot more money.
maybe yeah. And like how transparent is NASA? Like
Um,
do you know where the money goes?
if I dug hard enough, I could probably give you where at least majority of the money is gone.
Okay, that's fair then. I mean, like
They are far
because
more
like
transparent than the U.S. military.
yeah, I mean we still don't know what they're about, right? And but like people say that we haven't sent anyone to the moon again and stuff like that, but we have sent people to the ISS,
Yeah.
and maybe it's about like we don't need anything on the moon right now, and like the it made more sense to like invest in the ISS rather than going to the moon.
Oh no, and yeah, like, and that's great that we did that. Like we learned a lot about space and like kind of things that can and can't be done while in space, while studying at the ISS. Like that's like I'm perfectly fine with that. But I do think that um, if they would have had more money, then the ISS probably could have been built bigger or faster, or we had more people, so we would have gotten more uh, technology or information, and
Hmm.
that's just my thing. Like honestly, we should be building a moon base, some sort of moon base.
Uh, yeah, I mean, like you said, faster. Like, do you want it to go faster?
Yes,
Like, is there a pressing issue that would be solved if like we build the ISS faster?
there's some things that could be solved.
Hmm.
Uh,
Yeah,
like
maybe.
like for example, asteroid mining.
Oh,
If we can get to that point, so in order for us to do like asteroid mining, we would definitely need a moon base. Uh, you can kind of
how would you do that? That's interesting. So because like asteroids are in constant motion, right? So and I mean everything is in constant motion.
right.
So like you mine them, and then how do you get it back? How do you get it to you? Like you can send a drone there or something, and it would mine stuff for you. But then how would you collect it and bring it to Earth?
Well, so basically what we would do is we would scan to figure out like which asteroids would be good for, um, which asteroids would be good for mining. So it'd basically be like which ones are really not all that in motion
Oh! You can just grab the asteroid
and move it
and
just
then mine,
yes.
yeah, and then mine it on ground, yeah. But like that's still like enormous inertia. They have like
Well,
that's
no,
enormous
or we don't even
amount of
have to,
energy.
move it.
Hmm?
If we can figure out, the distance away it is, because basically, so a moon base would think of it as a gas station. Okay, so if we can get out to the asteroid using less than a half a tank of gas in order to mine, then that means we can go mine, come back, fill up at the moon, and then go back. Um,
Hmm. Yeah.
so, and the reason why this is, while I think that this could like completely change the world. Uh, so
Hmm.
uh,
Do you think that the resources required to build this will it eventually be like paid back from this
oh god,
activity?
yes. Um, so first discovered by Italian astronomer Annabelle de, I'm not even going to try to pronounce her last name. In 1852, the celestial body is suspected to be the core of a shattered planet. Uh, Basically, the core of a shattered planet. Um, It's dubbed 16 Psyche, and it resides in
Mhm.
our main asteroid belt between Jupiter and Mars. They have put the estimates of its value at $27 quintillion. If you don't,
I
if
like
you,
how like everything is about money.
well, because that is the most important thing.
Yeah, like I found like this is very American question. Like, what is your monetary dream? What is your financial dream? I have never heard this kind of question before. Like someone just asked me like, what is your financial dream? I'm like, what does that mean? You know?
Well, so it's not about the money, okay?
So what you can do with it, right?
Exactly. And that's the
Yeah,
important part. Like
yeah,
you
of
can't
course. If
like
you don't do anything with the money, it's useless.
right, like you can't pay a doctor in good intentions and then them come and take care of you.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So like
Yeah.
there has to be something of monetary value for that exchange to happen. Well, if we have an asteroid worth 27 quintillion dollars, just floating around in
No,
space up
like
there.
I said it because like I think it would be more useful to say like we estimate a certain amount of tons of iron or something like that. But like just saying that it's 27 quintillion dollars doesn't really say much, does it?
I think they do have the information of like what it is.
Yeah, I'm sure that like how would they evaluate it if they didn't?
It's metallic iron, nickel, and gold.
Wow. But yeah, I can
And like
understand.
those three minerals, if we would increase the amount of them on Earth, then we could do a lot more. You know, despite the monetary
Yeah,
value. I mean, gold is used in all of our electronics because it's a great
yeah,
conductor of electricity.
and and silicon.
Eh,
But like, don't you think that we also have to deal with? We also have a lot of more waste if you do that. Like,
yes.
do you think that more money could be? I mean, I'm saying money, but I mean like resources in general, right? Even like scientists' time and effort in like trying to find ways to reuse the the e-waste that people just throw every day because people consume electronics as if they are sandwiches, right?
That is true. And e-waste is a problem. That I completely agree
Yeah,
with. And would
and like
it
if you
would it
can,
make it
and if
worse?
you can
That I don't
reuse,
know.
if you can reuse it, sorry.
Um, if we added more mineral or materials, would it make things worse? I honestly don't know. Because right now we live by a um oh, what is it called? Basically where we just need to replace things all the time because like it is intentionally breaking. Like for example,
Yes.
like refrigerators from the like 1960s are some of the best refrigerators you can get, and there's a
Oh
lot of
yes,
people that still have them running.
like in the house I'm living right now. There's like a very old microwave, and it's still working, whereas others don't.
Right, but if you bought a new one in 2 years, it would break.
Yeah, yeah. Like I have an 11-year-old laptop, and it's still working fine. And I have another laptop for 2 years, and it was like it's just shit.
Right. So if we increase the amount of mineral or materials that we have, then would we build better things? Uh,
No,
we might be able
we
to get
won't
away
because
from
because
that
we can
whole.
still we can build better things with the resources we have right now, but we aren't. If we increase it, it won't change anything. Like if we increase the amount of resources we have while also changing our model, then it will be good.
Right, but since we're so profit driven right now,
Hmm.
um, we
I
can't
mean,
we can't build
it's
better
not
things
it's not
with
about
the
the
materials that we
profits.
have.
It's like it is about the profits, but it is not it is not the only way to get more profits, right? Do you know like the framework laptop?
Yes.
They were great, right? They don't have I don't think they have planned obsolescence because even if your technology is obsolete for your current use case, you can still use the hardware from your laptop to build something else or to sell it to someone who might use it. Right? So
Right.
you're not so nothing in the framework laptop must must be thrown, right? You can there are other use cases for it. So instead of doing planned obsolescence, you can just plan its reuse. You can plan its
Well, so
alternate
you're just talking about just one
use.
company, and like I'm
No, no,
completely on board with them.
I'm talking about the model that the company
No,
has brought
and
forward.
I think more companies do need to get behind that. But the thing
Yes.
is that starts eating into profits because it would they would make more profits if instead of just buying their adapter or their conversion to upgrade to the next generation CPU, and then you could use your old laptop for whatever. um if it just broke instead and you had to buy the whole entire thing again, they can make more money that way. And that's the
Yeah.
problem. That's where our focus is about making that $1 more than if we did things the right way. We may not make that extra dollar.
Yeah. It has gone out of hand.
I agree, and I'm all for framework. I think they're really good.
Yeah.
So I'm going to assume that you're a fan of Linus Tech Tips.
And fun. I mean, I like his products. No, I like the content.
Okay, well the reason why I say that is because he invested heavily into framework and he has sponsored a
Oh
couple
yeah,
other
he did.
videos.
Yeah. Yeah, I
Yeah.
remember. Yeah, he did. Yeah.
And he's talked about them and talk about the good that they're doing and all that stuff. So I just figured that like you got that information from watching Linus.
No. I got the information like from just tech from like news,
Oh,
and then I found out Linus was investing in it, and I'm
oh,
like, okay, that's cool.
yeah. Like I'm all for them. I really, really hope that they do big, bold things and they really disrupt the
Yeah.
laptop market.
Yeah. I hope they make profits so that they can continue.
Yep. Yeah. I love science and technology and all that stuff.
Yeah, I can nerd talk for longer than talking about social science or something like that.
I'm pretty good at being able to talk about both.
I mean, I can talk about both, but like I just did this geography course. I mean, I chose geography for my first semester. I joined in spring, and I thought that the geography course would be about like what you do in geography usually about like the land and relief and like how the weather works and like real science stuff. But then when I when I started the course, it was all about like they were just shitting on capitalism.
Well, and that's
They
because
were
capitalism is bad. Oh my
yeah,
god.
no, like you can't say what happened.
Another shooting.
Oh no, I don't want to sound like I don't care, but I'll continue. Like like they say that capitalism is racist and stuff, but like as far as I remember, Nazi Germany wasn't capitalist, but they were pretty racist, and like in China they are pretty racist, and in like communist Russia they were pretty racist too. So I don't think it's capitalism that made them racist, right? It's the people, it's not the system.
Right.
And like I didn't agree with it, but it was not the course wasn't about discussion, so I just had to go with it, and I didn't like it at all.
So it looks like 2 dead, 1 injured.
Yeah, I'm watching the stream. Where is it?
Um,
Texas.
no, this was in Oregon,
Okay.
in Bend, Oregon, last night. Apparently, he had an AR-15 and a shotgun.
AR-15? Isn't that like military weapon?
Basically, yes.
Hmm. Why, why do you need a military weapon?
Do what?
Like, why would someone need a military weapon?
Because that's my freedom. I had the freedom
Okay,
to have a military weapon.
okay.
Why does someone? I have no idea. There's no reason that somebody needs one. If
Hmm.
you ever hear me go into my southern accent, then I'm
Oh, no, I don't. I won't like jump on into conclusions from what you say. Like, I
well
won't assume that you're a bad person.
well when I go into my
Okay.
southern accent, that means that I'm being
Yeah, yeah.
um ridiculous
Hypocritic.
because the
Yeah.
people that say these things I feel like are ridiculous.
Hmm. But like in my country, they do something that I think is kind of interesting. So you need a permit to to use a gun, right? So it's illegal to like it's very it's very hard to like own a gun in my country, right? You have to explain why you need a gun. You have to do lots of tests, and then the bullets, the bullets, you have to go buy the bullets at the police station, and then they keep a record of like how many bullets each people have.
Yeah, so here you have to get a gun permit. You have to get approved for that. But if you get a gun permit, then you can go buy as many guns and ammo as you want.
Hmm. Now, do you think that if they kept a track on bullet, like if you imagine like if someone has a gun, right, and they shot someone, they have to go to the police station to refill. So then when you go to the police station, they were like, why do you need a bullet? Like you shot someone, right? So you can't just go buy get a bullet anywhere else. And yeah, that's all.
Yeah, no. For example, the Valde shooter in Texas, the one who killed 19 children and two teachers.
Yeah,
Um, I think he had over 1,000 rounds of ammunition.
1,000 rounds.
1,000 rounds, yes.
Like you can just shoot this. It was a school,
Yes.
so like you can just shoot a school and then go to another school and shoot without even reloading.
Well, he would have to
Like,
reload.
no. I mean,
But,
without running out of.
right.
Damn. I think I don't even understand. Like, why do they do this? Like, who does that?
People that have that are mentally ill.
Oh, okay. And like, the people just don't know that they are mentally ill.
Yeah, but here in America, you really don't have too many steps into getting the help that you need for mental illness.
No, like the school shooters are students, right?
No, most of the time they're not.
Oh, okay. I mean that's what I thought that they were students, and I was surprised. Like you must be able to see right when a child is acting like he's about to shoot up his school.
Sometimes the school shooters are like the children. But it, if I would just have to like if you would just tell me that a school shooting happened, my first instinct would be that it was not a student
Ah, okay.
that was
So
doing
so
it.
there are people just going in. How do they even get into the school?
Just walk in.
Hmm. I mean, in my school, people could just walk in, but at the same time, we don't allow guns. So people can just walk into without getting checked or anything.
Yeah. So like
Yes.
it would be like during class when everybody's in class and nobody's really like watching the doors, because it's not like we have like security at every door. Um, Now some schools,
Why don't you have
because that's just too
security?
expensive.
But you have an employment problem, right?
Yeah, but schools can't afford it.
Like public schools?
Yes.
Yeah. I'm confused because like it's the government that give money to schools, right?
Not enough. Most of the school funding comes from taxpayers, the local
Yeah,
taxpayers.
of course. I mean, that's local taxpayers.
Yeah. So like when I pay property tax on anything, so like my house or my car or whatever, um it's called personal
That's
property tax. That goes to the schools. Part of that goes to the schools.
okay. And do you have like federal tax, state tax?
Do what?
Like you have a federal tax, federal income tax,
Yes.
and this money doesn't go to schools?
A little bit. Some schools do get subsidies, but it's not nearly enough.
So like the bottom line is that school are not being there's not enough investment
Correct.
in public school.
Correct.
Hmm.
It's like the school, like say the school is receiving $1 million a year in funding, which doesn't sound too ridiculous when you add up all the teachers and all the administrators and everything. Um, but like what the school really needs is like $1.5 million in funding. Like that would
I think it
get
can be even. I think it can be even more actually.
that would be able to get the classrooms down to a normal level. You'd be able to have security guards or some sort of safety precautions in place and stuff like that. Uh, but yeah, they don't get that kind of money. I wish they did.
Like is it addressed though? Because I think it's serious. It's a serious issue.
Oh, I think it is
The,
too.
the underinvestment of education. Is
Like,
it addressed?
is it addressed? Oh God, no.
No.
No, very rarely.
But
Uh,
that's like the backbone of society, right? You have to educate the people so that it goes on. Because when the people die, like you just have a population of dumb people. Not
but
dumb,
but
but
that's what they want.
uneducated.
That's what they want.
How can they want that? If they want that, then like if you don't educate the people, the country will go down in like 2 generations or 3. It will just crumble.
Um, what was his name? There is a Republican politician. Uh,
I find it kind of interesting because like my country was like just like United States. My United States was built on an idea, right? Like a certain set of values that you build your countries upon, and my country was made like in the same way, but the values that we were built upon was that no child should be worried that they can't go to school or that they can't get food and then they can't get educated and that uh, no one is like oppressed or anything, right? So like no one ever like questions investment in education in my country. So like no matter how much money it would take to like to like give free education up to undergraduate and to have like a series of scholarships that they give to high school students, to the best high school students, to like pay for their overseas university education. Like no one, like we don't question how much it costs because we know that if we don't do that, the country will sink.
Um, so I can't find who actually said it. I really wish I could because like now you just got to kind of take my word for what I'm going to say. Um,
Well, okay, yeah, just like trust me, bro.
yeah, and I hate doing that.
Yeah,
I'd much rather present facts, but I know somebody did say it, and I know somebody has said it before. But I think that they were talking about this $500 billion in federal student aid, um,
yeah,
or the money that they're canceling from student loans. I think they were talking about that, um, and
yeah.
and basically they were saying that they don't want an educated populace because uneducated people vote for Republicans, and if people become too educated, then they won't vote for us anymore. And that's
That's
basic.
kind of a bold statement.
Do what?
That's kind of a bold statement.
That's basically what they say.
I mean,
And
it's.
but the statistics back it up too.
I mean, if like only dumb people voted for a certain party, then it means that the party, the whole concept and the whole idea of the party is dumb. And I don't think it would have stayed that for that long if it was that dumb.
Oh yeah.
No.
uh
I do think that
s-
like less educated people are more influentiable. That's one thing. So if you want to influence people, you don't.
um so here is the 2016, 2018, 2020 election statistics.
Mhm.
um this shows you men versus women and who they voted for, and then
Oh yeah,
races. um
I love those racial statistics. We don't have them back home.
Uh, so 84% of black non-Hispanic people voted for Democrat in 2020. Um, white non-Hispanics voted 12% for a Republican in favor. So like you have your 50% line, and then to the left is how much percent over that. So 43% of white people voted for Biden, 55% for Donald Trump. When you go down here to education, post grad, college educated, both voted overwhelmingly for Democrats. Some college or high school or less voted for Democrats. So the some college, it was almost a 50-50 split, but the high school or less, 15% more they voted for Republican. So like this chart quite literally tells you that the uneducated populace, and by education I just mean schooling, not how intelligent somebody is, um, they tend to vote for Republicans. And when you
Mm,
really look at all of this,
maybe that's because the model that the Republicans use, the people who have not had enough education can understand the Republicans more than they can other Democrats,
yeah, and
because
that's exactly what the problem is.
the
Like,
Democrats are like they so they, how do you call that, they bring on the table certain concepts that require a certain amount of education to understand, right?
at least a little bit of education, or at least like critical thinking. But the uneducated people,
Yeah.
they can like, so with the like, and I hate saying this to uneducated people because like if you want to get technical, I
Yeah.
myself, I'm in the high school or less category myself. Uh,
Well,
but
that's
I
still educated, I think.
but I feel like I'm very well educated. Um,
Yeah, yeah, of course.
but just talking about these statistics here, I
Mm.
feel like that they're able to be um, pulled away or harnessed by the rhetoric. So, they hear those terms like, oh, Democrats are socialist. And because they are uneducated and they don't know exactly what it even
what the
means,
socialist is here.
that they're like, oh, those people are bad. Well, and
Mhm.
it's because one thing that happened in the 1960s and 70s. Uh, yeah, I'm still live. One thing that happened in the 60s and 70s was called the Red Scare. Um, it was a big propaganda push against the Cold War about how bad communism was. Um, because at that time it was Soviet
Yeah, I
Union's
think
bad and they're
that's
communist.
where it like became the separation became more apparent, right?
Right. Well, and it was
Yeah.
absolutely the greatest piece of propaganda that anybody could have ever done because it hit hard, it hit right, and it's still in
Yeah.
people's minds and hearts.
Do you think that's when people like they became like proud of being capitalist?
Yeah. Maybe a little
Mm.
bit more. See, and like the biggest problem is like just like 30, 40 years prior to that, we had the Great Depression, which was caused by capitalism. But it's like we forgot about that, and now communism is the bad thing because the
The
Russians are bad.
the Great Depression,
Yeah, the Great.
the one that it was in Europe, right? Or was
Uh,
it all around the world?
it was all around the world. The
Okay.
1920s was bad
Like
for the whole entire world.
just after the First World War, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, I remember. Germany had it worse.
But when you look at all these charts,
Yeah.
what it really breaks down to is Republicans. The people who vote for Republicans are, again, this is on average. This isn't the exact. So anybody who's not this thing and votes Republican is not the same thing. But um, they are old, white, Christian men. That is the Republican Party's
So that's where
demographics.
this label comes from. So that white male thing.
Yes,
Oh,
because I
okay,
mean,
now.
white evangelical Protestants, 69% plus on Republican side, just regular Protestants, 19%, Catholics, 1%, um, Catholics, 15%. Um, you know, the only one that they weren't able to win was black Protestants just because they couldn't get the black vote. But people who are unaffiliated or have other religions, vote overwhelmingly for um, um, Democrats.
Interesting.
Uh, the generational divide or the location divide, rural, suburban, rural, urban, um, rural people who live out in the country, they tend to have worse jobs, worse health care, just,
Yeah.
everything worse than in the city on average. Plus 32% margin on Republican side.
I I think that like the Democrats have a view that's more in line with the rest of the world compared to the Republicans,
Oh yeah, for sure.
right? They're like the more, if I can say, like the more European kind of party, right? In the way that they progress.
Yeah, yeah, I would agree with
You can say
that.
that, or yeah.
When it comes to age,
And like
oh,
what is like the what do they actually bring forward? Like I don't
who,
even
the
know that. Like
Democrats?
what do the Democrats bring forward? Like what is their
um, oh God, so American Democrats are so bad. Because like I said, they're centrist, so they're not like really that far away from Republicans. Um, but like the left, like they want basically they just want equality for everybody. That's the
in what
best
way?
in every single way. Equality of healthcare, equality of life outcome, equality of everything. Like,
Life outcome?
yeah, and by equality they mean like we don't like they don't think that Jeff Bezos should have $200 billion while there's a homeless person on the street.
Yeah, but it's not necessarily Jeff Bezos' fault.
That I agree with, but
Yeah.
that still doesn't
So,
matter.
yeah, of course.
Like, I'm not saying that like Jeff Bezos needs to pay for it himself, but he
Yeah.
could pay more taxes, which the government could use to help this person not to be homeless anymore.
So the government can just take the tax money and don't do anything with it.
Well, that shouldn't happen.
But it does.
Yeah, but that's because like I said, the Democratic Party sucks too.
Yeah.
Like,
And I
honestly, we
think that,
need we need a strong Democratic Socialist candidate.
like, a devoted one.
Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders is a
Oh.
perfect example
Yeah, why does he never win?
because he's a socialist, and socialists are bad.
No, I mean, I'm not saying that he's alone, but like if he can get at least in the parliament, I think that would be great.
Oh, I completely agree. Like, and I think
Like,
I think that is exactly what the country needs. But
like
see, the thing
I
is,
think like the way it is in my country at least is that capitalism is like the majority, but then you have the socialists that like keeps the society working while the country is using capitalism to gain wealth.
right,
And like the socialism part is just like to make sure that the population isn't suffering too much. Not because you can't. It's very hard to eradicate suffering. I don't know if it is even possible.
right.
But
Well, and like that, I completely agree with. But like the whole, you know,
you need to have both.
right, like you're going to have people at the very bottom end that are suffering, no matter what you do. Like, quite literally, no matter what
In,
you
in,
do.
in communism, then you can just bring everyone to that bottom end and everyone is the same.
Well, but that's if you go with like an authoritarian communism. I mean, look at China.
Yeah.
Look at China, for example.
Yeah.
They didn't pull everybody down to the bottom.
Well,
Matter of fact,
most
they've lifted the bottom
I
up.
know who are from most people I know from China, they don't really like China. But
Oh
I
no,
don't
I'm
know.
I'm sure that they
Okay.
really hate the country, but I'm just saying that like the quality of life or whatever you would like to call it has increased, over the last 20, 30 years in China. There's more jobs, better paying jobs, wages have gone up, they've invested money into roads and infrastructure and housing and stuff like that. Um, Granted,
I wouldn't
I'm not
I
saying that.
wouldn't want to be there though,
No, I
personally.
wouldn't either. I wouldn't
Yeah,
either.
but
But I'm just saying,
there
like,
are stuff to learn from them.
for the majority of people that were there, like, things have gotten a little bit better on your, like, in your personal life. Uh,
I don't know. I mean, like you literally cannot complain, right? So it's not like yeah, they can't complain either way.
right.
And I guess yeah, because if you have a society where the government tracks everything and makes sure that everyone obeys the law and behaves as they want them to. But I think that if America became like that, it wouldn't be America anymore.
Right, but the thing is, nobody here wants that. Well, okay, I won't say nobody because I'm sure there's a couple people, but the vast majority of people don't want that. Like, and the vast
Yeah,
majority
that's
of people don't even want socialism. They want, um, like, I don't think there's an actual term for it, but Bernie Sanders has been using it, and it's called democratic socialism. And the way they view democratic socialism is like the UK, all the
yeah.
Scandinavian countries,
No. Of
you
course, we
guys, you
do need
guys.
a democracy. The democracy is like you do need to have it either any like
And the
That's
vast majority of the
that's the
United
reason
States
why
wants that.
capitalism doesn't work. It's because usually you can't have a democracy.
Right. And like
Yeah.
that's what majority of the United States wants.
Yeah. And I
But
think that they have done a kind of a great job at having a democracy.
not a democratic socialist nation.
No, but like just democracy.
Oh yeah. It's
Yeah, I agree.
just we just don't take care of others the way that we should.
Should you?
We're the richest country in the world, but yet we have.
Really?
Oh
I
yeah.
thought China had the most US dollar reserves.
They might, but we're still the richest country in the
Yeah.
world. We have the highest
That's
GDP.
that's like that's I think the argument that Donald Trump was saying. It's like how can China have the most amount of US dollars?
Well,
You know?
because they buy our debt.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
But they only buy our debt because we won't fucking tax these corporations and rich people the way that we need to. And that we spend almost $1 trillion a year on our stupid ass military.
Dividends.
Yes, stupid ass. For $1 trillion a year,
I
it's a
don't know.
stupid
I
ass
personally
military.
don't know what the US military is up to. Last time, like I heard about that, it wasn't a good thing. But
Just too much money is being wasted. Like too much money is being paid out to um, these companies to build war weapons, and not enough money is like going to our troops, for example. Like
mm,
we don't need a third hundred, F-15 or F-17 or whatever the current number is, uh, plane. We have 299 of them. We don't
like
need another one.
as far as I know, that like you cannot, and I don't think that you should know too much about what the military is doing, because
Right.
if you know, someone else might know too, and that's not
Right.
good, right? You need to have a certain amount of secrecy in like how your security
Well,
is
no, and I'm
being made,
and I'm
being
fine
done.
with that. My
Yeah.
my point is just, we
Like
don't need.
I'm pretty sure that like the strongest weapons that the US government has publicly shown isn't even close to like what they have secretly in case they have to use it.
Right.
And that's good, right?
Yeah, and
That's
I'm
how it should
perfect
be.
and I'm perfectly fine with that. But like my problem is like, you know, like in the world, there's like
Yeah.
there's like 20 aircraft carriers, which are the most expensive boats.
Only 20?
Yeah, like in the whole entire world, there's like 20 or 25, and we hold like 70% of them.
Why
Like,
would you put it in a percentage? That's just 25. You can just say how many it is.
well, because I don't know the actual numbers, but basically I was just wanting to say that we have a shit ton of them.
Yeah, 75% of 25.
Like, um, like I think we have 11.
18 or 19.
I think we have 11, and the
Mm-hmm.
next country that has like their maximum amount of aircraft carriers is 2. Why do we need 11 aircraft carriers? And why do we need to spend the money to be building our 12th? You know what I mean?
I don't know. I mean, there must be demand for it, because I don't think in a capitalist system that you would build something that costs so much for no reason, right? So
Oh yeah,
I
because they're
guess
making a bunch of profit off of it.
there must be demand for it. That's like that's one thing, right? In capitalist system, you don't spend money uselessly, right?
Oh.
It's, I mean, relative, like subjective uselessness, but
Well, all it is it's money going from the US taxpayer to the US government to these big corporations for these big corporations to get bonuses
mm,
and to help keep them afloat. I mean, yes, they do provide jobs, so I mean there is that. But like, you know, there's something else that they might be able to build inside that building instead of the fucking 12th aircraft carrier that we just don't need. Maybe turn it into a giant hospital. Treat sick people.
And like that's one thing. Like if the government decides to make free healthcare, I guess you are willing to pay the taxes for it, right?
Oh yeah.
Yes. And like I guess some people will disagree, but then do you think that everyone will be satisfied with the service of the public
Um,
health system?
eventually, um, I don't think everybody would be satisfied because you're not ever going to be able to satisfy everybody.
Yeah.
Um, but the vast majority, I would say yes.
And I do think that just not having to worry about it is just I don't understand like how people don't have free healthcare. You know, like you just don't have to worry if you have to call an ambulance or you broke your leg or something. You know?
Well, and that's one of the biggest problems here is like, people are always talking about, well, go find a better job and blah blah blah, and it's like, well, I'm the one who has health care in the family, just talking in general.
Yeah.
I'm the one with health care in the family, so if I quit my job, then I lose that
what,
health
what,
care.
what does that mean? Like that you have healthcare?
Do what?
Like, what does that mean? I don't know. Like what does it when
Like
you
I'm
say you have healthcare?
like so again, I'm talking like as a general family. So me, I'm the
Yeah.
one who's working, and I'm the one who provides health care for the
Oh, okay,
family.
okay, okay. That's such a okay.
Okay, so now my health care is now tied to my job, so I can't go find another
Yes.
job.
Well, no, you can't quit your job and start looking for another one. But yeah,
Right, because I would lose my health care, and
like is the
maybe
healthcare
my
given like as your salary or like the your employer provides it?
it's it's a little bit of both. You still
Oh,
have
okay,
to
okay.
pay for it out of pocket.
Yeah.
Um, but um, the employer does subsidize a little bit of
Okay.
some employers subsidize some of the cost, not all.
Yeah.
But like if my wife or children, need health care, then I can't.
You have to pay for it.
Well, even if I do find another job, um,
Yeah.
usually it takes time for that healthcare to take effect. Usually it's 30
Mm-hmm.
days. So like, well, what is my family supposed to do for those 30 days without healthcare if they desperately need their healthcare?
Yeah, exactly. That's and like I have taken this for granted, you know, and then when I came to Canada and then I thought, you know, it's if you have a flu, you just drive to the hospital. You don't have to think anything. You don't even have to put your hand in your pocket to reach for a wallet.
Yep.
And I
Here
think
in the
that's
U
just
here in the
that's
US,
one.
you snuggle up on the couch and pray that you get over it as quick as possible so you can get back
And
to
I,
work.
and I think that's wonderful, and I think it's weird that you don't have it. I think it's a right.
Right, and
I think it's a
like I
right
said
to have it.
before, that would make you a socialist in this country and make you evil.
Hmm.
Because that's the way that we look at things.
I mean, I do support capitalism to a very large degree too, so that's weird.
Well, so do I. Like I said, so I said earlier that I think that we need a little bit of all three systems. So I think
Wait,
uh,
wait, wait. What part of communism do you want to have?
anything that is basic for life, food, water, shelter.
Oh, we do have water. Like, no one in my country is allowed to have a to like make a company that provides water.
Oh yeah, we
Like,
just in California, um,
yeah,
well, it's actually in I think in Nevada, maybe Colorado. Uh,
Yeah.
the water basin that feeds basically California, Arizona, Utah, and a lot of other states that's over there in that area. Um, Whoever has control of it just signed a deal with Nestle to sell like 30% of it. So now Nestle can go
So,
and
so
put it
it's
in a bottle
privately
to sell
owned.
it.
Oh, okay. No, like when I mean water, I mean like tap water.
Yeah,
Yeah.
which
Oh,
that should be illegal. Like
I guess.
they
Yeah.
should get arrested for that. Because like California is in I want to say like a 24-year drought.
Wow.
In the basin that they're feeding off of for this is at record lows.
California has the it's like a part of it is has the sea, right?
Do what?
It has like the sea on one side.
Yes, the Pacific Ocean.
Yeah, they do have the money to like make desalination plants, right?
Yeah, but desalination plants are really, 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 really bad.
Are they?
Yes,
Yeah, bad for what?
the environment. So,
The environment. Okay.
so the reason why I say that they're bad for the environment. Um, so first, they use a shit ton of electricity or a shit ton of power to operate.
Yeah.
Oh, excuse me. Um, which isn't that big of a deal. You can always, you know, you can always build more solar, more wind, to help offset
Or
that.
tidal power since it's already at the sea.
Right, right. But the biggest issue is during the desalination process, uh, you get condensed salt water that's called brine,
Yeah.
and we have no use for it. So what do you do with that?
Dump it, I guess.
If you dump it into the ocean, then that
Yeah.
screws up marine biology. That screws up the marine
Oh
ecosystem
yeah. Yeah.
because it's just like a
But
highly concentrated salt water that you're
uh,
dumping in.
from what I know about brine is that we already have like natural brine pools
We do,
under the sea,
we do.
and like brine doesn't mix in water.
Correct.
So if you dump it, it will be like in a pocket, and it will sink to the bottom. Yeah, am I wrong or am I right?
No, I
I'm
do
not
believe
sure.
that you are correct.
Okay, so if you have a delivery system that will send the brine directly to the bottom without like a tube that goes to the bottom where you're like right where the plant is, like just as you produce like the brine is made, you send it to the bottom of the ocean
Right, but
where
eventually that brine will come up and destroy the ecosystem, or it might just destroy the ecosystem where we put it. Because there's life all over the ocean floor. You
yeah,
know.
but like the the I mean like putting it where there already is natural brine.
Oh, I don't think there's anything there's any like large natural natural brine spots.
Maybe.
Let's find
I
out.
don't know how to find out.
Um, hmm. I don't know, but we do see Um,
We just I don't expect people to just to carefully discard the brine anyway.
right.
Yeah.
Like we do have a current problem with our brine.
Wait. Don't you use salt to get rid of snow?
Yes. Well,
Wait,
so I don't
that.
I don't know if the U.S. actually desalinates water or not. What I said by we, I meant like humanity at large.
Oh, okay.
Because like I want to
Yeah.
say in
Like even my country gets droughts, even though we live like in the middle of the ocean.
right.
But that's because we can't afford. That technically that's the excuse the government is giving is that they can't afford desalination plants.
Yeah, they're really expensive.
Yeah.
I want to say somewhere in the Middle East.
Yeah, they do.
Like they're just
Yeah.
dumping brine into the desert.
Okay. Yeah,
Which
that's
I think is a good idea.
that's not. Yeah, and it gives minerals. Maybe one day they have more life there.
Well, and I mean, there's just no life in the desert, or very much life in the desert, anyways. So,
Yeah, exactly.
and it's not like that, And if anything, like I know these are going to be like small, tiny numbers, but like there's going to be more water that evaporates from that brine because of the heat and everything. But the
Yeah.
only but the problem is, well, what happens when now you just have salt mines everywhere.
If they run out of oil, they can start exporting salt.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. One like for example, where capitalism doesn't make you do the right choices. Is my country literally is in the middle of the ocean, but we still import salt because it's cheaper,
Yeah.
and it makes so much pollution. Like to put the salt in those because it's delivered by boat for us, not by air carriers. So the pollution that these container ships produce just to bring stuff that we can produce locally, it's a
Yeah.
lot.
Yeah, it's crazy that, it's cheaper to put, you know, 50
Yeah,
tons of
right.
salt on a ship, move it, tens of thousands of miles. It's cheaper to do that than to, pull it out of the ocean.
Yeah, I
And
was like,
and also drinking water while we're at it.
yeah, exactly. I was surprised, and that's just the thing. Like we most of our salt we can buy them from China, and China will put the lowest price tag they can. Right, that's the thing. You can't compete with their low prices. They can lower their prices so much that they beat the local price in your country, and then they take over it. I guess that's. I think that was one of the things that Donald Trump was saying, right?
I'm sorry, say that again.
I was saying that like the the technique that China uses, like the method that the model that China uses, that they use very competitive prices initially, so that they win over the market where they are trying to sell their products. Like when I was saying that the salt was cheaper, I think it was a Chinese salt that most people have to buy now because COVID and stuff. We can't afford anyway more expensive
Right.
essential items, you know. So we have to buy the Chinese salt, and the government is doing this also because we're a socialist country. So they make sure that everyone is getting staple food like salt and rice and stuff. So then And then you ask yourself, like, why are the prices so low? And when they put the prices so low, they win over any market that they want to sell their products at.
Well, it's cheaper because they basically use slave labor.
Yeah, but like in the end, do people really care about that? Like people like to say, locally made, and they like are proud of it. But how many people actually buy locally made products? How many people are actually willing to spend more money to buy something that's produced locally?
I would say that the ones who have money would be okay with it, because I mean, you get the same thing here in the U.S. Everybody's always talking about, oh, buy local made and blah blah blah, and it's like, yeah, I can't afford to
Yeah, but you
spend, I
cannot.
can't
Yeah,
afford, I
exactly.
can't afford to spend an extra, 30% on that item, so I'm buying the China made one
Yeah.
or wherever it's
If
from.
if maybe the government would remove tax from the locally produced goods, maybe you would buy them.
Um, I think there would be ways that they could subsidize it to make it cheaper. Yes. I don't think removing the taxes is the correct way to do it. I do feel like taxes are extremely important.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I mean, like it would make some people like more encouraged to buy locally produced goods.
Right.
I mean, I'm not saying like remove taxes for all locally made products, right? Because America has a large local market. Like you make everything from cars to food. So, but like essential items, maybe like corn, don't have to pay
Yeah, but
taxes
the
for
problem
locally,
but the problem is all that stuff that is like
or maybe
loc that
reduce taxes.
is locally made, it's all the resources come from another country.
Really?
Yes.
Hmm. Like because you don't have them, or because you don't want to mine them.
Because it's it's so crazy. It's because it's cheaper to ship it in from another country than it is for us to dig it out of the ground. Yeah, I know it's asinine, I know.
Yeah, capitalism is amazing. Like not amazing in a good way. It just amazes you.
Like for example, steel. Uh,
Yeah,
which
yeah.
steel is a very, very important thing. It's cheaper for us to import steel from China than it is it definitely is now because we've killed all of our steel plants. Um, but
Why would you
like,
do that?
why did we do that? Because capitalism.
You just stop producing steel altogether.
Yeah, because capitalism.
Like if one day China just decides not to sell steel to you, you just run out of steel.
Yes,
That's a dumb
and it's
position to put yourself into.
and it's all thanks to capitalism.
Huh. I mean, I can think like my country to do something like that because we don't have the choice. We don't have mines or anything. But for you to like you can have like backup steel mines to compensate for that for such an eventuality.
I mean, like we still have steel plants operational in the United States. Uh,
Okay.
but like if we couldn't buy any steel from like I don't know if China is where we get all of our steel from, but I'm just using the example that it is where we get most of our steel from.
Yeah,
Um,
let's just say that the rest of the world just boycotts the US for some reason and they don't want to sell you anything.
then we would just be absolutely royally screwed. Like for some reason, shipping on boats, stopped to exist because every propeller in the world died. Whatever. But like
Yeah.
you couldn't get steel to the United States from another country. We would be royally screwed. Uh,
Oh.
we would be able to produce a little bit, but nowhere near the amount that we need for, a daily production.
Yeah, that's so funny. Like I
And it
think
would take
we
us
import.
years. And it would take
we
us years to
even
get to the
import,
point.
yeah, like we even import dry fish. That I think that's just hilarious.
What?
Like, yeah,
You import dry fish. You're an
yeah, because
island.
like fresh fish, like we do have when we have like the best like seafood, but dry fish, it's cheaper.
Yeah, because you guys aren't a large industry that's doing it, so you import it from the large industry that's destroying the
It's cheaper.
oceans. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's so crazy.
Yeah.
See, that's why I'm a socialist. I'm a firm believer that corporations need to pay more money. We need a universal basic income, and yeah.
Oh, yeah, I just like my position on this is that I just believe that you need to know your limits, and that you need to know where something goes too far. You know, you need to like know like okay, that's not appropriate, and we have to do this is another way so that we don't put harm on the population, whether it's called socialism or whatever, but we have to do what's right for that particular situation. Yeah.
Oh, oh that's
Because
from
like
'97
if you
though.
want to reduce your debts, if you want to get rid of your debts, socialism won't be too useful about for that.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, we could have socialism and pay off our debts.
Yeah, by having a private sector.
We would just have to tax the shit out of the rich, which again
Well,
I'm perfectly fine with.
we tax the private sector. And the private sector works on capitalism, so in the end,
So here's an example of how manufacturing has gone in the United States. This is only 2000, but it goes back much further. So in the year 2000, we had uh, just shy of 2.4 million people who worked in the manufacturing industry. In 2010, we had just over 1.6 million. So we lost what, three-quarters of a million manufacturing jobs
2010.
in that 10 years.
Well, you know what's interesting is that we have closed down like a similar ratio of factories in my country too in that time. That's interesting.
You know, and like the crazy part is
So there has been
the
so
other
there
lines
has
have
been
gone
like
up.
a shift, a global shift in how people, like how industries work.
Yeah, and the other two lines are just higher than ever because
Yeah.
one is production, or this one's GDP, and this one's real GDP. Um, I don't know what the difference between both of them are. Um, I think this might be more. The blue line might be more like a, a net after taxes type deal. Uh, but like,
Okay,
after
gross
the
domestic
2008
product and
crash,
real gross domestic product. Maybe.
after the 2008 crash, you see them both go up, and they both go up at a much faster rate than this line does. So
Mm.
yeah, it's like our productivity has gone up over the years because better, more uh, factories and stuff. Uh, like I said, we do still produce steel. In July, we produced 70,000
Yeah,
tons.
but it's nowhere enough for like supplying for the country.
God, I wish we had fucking further back chain. Oh, is this going to give me 1960s? Hey, open this picture. Oh, this picture. Okay, so in the 1970s, we were producing 110 to 140 million metric tons of steel per year.
Yeah.
And then in the 1980s, when Ronald Reagan became president, you see that nice sharp decline. We go from 110 million tons down to 70 million tons.
It's like a vertical line.
And that is strictly this line right here is 100% capitalism. This is 100% capitalism. And then it
I don't
creeps
see
back
how
up.
any other model would encourage such a decision.
It's because they can make more money by importing it than paying U.S. workers. You know, so if I'm making $1 per ton of U.S. made steel, and I can make $1.50 on the Chinese made steel, why would I pay my workers anything when I can just import it for a lot cheaper?
Yeah. It's bad. Fine. What is this one?
Oh, this is a wonderful graph. So this here shows you this is oil. Steel production required for energy transition. I don't know what that is. Gonna ignore that chart.
You know something funny about oil? Where I am right now, 97% of electricity is from renewable sources.
And that's
But we
good.
still have wait. But we still have oil extraction plants. We just don't use it for us. We sell it to other people. I think we sell it to the US and to Europe. So technically we're still producing and we're still polluting. We're just not using it for us. So in the statistics, we don't have a carbon footprint, but we still sell the oil to other people. And I think that, you know, producing oil and then shipping it to someone else and then burning it would produce more pollution than us just using our own oil.
Yeah, but it costs less money.
It's not that it doesn't cost money, it's that they want to show that they are for the environment, but still they are still under the capitalist pressure to make money out of oil. You can look it up, it's the offshore oils in Canada.
I don't know. Maybe someday we'll have nice things.
Nice things. Right.
I doubt it, but fingers crossed.
Sometimes I just want to go back to my island because even if you're not rich, you can still go to the beach and live your life without caring about anything that's going on in the world.
Yep, nothing like that here.
Yeah, you're literally in the middle of the world.
Well, it also doesn't help that I live in the middle of the country too.
Well,
Like I live almost smack dab in the
what's
middle of the United States.
what's in the middle of the United States?
Kansas.
I don't even know. Like I know in the south, and I know in the far west you have like California, right?
You have Kansas, Missouri, Nebraska, Those are kind of in the middle.
Yeah. Okay. And how are they like? Because I definitely know how the South is, and I know like how.
So here's a map of the U.S. and
Yeah.
this is where I am. I'm in this circle that I'm making right here. I don't want to give my exact location, but I'm
Yeah,
in.
of course. I'm not asking for.
Yeah, I know. What is
Okay.
here? Absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. It's all farmland as far as the eye can see.
Wow. So you're like the food producers for the whole country.
Yes.
Do you
Uh,
think that they get enough recognition for that?
oh yeah,
That's good.
yeah. Like we're called the breadbasket for a reason. But there's not a lot of people that live out here though.
Yeah, I can imagine.
So because there's not a lot of people that live out here, there's not a lot of things to do. Why build a bowling alley for a population of 1,000 people when instead you can build that bowling alley in Kansas City, Missouri, where there's 400,000 people.
Hmm. Yeah, I haven't thought about that.
Yep, that's one of the reason why people that live in rural communities, like I was talking about, like anywhere out here, uh, anywhere in western Kansas, like it is very solidly Republican. Um, but it's just they have nothing to do, and all of their news information comes from one source, and that's the only reason why they
Hmm.
vote for Republicans.
Yeah, I can.
Like when they start hearing uh like the other side talk, like liberals talk about things that like the liberals should be talking about, like Medicare for all and a universal basic income, stuff like that. Like these people are
We
like,
don't have
yeah,
a universal
like,
basic income.
oh God, no.
Like, so someone can be paid as low as the employer wants to.
Do what?
Like, someone can be paid for as low as the employer wants to.
No, we do have a federal minimum wage. So
Oh, okay.
what a universal basic income is basically where the government just sends everybody money every month.
Huh? Why would they do that?
Uh, to help sustain the population.
But if everybody gets that amount of money, it would just raise the prices of everything else.
That's one of
Like,
their arguments.
no, I think that's.
But like
I mean,
it's supposed to
that's.
jeopardize or it's supposed to subsidize, just people's general well-being. Like $1,000 a
Yeah,
month.
I understand, but like, I have the same aim, but I don't think that just giving people money would do have that effect.
Oh, it would change a lot of people's lives. They would also have to put in provisions that would prevent people from charging
Some
more just because they
some
can.
countries do have it, right?
Yes.
It works.
Yes.
Interesting. So like what the UK has it, right?
They have a form of it, yes.
They are having issues of rising prices right now, I think.
I don't think they are.
I mean, every day I read the
Well,
BBC
I mean,
article that
everybody's having problems with rising prices, but I don't think like their rising
yeah,
prices are because
I
of
don't think I know no, I'm not saying that it's
right.
because of this. I'm just saying that by the way this is happening. Yeah, I know because I do know that like the French they get paid for being unemployed,
Yes. Um,
and I think that's kind of funny. Like I don't think that people should go that far as to like tell people that you don't even need a job. That I think that's like spoiling kids or something. I mean, in my opinion, you need to encourage your people to do jobs.
Well, and like, so the UBI, that really helps with all of that stuff. Okay? So, like, so say I'm getting a UBI of $1,000 a month. Okay? Because it's going to be based
Yeah.
off of like cost of living. Okay?
How much?
$1,000 a month.
Okay.
Okay? So $1,000 a
So
month,
that's $12,000 a year.
$12,000 a year, yes. So that's not enough to pay all my bills.
No.
Okay? But that means that now I have two choices. Either I can work full time and have extra money and be able
Mm-hmm.
to, take a vacation that I have literally never taken in my entire life. I can pay back some of my debts, money that I owe. I can upgrade my quality of life. I can move into a little bit nicer place or maybe drive a slightly nicer vehicle, slightly newer vehicle. Um, I'm not going to go from what I'm driving now to, Rolls Royce or Bentley or anything like that. But I might go from my 2009 or 2007 car to, 2013, which is an upgrade. Um, so there's just small things. Or I can just work,
Yes.
or I could just work part-time and just have enough money to pay all my bills and
And,
everything
st-
that I
and
need.
still making your rent. Yes.
Right. But now I have all this extra free time, so now I can, focus on streaming, or I can focus on, maybe trying to start a my own business, or maybe I enjoy art, so I draw for a living, or I draw to
Mm-hmm.
help people out. There's a lot of other things that I can do in my free time. So
Yes.
that's what the UBI is for, is to help subsidize human life.
Yeah, but like how I see it is that the economy, especially if you're a mixed economy, that giving people money usually does not make your like it's not a single variable equation. Like you can't just give people money and then the market will just and keep the market constant so that people the money is still has still as much value as it has. Like you can't increase the income of people while keeping the inflation constant, right? And
Right, no,
if you don't,
and I don't expect that, but I also don't expect
yeah,
the cost of like inflation to like explode.
no, that is not likely to happen. And maybe if you uh, instead of income is like how do I'm just thinking about right now, because I haven't thought about this before. And if you instead give people a certain amount of resources per month, right? So if you tell them that you have a certain amount of food and a certain amount of fuel per month instead of money, do you think that might work?
No, because I
No,
believe people are better at managing what they need to spend their money on than what the government says
keeps
they
them
should
alive.
spend their money on.
Yeah,
In
what
in
I'm saying
general.
is that the government provides basic needs every month instead of just money.
Yeah, but that money covers basic needs. I mean, like, is there going to be people that just take that $1,000 a month and shoot it up into their arm with drugs? Yes,
Yes,
it's going to happen. Uh,
I'd be surprised if they didn't.
Right. But like, just because, that small handful of people are going to do that, does that mean, somebody like me who's kind of getting fucked in life, I don't deserve it? You know what
I
I
don't
mean?
think so. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's always the argument that the other side gives. It's like, oh, well, if you give money to all these people, then they're just going to be lazy and sit on the couch and eat Cheetos and watch Netflix. And it's
No,
like,
that's a stereotypical white French guy, actually.
well, but like it's just it won't happen that way.
Like it
Will
has
there be
happened.
some
It
people that do that?
has happened in France, but yeah, it depends on the people, right?
Right.
And I guess it like you have the possibility to do it because you have migrant, you have an influx of migrants. So it's not like you lose, like you lack supply of labor, right?
Right.
So yeah, I think you can do it. Like in my country, if we did that, people would like we have a lack of supply of jobs and a lack of demand of jobs, so we can't really do anything about it. But in a country where you have as much labor as you can like you have a surplus of labor and you have job the job market is not saturated, I guess you can do it.
Well, and also like we kind of have that problem here, but giving people a UBI also incentivizes them to take those shittier jobs. Like I don't want to work full time at McDonald's because it just doesn't pay enough money for me to be able to pay all my bills. But I would be, but like I would be perfectly fine if the government was giving me like a grand a month to work part time at McDonald's, to help pay off the rest of my bills. So that it does help incentivize people to take these shittier jobs that
Does
people don't want.
Is the minimum wage enough
Oh God, no,
to? It's not.
no.
Like, why is it even here then? Like,
Um,
just
so minimum wage was set in, oh God, 2009. Um, yeah, July 24th, 2009 was the last time they went to increase it, and they adjusted it from $6.55 to $7.25.
oh,
So basically, the U.S. government says in the past 13 years, the cost of living hasn't went up a penny.
hmm. So like, do they reassess the cost of like the minimum wage every time they do the budget,
I think so.
and it's still not enough?
No. Are you asking, do they do it every time they do the budget? No.
They don't.
Oh, God, no. Like I said, the last time minimum wage was increased was in 2009.
What? Then it's pointless.
Yeah,
It's just.
I agree. And well, so a lot of states, they have their own minimum wage. Um,
Oh, I see. So
so a state can decide what they want their minimum wage to be. So like for example, California, um, I think their minimum wage is $15 an hour. But somewhere like North Carolina, they don't have a state minimum wage, so you can make 7.25 an hour.
Mhm.
Um, and honestly, like a lot of like Republican states have their minimum wage as what the federal minimum wage says. Yeah, it's kind of nasty.
Because I think that having a proper minimum wage would do better than the universal income. So technically, the universal income is like pocket money, right?
Uh, for many people, it would be the difference between, homelessness and not homelessness.
Yes, of course, no, but like the concept of it, because like it's like you don't do anything for it, you just get it.
Right.
Like I think
It's
my country has put it on the table once, and people didn't really agree on it. So and then like we called it pocket money. Yeah, interesting. And you know, like it's very interesting because like people in my country will always say like look at the US, look at the US, and then when you're talking, I'm like it's not that different actually. Like the problems
never
that you face.
never use the U.S. as a talking point.
I mean, economically speaking, you're still successful.
We're
So
horrible here.
yeah,
So I can't find a UBI for France.
they don't have it. I
No.
think they have it for like unemployed. So I
Yeah,
think
but in
like
order to get unemployment, you also have to qualify for it.
yeah. So what they do is that there's something called Pôle Emploi that they have to register, and then they get an income, and that income is worth more than the job that they might get sometimes. So what they do is that they work for 6 months so that they qualify for resign to resign, and then they resign, and then they re-register for the Pôle Emploi, and then they do that again, and then they can afford to go on vacation and stuff, and people don't agree with it because people who work they literally get less money than those people.
Well, that's France's fault. They didn't put no
Yeah, I know.
stipulations in.
Like
Like for example, in the
I
United
moved.
States, you don't qualify for unemployment unless you were fired unjustly from your job or you quit because of misconduct.
Mm.
Um, so like I could get fired from my
Yeah,
job.
but they can't do that in France because then they would be like, well, how, like there would be this polemic about what, how would you assess the unfair treatment or harassment, you know?
Well, like it would have to be something legitimate. Like you were sexually harassed at work.
Or like this is very explicit, right?
Yes.
Yeah, oh, yeah, I agree.
And if that's the case, then the company's going to be investigated.
Yeah, of course. I always wonder, like for a giant country like the US, how do they maintain law and order? Like how do the police work?
Here by brutal force.
Mm-hmm. You know, like I can guess like the amount of pending court cases is huge.
Oh yeah.
So people can just not even leave to get their case to court.
But like one of the problems is a lot of the people um, that like have pending court cases, um, they're for kind of bullshit reasons.
Yeah, that's one thing. Like I see Americans suing people for very, very weird stuff.
Well,
That happened in like
that or they got arrested for smoking a joint.
so like where it's illegal.
Yeah, but it's like it's only illegal because of racism.
No, but if it's illegal, you shouldn't do it.
Right, but it's illegal because of racism. It's not
Why?
illegal because it's bad. Like cocaine, how it's bad for you, heroin, how it's bad for you. That's understandable. Marijuana,
Okay, so you're saying that marijuana isn't bad for you?
like according to the U.S. government, marijuana is the worst substance or the worst drug on the planet.
Okay, I won't go that far, but I don't like it when people say that marijuana is good for you or that it doesn't have any bad effect because it certainly does. And like I've had people, I have like friends who have to work very hard to get them off marijuana, and it's not right to just like tell people that it's like the safest drug out there. It's not.
It shouldn't even be a drug. It's a plant. It's no worse than caffeine.
No, no, it is.
No, it's
Oh
not.
no, wait, caffeine is pretty bad too. And
But caffeine's perfectly legal. It's definitely not
yeah,
worse
yeah,
than
I don't.
alcohol, and alcohol's perfectly legal.
Yeah, uh, I don't know about alcohol. I mean, alcohol. The fact that alcohol is legal is the reason why it's abused, and alcohol abuse, yeah, it's much worse than marijuana consumption. And the problem is that because marijuana has been illegal, the illegal marijuana is much stronger than natural marijuana, I would say, because they would selectively breed the plants to produce most THC per gram.
Okay, so I'm gonna fight back on that. Capitalism has caused that.
Yeah, because they want to make more profits of the little that they can sell illegally,
No,
right?
no, the little that they can sell legally, because there's some states in the
Yeah,
U.S. where it's legal.
legally. No, like even illegally, right? You wouldn't want to waste the little that you can smuggle,
Right.
right?
But
I mean, I think it's
these people they're doing it legally. Like they're growing according to the state. They're growing
yeah.
legally, they're selling legally, like it's all legal. To the federal government it's illegal, but like it's not like that they're growing legally in order to transport it to sell it illegally. Because that
I
just
mean,
doesn't make
I
sense.
don't
That will
know
fuck up your
where
business.
illegal. I don't know where illegal marijuana comes from. I'm not even from the US, so I don't know that.
Most illegal marijuana comes from other countries, mostly Mexico, and South America, pretty much
Right,
south of the U.S.
I see. But it's legal usually in the north of the US.
So I think there's 13 states where it's legal. Most of the East Coast, Colorado, very liberal parts of the country.
Yeah, I mean, I do think that it's a drug and that it should be considered as a drug. But now I don't know like how strict they are about marijuana in the US. But in my country, it's like just as bad as any other drug. Not
Uh,
more, not less.
in the U.S., it's one of the worst tiered drugs on the planet.
I wouldn't say so. No, like I wouldn't say that it is one of the worst drugs, but it is, and people shouldn't say that it's not. But why is it racism?
Because that's why we banned it.
No, like
Um,
where's the race part of it?
so in the 19, I could be wrong about this, but I want to say the 1920s or 30s, whenever it is that they did the whole reefer madness thing, there was a senator from, I believe, Louisiana that said it made black people or made black men crave white women. It also made black men think they were as good as the white man. And that's the reason why we need to ban it. And also a little bit of religion too.
What?
Yeah, because it made black people play the devil's music, jazz.
Okay, maybe, but No.
Yeah,
Wow, that's the first time I heard that.
yeah. Like, so it got
Like, it's
banned
the first
for.
time I heard this, even like this sentence, this combination of words.
But it's all
It's
true.
okay, that's just weird. Louisiana, Louisiana is weird. How many languages do they speak in Louisiana?
Just one.
Because I met a person from Louisiana, and they were speaking sort of Creole, and I was able to perfectly communicate with them.
So a lot of them, have been like immigrants from France. So they have a very deep like French Cajun accent. We call it Cajun. Um, but yeah. Um, uh, Come on, where's these quotes?
And the guy is about marijuana.
Yes.
Yeah, I want to hear it.
Okay, so it wasn't. I could have swore that it was a congressman, but it was apparently Anslinger, which was the head of the Federal Bureau of Narcotics, which is now today known as the DEA.
Like did they even have like scientific backing for that?
No. Um,
Okay, because it would be hilarious if they did.
let's see here.
Like it would show that how the science community is influenced by politics.
No, the science community said that they were wrong too.
That's good.
But it didn't matter. So you smoke a joint and you're likely to kill your brother.
No, more likely to just
Like
sleep,
it
maybe.
should say that if you smoke a joint and your brother takes your Cheetos, you're likely to kill your brother, because I think that's more accurate. Don't take a
I
stoner's
don't know.
Cheetos.
Like the people that I know who consume marijuana, they become so slow.
Yeah.
They're like the guy. Have you watched Zootopia?
Yes.
They're like Flash. They become like Flash, like the sloth.
All right. Some more quotes. From the beginning, Anslinger conflated drug use, race, and music. Reefer makes darkies think they're as good as white men.
Darkies.
This is
Darkies.
the head. This is the head of the DEA, or the
When was that?
the 1930s, 1920s.
Well,
1930 is when he was appointed to the Federal Bureau of Narcotics by Hoover. So I would say it'd be somewhere around the 30s.
well,
Let's see here. There are
and it
100,000.
was, and like he was allowed to say that back then.
Oh God, yes. Uh, there are 100,000 total marijuana smokers in the U.S., and most are Negroes, Hispanics, Filipinos, and entertainers. Their satanic music jazz, and swing result from marijuana use. This marijuana causes white women to seek sexual relations with Negroes, entertainers, and others. End quote.
Okay, that's like the most. Is he a politician?
No, he was the head of the DEA, the Drug Enforcement Agency.
Oh,
Or
wow.
what would be
Okay, that's.
equivalent to the DEA
I,
today?
I don't even know. I don't know if that's words or not. Like, wow.
So, do you know what the DEA is?
Yeah, they're the guys who like they're against the drug
The,
trafficking and stuff.
they're the FBI for drugs.
Yeah.
Yeah, so basically he was the FBI for drugs.
They're the guys who confiscate like they confiscate like 5 kilograms of 10 kilograms of drugs. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's one country who has decriminalized drugs.
I'm pretty sure it's decriminalized in Canada.
No, like marijuana is legal in Canada. In
Yeah.
some countries, it's like it's illegal, but it's not criminal. Like they won't arrest you. I
Right,
think.
and that's all that we're asking for here. We're not saying that we need to, that the US government should sell it to us. We're just saying that like if a person smokes a joint, they shouldn't be arrested. That's like what we're saying.
Yes, maybe. Like in my country, we're starting to do that too, but it's very hard because the drug problem is so serious, and it's like killing the youth basically. But we are trying to like be more specific in what is criminal and what's not. So like possession is not illegal, but selling it is illegal. Is criminal. I mean, like having the drug is always illegal, but like selling it is criminal. Having a certain amount of it will not get you in jail, but you will be reprimanded.
See, and I think we would be perfectly fine with something like that. As long as like the businesses, like they're called dispensaries here, as long as like the dispensaries like they wouldn't get in trouble. Like if we wrote the laws so that way dispensaries, warehouses, and the growers for the dispensaries didn't get in any trouble as long as like everything was legit, like as long as they weren't like standing on the street corner selling it to whoever.
Mhm.
I think that we would be perfectly fine with,
Yeah,
like
like
certain
selling you can say
restrictions.
that selling it is illegal, and if you have been proved to be selling the drug, then you can end up in jail. But
Right.
if you have been caught consuming it, then maybe they might like interrogate you to ask you where you got it from, but
Right. It's
they
also
won't.
illegal to grow unless you have a permit to grow for a
Yeah.
business, or it's illegal to transport or store unless you have a permit for that business. Like, see, all that stuff I would be that like me and the marijuana community as a whole would be perfectly fine with. I mean, there's some that would like a lot more. Uh, but basically, so one of the biggest problems with the classification is these dispensaries and these growers and the warehouse people and all that stuff. They only work in cash
Oh.
because banks won't accept their money because um, banks are basically a federally insured building, so you can almost look at them like a federal institution, and because it's illegal on the federal
Oh,
level,
really? I
yes.
think so. Oh.
So because marijuana is illegal on the federal level, they look at marijuana money as illegal money.
Oh.
I mean, banks
That's
are even fighting
that's
for like you know banks are on the right side when they're fighting for, marijuana companies and stuff to um, be able to use banks. Because that's more money for them.
Yeah.
I mean, think of the tens of millions of dollars that the banks don't get to hold inside their safes because, the US government says that this plant is still illegal.
So like, federally it's illegal,
Yes.
but some states are allowed to make it legal. Like how does this work? Like how much power does the state law has over the federal law? Can they just like disregard any federal law?
Ask that again?
Like how much power does the federal law has over the state law?
Um, if the DEA wanted to go into, say, California, where California says it's legal, and take away all their pot, they can.
They can take away the pot, but they can't arrest people for smoking pot there.
Yep.
Like they can or they cannot.
Yep. And they can charge them with the federal crime.
Oh. Okay, so it's a federal crime in California to smoke weed, but it's not a state crime.
Yep.
Oh, okay. That's odd.
And it's a federal crime for the dispensaries to sell it. It's a federal crime for the growers to grow it, for the warehouse people to transport it and store it. It's all federally illegal. But they tend to stay out of it because, they don't want to overstep states' laws.
It's not.
But
Oh,
sometimes
okay.
they do.
Yeah. But that's confusing. Like, how will the population, like, does the American people actually know their law? Like, do they know what they are allowed to do and what they are not allowed to do?
I would say yeah for the most part.
Like, it's kind of confusing to me.
Um, it does get confusing to some people because like they think, you know, like they walked into a building that the cops just drove past. They
Yeah.
bought their uh their joint or whatever, their little bag of marijuana from this dispensary, which was completely legal because like I said, the
Mhm.
cops just drove by and was perfectly fine with it. They
Mhm.
get out, they go home, they smoke a doobie, and like everything's perfectly fine. But if like that was a DEA agent, that dude could have got arrested. It's so
Oh,
crazy.
so technically you can't smoke weed. It's like if the DEA just goes to Snoop Dogg and tells Snoop Dogg that he's under arrest for a federal crime of smoking weed, they're allowed to do that.
Yes,
Huh. I didn't know that.
it's wrong, but yes.
I mean, I think it's misleading if you say that. Like, you can't say that you're allowed to do something and at the same time you can't.
Well, like I said, the federal government try not to step on states' toes. Um, do they
Mhm.
sometimes? Yes, when they feel like it's necessary.
Yeah,
Um,
of course.
so the odds of just like a general person getting arrested, um, in like a state where it's legal, is extremely rare. But there has been dispensaries that's been raided. There's been warehouses and farms that's been raided by the DEA. Um, I don't know all the information behind it. They could have been doing something nefarious.
Yeah, maybe the DA surely knows more about what to do.
Well, but it's also possible that like these dispensaries they got raided just because they have like large stockpiles of cash. But that's the only thing they can do because they
They
can't
can't.
deposit the money in the
Yeah.
bank.
Unless they launder it. So that's the thing. They have to launder it.
Technically, yes, they would have to, which is also against the law.
Yeah, that's just messed up.
Yeah.
It's not just messed up. It's like hard to imagine like something like that happening in a first world country.
Oh, dude, we're not a first world country anymore.
I mean, technically, you define what a first world country is. So
We're getting rights stripped away from us left and right.
I mean, at least we are able to say it.
Correct. Like, here, let me ask you a question. I know religion is probably going to play a small part in this, but what is your opinion about abortion?
Oh, okay. So let's just say that abortion, like the choice of aborting a child, is not a particularly pleasant one, right? And I don't think it's right to just celebrate the fact that you're getting aborted.
Right, but nobody is.
I think it's like a hard decision to make. And if you have to, let's just say that if you have to, you should. But at the same time, you have so many. No, how do I say this? Like, my religion doesn't. I don't think my religion gets important. This is just my ethics. But I obviously can't tell someone what to do with their body, right? But but like the abortion thing in America is that they want people, like they want taxpayers' money to fund those abortions, right?
No,
No.
no.
Well, if I'm not paying for it, I don't care what that woman is doing.
Okay. So, uh, a couple months ago, the United States Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade, which
Yeah.
basically said that a woman has a right to choose an abortion if she wants. There were still some limitations put in. Um, like I think it was up until I could be wrong, but I think my numbers are at least close. I think you could get an abortion for pretty much any reason up until 20 weeks. It might have been 16. But then after that, you had to have like a reason to have an abortion. Uh, some sort of medical problem or, just some reason in general. Not just because you felt like it.